love it.
All right, thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. Please stay safe out there.
We're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two.
It is just, raging through the world, really.
A new week, but a similar refrain that we had all hoped would be behind us. New COVID variant Omicron spreading fast and furious. This morning, we've got 3 medical experts answering some of the most asked questions of the day.
The sports world rocked, from the NFL to the NBA and NHL. Athletes across the board testing positive for COVID. Schedules upended and games canceled.
Bye-bye to President Biden's Build Back Better. West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin shocks the White House with a 20-minute warning that he was putting the kibosh on Mr. Biden's signature piece of legislation.
Plus, we've got the return of Tiger Woods to the golf course and your Week 15 NFL highlights on a busy Monday. Early Today starts right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with breaking COVID news out of the political world. 2 Democratic senators have tested positive for coronavirus. On Sunday, Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey announced they had breakthrough cases of COVID. Both senators said they're fully vaccinated and have had booster shots. In a tweet, Senator Warren said she's only experiencing mild symptoms. Senator Booker tweeted that his symptoms started on Saturday but have been relatively mild. Neither senator identified which strain of the virus they have. The latest wave of the virus is forcing the cancellations of sporting events, Broadway shows, concerts, and much more. Here's NBC's Kathy Park.
The holiday rush taking on a whole new meaning. People waiting in long testing lines around the country ahead of family gatherings. This as the nation's top doctors issue warnings about the weeks ahead.
We're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two.
It is just, raging through the world, really.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren announcing she tested positive for COVID despite being vaccinated and boosted, tweeting that she's only experiencing mild symptoms. COVID disrupting the world of sports and entertainment, too. The NBA announcing it's postponing 5 games in the next 3 days as Cleveland, Orlando, Philadelphia, and Brooklyn all battle COVID outbreaks. The NFL already said it's delaying 3 games for the first time this season after more than 100 players tested positive. And the NHL says it will postpone all cross-border games through December 23rd. COVID infections are climbing to new highs in places like New York, Massachusetts, and Washington, D.C., all now at daily levels that haven't been seen since January. As Omicron sweeps the nation, Delta is still shattering records, with frontline workers bracing for the next wave.
Mid-November, we had 12 inpatient active COVID cases, and it looks like today we're up to 40 active cases.
And it's getting worse in Europe, where officials are cracking down with tough restrictions to curb the spread. The Netherlands back in a full lockdown until January 14th. Denmark shutting down public venues, and Ireland enforcing an 8 p.m. curfew. Back in the States, COVID is stealing the spotlight, shutting down Miami's Jingle Ball concert.
Where's everybody?
While Saturday Night Live's last show of 2021 featured a smaller cast, no musical performance, and no live audience.
COVID came early this year.
And with no signs of Omicron slowing down, public schools from Maryland to New Jersey now moving back to virtual learning. As NYU, Princeton, Cornell, and Harvard all go remote, at least through the rest of the year. Soaring infections, fueling COVID fears, and dimming the holiday spirit.
And here in New York City, all eyes are on New Year's Eve, and celebrations still scheduled to happen at Times Square. The mayor said that the event is under review right now with cases rising. We should have a final decision on whether the event is moving forward before Christmas. Philip?
We'll see about that. All right, Kathy, thank you.
Meanwhile, across the pond, the UK and other European countries are weighing a potential lockdown plastered all over the British front pages this morning. Could Omicron ruin Christmas this year? And Jingle Bell Lock is in lockdown. It's shaping up to be a critical week for decisions for several European nations. Joining us from Rome is Claudia Lavanga. And Claudia, good morning. Let's start with where you are. How is Italy handling this?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Italy has already some of the stricted anti-COVID measures in place. It really tightened the screw on the unvaccinated by banning them from accessing public places like bars and restaurants. But when the government meets again on Thursday, they may introduce even further measures. They may go even further by, for instance, reintroducing mandatory wearing of face masks outside, or even requiring a negative test even to the unvaccinated when they get into public places where large events are being hosted. Well, now let's move up north to France, where Paris cancelled the traditional and much anticipated, of course, New Year celebration that includes fireworks and DJ sets because the Omicron and COVID in general is spreading so fast there too. And in France, we've seen on Saturday thousands of people protesting in the streets, not only in Paris, but also in the rest of the country, because there are words there that the country may introduce a COVID certificate to get into public places like we have already here in Italy. And up north, even further north, in the UK, they are experiencing the fastest spread of COVID and Omicron, as in the rest of Europe, with 80,000 or 100,000 cases every single day. There, the scientific community is saying you need to tighten the screw there as well. But, of course, the government is playing for time because Boris Johnson is really worried that a rebellion will take place among its own members of parliament if such measures will be implemented. Francis, Philip?
We know those measures all too well. Claudia, thank you.
The Omicron variant has many people concerned, especially with the holiday travel season underway. NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart spoke with a handful of key health experts to answer your questions.
The biggest curveball from this new variant:
there will be plenty of breakthrough infections, that's for sure.
People who are fully vaccinated and boosted testing positive.
It seems clear that this breakthrough cases in Omicron are going to be very common, even if you're boosted.
Breakthrough cases are inevitable.
This is a highly transmissible variant.
That may be driving part of this surge. Look at what's happening in highly vaccinated New York. The graph of positive cases is literally shooting skyward.
Doctor, is there a difference between Omicron and Delta for those that have been vaccinated and have gotten their booster?
If you've been vaccinated and have had your booster, whether you're exposed to Delta or to Omicron, you should be very well protected against serious disease that could put you in the hospital.
But larger questions about Omicron still remain.
At the moment, our sense of how ferocious, how deadly Omicron is still in flux.
There is some preliminary data that suggests it could be mild. First, early lab studies have found Omicron may not attack the lungs like other variants.
Omicron replicates, multiplies very well in the upper airway, but less well in the lung.
Second, in South Africa, where Omicron first took off, the headlines are stoking some optimism. Hospitalizations are down 91%.
We can say one thing, though. It's definitely not more severe. What they've seen in South Africa is that they've had lower rates of hospitalization, almost 1/3 of what they saw with the Delta wave.
But there are caveats to much of this.
I think a lot of this data is still emerging. It's very preliminary.
And South Africa is a very young population with a lot of built-in immunity from either vaccinations or previous infection.
When will we know more about the effects of Omicron on the vulnerable population?
We don't have a breakdown, but we do know that in general, people who are older and people who are immunocompromised can have greater number of severe cases.
For many, this confusing data couldn't come at a worse time, with Christmas just 1 week away.
Should you be getting on an airplane this Christmas?
You can get on an airplane, but keep the mask on.
Should people be gathering for the holidays?
Everybody's risk tolerance is very different, but I don't think large gatherings should be encouraged. I think that people should keep their gatherings as small as possible.
I think we should hang our stockings with care. I think we need to be careful. We should all be vaccinated and, if eligible, boosted.
Our experts recommend getting a rapid test that day.
Take a rapid antigen test right before you gather, shortly before, not earlier in the day, because that's the most accurate way to understand if you are in an active infection.
So we're 1 week away from Christmas. What should people be doing these last 7 days?
I'm choosing not to do activities that might expose me to other people, not going into large crowds where I might have to take my mask off.
I think we all ought to be really kind of careful, withdraw a little bit, so that when we do get together, we're less likely to bring the virus with us. That would be an unfortunate Christmas gift.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart.
Now to the NFL and a defensive Sunday night battle in Tampa. Neither the Saints nor Buccaneers found the end zone, but it was Taysom Hill who surprisingly won the QB battle over Tom Brady. That's due in part to the Saints defense, who congregated around Brady for 4 sacks and a costly late interception. New Orleans gets the tough road win 9-0 from a big road upset to a massive home upset in Detroit.
Run the football, and that's what Detroit's doing. Goff passes it this time. Throws it! Caught! Touchdown! Amon-Ra St. Brown! 37.
The Detroit Lions came into Sunday with the NFL's worst record, but they pounced out of the gate against one of the league's best teams. The Lions ran away with it in a big win over the Cardinals, 30-12. The Jags played their first game since firing coach Urban Meyer, but defensive struggles kept them away from the lead wire to wire. The Texans complete the season sweep 30-16.
And a wild finish in Green Bay, where the Packers dominated on offense until Tyler Huntley flew the Ravens down the field for 2 late scores. Baltimore went for 2 in the win after the last touchdown, but they walked away with neither. The Packers defense stands tall and wins it 31-30.
Even in defeat, Ravens tight end Mark Andrews landed among Sunday's top performers, along with Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
Time now for a check of your Monday weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, happy Monday. You know, pretty quiet weather conditions if you're in the East Coast, but we do have another storm system that's brewing for the Pacific Northwest. But right now, we want to focus on just a little bit of rain across the Gulf Coast. This starts to really pick up as we go into tomorrow, but today it's definitely going to be a nuisance rain, even for the southeast to the Florida Panhandle, Daytona Beach to Tampa. Definitely not a beach day. They're going to pick up at least 1 to 2 inches of rain. Now, Pacific Northwest, that storm system coming in from the Gulf of Alaska. We have winter weather alerts across the board, spreading into the Rockies. Could see at least 3 to 10 inches of snow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Across the deep south, temperatures also falling, some below average numbers. We're back in the upper 50s. Daytime highs for the Great Lakes to the northeast, quite chilly, but a ton of sunshine, mostly sunny today. Big travel week ahead. We'll take a look at your travel forecast coming up, guys.
All right, talk to you in just a bit, Janessa. Thank you. Call it luck, call it magic, but the Washington Mystics won the draft lottery. Washington had the 3rd best odds in Sunday's WNBA draft lottery, but walk away with their first #1 pick since 1999 when they took future Hall of Famer Shamika Holdsclaw. The Fever, Dream, and Wings all had top 5 picks last year, as well as this year. The WNBA draft will take place this coming spring.
All hope may be gone for President Biden's Build Back Better plan after a fellow Democrat says no. We're back in 1 minute with a reaction. Keep it right here.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Leading the news, the massive Build Back Better spending bill may be doomed this morning. Some progressives are accusing Senator Joe Manchin of betrayal after the moderate Democrat said he cannot support the president's plan. NBC's Monica Alba has response from the White House.
A potentially fatal blow to President Biden's massive social spending and climate plan.
This is a no.
Senator Joe Manchin, a Democratic holdout for months over the size and scope of the package, closing the door on the $1.7 trillion bill in its current form.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
The White House firing back in a lengthy, blistering statement, writing Manchin's comments are, quote, at odds with his conversations with the president this week, where he pledged to keep negotiations going. If his comments indicate an end to that effort, they represent a sudden and inexplicable reversal in his position and a breach of his commitments to the president. The proposal, which Democrats had hoped to pass this year but ultimately punted to 2022, includes $555 billion to combat climate change, as well as funding for child care, elder care, and health care. Just days ago, the president was optimistic Manchin would come around, saying, "We will bridge our differences and advance the Build Back Better plan." But soaring inflation put Manchin support further in doubt, leaving progressives livid Sunday.
If he doesn't have the courage to do the right thing for the working families of West Virginia and America, let him vote no in front of the whole world.
Senator Manchin's staff contacted the White House shortly before the Fox interview Sunday, but when Biden officials tried to get in touch with the senator directly, a source familiar tells me Manchin declined the call. Francis, Philip.
Monica, thank you. Still to come in early today, the trial of the former Minneapolis officer accused of killing Daunte Wright enters its final stage.
And ahead, a sweet surprise visit. Santa trades in his sleigh for a fire engine.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We have got several court cases on our radar this week, starting off with the Kim Potter prosecution. Closing arguments begin today in the trial of the ex-Minneapolis officer accused of killing Daunte Wright. She's been charged with first and second-degree manslaughter and has pleaded not guilty.
Meanwhile, in California, the fate of Elizabeth Holmes is now in the hands of the jury. Today will be the first full day of jury deliberations. The Theranos CEO is facing 11 charges of fraud and conspiracy.
And in New York, British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell will not be taking the stand. Her defense lawyers have rested their case. Closing arguments in the sex trafficking trial begin today.
Coming up, Janessa's got our travel weather. That's next.
And Tiger Woods is back in the swing of things. What the legend had to say about his return to the green.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Out into the darkness to fight ghosts.
What do you mean?
They all die fighting Spider-Man. It's their fate.
Spider-Man No Way Home shattered the box office opening with $253 million in North American ticket sales this weekend. The action movie is the third biggest opening of all time, and it is also the highest debuting film of 2021. And in a very distant second, Encanto, followed by West Side Story and Ghostbusters Afterlife. So a lot out there, especially kids home, not in school for the the holiday break. A lot of movies to see right there. West Side Story, I think, is what I want to do. I just saw the original.
Out of all of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the amount in which what was the number one in the
Spider-Man,
Spider-Man, being number 2, that is incredible.
Yeah, way out
all
there.
those people would go back, especially this time. Well, it's good for the theater and good for the movie industry.
All right, what you're seeing right there is video of dozens of volunteers stepping in to help students feel the joy of giving holiday cheer. It's a great story. I mean, it'll really inspire you this holiday season if you haven't been already. Early today, I'll have that story when we come back from this break.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly 10 months after a terrifying car crash, Tiger Woods was competing again on the golf course. Woods and his son Charlie finished second at the PNC Championship in Orlando, but it was getting back into the sport that had Tiger smiling after the match.
The goal this week, two things. One, to have fun, and two, no bogeys. And we accomplished both. Even a couple weeks ago, we didn't really know whether that I'd be doing this. But here we are, and we had this the best time ever.
Golf legend John Daly and his son took home the win.
In the Atlanta area, elementary students spent all year earning points so that they could trade them in for holiday gifts to give to others. Bill Liss with our Atlanta affiliate has more.
So we got 14 points left.
First known as Project Gift, the program is now called Earn to Give. Then the onset of COVID forced an abrupt halt to the live shopping day. But that didn't stop the scores of Earn to Give volunteers. This year at Harper Archer Elementary, they found another way. More than 60 volunteers joined forces at the school, and armed with individual tally sheets for each student, totaling the points and naming each family member, the volunteers set out to personally shop for the students. They went from table to table, brimming with toys, sporting equipment, jewelry, handbags, games, stuffed animals, and all kinds of other gifts. Then each gift was wrapped and labeled with the family member's name.
We don't get to see them immediately, but we get to package those smiles, and the following day, they smile, they enjoy it, they open the packages, so it's still magical.
There are many ways to earn points.
They are prepared, they are being real deal trailblazers, they are being bold and loving and accountable, they are being zealous and empathetic, they are showing integrity, they're demonstrating good character.
And the message that students can only shop for family members and not for themselves is a strong one.
You've earned an opportunity to give to every member of your household. I want to say congratulations to you. Congratulations. How does this make you feel? Good. Good. I love it. I love it.
A day the students and the volunteers that they won't see in person this year will all long remember.
Just grateful. Just really, truly grateful.
Bill Liss, NBC News.
Love it. Santa traded in his sleigh for a fire engine this year. With the help of the Clearwater Fire and Rescue Department, St. Nick brought an early Christmas for pediatric patients at a Florida hospital. Waving hello from atop the truck there, the holiday cheer continued. Santa could not return to the North Pole, of course, without delivering some gifts first.
Making those kids and everybody there smile.
That's right. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Stay safe out there. Have a great start to your week. This morning, America's top infectious disease doctor says Omicron is, quote, raging through the world as cases mount. And we are fast approaching Christmas. We've got multiple reports to answer your most pressing questions.
With so many people set for holiday travel, at-home testing kits are now tough to find, with many stores completely sold out. Our Morgan Chesky reports.
West Virginia's Joe Manchin puts a halt to President Biden's Build Back Better bill, infuriating progressives and forcing the White House to battle back.
Tiger Woods comes roaring back with the help of young Charlie Woods. Plus, Tom Brady was just shut out for the first time in 15 years. We've got all your Week 15 highlights.
And our Kate Snow with the Santa who's spreading cheer by teaching others how to give with abandon. It's 5 days to Christmas. Early Today starts right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking this morning, 2 Democratic senators have tested positive for coronavirus. Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts and New Jersey's Cory Booker announced that they have breakthrough cases of COVID. Both senators said they are vaccinated and have had booster shots. In a tweet, Senator Warren said she is only experiencing mild symptoms. Senator Booker tweeted that his symptoms started on Saturday, but have so far been relatively mild. Neither senator identified which strain of the virus they have. But they aren't the only politicians who recently contracted the virus. Colorado Congressman Jason Crow revealed on Sunday that he also has a breakthrough infection after a recent overseas trip to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the latest surge of the cases across the U.S. and abroad has many Americans wondering if they should change their holiday travel plans. Here's NBC's Emily Akeda.
The rush home for the holidays kicking into high gear. AAA predicts more than 100 million people to take to the roads, sky, and other forms of transportation over the Christmas holiday. That's up more than 30% from last year.
We're very excited to have the whole family back together again.
Airports bustling with some 2 million passengers Saturday, rivaling pre-pandemic numbers. But will the quickly spreading new variant prompt last-minute changes?
I'm very concerned about it because the flights are full. Inside the lobby is full. On the planes are full.
Trivago's Axel Heifer says as Omicron cases go up, bookings go down.
You can see, however, in the numbers that the comfort and the level of confidence in traveling is dropping, but not as steep as we've seen in 2020.
The surge in cases scrambling a swath of Americans' Christmas time traditions, including Dan Cisco.
I found out that someone in my extended family tested positive for COVID.
But when he reached out to the airline,
they wouldn't refund me my money, and I was stuck with this $900 flight credit that we'll likely never use.
If you're rethinking your holiday travel, cancellation policies vary based on the type of ticket you purchased and your airline. Several, like Delta, temporarily removing change fees for more flexibility in the pandemic. Still, the nation's top infectious disease expert with this boost of confidence for travelers.
If you're vaccinated and you're boosted and you take care when you go into congregate settings like airports to make sure you continually wear your mask, you should be okay.
A layered approach, keeping airports buzzing.
What should people keep in mind when they arrive at their destination?
You know, I think the most important thing to remember is how and when to use testing to your advantage. The idea is that you want to do a test really within a few hours of meeting with a family or friends or folks outside of your household.
Health experts say any mask is better than no mask, but add an N95 or doubling up of face coverings will offer better protection. Frances?
Emily, thank you.
And getting tested before a holiday gathering may be easier said than done. Those at-home rapid COVID tests are becoming impossible to find in many areas. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky with what's behind the shortage.
From coast to coast, Omicron's impact growing by the day.
Very, very scary, and I definitely want to get tested more. I've had a couple of friends test positive. It's not good.
The rising cases exposing a drastic dip in testing availability. In New York, some pharmacies running out of at-home tests, forcing many to look elsewhere.
They're out of stock. We didn't even try to get one. We just came straight here.
In Maryland, long lines stretching around one clinic that went from testing 100 people a day to nearly 1,000.
One word is discouraging. We're, sad to have to be here. We're setting records, but not in a good way.
Even major retailers temporarily posting out-of-stock messages on their websites for popular test kits. Some at-home kits not arriving until after Christmas.
I have a nephew and niece that I'm going to be going to see, so I just would like to not give them COVID.
The cause of the shortage? A combination of demand exceeding supply, starting with the nearly dozen companies who make the at-home tests.
While capacity is increasing, it is not increasing as fast as our anxiety or our need. Why is that? Well, manufacturers are challenged with now going from 1 shift a day to 2 shifts a day to 3 shifts a day and getting enough equipment, supplies, and people to manufacture those tests.
Diagnostics expert Mara Aspinall says distribution is its own issue, with supply chain woes similar to what we've seen with other products over the last few months.
What are you telling people who don't know where to get a test?
This is the time to not be picky. If you can get a test over the counter, terrific. If you can get a test in your doctor's offices, particularly if you have any symptoms, take it.
Hey.
Meanwhile, in Florida.
Oh, well, the testing just closed back down.
A drive-through site turning away hundreds.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
Staff only able to help so many, trying to find peace of mind amidst this COVID holiday surge.
And in Washington, President Biden has addressed questions over the cost of these at-home tests, saying that insurance companies should offer reimbursements. However, that policy won't be going into effect until next year. Philip?
All right, Morgan, thank you.
Meanwhile, across the pond, the UK and other European countries are weighing a potential lockdown. Plastered all over the British front pages this morning. Could Omicron ruin Christmas this year? And Jingle Bell Lock is in lockdown. It's shaping up to be a critical week for decisions for several European nations. Joining us from Rome to dive deeper is Claudia Lavanga. And Claudia, let's start with where you are. How is Italy handling this?
Good morning, Francis. Well, Italy already has had for a while now some of the strictest anti-COVID measures in Europe. It really tightened the screws on the unvaccinated by banning them from entering bars and restaurants and other public places like that. But when the government meets on Thursday, they may introduce even further measures like reintroducing the mandatory face masks outside or even requiring a negative test for those who are vaccinated who need to go into an open, big public space for a large public event, for instance. Well, moving north now, going to France, the situation is certainly not better there. It's actually worse now. Paris had to cancel, because of the spread of COVID and Omicron, the much anticipated and traditional firework display and the DJ set that takes place in the city on New Year's Eve. Well, that's one of the reasons, but certainly not the only one, why thousands of protesters across France took the streets to demonstrate against plans to introduce stricter measures there. For instance, a COVID pass, like the one we already have here in Italy, to get into public places. Going even further north, in the UK, as you were mentioning, well, that situation is even worse. Now there is almost 80,000 people testing positive to COVID, and many of those are from the Omicron variant. Scientific community saying you need to tighten the screw, you need to add more measures before Christmas. But Boris Johnson is playing for time because, of course, that will be a very unpopular measure, and it doesn't want a rebellion among its own members of parliament. Francis, Philip.
Okay, thank you, Claudia, for the rundown.
Senator Joe Manchin has dealt a major blow to the Biden administration. After months of negotiation, the West Virginia Democrat has effectively shut down the Build Back Better plan, vowing he will vote against it because of its hefty price tag. NBC's Monica Alba has more.
A potentially fatal blow to President Biden's massive social spending and climate plan.
This is a no.
Senator Joe Manchin, a Democratic holdout for months over the size and scope of the package, closing the door on the $1.7 trillion bill in its current form.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
The White House firing back in a lengthy, blistering statement, writing Manchin's comments are, quote, at odds with his conversations with the president this week, where he pledged to keep negotiations going. If his comments indicate an end to that effort, they represent a sudden and inexplicable reversal in his position and a breach of his commitments to the president. The proposal, which Democrats had hoped to pass this year but ultimately punted to 2022, includes $555 billion to combat climate change, as well as funding for child care, elder care, and health care. Just days ago, the president was optimistic Manchin would come around, saying, "We will bridge our differences and advance the Build Back Better plan." But soaring inflation put Manchin support further in doubt, leaving progressives livid Sunday.
If he doesn't have the courage to do the right thing for the working families of West Virginia and America, let him vote no in front of the whole world.
Senator Manchin's staff contacted the White House shortly before the Fox interview Sunday, but when Biden officials tried to get in touch with the senator directly, a source familiar tells me Manchin declined the call. Francis, Philip.
All right, Monica, thank you.
Just 5 days to Christmas. Let's get a check of your Monday weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. Janessa, good morning.
Hi, good morning. If you're across the East Coast, the weather is pretty good. We're seeing very cool temperatures, but a little bit of rain we're dealing with this morning. This picks up as we go into tomorrow. So for today, it's just kind of some garden variety rain that will be a nuisance. And you can see from our radar, temperatures are pretty cool. I do have a little bit of snow that is currently falling across the Shreveport area. So as temperatures are below average, this will be a cool rain. We're seeing at least 1 to 2 inches across the Florida Panhandle. Really not beach weather. If you're trying to escape the chill across Florida, you'll see rainy conditions all the way through Wednesday afternoon. Also watching Pacific Northwest, another storm system impacting this area across the coastal areas into the Rockies, where they could see at least 3 to 10 inches of snow. That's a look at the big weather star of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. So as temperatures continue to fall this afternoon, we're only in the upper 50s across most of Texas into the deep south. Very chilly conditions, also some winds picking up across Detroit all the way into Green Bay, but mostly sunny skies. We'll take a look at your week ahead coming up, guys.
All right, Janessa, talk to you in a bit. Up next, Lil Nas X reveals he has COVID-19, what this means for his concerts.
And Trevor Noah files a medical malpractice lawsuit. We're back in 60 seconds with the comedian's allegations.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Leading the news today, Kangal Kid, member of the legendary hip-hop group UTFO, has died after a battle with colon cancer. He was 55. The Brooklyn-born rapper was best known for the 1984 hit single Roxanne, Roxanne. Through his efforts to raise awareness for breast cancer, he also became the first rapper to be honored by the American Cancer Society in 2012.
Grammy-winning rapper Lil Nas X won't be hitting the stage anytime soon. That's because he revealed on Twitter in a series of now deleted tweets that he tested positive for COVID-19. The news comes just a week after he had to pull out of Capital FM's Jingle Ball show in the UK after members in his camp tested positive for the virus.
Trevor Noah is suing the New York-based Hospital for Special Surgery. The Daily Show host claims that Dr. Riley Williams III, an orthopedic surgeon for NBA teams, botched an undisclosed operation in November of 2020. The lawsuit alleges that the care Noah was given at the hospital was, quote, performed and rendered in a negligent and careless manner. It goes on to say that as a result of the negligence, he suffered permanent, severe, and grievous injuries. In a statement, the Hospital for Special Surgery is calling the allegations meritless.
A quick break and then some major upsets and injuries in the Week 15 NFL Roundup.
And Tiger Woods is back in the swing of things. What the legend has to say about his return to the green.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
An intense day in the NFL capped off with a defensive Sunday night battle in Tampa. Neither the Saints nor the Buccaneers were able to find the end zone. And it was Taysom Hill who surprisingly won the quarterback battle over Tom Brady. That was thanks to the Saints defense, who got to Brady for 4 sacks and this costly late interception. New Orleans gets the tough road win 9-0. From that big road upset to a massive home upset in Detroit.
Run the football, and that's what Detroit's doing. Goff passes it this time. Throws it! Caught! Touchdown, Amon-Ra St. Brown! 37 yards!
It is Sunday with the NFL's worst record, but they pounced out of the gates against one of the league's best teams. The Lions ran away with it in a big win over the Cardinals, 30-12. The Jaguars played their first game since firing coach Urban Meyer, but defensive struggles kept them away from the lead wire to wire. The Texans complete the season sweep 30-16. Jacksonville now has the NFL's worst record at 2-12.
The Cowboys got one step closer to clinching their first playoff berth since 2018. Dallas smothered the injury-riddled Giants for a key road win, 21-6. And a wild finish in Green Bay where the Packers dominated on offense. That is until Tyler Huntley flew the Ravens down the field for two late scores. Baltimore would end up trying to go for two here and the win after that last touchdown, but it would fall incomplete. They would walk away with neither. The Packers defense stands tall. They win it 31-30.
Even in defeat, Ravens tight end Mark Andrews landed among Sunday's top performers along with Packers QB Aaron Rodgers. And COVID outbreaks around the league forced 3 games to be rescheduled, including a rare pair of games on Tuesday in Los Angeles and Philadelphia.
Nearly 10 months after a death-defying car crash, Tiger Woods was back on the golf course. Woods and his son, Charlie, made a run for the top at the PNC Championship in Orlando over the weekend. The father-son duo had a stretch of 11 straight birdies before ultimately finishing second. But it was getting back into the sport that had Tiger smiling after the match.
The goal this week, 2 things. 1, to have fun, and 2, no bogeys. And we accomplished both. Even a couple weeks ago, we didn't really know whether I'd be doing this. But here we are, and we had the best time ever.
So golf legend John Daly and his son would take home the win by 2 strokes, but I mean, that's hardly the big story. I mean, what we're less than a year ago talking about this. Would he survive that? Will his leg be amputated? What will happen? And here we are, right before the year is out, finishing second with his son. It's adorable how they're dressed, by the way. Identical.
Totally identical. And that swing, he's got it right there. But to see him out there, we know we talked about it, he's going to be out there, but to see him out in the green, it's just amazing. Amazing what he's been through. All right, still to come, what weather challenges will holiday travelers face this week? Janessa's got your forecast.
And Santa is making Christmas bright by teaching others how to give.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, everyone. Well, you know, right now we're just seeing some minor delays to start off your work week, and we're going to continue to watch this throughout the week because we do have a storm system coming coast to coast from the Pacific Northwest. But if you're traveling today, hitting the roadways, minor delays across Florida as we deal with that Gulf Stream of moisture that will continue into your Tuesday. I do expect a little bit of delays going into Wednesday across the Carolinas before that storm system pushes offshore. But you can see the middle section of the country to the East Coast, pretty quiet weather, but we'll watch this storm. If you're traveling Christmas Eve, that's the day we'll really watch as we'll deal with some travel impacts across the West Coast.
Yeah,
Guys?
We don't need those headaches. All right, Janessa, thanks. Kate Snow goes inside Santa's workshop where Christmas magic is made by helping those in need.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last week.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
A Santa from Northridge, California is teaching others the true meaning of Christmas. He created a foundation to give back to families in need during the holidays. Kate Snow has the story.
Francis, this is a story about spreading holiday cheer and the Santa who is teaching others just how great it feels to give.
Who likes to draw pictures?
While the elves are busy at the North Pole.
Well, follow me in.
This Santa, Courtney Lofton, is busy at his Northridge workshop in Southern California.
I had to grow the beard. I just felt that was probably the first sign of the calling. Oh, lots of happy faces here.
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others during the holidays for more than a decade.
Isn't that fun?
Yes. But officially started the Red Sled Santa Foundation almost 2 years ago.
This is the table that I made.
The nonprofit aims to create a meaningful Christmas by providing gifts and financial assistance to families in need.
If I can bring just a little sparkle of love and happiness and keep the magic of Christmas alive, I'm going to keep doing it.
This year, he opened his workshop to the community, a chance for others to help too.
Well, hello!
Inviting groups like the Young Adult Club from the Inland Valley Down Syndrome Association.
You're all in junior elf training today.
Showing volunteers how to make toys.
Very good. Now let's tie a knot.
giving them a sense of purpose and pride.
Perfect. We're teaching a child to make something from their own hands, from their own heart, and that makes it even more special.
This is the fun part. Are you ready?
Yeah. For elves like Brooke Beard, the opportunity to make and help give out these gifts is a joy.
I couldn't wait for this day to come.
Wow, you've got some good stuff in here, too.
A special day for their parents, too.
We're just excited to be here. I mean, excited for our kids to be excited to give back to others.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
So far, the Red Sled Santa Foundation has donated nearly 7,000 toys.
All kinds of fun stuff.
This group also offering a donation, helping Santa make smiles for many more.
This is a donation from our group for you, so you can go help some more children.
This is so wonderful.
Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from the chimney. He comes from the heart.
All year long.
Now, you're official Santa's helpers. Yay! Merry Christmas to you.
Santa says he wants to keep growing the Red Sled Foundation, expanding to meet needs all over the country. Francis.
Wow, Kate, thank you. It doesn't get any more Christmas than that.
Yeah, it's just brimming with the Christmas spirit there. I love it.
All right, thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great Monday. Please stay safe out there.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, winter warning. The fight against COVID taking a turn for the worse. Across the country, scenes like we saw early on in the pandemic. Long lines for testing and case numbers reaching record highs as the fast-spreading Omicron variant takes hold.
We expect Omicron to be a fast and temporary phenomenon. We expect these next weeks to see a very, very big surge in the number of cases.
Now, with Christmas just days away, health officials urging Americans to rethink their holiday plans. We'll take you to the areas hardest hit. An abundance of caution, more signs of a major setback. The COVID surge forcing closures, cancellations, and delays. We have the latest on the impact from the Broadway stage to the world of sports. Reversal, a major setback for President Biden's Build Back Better Act. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin now saying he cannot support the social and climate plan, likely killing the bill. More on his decision plus reaction from Capitol Hill to the White House. And box office smash, the new Spider-Man movie giving a much-needed boost to theaters with an impressive turnout in its opening weekend. More on the film that's giving hope to an industry that has struggled through the pandemic. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. We do want to begin with new warnings about the rapid rise in coronavirus cases just days before Christmas. Some states are reporting more daily COVID cases now than at any other time during the pandemic. That includes New York State, where more than 22,000 people have tested positive for the coronavirus in the past day. More than half those cases are in New York City alone. But Omicron's impact is far-reaching. Cases are up nationwide with an average of 130,000 infections reported daily. The new spike has now made its way to the halls of Congress. Senators Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren have tested positive just days after being on the Senate floor. Both say their cases are mild since they're both vaccinated and boosted. For some, it is starting to feel like March 2020 with long testing lines and some restaurants and entertainment shutting down. But there is a big difference this time around. We have vaccines and boosters. And new this morning, Moderna says its booster holds up well against Omicron. Dr. Anthony Fauci has this message for people ahead of the holidays.
If people need to travel and want to travel for the obvious family reasons during this holiday season, if you're vaccinated and you're boosted and you take care when you go into congregate settings like airports to make sure you continually wear your mask, you should be okay.
We have a team breaking down the spread of Omicron here in the U.S. and overseas. We also have a doctor ready to answer our questions about this spike in cases. But first, let's go to MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser in Omicron's new epicenter, New York City, which was, of course, COVID's first major epicenter back in early 2020. Lindsay, here we go again. New York State reporting a record number of cases, long testing lines, which you showed us at the end of last week. Some businesses and Broadway shows are closing. What is the state of Omicron in New York City right now?
Yeah, Joe, you said it, and I'm sure you feel it. It's eerily similar to March of 2020. Every day it feels like more places are announcing closures or postponements. For example, NBA, NHL, NFL. You mentioned Broadway. The Rockettes canceled the rest of their season for the year because of breakthrough cases among their production. Some restaurants are seeing breakthrough cases among staff, so they're having to close. But I'm going to repeat some of the numbers that you mentioned. We've got 22,500 cases statewide that were just announced yesterday by the governor. That's another record, 3 days in a row, an 11-month high here. Actually, it's a state record, rather, not just an 11-year high, 11-month high. And when we're also talking about cases in New York City, we're talking about half of those are here. So the situation is pretty dire. The mayor, outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio, incoming Mayor Eric Adams, held a rare weekend briefing yesterday to talk to people about Omicron. Let's go ahead and listen to what Mayor Bill de Blasio said.
We expect Omicron to be a fast and temporary phenomenon. We expect these next weeks to see a very, very big surge in the number of cases, more than we've seen previously. We can weather that storm if more and more people get vaccinated, more and more people go get those boosters.
So he did say this isn't March of 2020. We do have vaccines. We do have therapeutics. And I want to show you guys a graphic, if we're able to pull it up, of the hospitalizations, because, yes, we are seeing cases and records here in this state. But the hospitalizations in the state then and now, January versus now, are still only about half. So that is a sliver of good news there, Joe.
Yeah, that is good to hear. I know anecdotally I've heard more sirens in the city over the last few days, but hopefully the hospitalization numbers stay lower than what we saw during the peak. You know, Lindsay, we're also seeing a growing debate nationwide about making schools go remote. Mayor de Blasio has said there are no plans to make school go online. But how do teachers feel about that? What are we hearing from them?
Yeah, he's pretty adamant he doesn't want to close schools. And I spoke with the head of the teachers union for New York Public Schools, and he was the same. He says we've seen some pretty disastrous effects of having kids remote for so long. He wants to see kids and teachers in school as well. But look, he wants to see testing up. He says right now there's too much of a lag in testing results. And we also know that there have been school closures. I mean, a lot of them. I believe we have a graphic where we can show you as well. 4 schools completely are closed due to cases. That includes nearly 600 classrooms, but close to 3,000 partial classroom closures due to some quarantines. Let's listen to what the head of the teachers union told me about the situation.
The schools are still the safest place in the community, but when we see numbers jump like that, it really causes more concern. I mean, we've just been in this pandemic too long, and people's nerves and anxieties are pretty much frayed everywhere. So it's not a good position to do, and we're just trying to do everything in our power to get to basically Thursday at 3 p.m. safely.
Of course, that's when winter break starts. And Joe, he says that if parents want their kids to stay in school, it's important to get them vaccinated. Right now, about 82% of 12 to 17-year-olds are vaccinated, but only about 20% of 5 to 11-year-olds. Joe?
And Lindsay, quickly, what about New Year's Eve? We know the city was planning an all-out celebration. Are those plans changing?
Yeah, and there were some pretty strict rules around that. I mean, in order to be there, you had to show a fully vaccinated card. But now that could be up in the air. They're monitoring it. They're in communication. And, Joe, they say they'll make a decision by Christmas on whether people will be allowed. Joe?
All right. Lindsay Reiser, thanks for your reporting from New York City. Let's go overseas. Omicron is changing holiday plans around the world. It's also putting a stop to the progress some countries were making in the fight against coronavirus. In a lot of places, Christmas 2021 is expected to look a lot like Christmas 2020. In Europe, we're now seeing some countries go back into lockdowns, and with that, protests have erupted again over new restrictions. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is following the latest for us overseas. So, Kelly, let's start where you are in the UK. Officials reporting a surge in Omicron cases there. What kind of restrictions are in place now, and could more be coming?
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, just in the past week or so, we experienced some new restrictions back in place after weeks, actually months of essentially life as almost normal here. So now the masked mandates are back in place. You have to wear a mask on public transport, in shops, any public spaces where there are big crowds. In addition to that, people are being asked to work from home and sort of limit their social interactions, just to sort of think twice about getting into big groups and holding big parties and that sort of thing. And there's also a lot of talk about more restrictions coming, about possible lockdowns. Now, the government hasn't said that that's happening, but they also haven't ruled it out. The health secretary talking about that just this morning. Here's what he had to say about these new rules coming into place.
Well, I didn't come into government to restrict freedoms of people, but I think people understand why we are presented that action to Parliament. But can I say we are entering this phase of this pandemic in a very strong position.
A very strong position because there are very high rates of vaccination in this country. Over 80% of adults double vaccinated, and that booster program was really ramped up. So more than 50% of adults over 18 are now boosted as well. But take a look at this graph. It shows what's happening with daily COVID cases, and it's a pretty stark example of just how quickly this is spreading. So for the past several weeks, I would say even months, we've been seeing an average of about 30 to 40,000 daily COVID cases in this country. Just in the past week, Joe, that number has jumped. It's now double that. We're looking at 80 to 90,000 daily cases. And some estimates say that this virus, this variant, Omicron variant, doubles every 1.5 to 3 days. So those numbers can shoot up really quickly.
Yeah,
Joe.
That is a rapid increase. I want to ask you about one country in particular, the Netherlands, now the first European country to go into a nationwide lockdown. What are cases like there? What does it mean for people who are celebrating the holidays there?
Yeah, so cases in the Netherlands have been rising, but health officials there say that the Omicron variant is not yet the dominant variant in that country. But the prime minister said essentially they had to go into lockdown now to prevent an unmanageable situation in the hospitals. They're very concerned, again, about the rate of spread there. So this is what the lockdown looks like. It just went into effect yesterday. Today's the first full weekday of a lockdown there. Shops, restaurants, gyms, hair salons, movie theaters, all closed. No fans in the stadiums for any sporting events. And this will all be in place until January 14th. And one more restriction in place there. People are limited as to how many visitors they can have in their private homes. Only up to 4 people visiting on Christmas and New Year's, the holidays. Any other day, it has to be 2. Joe.
Wow, you got to pick who you want at your place for Christmas. Real quickly, Kelly, on this one, we are seeing more protests because of more restrictions. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, protests breaking out in several cities across Europe, London, Paris, Barcelona, a couple of cities in Germany, and in Brussels as well. Most of these protests were largely peaceful. There were some scuffles with police and some arrests in Belgium, as well as in London over the weekend. People really angry about new restrictions, about vaccine mandates in particular, and also vaccine passports.
All right, Kelly Cobiella with a look at what's happening overseas in Europe. Thanks so much. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Doctor, this morning, Moderna announced its already approved booster significantly raises the level of antibodies that can fight the Omicron variant. That sounds like good news. What does this mean for people who got this booster?
Joe, it translates to what we had hoped for, that the mRNA boosters are effective against the Omicron variant. And this is important, that Moderna booster dose is a half dose. The company is also testing a booster dose of the full kind of original first and second doses. So it's likely that could be even better. But bottom line, no matter what, get your booster doses if you're eligible and you can, and get an mRNA booster.
We just heard from Kelly about the surge of cases overseas in Europe. They're also seeing spikes in infections among kids. So here in the U.S., there's no booster yet for kids between 5 and 16. No vaccines at all for kids under 5. In fact, Pfizer, as we learned over the weekend, had a setback last week when it came to vaccines for very young kids. When do you expect kids under 5 might be able to get vaccinated, especially in the wake of that setback?
Yeah, Joe, this was a significant setback, but here is some comfort. The company is already working on not having to redo everything, but basically adding in a third dose for those younger children, which means not a booster, Joe, it would be a 3-dose series. But that's important because what it does is it delays it by just a couple of months, not 6 to 8 months, because they have to start over again. So I think that's important. And the most important way to protect your younger ones is to have everyone around them vaccinated and symptom-free. I think that's key going into the holiday season.
Speaking of the holiday season, a lot of anxiety right now. People are debating, do they go through with their holiday plans, with their travel plans? How many people should come over? What's your recommendation for the holidays? Are we looking at possibly another Zoom Christmas and New Year's?
I think that some people who just don't want to deal with the risk, which I don't blame them, Joe, I have patients in this category who are older, immunocompromised, or just really stressed about the holidays. Zoom or alternatives are certainly reasonable. But here's what I'm telling people. Don't cancel your plans if you're fully vaccinated, boosted, symptom-free, and you have a way to make sure that people you're seeing are in the same condition. And of course, tests are in hot commodity right now. But if you can get a hold of some of those rapid tests, that can be critical, not for everyone if you don't have enough, but for some of the people that are flying or commuting. And remember, flying is very safe. Air circulation on planes, very safe. High quality masks, even safer. So have confidence if you meet those conditions, but give yourself a little bit of flexibility and latitude if you're just nervous and you need to put a pause on some of this.
All right, Dr. Patel, appreciate some of the comforting advice this morning. Have a good one.
Thanks.
The White House is doing some damage control this morning as President Biden's Build Back Better legislation now hangs in the balance. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin says he'll vote no on the nearly $2 trillion bill, which puts the president's domestic agenda in serious jeopardy. Manchin made the stunning announcement on Fox News yesterday.
I've always said this, Brett. If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it. And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no on this legislation. I have tried everything I know to do.
NBC News political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now, along with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who's in Wilmington for us following the president. Good morning to both of you. So, Sahil, let's start with you. Why is Senator Manchin saying no to this legislation, and how much did this catch Democrats by surprise?
Well, many Democrats were certainly shocked, Joe, but Senator Manchin has had concerns about this legislation right from the beginning. He's never been particularly enthusiastic about it, but he has heavily negotiated it. He has shaped this legislation every step of the way, from the cost, keeping it under $2 trillion, which was his demand, to the various provisions in it. There were a lot of sacrifices made on his behalf. So the understanding that Democratic leaders had was that he would ultimately get to yes based on all the compromises that they made for him. But at the end of the day, he said yesterday in that explosive Fox News interview that he still has concerns about inflation that are not adequately dealt with, that he's worried about the new Omicron variant of COVID, and says the government should spend all its time tackling those two things. And crucially, he has problems with one core component of the structure of this bill, which is that a number of provisions expire over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. He wants to assume that those provisions get extended over 10 years, which obviously makes the bill much, much more expensive and makes it all but impossible to pay for. So the only way to move forward with him seems to be to structurally change the bill, which is going to be a bitter, bitter pill for Democrats to swallow.
Josh, let's bring you in here. President Biden has been spending a long weekend at his Delaware home. How much of a blow is this to his agenda? What is the White House saying in response to this?
Well, it's devastating, Joe. It is the whole Biden agenda wrapped up into one legislative vehicle that now doesn't seem to have any pathway to victory. The White House also caught off guard by this announcement, officials saying that the White House got about a half an hour heads up from not Joe Manchin himself, but from a staffer. The White House then trying to frantically call Manchin before his interview with Fox, according to a person familiar with the situation, but he did not take that phone phone call. Now, the White House is not ready to declare Build Back Better dead. And in fact, the White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki put out a really blistering, pretty shocking statement yesterday, going straight after Manchin, accusing him basically of being a liar and disclosing some internal deliberations from those closed-door negotiations, saying that on Tuesday, Manchin actually came to the White House and on paper, face-to-face presented Biden with a proposal that Manchin could support. The White House felt it wasn't exactly what they wanted. There were some holes in it, but they at least thought it meant, okay, he's still on board for the general framework of what we've discussed. And therefore, when he came out on Fox and said, you know, it's over, I'm not voting for this, they felt that was a real reversal of positions for him. So now the White House saying, look, Joe Manchin changed positions once, maybe we can get him to change positions again and come back to this bill. But it's difficult to see after this exchange of tough words between the White House and Joe Manchin how the table is set right now for further productive conversations.
All right, so there you see some strong reaction from the White House. Sahil, what's the reaction been like among Democrats on Congress? Are they hopeful Build Back Better can be saved?
A mix of feelings from Democrats in Congress. Many House progressives are furious. That is a prevailing emotion, I would say, among the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the squad in the House, which says it warned all along that this would happen. Remember, months ago, there was this big debate about whether to link or delink this with the infrastructure bill. It ended up being de-linked. Many progressives were upset about that because they feared that Manchin would walk away, in particular, that he was not as invested in the Build Back Better Act as they were, and that they needed the infrastructure bill as leverage. So that's part of it. But the other takeaway from the Democratic congressional reaction is that they're not ready to give up yet. A number of them see a path in Joe Manchin's comment yesterday to potentially salvage this bill. It would require shrinking it substantially. It would require focusing on a small number of programs to try to kind of compress the bill and have these programs last over 10 years and pay for them fully. Let's play some clips of what the Progressive Caucus had to say, what members of the Progressive Caucus said yesterday.
I mean, we all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. You know, the excuses that he just made, I think, are complete.
We have been, and let me be clear, there are 6 of us who had been saying this all along. Representative Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Presley, Representative Tlaib, Representative Bowman, Representative Omar, and myself. We have been saying this for weeks that this would happen.
That we will bring a strong bill to the floor of the Senate as soon as we can and let Mr. Manchin explain to the people of West Virginia why he doesn't have the guts to stand up to powerful special interests.
All I want for Christmas is a senator that has compassion for the American people and not contempt.
Now, a source close to Manchin telling me that hypotheticals are possible about the legislation being salvaged, but it is difficult to see, given this nasty back and forth that they're having, the fact that they're questioning his character, accusing him of going back on his word, that's not sitting well with the senior senator from West Virginia right now.
Yeah, much more to come there. Josh, before we go, I want to ask you about our top story. The president going to deliver remarks on COVID-19 tomorrow. Quickly, what can we expect from that?
You know, the president had already laid out a winter plan for dealing with COVID, but the White House says he needs to go farther, and he plans to go farther with this speech on Tuesday, where officials say Biden will announce new steps to help communities dealing with COVID-19 and will also issue a stark warning about what is ahead this winter as we face this surge in cases, particularly from the Omicron variant, Joe.
Sahil, Josh, lots to cover this morning. Thank you both so very much. President Biden is calling on the EPA to investigate the role of climate change in the devastating tornadoes that struck 5 states over a week ago. At least 93 people were killed and dozens more injured. While the families continue to clean up from the destruction left behind, scientists warn it may not be the last time we see tornadoes in December. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains why.
From Kentucky to Illinois, Arkansas to Iowa, this morning communities are rebuilding after those rare December tornadoes.
The level of destruction we think now is in the billions across Kentucky, and it's going to take us some real time. But we are not broken. We don't break.
With the National Guard, we took in the widespread damage across Kentucky from the air.
It's just utter devastation. And the scope and the scale from this altitude, it's just terrible.
The National Weather Service has now classified the main tornado that decimated Mayfield as a powerful EF4, packing winds of up to 190 miles an hour. It was on the ground for more than 2 hours. Experts are now questioning whether these kinds of weather events might become more common.
We get tornadoes in December like we've seen in the last few days. The record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
Bob Henson is a meteorologist for Yale Climate Connections who says violent tornadoes might not be more frequent, but their timing may be different.
What is happening is the seasons are getting reshuffled and rearranged. So here we are with a tornado outbreak in December. The same changes might also bring us fewer tornadoes in the summertime. We might not have as strong a jet stream in the summer as the climate continues to warm. So more than really an increase in violence of tornadoes overall, we're seeing shifting both in where tornadoes happen and when they're happening.
The storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes.
In Kentucky, despite warnings from local meteorologists, the sheer power of this December twister seemed to take many people by surprise. Donna Maceda was driving home from out of state when her daughter Brianna called to tell her the storm was barreling toward their house.
All I could hear was her screaming for me, and Mom, I don't know what to do, and Mom, I'm so scared. And I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say?
What do you say when you witness this? This is our first up-close look at the candle factory that was obliterated. More than 100 people were working here. 8 of them were killed.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
21-year-old Michaela Emery was among the workers who survived after being trapped under a concrete slab for 6 hours. The death of one of her co-workers nearby haunts her.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
That is the impact of this tornado outbreak. The scientific reason behind it is less clear.
Something to be aware of as climate change unfolds, especially just keeping in the back of your mind, we can expect the unexpected when it comes to tornado season more and more.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather looking forward. Michelle Grossman joins us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And the good news is we are relatively quiet across the country. We're mild in the middle of the country, nice and quiet. We do, though, have some storm potential in the southeast, and then we have some wet weather in the west. So let's start in the southeast because we are looking at a southeast soaker. We're going to see a frontal boundary and then a low pressure system kind of develop along that boundary today. So it's going to bring isolated showers today from Texas to Florida. We're already seeing this at this hour. And then it's going to strengthen overnight, and that could bring a few strong storms tomorrow. So when we look at tomorrow, at least tomorrow morning, we're looking at the potential for some strong gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a few spin ups as well. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. And there is a low threat for some hail as well. Now back to the west, we're looking at a very active system. We've seen this over the past couple of weeks, really month actually. So that December deluge, and that's going to continue for this holiday week. And we're looking at rain, we're looking at snow continuing, and that's going to continue to impact travel there. Although the snow lovers are happy with the skiing conditions. And then as we look towards tomorrow, rain and snow stretching into central California. So even as far south as San Francisco, and that could trigger some rock slides, some mudslides in those burn and scarred fire areas. So winter alerts, we're looking from the northwest into the northern plains, the Rockies as well, where we could see additional 3 to 10 inches of snow, and then we're also looking at some rain as well as we're looking from the northwest into central California. So San Francisco, you're in for some rain as well, where we could see an isolated 3 inches today. So today's forecast, we're looking at really nice conditions, Joe, in the middle of the country, and then just watching that rain in the southeast. Back to you.
All right, sounds good. I think we'll look a little further ahead in the next hour. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Yeah.
Coming up, closing arguments set for today in 2 high-profile cases. In Minneapolis, the trial of Kim Potter, the former police officer charged with the killing of Dante Wright. We're live outside the courthouse with what to expect following her emotional testimony last week. And in New York, the defense rests its case in the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll look ahead to the closing arguments set for today. All that next on Morning News Now.
for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The trial of Kim Potter is nearing a conclusion with closing arguments from both sides expected this morning. The former Minnesota police officer is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter in the killing of Daunte Wright. On Friday, she took the stand and gave some tearful testimony. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following this and joins us outside the Hennepin County Courthouse in Minneapolis. So, Shaq, walk us through what Potter said on the stand this past Friday and what has been the reaction to her testimony.
Well, there's definitely been mixed reaction to the emotion that you saw in the courtroom on that Friday, both Friday morning and into Friday afternoon. And according to the pool reporters, the 2 reporters in the courtroom who were watching this and seeing the jurors' reactions, there was not much reaction from the jury, even during those really emotional moments when at one point you heard the defense attorneys ask for a lunch break because Potter was struggling to get through the testimony. We got a sense of the timeline from her perspective, from the stop, the traffic stop that she said she likely wouldn't have initiated, but she allowed to go on because she was the field training officer in that position, to the moments before the shooting as she watched Daunte Wright struggle a little bit with the arresting officer before he tried to get in the car. And then she really broke down when it got to moments detailing the shooting. Listen to how she testified on Friday.
It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
You heard her later explain that her memory essentially went out after that moment and picked back up when she was in an ambulance and then at the police station. During cross-examination, you heard the prosecutors underscoring the fundamental differences and whether or not she knew the differences between a taser and a firearm, which is what she ultimately used. They went through the training that she went through every single year, including weeks before the shooting. And you heard them emphasize the idea that she didn't help or she didn't radio in the mistake that she said she made after that shooting. Instead, she was crying and reacting to the shooting, but never conveying that information, suggesting that she knew it was a mistake. So that is what you heard in testimony. It was a really emotional day that you saw in the courtroom.
So, Shaq, as we mentioned, closing arguments are scheduled to get underway today. What should we expect to hear from both the prosecution and from Potter's defense?
Well, during the 8 days of testimony, you heard a lot of evidence admitted, a lot of exhibits, a lot of training material. what you're going to hear during these closing arguments are both sides try to connect this to the law. The prosecution is going to say that this was a 26-year veteran of the force. She should have fundamentally known the difference between a taser and a firearm, and her mistake, as she sees it, was reckless, or it was full of negligence. You'll hear the defense come back and say that if you listen to the law enforcement testimony that we heard, including from the former police chief of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, they say that her action did not violate policy. It did not violate the law. They even say that if she intended to use her firearm, that was still allowed under policy. So you're going to hear two different narratives in that courtroom, both from the prosecution and the defense during their closing arguments today.
Jack Brewster, thanks so much. To another major trial now. Closing arguments also expected today in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the British socialite accused of recruiting and grooming girls for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The defense rested its two-day case on Friday. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us with more on that. So, Dasha, we heard from several defense witnesses on Friday. Did they shine any new light on this case?
Hey, Joe, as you mentioned, just 2 days of testimony from the defense. In fact, this entire trial has not quite lasted as long as folks were going to expect. We didn't think we would be at closing arguments this soon, but here we are. On Friday, the defense called two witnesses, basically intending to dispute the allegations made by the alleged accusers. Eva Anderson Dubin was a one-time girlfriend of Epstein and remained close friends with Epstein, and claimed that she had never seen any sort of misconduct on the part of Epstein. One of the allegations is that Maxwell helped facilitate group massages that were sexualized. In one case, one of the participants was a woman named Eva. She denied that was her, that she ever took part in it. The prosecution also showed a flight manifest that showed that Eva Anderson Dubin was on the same flight as one of the alleged accusers, a woman going by the pseudonym of Jane. She denied that as well, but interestingly also said that she has a medical condition that impacts her memory. So some of the questions, she said that it was hard for her to recall because of this condition. Another witness, Michelle Healy, worked for Epstein for a time and again disputed that she ever saw anything that was tied to the sort of misconduct that is being alleged by the prosecution. But the government in cross-examination asked her if she'd ever been to any of the homes where some of this activity allegedly happened, and she said no, again making their case that these witnesses are not giving are not giving that argument.
Now, Dasha, one person we did not hear from was Ghislaine Maxwell. The judge asked if she would testify on Friday. Why did she refuse?
She said that the government had not made their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and so there is no need for her to testify. And frankly, we weren't expecting that to happen in these cases where there is such a high-profile defendant. Oftentimes, they do not take the stand, so not a surprise there, Jeff.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you so much. Time to take a look at what is making news around the world this morning. Claudio Lavanga is with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe. Well, days after the Philippines were battered by the strongest typhoon of the year on record, of course, this year. Well, the death toll is still rising, and the devastation it left behind is becoming clearer by the day. Now, at least 146 people are known to have been killed by Typhoon Rai as it battered through the Philippines and through towns with winds of up to 121 miles per hour with gusts of 168 miles per hour. Now, unfortunately, the authorities say that the death toll may rise because there are many towns that are still cut off and cannot report back. And following an investigation by the Spanish newspaper El País, the Catholic Church in Spain has opened its own investigation into the alleged sexual abuse of hundreds of children by members of the clergy in the past 80 years. The El País said that it took 3 years to put together a 385-page dossier on the case, which the correspondent from El Pays handed over personally to Pope Francis on a recent flight to Cyprus. And bird watchers all over the world were watch out they have been called to watch out for the 10 most wanted birds. Well, now there are some birds, like the one called the black-brown bubbler, that haven't been seen in 10 years, but they have not been categorized yet as extinct, in the hope that they will show up or somebody will spot them. But I presume that birds like the black-brown bubbler have just flown away into hiding because they're afraid and they're actually ashamed of the name they were given. I mean, imagine you watching a bird and say, hey, that's the black-brown bubbler. Say, yeah, well, that's not me.
It's tough to say. Maybe the bird's like, hey, I'll come back. You just got to change my name, all right? So, all right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Sideline, the coronavirus sweeping through the sports world, forcing several leagues to postpone games and raising questions about the rest of the season. We're going to bring you the latest next on Morning News Now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You first saw it in the Harry Potter movies and later in real life, but the game of Quidditch, inspired by the films, will soon get a new name. The sport now resembles soccer and field hockey, and it's played as a contact sport with broomsticks. And now, U.S. Quidditch and Major League Quidditch announced that they will conduct surveys over the next few months to decide on a new name. The league say it's changing for a few reasons. One, because the name Quidditch is trademarked by Warner Brothers, which limits its sponsorship and broadcast opportunities. Another reason they say is to distance themselves from Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, who has faced criticism for her views on the transgender community. The game was created by 2 college students in Vermont back in 2005 and is played in more than 30 countries. 48 passengers aboard Royal Caribbean's Symphony of the Seas ship have tested positive for COVID after docking in Miami over the weekend. At least one of those passengers was confirmed as an Omicron case. Royal Caribbean says passengers were notified of the cases and the positive passengers went into quarantine. The company says all of the cases were either asymptomatic or they had mild symptoms. 95% of passengers aboard the ship were fully vaccinated. Royal Caribbean says this incident will not impact future trips. Some of the biggest sports leagues in the country are postponing several upcoming games as COVID sweeps across teams. The NFL quickly moved 3 of its games after more than 100 players tested positive for COVID last week. This was the first time the NFL took the step of postponing games since the season began in September. The National Hockey League has suspended all cross-border travel until after the Christmas holiday. Nearly 10% of that league has tested positive for COVID. And in the NBA, at least 19 teams teams now have players entering the league's health and safety protocols. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from outside the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. with the latest. Gary, good morning. So every one of these leagues spent their off seasons preparing, creating protocols to try and prevent a spread like this from happening. So why do we think we're seeing these outbreaks, and do some feel the protocols in place that they are doing enough?
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, well, it's important to remember athletes, they're just like us. They go out shopping. They go out and go to holiday events with family and friends. They go out to eat at restaurants, and the virus is just as transmissible for them as it is for us. So that's part of the reason. The other part, and doctors have been, lots of discussion about whether there's too many protocols or not enough protocols in all of these leagues. Doctors say they're simply following the science. NBC News spoke to the chief medical officer of the NFL about this outbreak. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think there are a couple of factors that are driving this uptick in positive cases. First and foremost is this Omicron variant. It's almost like a brand new disease. It's certainly different than anything we've seen before, and it's going to cause us to need to evolve our strategies and everything that we've thought previously about the pandemic. I think secondly, we've recognized that immunity is going down for people that have had their vaccines in the past. We did a study of antibody levels in our staff, and we saw the same thing that others have found, and that is the longer ago you had your vaccine, the lower your levels of immunity.
Now, it's important to note that in the NFL especially, it's not that these players aren't vaccinated. The NFL has a 95% vaccination rate among players, and among NFL personnel and staff, it's at 100%. Joe?
Yeah, those players are just like us. They shop and go to restaurants. They also breathe heavily all over each other during those games, so that might also play a role in this. Now, looking forward, Gary, are leagues restructuring their protocols to try and protect better against Omicron?
Yeah, Joe, these leagues are doing everything in their power not to shut down the games here, not to shut down the season. They want this just as much as the fans do, but it really comes down to what we're seeing here. And the NFL is actually instituting a number of protocols, including mandatory masking in all team facilities, making to-go food options more available at team cafeterias so you don't have a whole bunch of guys in the cafeteria eating together, and making meetings all virtual. That way you don't have a whole bunch of guys together in a locker room chatting together. We did speak to the NFL chief medical advisor about the outbreak, more about this. Here's what he had to say.
It's hard for us to forecast where this is going. I think one of the things we've learned about this pandemic throughout is that it's extremely unpredictable. And so we always state that we're going to let health and safety guide our decisions. We don't want to put teams on the field together unless we feel good about the overall environment and the safety for everyone involved. So we'll just continue to look at the data as it comes out and make the best decisions we can. And we'll let health and safety drive those decisions, which is what we did last season and what we're doing this season as well.
Now, it's important to remember, sports is a business, and businesses need money to survive. So this becomes a conversation like we've been having for 2 years now, public health versus economic health. Joe?
Especially with the holiday upon us here. All right, Gary Grumbach, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up, fighting back against drone attacks. When we return in NBC News exclusives, we get an up-close look at the technology meant to help protect our troops. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The countdown is on to get all your Christmas gifts out the door, but with supply chain slowdowns and shipping delays, many worry their perfect present may not arrive in time. A new report is breaking down which carriers are kicking it into high gear, which ones are lagging behind. Our very own Savannah Sellers takes a closer look at the delivery rush.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we do. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can and shipped out.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them with making deliveries on time by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time. Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve, but it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so Amazon won't reinstate a ban on workers having their phones on warehouse floors. The move comes after at least 6 employees were killed when a tornado hit a facility in Illinois this month and amid the spread of the Omicron variant. Bloomberg reports some workers have received messages the ban was being postponed until further notice. Amazon started allowing warehouse workers to access their phones when the pandemic began last year in case of emergencies. The company says it's looking for ways to improve safety procedures. Meanwhile, Tesla is making supercharging free at some of its stations during off-peak hours during the holidays. Those hours are 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. local time between December 23rd and 26th. The deal is limited to about a dozen states, including California, and the stations are mostly located near major routes and urban centers. Tesla Supercharger Network is straining to handle a growing customer base. The company has vowed to triple the size of the network within 2 years. And the NFL, NBA, and NHL are dealing with COVID outbreaks right now during their seasons. Major League Soccer, however, just ended its season with some positive news as it looks to negotiate a new TV contract. The MLS Cup averaging more than 1.1 million viewers on ABC, with New York City FC beating the Portland Timbers for their first championship. That's up from last year's final on Fox. Industry sources say MLS is seeking $300 million a year in a new TV deal, up from the roughly $90 million it gets now from ESPN, Fox Sports, and Univision. Back to you.
All right, that's quite a raise. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, a behind-the-scenes look at new technology to fight back against drone attacks, which are now considered a major threat to U.S. troops. NBC News national security and Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube got a sneak peek. Here's her report.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems, at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. The reason? They're really hard to stop.
Good hit. NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequency. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish if this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone, it's launched, it's locked onto this suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is down.
That's right.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets the people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of the use of force.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved. Courtney Kube, NBC News, Apple Valley, California.
Coming up, a Spidey smash. The new Spider-Man movie breaking box office records in its opening weekend. More on the huge turnout and what it could signal for the struggling movie theater industry. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow. Oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hollywood is celebrating this morning after the latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records over the weekend. Many hope it's a sign of better times ahead as the film industry struggles and Omicron cases rise across the U.S. Despite growing COVID concerns, Spider fans turned out not only setting an all-time record for the movie studio, but also for the entire industry.
After a rough 2 years for Hollywood and movie theaters, the superhero is swooping in for the holidays. Spider-Man No Way Home made an explosive debut in theaters this weekend, shattering box office records, bringing in a stunning $253 million here in the U.S.
This is a spectacle. This is a celebration of cinema.
To see this kind of reaction. That's why we make these films.
The movie industry has taken a major hit amid the pandemic. Many theaters have struggled to stay open while keeping patrons safe, some limiting capacity and offering reserved seating. Some innovative movies drew audiences on streaming services.
Washington Heights.
Some big movies earlier in the year, like Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights, struggled to draw people out of the house. Recent releases, like the star-studded Dune, have found success, both streaming and in theaters. Now the industry is hoping the web-slinging hero played by Tom Holland can rescue that American tradition, the weekend blockbuster.
This movie has to be seen on the big screen.
After just 3 days in theaters, it's already the highest-grossing film of the year and the third biggest opening weekend in movie history.
Pre or post COVID, this is a massive number, but the fact that it happened still during COVID is extremely impressive and quite surprising.
A press tour from celebrity couple Tom Holland and Zendaya didn't hurt. And neither did fans flocking to theaters to avoid spoilers.
I don't think there was an empty seat. It was full.
As the country gears up for an uncertain 2022, many hope it's a spidey sense of good things to come.
In case you need more proof of how big this opening was, no other COVID-era film has even crossed the $100 million mark. In a single weekend, the film has already brought in more than $500 million worldwide, so it seems like our friends overseas are just as eager to watch their favorite films on the big screen. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, change of plans. A sudden surge in COVID cases just days before Christmas. Across the country, long lines for COVID testing, events canceled, and businesses closed as the highly contagious Omicron variant spreads. We have team coverage from one of the area's hardest hit. Deja vu around the world, striking similarities to the early days of the pandemic. Some countries cracking down on international travel, with the U.S. expecting a record number of travelers this week. We're going to bring you the latest, plus what you need to know to stay safe this holiday. A big blow to the Build Back Better Act. Senator Joe Manchin announcing he won't support President Biden's signature social and climate plan, giving it almost no chance of survival, at least in its current form.
If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it. And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't.
We'll bring you reaction from Capitol Hill and how Democrats are now attempting to try and save the bill. And trading up, way up, from a single bobby pin to a house. Our own Savannah Sellers caught up with one woman who did just that in just a year and a half, all while documenting it on TikTok, plus what she's decided to do with that house now. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with the latest on the troubling surge of coronavirus cases across the U.S. days before Christmas. Businesses are shutting down. Entertainment venues are canceling events. And some regions of the country are grappling with their highest case counts since the beginning of the pandemic, all while officials warn of a tough winter ahead. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from New York City with the latest. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, now more than ever, health officials are doubling down on the importance of getting vaccinated and boosted. And here in New York, it seems like we're going back in time with cases climbing and COVID testing lines growing. In fact, some people telling me that over the weekend, they waited in line for up to 2 hours. But this morning, some promising news on Moderna's booster.
This morning, Moderna saying its booster increases protection against the Omicron variant. The company releasing data showing that the current booster shot raises the level of those antibodies needed to fight Omicron by 37-fold compared to the regular 2 shots of the vaccine. Candidates with a higher dose saw an 83-fold increase in protection. Meanwhile, the company also looking ahead, hoping to advance an Omicron-specific vaccine into clinical trials by early next year. All this as health officials send dire new warnings.
You're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two. It is just, raging through the world, really.
And with Christmas just days away and millions traveling, officials telling vaccinated Americans to get boosters, wear masks, and avoid crowded public spaces.
I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection.
New York hitting new COVID records for 3 consecutive days, with a growing number of breakthrough cases. On Broadway, nearly a third of shows canceling performances due to outbreaks. The Rockettes' Christmas spectacular going dark for the rest of the season. SNL scrapping much of its last show of the year with no live audience and no musical guest.
Whoa! Where's everybody?
Officials now reconsidering plans for a packed Times Square on New Year's Eve. Many other large-scale events grinding to a halt. The NBA calling off 5 upcoming games involving 9 teams as a growing number of players and staff enter the league's COVID protocols. The NFL, NHL, and NCAA also announcing postponements. And a Royal Caribbean cruise returning to Miami after 48 guests and crew members tested positive. 98% were fully vaccinated, according to the cruise line. Health officials now worry a year-end spike could push some hospitals to the brink.
In the beginning, we didn't have the staffing shortages that we're experiencing now. We're all getting close to a crisis situation.
So, Kathy, with all the shutdowns and cancellations so far, you mentioned the New Year's Eve celebration. Is New York come up with a new plan for that celebration in Times Square?
Yeah, Joe, so all eyes are on that iconic event, and Mayor Bill de Blasio said that it's still under review at this point, but we should have a final decision sometime before Christmas. As of now, it should only be a fully vaccinated event. Joe?
Kathy Park reporting from New York. Thank you, Kathy. The surge in COVID cases has also reached Capitol Hill. Senators Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker both announced on Sunday they've tested positive for COVID and were experiencing mild symptoms. Both senators disclosed they've been fully vaccinated and received a booster shot. The Senate is currently on recess until after the holidays. Demand for COVID tests is soaring as many Americans get ready to see their families for the holiday weekend. It's all leading to long lines at testing sites across the country and a shortage of those over-the-counter at-home test kits. Carrie Sanders is at a busy testing center in Miami with more on this. Carrie, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. There are very long lines here this morning, and this is for the COVID tests at a site that runs 24/7 around the clock. Let's take a look at the drone video that we have here. Looking down at the lines, you can see how long the lines are, a steady flow even at midnight to 5 a.m. in the darkness because people want to make sure that they are getting the proper tests. Now, medical experts say that if you get a rapid test and get a negative result, that means at that moment you are not contagious, and so you can continue on with your plans to see family, because nobody wants to be the person that shows up at a family gathering and then spread coronavirus. This morning, there's a new kind of holiday traffic. cars bumper to bumper and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've been seeing around the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45 minutes.
From Florida, where this location turned away hundreds looking to get tested.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before the holiday weekend and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant.
Here's negative.
Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stock so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. While a struggling and sluggish supply chain is partially to blame, experts also point to a slow rollout. While the FDA has approved 13 at-home COVID tests, other places like Europe have more than 36 kits available for use. And tests are getting expensive. While the White House has said Americans can soon seek reimbursement from insurance companies for the at-home tests, that doesn't go into effect until January and does not apply to tests ordered now. The Biden administration says a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none. Now, because Omicron is spreading so quickly, medical experts say that you really want to make sure that you time your test, rapid tests like they're doing here, or PCR, which takes longer to get the results, time it so that you know a day or so before you're arriving that you are clear, because, you know, Christmas is now 5 days away. And if you're getting together with family, you want to know that the day you're arriving, you're okay.
Yeah, it's coming quick there, Kerry. So you mentioned any test is better than no test at all, but do we know if health experts determined if all those at-home kits can detect the Omicron strain?
Well, it's very important because the FDA is releasing this information. If you have one of those test kits at home, I'm going to give you a moment to sort of grab it and put it in your hand and look at it. And I'll repeat this twice because there are 3 tests that the FDA says that are not picking up Omicron, and basically you should not use them. One of them is called Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. They were unable to detect the Omicron variant, so you would probably want to avoid that. I'm going to read it again just in case you're scrambling around the house right now trying to find the box. Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. If you have those, set them to the side. They're not going to pick up the Omicron variant, which of course is spreading so quickly. Joe?
All right, good advice on this holiday week. Kerry Sanders, thanks so much. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. Dr. Azar, we just saw how challenging it can be to get tested or get a test right now. So if you have been exposed to someone who's positive, you're vaccinated, how much should you worry if you can't find a test? What should you do?
Well, if you're asymptomatic, you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to stop trying to get a test. Certainly, if you're having symptoms, you need to essentially assume that you might be positive and isolate until you can get your hands on a test that shows that you are negative. You know, we just, literally, it's everywhere, Joe, around the country. In our area here, my best friend's husband, our closest friends, had to drive over to my house on Saturday night, and I gave them half of one of our kits to test my friend because she was unable to get one anywhere around the area and waited 4 or 5 hours at an urgent care the next day just to get tested. So everyone's experiencing this, but to that point, reach out to friends, reach out to family, anybody. Some people have kits, right? We bought them a couple of months ago, not anticipating that we would be in such dire straits right now with shortages, but you need to do your part. And again, if you're symptomatic and you can't get a test, you basically assume you're positive until proven otherwise.
All right, so ask your friends and hope you have good friends like Dr. Natalie Azar. I want to talk about something a little bit positive. This morning, Moderna announced its booster dose works well against the Omicron variant. So what does this new data from Moderna mean? And for those who got this booster, do we know just how well protected they are?
Right. So this, Dr. Fauci sort of alluded to this last week in the press conference about Moderna's data. This is very, very similar to what Pfizer's, regulatory agency reported to us a couple of weeks ago, and that is that if you've had a 2-shot series of either Pfizer or Moderna, you are not well protected against Omicron. But if you boost, in this case with Moderna, at either the 50 microgram dose, which is the approved booster dose, or if you're a candidate for the higher 100 microgram third dose, essentially, you have a significant rise, as Kathy pointed out in her piece, in those neutralizing antibodies, which will protect you against infection. So this is great news. If you were a Moderna, recipient of that vaccine, you absolutely, if you haven't already been boosted, please get your booster. And again, you can mix it. You don't have to get the Moderna booster. You can get a Pfizer booster, get whatever booster you can get your hands on.
You mentioned Dr. Fauci. He now says Omicron could be a real problem for our hospital systems. Here's what he told Chuck Todd on Meet the Press.
Our hospitals, if things look like they're looking now in the next week or two, are going to be very stressed with people because, again, we have so many people in this country who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not yet been vaccinated. And that's going to be a real problem for a stress on the hospital system.
Dr. Azar, we're a little tight on time here, but what are we seeing in hospitals right now?
Well, remember that there's a lag. So, for example, in New York City, we're seeing a significant bump in the number of cases, but our hospitals in New York City so far have not been stressed because of the Omicron variant. But remember, Joe, it is a patchwork across this country. There are areas that are reeling still from surges in Delta. So if we add the numbers of Omicron, even if it doesn't cause more severe disease, just by sheer absolute number of cases that will increase, we will see increased hospitalizations. We have staffing shortages. And also people who've neglected health conditions over the last 2 years who are showing up in the emergency departments across the country. Flu is back. We need to brace ourselves for a very tough couple of weeks ahead, unfortunately, Joe.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, we appreciate your candor and your expertise. Thank you.
Yeah.
The dramatic rise in COVID cases and the spread of the Omicron variant come as a busy week of holiday travel kicks off. The latest surge is concerning public health officials and threatening to complicate holiday plans for families everywhere. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Hey, Joe, good morning from MIA. Experts are suggesting we may have 28 million more people traveling this holiday season compared to a year ago when we were still very much in the pandemic and we were still very much going without a vaccine. But with new variants rolling across the country, health experts say it is so critical that you take all the precautions you can as you travel.
At the start of potentially the busiest travel week of the year, health experts say if you're not vaccinated and you're traveling, you run a very high risk of severe infection, hospitalization, and even death.
Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
The Omicron variant spreading across the country, now detected in at least 45 states. The surge leading to long lines at testing sites and leaving some hospitals overwhelmed and understaffed.
We're seeing more and more individuals that are needing beds. And when we don't have nurses available to take care of those patients, then I'm worried that we'll have delays in cares.
The COVID surge coming as airports nationwide are coping with perhaps the heaviest passenger surge of the year. AAA estimates 109 million people are traveling over the Christmas holiday, more than 100 million by car, more than 6 million by plane.
A lot of folks haven't traveled during COVID in quite a while, and this might be the first trip that they're returning to the skies.
In Los Angeles, United Airlines and the TSA have rolled out LAX Fast Lane, a pilot program offering United flyers the chance to make an appointment to go through airport security.
The Fast Lane service really helped us manage the queues and provide extra options for our passengers during the Thanksgiving holiday.
Travelers can book a 15-minute window up to 3 days prior to their departure for free. Ideal for passengers who don't have TSA pre-check or clear or maybe need some extra time.
It's nice that we're able to go through this and have it go a little bit faster for us.
This week, the busiest airports will be Atlanta, 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, LAX, 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Denver, 5 p.m. on Thursday, Dallas, 10 a.m. Wednesday, and Orlando, 7 a.m. on Thursday.
Yeah, the TSA is anticipating we will see passenger levels approaching 2019 numbers. The busiest travel days will be Thursday and then Monday after New Year's. And by the way, AAA is saying that most people are sticking with their travel plans despite the Omicron variant. Joe, back to you.
Tom Costello in Miami, thank you. To Washington now, where Democratic lawmakers and President Biden are scrambling to save their Build Back Better legislation. That's after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin effectively torpedoed the bill, saying he'd vote against it. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has more from Capitol Hill.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Joe Manchin's decision to oppose this bill that he spent months personally negotiating with the president has left the White House and congressional Democrats absolutely reeling. And now the bill, which Democrats hope would direct hundreds of billions of dollars to fight climate change, provide universal pre-K, and extend the child care tax credit, may well be impossible to pass.
West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin dealing a devastating blow to his party's nearly $2 trillion top priority, sinking the Build Back Better bill in a Sunday interview.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no.
Manchin joining every Senate Republican in opposition to the bill he'd spent months negotiating directly with President Biden, tanking the legislation in the evenly divided Senate, and stunning the White House, which released a statement saying Manchin's comments were, quote, at odds with his discussions this week with the president. Press Secretary Jen Psaki writing, just as Manchin reversed his position on Build Back Better this morning, we will continue to press him to see if he will reverse his position yet again to honor his prior commitments and be true to his word. Last month, President Biden expressing confidence he could overcome Manchin's concerns about the bill's price tag and its possible impact on inflation and earn his vote.
He will vote for this if we have in this proposal what he has anticipated.
The Build Back Better bill is passed.
The Build Back Better bill, which passed the House just before Thanksgiving without any Republican support, encompassed nearly every Democratic priority. Spending $500 billion on measures to fight climate change, creating a universal pre-K program, extending the child tax credit, and spending hundreds of billions more for home health care, paid family leave, and affordable housing. Republicans and Manchin argue the bill diverts too much money to goals that they say aim to rework the social safety net in America and advance liberal, progressive goals. But it's progressive Democrats who are now furious at Manchin.
All I want for Christmas is a senator that has compassion for the American people and not contempt.
And the Senate Majority Leader announcing just this morning that the Senate will still vote on this bill when they come back to Washington in January, vowing to put every member of the body on the record on the Senate floor and not just on television. Joe, it's going to be a very busy January here on Capitol Hill.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. Today in Minnesota, a jury is expected to begin deliberations in the case of former police officer Kim Potter. She's on trial for manslaughter for shooting and killing 20-year-old Dante Wright during a traffic stop last April. Potter says she fired her gun thinking it was her taser. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Minneapolis for us with the latest. Ron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, we're expecting final arguments after 8 days of extremely emotional testimony, graphic, dramatic police video. Prosecutors say that Potter was reckless and failed to follow years of training and experience on that day, while the defense claims that she just made an innocent mistake.
I'm sorry it happened.
Kimberly Potter testifying in her own defense last week, telling the jury she and two fellow officers just wanted to place Dante Wright in custody after pulling him over for an illegal air freshener and expired license plate tabs, and discovering he had an outstanding arrest warrant from a case involving a weapon.
Remember yelling, taser, 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 and then he told me I shot him.
Potter testified she feared that when Wright got back into his car, an officer partially inside on the passenger side could have been dragged and injured. The car took off, crashing into an oncoming vehicle a block away.
You guys shot him. Why? I don't know. I wasn't here. Why? Because he had a warrant? Are you serious? I was here. I watched.
The jury seeing police video showing Wright's mother arriving at the scene.
And I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children.
Wright's girlfriend, the passenger in the car, testifying about his final moments.
Just put my hands over his chest and I just tried to hold it and I was just trying to scream his name.
Potter's trial happening in the same courtroom where a jury convicted former police officer Derek Chauvin of murdering George Floyd in April. Wright died just days before the Chauvin case ended, setting off days of protest. Now, prosecutors trying to convince another jury that Potter, despite 26 years of training and experience, failed in her duties and committed a crime, shooting and killing Wright.
You didn't plan to use deadly force that day, did you?
No.
You didn't want to use deadly force, did you?
The objection is overruled.
No.
Because you knew that deadly force was unreasonable and unwarranted in those circumstances.
I didn't want to hurt anybody.
After Potter's testimony, Wright's family's lawyers released a statement saying that any sympathy for her instead of the Wright family would be misplaced. She faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted of the most serious charge, first-degree manslaughter. Joe?
Ron Allen in Minneapolis. Thank you, Ron. Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather, many of us dreaming of a white Christmas. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the holiday forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, many of us dreaming of a white Christmas, but many of us will not get that. We're going to be very mild in many spots, but on the flip side, we're looking at pretty good travel for many of us. So starting with today, looking good. You see a lot of green on the maps in terms of the hub impacts. We do have some yellow. That's a moderate impact for Dallas and Houston, Orlando and Miami. And that's because we have a frontal boundary that's going to bring some rain today, also into Tuesday. And then the Pacific Northwest, we have a series of storms that will be moving through. So we're looking at major impacts possibly in Seattle. That will continue into Wednesday. You can sort of see that snow expanding into the Rockies. We have some moderate impacts for Salt Lake City, San Francisco, also Los Angeles. But the East Coast looking really good with lots of green on the map. So Friday, we're looking more snow into the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Pacific Northwest, into the Rockies as well. So lots of yellow there, but looking good on the East Coast. Christmas Eve, great travel for many of us. That storm system will impact the western part of the nation with a few flurries into the upper Midwest. And then Christmas Day, I know so many of us want that snowfall, but we're not going to get it. For most of us, we're seeing lots of sunshine, actually really mild temperatures. We're looking at upper 60s in the central and southern plains, even into the 80s along the Gulf Coast, Florida into the 80s as well. That white Christmas is really going to be confined to the Pacific Northwest. So there is that snow depth forecast for Christmas Day. You can see lots of snow in the upper elevations of the Pacific Northwest, the Central Rockies, into parts of California, also Nevada, and looking at snow in New England. So, Joe, we'll be watching this closely, but we are so mild. And remember, winter starts tomorrow at 10:59 Eastern Standard Time, and many of us are going to be mild tomorrow.
You know, I'll take nice weather, too. It's fine. No complaints here.
We can't complain. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up, new concerns about Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai over video that appears to show her reversing accusations against a government official. Details ahead on Morning News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai is appearing to pull back on allegations of sexual assault she made in November against a top Communist Party official. After making those accusations, she vanished from public view before reappearing almost 3 weeks later. Now in a video interview with a newspaper in Singapore, which NBC News has not been able to verify, Peng denies ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing with more on this. Janice, good morning.
Joe, good morning. 48 days after those first explosive claims, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai has now purportedly denied ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. But as has been the case with this story, as it's evolved over the past few weeks, there is a lot of skepticism and there is still very deep concern.
This morning, new comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who reemerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zheng Gaoli, a former Communist Party official, that included an encounter where she says she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcry, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world. That Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along," yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zheng, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
The Women's Tennis Association is suspending all of its tournaments in mainland China and Hong Kong, and that's a lucrative business for the WTA here. They're doing so to confront the Chinese authorities over Peng Shuai. Now, Chinese officials have yet to directly acknowledge her accusation or the tensions that have been swirling around it, making an investigation unlikely to. Joe?
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us again from Rome. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe. A 35-year-old former student leader has just become the youngest ever president of Chile. Now, Gabriel Boric beat by 10 points his far-right rival and now pledges to protect democracy and fight inequality and what he calls the privileges of a few. Now, let's move to Australia, where unfortunately a sixth child has died after he fell 32 feet to the ground from a bouncy castle that was lifted up in the air by a gust of wind. He was among 9 children who were playing in the inflatable structure at the end of the year event at a school there in Australia when the bouncy castle was just propelled into the air by strong winds. Another 3 children are still in critical conditions in the hospital. And let's move to Poland. Last but not at least hundreds of dinosaur footprints were found there. Now, it is a bit of a treasure trove, the geologists say, that kind of gives us an insight at the habits and behaviors of dinosaurs. Now, the dinosaurs appear to have left those marks while they were running, swimming, resting, and sitting. Well, it looks like the dinosaurs didn't have different habits than us at the end of the day. Joe?
Dinosaurs, they're just like us. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. All right, coming up, she started with a bobby pin and traded all the way up to a house.
One person finally replied and said, you know, I like what you're trying to do, and I will trade you a pair of earrings for that bobby pin.
Up next, hear how this TikToker was able to do it and what she's doing now with the home. You're watching Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A college professor gave his students a surprise test of sorts to see if any of them fully read the class syllabus, and, well, let's just say no one made the grade. In his syllabus, Professor Kenyon Wilson at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga wrote down the location and combination to a locker that had a $50 bill inside, as you can see there on his Facebook page. The semester ended nearly 2 weeks ago, and the money remained inside the locker. He wrote on his page, quote, "Today I retrieved the unclaimed treasure." Wilson also says he expects that the spring syllabus might be his most read one ever. $50 would have been nice in college. All right. Last week, we told you about the TikToker who traded her way up from a bobby pin to her dream home. Well, Savannah went down to Tennessee to meet with the woman. Here's her story.
Hey, it's me, Demi. I've got a trade update.
Demi Skipper is a trader, but not the stock market kind.
I'm trading a single bobby pin until I get a house.
With time on her hands during the pandemic and inspired by a TED Talk from 2006 where a man traded a red paperclip up to a house, Demi thought, I can do that.
How do you even start a process like that? So honestly, just step by step. So I went to Facebook groups, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. One person finally replied and said, you know, I like what you're trying to do, and I will trade you a pair of earrings for that bobby pin. Then the pair of earrings went for a set of margarita glasses. Those glasses then went for a vacuum. The vacuum went for a snowboard, and then a snowboard for an Apple TV. So you can see they're slowly getting better and better as I go. Drop me a follow and watch me go all the way to a house.
28 trades, a year and a half, and 5 million TikTok followers later.
And I've done it. And look at it.
Demi has her house. We took her to Clarksville, Tennessee, so she could give today an exclusive look.
All right, so Demi, this is it. This is it. From a bobby pin. It's perfect. It's everything I could hope for. What was it like when you first got the keys? Oh,
I can't even describe the feeling of how it felt. I cried, my heart was racing.
What was the last trade that got you this?
So it was an off-the-grid trailer. It's almost like a food truck. It has solar panels, a Tesla battery, a full fridge inside worth $40,000. It's all about finding the right person.
The right people for that specific item, and with a house to spare. Sierra and Bill Netherton, house flippers with a renovation backlog, who know just what they want to do with that trailer to help their community.
The hope was to take the trailer and actually give that away to someone in our community, to give a local entrepreneur a chance to start their business.
It sounds like you both just really love Clarksville and you really love your neighbors.
Very much. 100%.
That spirit of giving has been a theme throughout Demi's journey within the community she says has changed her.
Because of all your help, writing you a check for $1,000.
What?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of student loans and stuff, so it's hard to pay.
Last holiday season, Demi helped raise thousands of dollars for Shannon, a follower who stored trades in her driveway for free for months.
I just was so overwhelmed by the humanity and just that there still are such good people in this world.
And now Demi's planning her biggest act of kindness yet.
So now, the big question is, what are you going to do with this house?
So the house is going to get fully renovated, so I'll be working on the full renovation, and then I'm actually going to trade this house for a bobby pin.
Yep, Demi and her husband are moving across the country from San Francisco to Clarksville to fix up the house just to give it away.
All right, here it is. This is it, your house. What did you think the first time you stepped in here?
Honestly, I was just envisioning what this house was going to be.
So you're gutting the whole thing?
The entire thing. So someone will have a brand new free house just for them.
Once you get that next bobby pin, you're starting over?
Starting over.
Will you do this forever?
Forever. I'm going to be 85, trading, still getting houses.
Do you really think that?
Yep.
Yep, I love it.
Love it. And our thanks to Savannah for sharing that great story. All right, coming up, time might be running out to get those Christmas presents. So what are kids hoping for under the tree, and what might supply shortages, how might they hamper the holiday? We're going to check in with an expert next on Morning News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The team that has helped in the fight against COVID is also trying to do the same for cancer. Workers at BioNTech are working on a vaccine aimed at helping to prevent relapses. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Syal got an exclusive look inside their lab. Brings us this story.
mRNA vaccine.
The mRNA vaccines.
The mRNA vaccines.
It's the vaccine technology that revolutionized our response to the coronavirus pandemic. mRNA.
We imagined many years ago that this molecule could be used to instruct our immune system and prepare our immune system to fight pathogens.
Dr. Ugur Sahin is the CEO of BioNTech, the company that's teamed up with Pfizer to make a COVID mRNA vaccine.
We're all done.
Given to over 112 million Americans to date. It's not exactly how Sahin thought his innovative platform would be used.
And we founded our company 13 years ago, and our vision was to develop cancer immunotherapies.
Today, Dr. Sahin is more focused on that goal than ever, developing an mRNA vaccine for colorectal cancer.
Why colon cancer?
Standard treatment results in a situation where about 30% of patients have a relapse after 2 years.
An even bigger problem today, as the U.S. incidence of colorectal cancer has risen in younger adults since the mid-1990s.
And now the question is, if we add a vaccine, can we prevent these relapses? And we believe the vaccine could be in a position to do that.
The vaccine, not only made from mRNA, but also individualized for each patient's cancer.
This type of treatment really considers that every tumor is different.
The company gave NBC News an exclusive look at their mRNA cancer vaccine process. It starts out with sending a patient's tumor to BioNTech's lab in Germany. There, cancer cells are analyzed for mutations specific to that individual, then encoded in mRNA strands that go into the vaccine.
When we administer the vaccine to the patient's body is able to mount immune responses which are directed specifically against the patient's tumor.
Dr. Leanne Prusner oversees the manufacturing of BioNTech's colorectal cancer vaccine, a process the company boasts can be done in record time.
And now, how long does it take to go from a tumor to a shot in the arm?
Around 6 weeks.
Their state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Mainz is being used to scale this therapy, from one patient to thousands.
We are now in a scale with enabling us about 500 to 600 vaccines a year. And in 2 years from now, we will be able to scale up to 10,000 patients a year.
In October, BioNTech began enrolling patients in their phase 2 clinical trial. One step closer to making a 30-year dream a reality.
We believe scientifically this could be a game changer. Of course, we have to prove that. And in about 3 years from now, we will get the clinical data from this trial, and then we will see whether it's a game changer.
So when we think of mRNA, we just think of COVID right now. Do you think that'll change in the next 10 years?
Yes, it will change, definitively change. We are developing mRNA therapies against cancer, and we will see also mRNA therapies against autoimmune diseases, allergies, inflammatory diseases, or even in the space of regenerative medicine.
A revolutionary advance poised to change the medical space for decades to come.
Our thanks to Dr. Akshay Syal for that report. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us again. Good morning.
Good morning. YouTube TV and Disney reach a deal to return Disney-owned channels such as ABC, ESPN, and FX to the streaming service just in time for Monday Night Football. Those channels were pulled on Friday over a price dispute. YouTube TV says customers will receive a $15 credit on their monthly bill to make up for the temporary loss of Disney content. Meanwhile, Adidas' first plunge into the NFT world appears to have been a success. A collaboration with groups like G-Money and Punks brought in more than $23 million in Ethereum between an early access and a general sale. The product dropped, minting nearly 30,000 NFTs despite a few technical glitches. Netting $23 million from a limited run digital release is pretty significant, and more sales could add to the company's bottom line while also boosting hype for NFTs. And Spider-Man: No Way Home swings to Hollywood's rescue. Sony and Marvel's latest installment in the superhero franchise, opening to $253 million at the box office this weekend, according to ComScore. That's more than any movie has made in its entirety during the pandemic, and it's the third highest domestic debut ever, trailing only Avengers Endgame and Avengers Infinity War. The film adding another $334 million overseas for a global tally of $587 million, which is also the third highest opening of all time. With this movie, Marvel has swept the top 5 debuts during the pandemic. Back to you.
Pretty impressive. One of those movies folks want to see on the big screen. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, Christmas can be an incredibly stressful time for anyone looking to bring joy to a special child in their life. With so many options for toys and gifts, it's hard to know what will really bring a smile to a kid's face. And with supply chain slowdowns, it's hard to know if your gift will even make it under the tree in time. Let's bring in Toy Insider Editor-in-Chief Marissa Silva for more on what to give that special kid in your life. Marissa, good to have you with us. I think a lot of parents are eager to hear your advice right now. You have some of this year's top ticket items right there with you to show our viewers. What are the biggest gifts right now, and where can you actually find them?
Yeah, great to be here. So I brought you some of my favorites for the holiday season. The first is the Nintendo Switch OLED model. So this is the newest version of the Nintendo Switch. It's got a bit of a larger screen. It comes in OLED. It's got a big kickstand and up to 64 gigabytes of storage built inside. So a little bit of a upgraded version of the Switch that kids can play at home or on the go. So this one retails for about $349. It's definitely one of those hard to find items, but not impossible. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. And then the second product I brought for you is called Tonies. So this is a really cool audio player for kids. You get this kind of soft and squishy box, and when you put these little figures on top, you can hear little songs and stories that will play for kids. So really interactive, fun tech toy that's totally screen-free too, so parents will love that feature.
Oh, I would have loved that as a kid, or probably even now I would still play with it. All right, so we're just days away from Christmas. There are still some of us who have yet to buy gifts. Okay, bought mine, they just haven't shipped them all yet. So what can last-minute shoppers do to make sure they get that special toy in hand?
Yeah, my biggest tip for last minute shoppers is don't stress, right? Toys are still available at retail stores. Your best bet at this point is to safely shop in store. So toy store retailers like Target, Walmart, they are fully stocked with toys. But another great tip is to shop small. Go to your local mom and pop neighborhood toy store and see what they've got too. Odds are they're going to be really knowledgeable about toys as well and help you pick out great things for the kids in your lives.
Love those local, small, locally owned toy stores. All right, so we've been reporting, of course, on these supply chain slowdowns for quite some time. How much is it impacting this Christmas, especially with toys, and should people worry if they haven't received their gifts yet?
Yeah, for sure. So the supply chain crisis was really hitting the toy industry hard at the beginning of the shopping season. And at this point, the good news is the ships have come in, right? So toys are readily available, waiting for you on store shelves, which is a great thing. There are still some of those very hard to find items that sold out very early on that we're still waiting to see restock on. But it's okay to maybe think about what alternative items your kids want, because there are tons and tons of great toys out there ready to purchase. If you are still shopping online, the best thing that you can do is really take a look at those guaranteed ship by dates, because at this point you can't really rely on things like, Prime 2-day shipping. You have to make sure that it's actually going to get where you need it to go in time for the holidays.
All right, good advice, Marissa Silva. I think some folks are breathing a little easier right now. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, coming up, like father, like son. Tiger Woods back on the links and setting an impressive record with his 12-year-old son, Charlie. We'll have highlights when we return. You're watching Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. It's still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It's a sight no one thought would have been possible several months ago. Tiger Woods returning to the game he loves. But that's exactly what happened over the weekend when he hit the links with his son for the first time since the February crash that nearly took his life. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on his remarkable return.
Welcome back, Big Cat! Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
In Orlando, the trademark swing felt part milestone, part miracle. Tiger Woods playing in his first competition since the February accident that nearly cost him his life, teaming up with 12-year-old son Charlie in the PNC Championship, partnering pros with family members.
Charlie and Tiger trying to make a move here.
The father-son duo sporting matching red on Sunday, Tiger's signature look to close out the tournament's final round. The uncanny resemblance carrying right onto the golf course.
The way Charlie's playing, pretty darn impressive.
Charlie playing just like Dad, matching mannerisms from the smooth swing to the classic Woods confidence.
11 birdies in a row.
He might become the next Tiger Woods.
The pair ultimately took second place, topping their 7th place finish last year.
He's an unbelievable player and an unbelievable partner.
For Tiger, it was a comeback some thought might never happen. February's accident left him hospitalized for 3 weeks. His right leg and foot crushed. At times during this weekend's tournament, a noticeable limp from Tiger, who relied on a golf cart to get around.
I'm just happy and thankful that I'm able to do this. I still have my own leg, which was, it was questionable there for a while, and it's functioning, and I'm just really tired.
Across the weekend, Woods was celebrated.
Yo, Nelly, you got it. Done deal.
Even the best player in women's golf, Nelly Korda, grateful to get a picture. An incredible return for a golf legend, right alongside the next generation.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do this again, to have this opportunity to be able to play with my son and to have these memories, for us, both of us, for a lifetime. It's worth all the pain.
A comeback that could only come from a guy named Tiger.
Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. No word yet on when Tiger will return to the golf course again. One California-based Santa Claus is using his Christmas magic to bring happiness to the Golden State by helping families that are down on their luck this holiday season. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow got a look inside his special workshop.
Joe, this is a story about spreading holiday cheer and the Santa who's teaching others just how great it feels to give.
Oh, who likes to draw pictures?
While the elves are busy at the North Pole.
Well, follow me in.
This Santa, Courtney Lofton, is busy at his North Ridge workshop in Southern California.
I had to grow the beard. I just felt that was probably the first sign of the calling. Oh, lots of happy faces here.
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others during the holidays for more than a decade.
Isn't that fun?
Yes. But officially started the Red Sled Santa Foundation almost 2 years ago.
This is the table that I made.
The nonprofit aims to create a meaningful Christmas by providing gifts and financial assistance to families in need.
And if I can bring just a little sparkle of love and happiness and keep the magic of Christmas alive, I'm going to keep doing it.
This year, he opened his workshop to the community, a chance for others to help too.
Well, hello!
Inviting groups like the Young Adult Club from the Inland Valley Down Syndrome Association.
You're all in junior elf training today.
Showing volunteers how to make toys.
Very good. Now let's tie a knot.
Giving them a sense of purpose and pride.
Perfect. We're teaching a child to make something from their own hands, from their own heart, and that makes it even more special. This is the fun part. Are you ready?
Yeah. For elves like Brooke Beard, the opportunity to make and help give out these gifts is a joy.
I couldn't wait for this day to come.
Wow, you've got some good stuff in here, too.
A special day for their parents, too.
So? We're just excited to be here. I mean, excited for our kids to be excited to give back to others.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
So far, the Red Sled Santa Foundation has donated nearly 7,000 toys.
All kinds of fun stuff.
This group also offering a donation, helping Santa make smiles for many more.
This is a donation from our group for you, so you can go help some more children.
This is so wonderful.
Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from the chimney, he comes from the heart.
All year long.
Now, you're official Santa's helpers. Yay, Merry Christmas.
Santa says he wants to keep growing the Red Sled Santa Foundation, expanding to meet needs all over the country. Joe?
Kate Snow, thanks so much for that report. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, winter warning. The fight against COVID taking a turn for the worse. Across the country, scenes like we saw early on in the pandemic. Long lines for testing and case numbers reaching record highs as the fast-spreading Omicron variant takes hold.
We expect Omicron to be a fast and temporary phenomenon. We expect these next weeks to see a very, very big surge in the number of cases.
Now, with Christmas just days away, health officials urging Americans to rethink their holiday plans. We'll take you to the areas hardest hit. An abundance of caution, more signs of a major setback. The COVID surge forcing closures, cancellations, and delays. We have the latest on the impact from the Broadway stage to the world of sports. Reversal, a major setback for President Biden's Build Back Better Act. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin now saying he cannot support the social and climate plan, likely killing the bill. More on his decision plus reaction from Capitol Hill to the White House. And box office smash, the new Spider-Man movie giving a much-needed boost to theaters with an impressive turnout in its opening weekend. More on the film that's giving hope to an industry that has struggled through the pandemic. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning. We do want to begin with new warnings about the rapid rise in coronavirus cases just days before Christmas. Some states are reporting more daily COVID cases now than at any other time during the pandemic. That includes New York State, where more than 22,000 people have tested positive for the coronavirus in the past day. More than half those cases are in New York City alone. But Omicron's impact is far-reaching. Cases are up nationwide with an average of 130,000 infections reported daily. The new spike has now made its way to the halls of Congress. Senators Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren have tested positive just days after being on the Senate floor. Both say their cases are mild since they're both vaccinated and boosted. For some, it is starting to feel like March 2020 with long testing lines and some restaurants and entertainment shutting down. But there is a big difference this time around. We have vaccines and boosters. And new this morning, Moderna says its booster holds up well against Omicron. Dr. Anthony Fauci has this message for people ahead of the holidays.
If people need to travel and want to travel for the obvious family reasons during this holiday season, if you're vaccinated and you're boosted and you take care when you go into congregate settings like airports to make sure you continually wear your mask, you should be okay.
We have a team breaking down the spread of Omicron here in the U.S. and overseas. We also have a doctor ready to answer our questions about this spike in cases. But first, let's go to MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser in Omicron's new epicenter, New York City, which was, of course, COVID's first major epicenter back in early 2020. Lindsay, here we go again. New York State reporting a record number of cases, long testing lines, which you showed us at the end of last week. Some businesses and Broadway shows are closing. What is the state of Omicron in New York City right now?
Yeah, Joe, you said it, and I'm sure you feel it. It's eerily similar to March of 2020. Every day it feels like more places are announcing closures or postponements. For example, NBA, NHL, NFL. You mentioned Broadway. The Rockettes canceled the rest of their season for the year because of breakthrough cases among their production. Some restaurants are seeing breakthrough cases among staff, so they're having to close. But I'm going to repeat some of the numbers that you mentioned. We've got 22,500 cases statewide that were just announced yesterday by the governor. That's another record, 3 days in a row, an 11-month high here. Actually, it's a state record, rather, not just an 11-year high, 11-month high. And when we're also talking about cases in New York City, we're talking about half of those are here. So the situation is pretty dire. The mayor, outgoing Mayor Bill de Blasio, incoming Mayor Eric Adams held a rare weekend briefing yesterday to talk to people about Omicron. Let's go ahead and listen to what Mayor Bill de Blasio said.
We expect Omicron to be a fast and temporary phenomenon. We expect these next weeks to see a very, very big surge in the number of cases, more than we've seen previously. We can weather that storm if more and more people get vaccinated, more and more people go get those boosters.
So he did say this isn't March of 2020. We do have vaccines. We do have therapeutics. And I want to show you guys a graphic, if we're able to pull it up, of the hospitalizations, because, yes, we are seeing cases and records here in this state. But the hospitalizations in the state then and now, January versus now, are still only about half. So that is a sliver of good news there, Joe.
Yeah, that is good to hear. I know anecdotally I've heard more sirens in the city over the last few days, but hopefully the hospitalization numbers stay lower than what we saw during the peak. You know, Lindsay, we're also seeing a growing debate nationwide about making schools go remote. Mayor de Blasio has said there are no plans to make school go online. But how do teachers feel about that? What are we hearing from them?
Yeah, he's pretty adamant he doesn't want to close schools. And I spoke with the head of the teachers union for New York Public Schools, and he was the same. He says we've seen some pretty disastrous effects of having kids remote for so long. He wants to see kids and teachers in school as well. But look, he wants to see testing up. He says right now there's too much of a lag in testing results. And we also know that there have been school closures. I mean, a lot of them. I believe we have a graphic where we can show you as well. 4 schools completely are closed due to cases. That includes nearly 600 classrooms, but close to 3,000 partial classroom closures due to some quarantines. Let's listen to what the head of the teachers union told me about the situation.
The schools are still the safest place in the community, but when we see numbers jump like that, it really causes more concern. I mean, we've just been in this pandemic too long, and people's nerves and anxieties are pretty much frayed everywhere. So it's not a good position to do, and we're just trying to do everything in our power to get to basically Thursday at 3 p.m. safely.
Of course, that's when winter break starts. And Joe, he says that if parents want their kids to stay in school, it's important to get them vaccinated. Right now, about 82% of 12 to 17-year-olds are vaccinated, but only about 20% of 5 to 11-year-olds. Joe?
And Lindsay, quickly, what about New Year's Eve? We know the city was planning an all-out celebration. Are those plans changing?
Yeah, there were some pretty strict rules around that. I mean, in order to be there, you had to show a fully vaccinated card. But now that could be up in the air. They're monitoring it. They're in communication. And, Joe, they say they'll make a decision by Christmas on whether people will be allowed. Joe?
All right. Lindsay Reiser, thanks for your reporting from New York City. Let's go overseas. Omicron is changing holiday plans around the world. It's also putting a stop to the progress some countries were making in the fight against coronavirus. In a lot of places, Christmas 2021 is expected to look a lot like Christmas 2020. In Europe, we're now seeing some countries go back into lockdowns, and with that, protests have erupted again over new restrictions. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is following the latest for us overseas. So, Kelly, let's start where you are in the UK. Officials reporting a surge in Omicron cases there. What kind of restrictions are in place now, and could more be coming?
Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, just in the past week or so, we experienced some new restrictions back in place after weeks, actually months of essentially life as almost normal here. So now the mask mandates are back in place. You have to wear a mask on public transport, in shops, any public spaces where there are big crowds. In addition to that, people are being asked to work from home and sort of limit their social interactions, just to sort of think twice about getting into big groups and holding big parties and that sort of thing. And there's also a lot of talk about more restrictions coming, about possible lockdowns. Now, the government hasn't said that that's happening, but they also haven't ruled it out. The health secretary talking about that just this morning. Here's what he had to say about these new rules coming into place.
Well, I didn't come into government to restrict freedoms of people, but I think people understand why we are presented that action to Parliament. But can I say we are entering this phase of this pandemic in a very strong position.
A very strong position because there are very high rates of vaccination in this country. Over 80% of adults double vaccinated, and that booster program was really ramped up. So more than 50% of adults over 18 are now boosted as well. But take a look at this graph. It shows what's happening with daily COVID cases, and it's a pretty stark example of just how quickly this is spreading. So for the past several weeks, I would say even months, we've been seeing an average of about 30 to 40,000 daily COVID cases in this country. Just in the past week, Joe, that number has jumped. It's now double that. We're looking at 80 to 90,000 daily cases. And some estimates say that this virus, this variant, Omicron variant, doubles every 1.5 to 3 days. So those numbers can shoot up really quickly.
Yeah,
Joe.
That is a rapid increase. I want to ask you about one country in particular, the Netherlands, now the first European country to go into a nationwide lockdown. What are cases like there? What does it mean for people who are celebrating the holidays there?
Yeah, so cases in the Netherlands have been rising, but health officials there say that the Omicron variant is not yet the dominant variant in that country. But the prime minister said essentially they had to go into lockdown now to prevent an unmanageable situation in the hospitals. They're very concerned, again, about the rate of spread there. So this is what the lockdown looks like. It just went into effect yesterday. Today's the first full weekday of a lockdown there. Shops, Restaurants, gyms, hair salons, movie theaters all closed. No fans in the stadiums for any sporting events. And this will all be in place until January 14th. And one more restriction in place there. People are limited as to how many visitors they can have in their private homes. Only up to 4 people visiting on Christmas and New Year's, the holidays. Any other day, it has to be 2. Joe.
Wow, you got to pick who you want at your place for Christmas. Real quickly, Kelly, on this one, we are seeing more protests because of more restrictions. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, protests breaking out in several cities across Europe, London, Paris, Barcelona, a couple of cities in Germany, and in Brussels as well. Most of these protests were largely peaceful. There were some scuffles with police and some arrests in Belgium, as well as in London over the weekend. People really angry about new restrictions, about vaccine mandates in particular, and also vaccine passports.
All right, Kelly Cobiella with a look at what's happening overseas in Europe. Thanks so much. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. So, Doctor, this morning, Moderna announced its already approved booster significantly raises the level of antibodies that can fight the Omicron variant. That sounds like good news. What does this mean for people who got this booster?
Joe, it translates to what we had hoped for, that the mRNA boosters are effective against the Omicron variant. And this is important, that Moderna booster dose is a half dose. The company is also testing a booster dose of the full kind of original first and second doses. So it's likely that could be even better. But bottom line, no matter what, get your booster doses if you're eligible and you can, and get an mRNA booster.
We just heard from Kelly about the surge of cases overseas in Europe. They're also seeing spikes in infections among kids. So here in the U.S., there's no booster yet for kids between 5 and 16. No vaccines at all for kids under 5. In fact, Pfizer, as we learned over the weekend, had a setback last week when it came to vaccines for very young kids. When do you expect kids under 5 might be able to get vaccinated, especially in the wake of that setback?
Yeah, Joe, this was a significant setback, but here is some comfort. The company is already working on not having to redo everything, but basically adding in a 3rd dose for those younger children, which means not a booster, Joe, it would be a 3-dose series. But that's important because what it does is it delays it by just a couple of months, not 6 to 8 months, because they have to start over again. So I think that's important. And the most important way to protect your younger ones is to have everyone around them vaccinated and symptom-free. I think that's key going into the holiday season.
Speaking of the holiday season, a lot of anxiety right now. People are debating, do they go through with their holiday plans, with their travel plans? How many people should come over? What's your recommendation for the holidays? Are we looking at possibly another Zoom Christmas and New Year's?
I think that some people who just don't want to deal with the risk, which I don't blame them, Joe. I have patients in this category who are older, immunocompromised, or just really stressed about the holidays. Zoom or alternatives are certainly reasonable. But here's what I'm telling people. Don't cancel your plans if you're fully vaccinated, boosted, symptom-free, and you have a way to make sure that people you're seeing are in the same condition. And of course, tests are in hot commodity right now. But if you can get a hold of some of those rapid tests, that can be critical, not for everyone if you don't have enough, but for some of the people that are flying or commuting. And remember, flying is very safe. Air circulation on planes, very safe. High quality masks, even safer. So have confidence if you meet those conditions, but give yourself a little bit of flexibility and latitude if you're just nervous and you need to put a pause on some of this.
All right, Dr. Patel, appreciate some of the comforting advice this morning. Have a good one.
Thanks.
The White House is doing some damage control this morning as President Biden's Build Back Better legislation now hangs in the balance. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin says he'll vote no on the nearly $2 trillion bill, which puts the president's domestic agenda in serious jeopardy. Manchin made the stunning announcement on Fox News yesterday.
I've always said this, Brett, if I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it. And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no on this legislation. I have tried everything I know to do.
NBC News political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now, along with NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman, who's in Wilmington for us following the president. Good morning to both of you. So, Sahil, let's start with you. Why is Senator Manchin saying no to this legislation, and how much did this catch Democrats by surprise?
Well, many Democrats were certainly shocked, Joe, but Senator Manchin has had concerns about this legislation right from the beginning. He's never been particularly enthusiastic about it, but he has heavily negotiated it. He has shaped this legislation every step of the way, from the cost, keeping it under $2 trillion, which was his demand, to the various provisions in it. There were a lot of sacrifices made on his behalf. So the understanding that Democratic leaders had was that he would ultimately get to yes based on all the compromises that they made for him. But at the end of the day, he said yesterday in that explosive Fox News interview that he still has concerns about inflation that are not adequately dealt with, that he's worried about the new Omicron variant of COVID, and says the government should spend all its time tackling those two things. And crucially, he has problems with one core component of the structure of this bill, which is that a number of provisions expire over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. He wants to assume that those provisions get extended over 10 years, which obviously makes the bill much, much more expensive and makes it all but impossible to pay for. So the only way to move forward with him seems to be to structurally change the bill, which is going to be a bitter, bitter pill for Democrats to swallow.
Josh, let's bring you in here. President Biden has been spending a long weekend at his Delaware home. How much of a blow is this to his agenda? What is the White House saying in response to this?
Well, it's devastating, Joe. It is the whole Biden agenda wrapped up into one legislative vehicle that now doesn't seem to have any pathway to victory. The White House also caught off guard by this announcement, officials saying that the White House got about a half an hour heads up from not Joe Manchin himself, but from a staffer. The White House then trying to frantically call Manchin before his interview with Fox, according to a person familiar with the situation, but he did not take that phone call. Now, the White House is not ready to declare Build Back Better dead. And in fact, the White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki put out a really blistering, pretty shocking statement yesterday, going straight after Manchin, accusing him basically of being a liar and disclosing some internal deliberations from those closed-door negotiations, saying that on Tuesday, Manchin actually came to the White House and on paper, face-to-face presented Biden with a proposal that Manchin could support. The White House felt it wasn't exactly what they wanted. There were some holes in it, but they at least thought it meant, okay, he's still on board for the general framework of what we've discussed. And therefore, when he came out on Fox and said, you know, it's over, I'm not voting for this, they felt that was a real reversal of positions for him. So now the White House saying, look, Joe Manchin changed positions once, maybe we can get him to change positions again and come back to this bill. But it's difficult to see after this exchange of tough words between the White House and Joe Manchin how the table is set right now for further productive conversations.
All right, so there you see some strong reaction from the White House. Sahil, what's the reaction been like among Democrats on Congress? Are they hopeful Build Back Better could be saved?
A mix of feelings from Democrats in Congress. Many House progressives are furious. That is the prevailing emotion, I would say, among the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the squad in the House, which says it warned all along that this would happen. Remember, months ago, there was this big debate about whether to link or delink this with the infrastructure bill. It ended up being delinked. Many progressives were upset about that because they feared that Manchin would walk away, in particular, that he was not as invested in the Build Back Better Act as they were, and that they needed the infrastructure bill as leverage. So that's part of it. But the other takeaway from the Democratic congressional reaction is that they're not ready to give up yet. A number of them see a path in Joe Manchin's comment yesterday to potentially salvage this bill. It would require shrinking it substantially. It would require focusing on a small number of programs to try to kind of compress the bill and have these programs last over 10 years and pay for them fully. Let's play some clips of what the Progressive Caucus had to say, what members of the Progressive Caucus said yesterday.
I mean, we all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. You know, the excuses that he just made, I think, are complete.
We have been, and let me be clear, there are 6 of us who had been saying this all along. Representative Ocasio-Cortez, Representative Presley, Representative Tlaib, Representative Bowman, Representative Omar, and myself, we have been saying this for weeks that this would happen.
That we will bring a strong bill to the floor of the Senate as soon as we can and let Mr. Manchin explain to the people of West Virginia why he doesn't have the guts to stand up to powerful special interests.
All I want for Christmas is a senator that has compassion for the American people and not contempt.
Now, a source close to Manchin telling me that hypotheticals are possible about the legislation being salvaged, but it is difficult to see, given this nasty back and forth that they're having, the fact that they're questioning his character, accusing him of going back on his word. That's not sitting well with the senior senator from West Virginia right now.
Yeah, much more to come there. Josh, before we go, I want to ask you about our top story. The president going to deliver remarks on COVID-19 tomorrow. Quickly, what can we expect from that?
You know, the president had already laid out a winter plan for dealing with COVID, but the White House says he needs to go farther, and he plans to go farther with this speech on Tuesday, where officials say Biden will announce new steps to help communities dealing with COVID-19 and will also issue a stark warning about what is ahead this winter as we face this surge in cases, particularly from the Omicron variant, Joe.
Sahil, Josh, lots to cover this morning. Thank you both so very much. President Biden is calling on the EPA to investigate the role of climate change in the devastating tornadoes that struck 5 states over a week ago. At least 93 people were killed and dozens more injured. While the families continue to clean up from the destruction left behind, scientists warn it may not be the last time we see tornadoes in December. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains why.
From Kentucky to Illinois, Arkansas to Iowa, this morning communities are rebuilding after those rare December tornadoes.
The level of destruction we think now is in the billions across Kentucky, and it's going to take us some real time. But we are not broken. We don't break.
With the National Guard, we took in the widespread damage across Kentucky from the air.
It's just utter devastation. And the scope and the scale from this altitude is just, it's just terrible.
The National Weather Service has now classified the main tornado that decimated Mayfield as a powerful EF4, packing winds of up to 190 miles an hour. It was on the ground for more than 2 hours. Experts are now questioning whether these kinds of weather events might become more common.
We get tornadoes in December like we've seen in the last few days. The record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
Bob Henson is a meteorologist for Yale Climate Connections who says violent tornadoes might not be more frequent, but their timing may be different.
What is happening is the seasons are getting reshuffled and rearranged. So here we are with a tornado outbreak in December. The same changes might also bring us fewer tornadoes in the summertime. We might not have as strong a jet stream in the summer as the climate continues to warm. So more than really an increase in violence of tornadoes overall, we're seeing shifting both in where tornadoes happen and when they're happening.
This storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes.
In Kentucky, despite warnings from local meteorologists, the sheer power of this December twister seemed to take many people by surprise. Donna Maceda was driving home from out of state when her daughter Brianna called to tell her the storm was barreling toward their house.
All I could hear was her screaming for me, and Mom, I don't know what to do, and Mom, I'm so scared. Then I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say?
What do you say when you witness this?
This is our first up-close look at the candle factory that was obliterated. More than 100 people were working here. 8 of them were killed.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
21-year-old Michaela Emery was among the workers who survived after being trapped under a concrete slab for 6 hours. The death of one of her co-workers nearby haunts her.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
That is the impact of this tornado outbreak. The scientific reason behind it is less clear.
Something to be aware of as climate change unfolds, especially just keeping in the back of your mind, we can expect the unexpected when it comes to tornado season more and more.
Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for that report. Let's get a check on your morning news now. Weather looking forward. Michelle Grossman joins us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And the good news is we are relatively quiet across the country. We're mild in the middle of the country, nice and quiet. We do, though, have some storm potential in the southeast, and then we have some wet weather in the west. So let's start in the southeast because we are looking at a southeast soaker. We're going to see a frontal boundary and then a low pressure system kind of develop along that boundary today. So it's going to bring isolated showers today from Texas to Florida. We're already seeing this at this hour. And then it's going to strengthen overnight, and that could bring a few strong storms tomorrow. So when we look at tomorrow, at least tomorrow morning, we're looking at the potential for some strong gusty winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see a few spin ups as well. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. And there is a low threat for some hail as well. Now back to the west, we're looking at a very active system. We've seen this over the past couple of weeks, really month actually. So that December deluge, and that's going to continue for this holiday week. And we're looking at rain, we're looking at snow continuing, and that's going to continue to impact travel there. Although the snow lovers are happy with the skiing conditions. And then as we look towards tomorrow, rain and snow stretching into central California. So even as far south as San Francisco, and that could trigger some rock slides, some mudslides in those burn and scarred fire areas. So winter alerts, we're looking from the northwest into the northern plains, the Rockies as well, where we could see additional 3 to 10 inches of snow, and then we're also looking at some rain as well as we're looking from the northwest into central California. So San Francisco, you're in for some rain as well, where we could see an isolated 3 inches today. So today's forecast, we're looking at really nice conditions, Joe, in the middle of the country, and then just watching that rain in the southeast. Back to you.
All right, sounds good. I think we'll look a little further ahead in the next hour. Thanks so much, Michelle.
Yep.
Coming up, closing arguments set for today in 2 high-profile cases. In Minneapolis, the trial of Kim Potter, the former police officer charged with the killing of Daunte Wright. We're live outside the courthouse with what to expect following her emotional testimony last week. And in New York, the defense rests its case in the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll look ahead to the closing arguments set for today. All that next on Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right? Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The trial of Kim Potter is nearing a conclusion with closing arguments from both sides expected this morning. The former Minnesota police officer is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter in the killing of Daunte Wright. On Friday, she took the stand and gave some tearful testimony. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following this and joins us outside the Hennepin County Courthouse in Minneapolis. So, Shaq, walk us through what Potter said on the stand this past Friday and what has been the reaction to her testimony.
Well, there's definitely been mixed reaction to the emotion that you saw in the courtroom on that Friday, both Friday morning and into Friday afternoon. And according to the pool reporters, the 2 reporters in the courtroom who were watching this and seeing the jurors' reactions, there was not much reaction from the jury, even during those really emotional moments when at one point you heard the defense attorneys ask for a lunch break because Potter was struggling to get through the testimony. We got a sense of the timeline from her perspective, from the stop, the traffic stop that she said she likely wouldn't have initiated, but she allowed to go on because she was the field training officer in that position, to the moments before the shooting as she watched Daunte Wright struggle a little bit with the arresting officer before he tried to get in the car. And then she really broke down when it got to moments detailing the shooting. Listen to how she testified on Friday.
It just went chaotic. And then I remember yelling, "Taser, taser, taser," and nothing happened. And then he told me I shot him.
You heard her later explain that her memory essentially went out after that moment and picked back up when she was in an ambulance and then at the police station. During cross-examination, you heard the prosecutors underscoring the fundamental differences and whether or not she knew the differences between a taser and a firearm, which is what she ultimately used. They went through the training that she went through every single year, including weeks before the shooting. And you heard them emphasize the idea that she didn't help, or she didn't radio in the mistake that she said she made after that shooting. Instead, she was crying and reacting to the shooting, but never conveying that information, suggesting that she knew it was a mistake. So that is what you heard in testimony. It was a really emotional day that you saw in the courtroom.
So, Shaq, as we mentioned, closing arguments are scheduled to get underway today. What should we expect to hear from both the prosecution and from Potter's defense?
Well, during the 8 days of testimony, you heard a lot of evidence admitted, a lot of exhibits, a lot of training material. What you're going to hear during these closing arguments are both sides try to connect this to the law. The prosecution is going to say that this was a 26-year veteran of the force. She should have fundamentally known the difference between a taser and a firearm, and her mistake, as she sees it, was reckless, or it was full of negligence. You'll hear the defense come back and say that if you listen to the law enforcement testimony that we heard, including from the former police chief of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, they say that her action did not violate policy. It did not violate the law. They even say that if she intended to use her firearm, that was still allowed under policy. So you're going to hear 2 different narratives in that courtroom, both from the prosecution and the defense during their closing arguments today.
Shaq Brewster, thanks so much. To another major trial now. Closing arguments also expected today in the case of Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the British socialite accused of recruiting and grooming girls for convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The defense rested its 2-day case on Friday. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns joins us with more on that. So, Dasha, we heard from several defense witnesses on Friday. Did they shine any new light on this case?
Hey, Joe, as you mentioned, just 2 days of testimony from the defense. In fact, this entire trial has not quite lasted as long as folks were going to expect. They didn't think we would be at closing arguments this soon, but here we are. On Friday, the defense called 2 witnesses, basically intending to dispute the allegations made by the alleged accusers. Eva Anderson Dubin was a one-time girlfriend of Epstein and remained close friends with Epstein, and claimed that she had never seen any sort of misconduct on the part of Epstein. One of the allegations is that Maxwell helped facilitate group massages that were sexualized. In one case, one of the participants was a woman named Eva. She denied that was her, that she ever took part in it. The prosecution also showed a flight manifest that showed that Eva Anderson Dubin was on the same flight as one of the alleged accusers, a woman going by the pseudonym of Jane. She denied that as well, but interestingly also said that she has a medical condition that impacts her memory. So some of the questions, she said that it was hard for her to recall because of this condition. Another witness, Michelle Healy, worked for Epstein for a time and again disputed that she ever saw anything that was tied to the sort of misconduct that is being alleged by the prosecution. But the government in cross-examination asked her if she'd ever been to any of the homes where some of this activity allegedly happened, and she said no, again making their case that these witnesses are not giving are not giving that argument.
Now, Dasha, one person we did not hear from was Ghislaine Maxwell. The judge asked if she would testify on Friday. Why did she refuse?
She said that the government had not made their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and so there is no need for her to testify. And frankly, we weren't expecting that to happen in these cases where there is such a high-profile defendant. Oftentimes, they do not take the stand, so not a surprise there, Jeff.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you so much. Time to take a look at what is making news around the world this morning. Claudio Lavanga is with us from Rome. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe. Well, days after the Philippines were battered by the strongest typhoon of the year on record, of course, this year. Well, the death toll is still rising, and the devastation it left behind is becoming clearer by the day. Now, at least 146 people are known to have been killed by Typhoon Rai as it battered through the Philippines and through towns with winds of up to 121 miles per hour with gusts of 168 miles per hour. Now, unfortunately, the authorities say that the death toll may rise because there are many towns that are still cut off and cannot report back. And following an investigation by the Spanish newspaper El País, the Catholic Church in Spain has opened its own investigation into the alleged sexual abuse of hundreds of children by members of the clergy in the past 80 years. The El País said that it took 3 years to put together a 385-page dossier on the case, which the correspondent from El País handed over personally to Pope Francis on a recent flight to Cyprus. And bird watchers all over the world were they have been called to watch out for the 10 most wanted birds. Well, now there are some birds, like the one called the black-brown bubbler, that haven't been seen in 10 years, but they have not been categorized yet as extinct, in the hope that they will show up or somebody will spot them. But I presume that birds like the black-brown bubbler have just flown away into hiding because they're afraid and they're actually ashamed of the name they were given. I mean, imagine you watching a bird and say, hey, that's the black-brown bubbler. Say, yeah, well, that's not me.
It's tough to say. Maybe the bird's like, hey, I'll come back. You just got to change my name, all right? So, all right, Claudio, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Sideline, the coronavirus sweeping through the sports world, forcing several leagues to postpone games and raising questions about the rest of the season. We're going to bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You first saw it in the Harry Potter movies and later in real life, but the game of Quidditch, inspired by the films, will soon get a new name. The sport now resembles soccer and field hockey, and it's played as a contact sport with broomsticks. And now, U.S. Quidditch and Major League Quidditch announced that they will conduct surveys over the next few months to decide on a new name. The league say it's changing for a few reasons. One, because the name Quidditch is trademarked by Warner Brothers, which limits its sponsorship and broadcast opportunities. Another reason they say is to distance themselves from Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, who has faced criticism for her views on the transgender community. The game was created by 2 college students in Vermont back in 2005 and is played in more than 30 countries. 48 passengers aboard Royal Caribbean's Symphony of the Seas ship have tested positive for COVID after docking in Miami over the weekend. At least one of those passengers was confirmed as an Omicron case. Royal Caribbean says passengers were notified of the cases and the positive passengers went into quarantine. The company says all of the cases were either asymptomatic or they had mild symptoms. 95% of passengers aboard the ship were fully vaccinated. Royal Caribbean says this incident will not impact future trips. Some of the biggest sports leagues in the country are postponing several upcoming games as COVID sweeps across teams. The NFL quickly moved 3 of its games after more than 100 players tested positive for COVID last week. This was the first time the NFL took the step of postponing games since the season began in September. The National Hockey League has suspended all cross-border travel until after the Christmas holiday. Nearly 10% of that league has tested positive for COVID. And in the NBA, at least 19 teams now have players entering the league's health and safety protocols. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from outside the Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. with the latest. Gary, good morning. So every one of these leagues spent their off seasons preparing, creating protocols to try and prevent a spread like this from happening. So why do we think we're seeing these outbreaks? And do some feel the protocols in place that they are doing enough?
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, Hill, it's important to remember athletes, they're just like us. They go out shopping. They go out and go to holiday events with family and friends. They go out to eat at restaurants, and the virus is just as transmissible for them as it is for us. So that's part of the reason. The other part, and doctors have been, lots of discussion about whether there's too many protocols or not enough protocols in all of these leagues. Doctors say they're simply following the science. NBC News spoke to the chief medical officer of the NFL about this outbreak. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think there are a couple of factors that are driving this uptick in positive cases. First and foremost is this Omicron variant. It's almost like a brand new disease. It's certainly different than anything we've seen before, and it's going to cause us to need to evolve our strategies and everything that we've thought previously about the pandemic. I think secondly, we've recognized that immunity is going down for people that have had their vaccines in the past. We did a study of antibody levels in our staff, and we saw the same thing that others have found, and that is the longer ago you had your vaccine, the lower your levels of immunity.
Now, it's important to note that in the NFL especially, it's not that these players aren't vaccinated. The NFL has a 95% vaccination rate among players, and among NFL personnel and staff, it's at 100%. Joe?
Yeah, those players are just like us. They shop and go to restaurants. They also breathe heavily all over each other during those games, so that might also play a role in this. Now, looking forward, Gary, are leagues restructuring their protocols to try and protect better against Omicron?
Yeah, Joe, these leagues are doing everything in their power not to shut down the games here, not to shut down the season. They want this just as much as the fans do, but it really comes down to what we're seeing here. And the NFL is actually instituting a number of protocols, including mandatory masking in all team facilities, making to-go food options more available at team cafeterias, so you don't have a whole bunch of guys in the cafeteria eating together, and making meetings all virtual. That way you don't have a whole bunch of guys together in a locker room chatting together. We did speak to the NFL chief medical advisor about the outbreak, more about this. Here's what he had to say.
It's hard for us to forecast where this is going. I think one of the things we've learned about this pandemic throughout is that it's extremely unpredictable. And so we always state that we're going to let health and safety guide our decisions. We don't want to put teams on the field together unless we feel good about the overall environment and the safety for everyone involved. So we'll just continue to look at the data as it comes out and make the best decisions we can. And we'll let health and safety drive those decisions, which is what we did last season and what we're doing this season as well.
Now, it's important to remember, sports is a business and businesses need money to survive. So this becomes a conversation like we've been having for 2 years now, public health versus economic health. Joe?
Especially with the holiday upon us here. All right, Gary Grumbach, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Coming up, fighting back against drone attacks. When we return in NBC News exclusives, we get an up-close look at the technology meant to help protect our troops.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The countdown is on to get all your Christmas gifts out the door, but with supply chain slowdowns and shipping delays, many worry their perfect present may not arrive in time. A new report is breaking down which carriers are kicking it into high gear, which ones are lagging behind. Our very own Savannah Sellers takes a closer look at the delivery rush.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we do. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can and shipped out.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them with making deliveries on time by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time. Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve, but it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, so Amazon won't reinstate a ban on workers having their phones on warehouse floors. The move comes after at least 6 employees were killed when a tornado hit a facility in Illinois this month and amid the spread of the Omicron variant. Bloomberg reports some workers have received messages the ban was being postponed until further notice. Amazon started allowing warehouse workers to access their phones when the pandemic began last year in case of emergencies. The company says it's looking for ways to improve safety procedures. Meanwhile, Tesla is making supercharging free at some of its stations during off-peak hours during the holidays. Those hours are 7 p.m. to 10 a.m. local time between December 23rd and 26th. The deal is limited to about a dozen states, including California, and the stations are mostly located near major routes and urban centers. Tesla Supercharger network is straining to handle a growing customer base. The company has vowed to triple the size of the network within 2 years. And the NFL, NBA, and NHL are dealing with COVID outbreaks right now during their seasons. Major League Soccer, however, just ended its season with some positive news as it looks to negotiate a new TV contract. The MLS Cup averaging more than 1.1 million viewers on ABC, with New York City FC beating the Portland Timbers for their first championship. That's up from last year's final on Fox. Industry sources say MLS is seeking $300 million a year in a new TV deal, up from the roughly $90 million it gets now from ESPN, Fox Sports, and Univision. Back to you.
All right, that's quite a raise. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now to an NBC News exclusive, a behind-the-scenes look at new technology to fight back against drone attacks, which are now considered a major threat to U.S. troops. NBC News national security and Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube got a sneak peek. Here's her report.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. The reason? They're really hard to stop.
Good hit.
NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequency. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish that this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone, it's launched, it's locked onto this suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is down.
That's right.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets the people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of the use of force.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved. Courtney Kuby, NBC News, Apple Valley, California.
Coming up, a Spidey smash. The new Spider-Man movie breaking box office records in its opening weekend. More on the huge turnout and what it could signal for the struggling movie theater industry.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Hollywood is celebrating this morning after the latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records over the weekend. Many hope it's a sign of better times ahead as the film industry struggles and Omicron cases rise across the U.S. Despite growing COVID concerns, Spider fans turned out not only setting an all-time record for the movie studio, but also for the entire industry.
Just
shopping.
After a rough 2 years for Hollywood and movie theaters, the superhero is swooping in for the holidays. Spider-Man No Way Home made an explosive debut in theaters this weekend, shattering box office records, bringing in a stunning $253 million here in the U.S.
This is a spectacle. This is a celebration of cinema.
To see this kind of reaction. That's why we make these films.
The movie industry has taken a major hit amid the pandemic. Many theaters have struggled to stay open while keeping patrons safe, some limiting capacity and offering reserved seating. Some innovative movies drew audiences on streaming services.
Washington Heights.
Some big movies earlier in the year, like Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights, struggled to draw people out of the house. Recent releases, like the star-studded Dune, have found success, both streaming and in theaters. Now the industry is hoping the web-slinging hero played by Tom Holland can rescue that American tradition, the weekend blockbuster.
This movie has to be seen on the big screen.
After just 3 days in theaters, it's already the highest-grossing film of the year and the third biggest opening weekend in movie history.
Pre or post-COVID, this is a massive number, but the fact that it happened still during COVID is extremely impressive and quite surprising.
A press tour from celebrity couple Tom Holland and Zendaya didn't hurt. And neither did fans flocking to theaters to avoid spoilers.
I don't think there was an empty seat. It was full.
As the country gears up for an uncertain 2022, many hope it's a spidey sense of good things to come. In case you need more proof of how big this opening was, no other COVID-era film has even crossed the $100 million mark. In a single weekend, the film has already brought in more than $500 million worldwide, so it seems like our friends overseas are just as eager to watch their favorite films on the big screen. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, change of plans. A sudden surge in COVID cases just days before Christmas. Across the country, long lines for COVID testing, events canceled, and businesses closed as the highly contagious Omicron variant spreads. We have team coverage from one of the areas hardest hit. Deja vu around the world, striking similarities to the early days of the pandemic. Some countries cracking down on international travel, with the U.S. expecting a record number of travelers this week. We're going to bring you the latest, plus what you need to know to stay safe this holiday. A big blow to the Build Back Better Act. Senator Joe Manchin announcing he won't support President Biden's signature social and climate plan, giving it almost no chance of survival, at least in its current form.
If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it. And I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't.
We'll bring you reaction from Capitol Hill and how Democrats are now attempting to try and save the bill. And trading up, way up, from a single bobby pin to a house. Our own Savannah Sellers caught up with one woman who did just that in just a year and a half, all while documenting it on TikTok, plus what she's decided to do with that house now. Good to have you with us. We begin this hour with the latest on the troubling surge of coronavirus cases across the U.S. days before Christmas. Businesses are shutting down. Entertainment venues are canceling events. And some regions of the country are grappling with their highest case counts since the beginning of the pandemic, all while officials warn of a tough winter ahead. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now from New York City with the latest. Kathy, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Yeah, now more than ever, health officials are doubling down on the importance of getting vaccinated and boosted. And here in New York, it seems like we're going back in time with cases climbing and COVID testing lines growing. In fact, some people telling me that over the weekend, they waited in line for up to 2 hours. But this morning, some promising news on Moderna's booster.
This morning, Moderna saying its booster increases protection against the Omicron variant. The company releasing data showing that the current booster shot raises the level of those antibodies needed to fight Omicron by 37-fold compared to the regular 2 shots of the vaccine. Candidates with a higher dose saw an 83-fold increase in protection. Meanwhile, the company also looking ahead, hoping to advance an Omicron-specific vaccine into clinical trials by early next year. All this as health officials send dire new warnings.
You're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two. It is just, raging through the world, really.
And with Christmas just days away and millions traveling, officials telling vaccinated Americans to get boosters, wear masks, and avoid crowded public spaces.
I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection.
New York hitting new COVID records for 3 consecutive days, with a growing number of breakthrough cases. On Broadway, nearly a third of shows canceling performances due to outbreaks. The Rockettes' Christmas Spectacular going dark for the rest of the season. SNL scrapping much of its last show of the year with no live audience and no musical guest.
Whoa! Where's everybody?
Officials now reconsidering plans for a packed Times Square on New Year's Eve. Many other large-scale events grinding to a halt. The NBA calling off 5 upcoming games involving 9 teams as a growing number of players and staff enter the league's COVID protocols. The NFL, NHL, and NCAA also announcing postponements. And a Royal Caribbean cruise returning to Miami after 48 guests and crew members tested positive. 98% were fully vaccinated, according to the cruise line. Health officials now worry a year-end spike could push some hospitals to the brink.
In the beginning, we didn't have the staffing shortages that we're experiencing now. We're all getting close to a crisis situation.
So, Kathy, with all the shutdowns and cancellations so far, you mentioned the New Year's Eve celebration. Is New York come up with a new plan for that celebration in Times Square?
Yeah, Joe, so all eyes are on that iconic event, and Mayor Bill de Blasio said that it's still under review at this point, but we should have a final decision sometime before Christmas. As of now, it should only be a fully vaccinated event. Joe?
Kathy Park reporting from New York. Thank you, Kathy. The surge in COVID cases has also reached Capitol Hill. Senators Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker both announced on Sunday they've tested positive for COVID and were experiencing mild symptoms. Both senators disclosed they've been fully vaccinated and received a booster shot. The Senate is currently on recess until after the holidays. Demand for COVID tests is soaring as many Americans get ready to see their families for the holiday weekend. It's all leading to long lines at testing sites across the country and a shortage of those over-the-counter at-home test kits. Kerry Sanders is at a busy testing center in Miami with more on this. Kerry, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Joe. There are very long lines here this morning, and this is for the COVID tests at a site that runs 24/7 around the clock. Let's take a look at the drone video that we have here. Looking down at the lines, you can see how long the lines are. A steady flow even at midnight to 5 a.m. in the darkness because people want to make sure that they are getting the proper tests. Now, medical experts say that if you get a rapid test and get a negative result, that means at that moment you are not contagious, and so you can continue on with your plans to see family, because nobody wants to be the person that shows up at a family gathering and then spread coronavirus. This morning, there's a new kind of holiday traffic. Cars bumper to bumper and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've been seeing around the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45 minutes.
From Florida, where this location turned away hundreds looking to get tested.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before the holiday weekend and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant. Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stock so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. While a struggling and sluggish supply chain is partially to blame, experts also point to a slow rollout. While the FDA has approved 13 at-home COVID tests, other places like Europe have more than 36 kits available for use, and tests are getting expensive. While the White House has said Americans can soon seek reimbursement from insurance companies for the at-home tests, that doesn't go into effect until January and does not apply to tests ordered now. The Biden administration says a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none. Now, because Omicron is spreading so quickly, medical experts say that you really want to make sure that you time your test, rapid tests like they're doing here, or PCR, which takes longer to get the results, time it so that you know a day or so before you're arriving that you are clear, because, you know, Christmas is now 5 days away. And if you're getting together with family, you want to know that the day you're arriving, you're okay.
Yeah, it's coming quick there, Kerry. So you mentioned any test is better than no test at all, but do we know if health experts determined if all those at-home kits can detect the Omicron strain?
Well, it's very important because the FDA is releasing this information. If you have one of those test kits at home, I'm going to give you a moment to sort of grab it and put it in your hand and look at it. And I'll repeat this twice because there are 3 tests that the FDA says that are not picking up Omicron, and basically you should not use them. One of them is called Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. They were unable to detect the Omicron variant, so you would probably want to avoid that. I'm going to read it again just in case you're scrambling around the house right now trying to find the box. Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. If you have those, set them to the side. They're not going to pick up the Omicron variant, which of course is spreading so quickly. Joe?
All right, good advice on this holiday week. Kerry Sanders, thanks so much. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins me now. Dr. Azar, we just saw how challenging it can be to get tested or get a test right now. So if you have been exposed to someone who's positive, you're vaccinated, how much should you worry if you can't find a test? What should you do?
Well, if you're asymptomatic, you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to stop trying to get a test. Certainly, if you're having symptoms, you need to essentially assume that you might be positive and isolate until you can get your hands on a test that shows that you are negative. You know, we just literally, it's everywhere, Joe, around the country. In our area here, my best friend's husband, our closest friends, had to drive over to my house on Saturday night, and I gave them half of one of our kits to test my friend because she was unable to get one anywhere around the area and waited 4 or 5 hours at an urgent care the next day just to get tested. So everyone's experiencing this, but to that point, reach out to friends, reach out to family, anybody. Some people have kits, right? We bought them a couple of months ago, not anticipating that we would be in such dire straits right now with shortages, but you need to do your part. And again, if you're symptomatic and you can't get a test, you basically assume you're positive until proven otherwise.
All right, so ask your friends and hope you have good friends like Dr. Natalie Azar. I want to talk about something a little bit positive. This morning, Moderna announced its booster dose works well against the Omicron variant. So what does this new data from Moderna mean? And for those who got this booster, do we know just how well protected they are?
Right. So this, Dr. Fauci sort of alluded to this last week in the press conference about Moderna's data. This is very, very similar to what Pfizer's, regulatory agency reported to us a couple of weeks ago, and that is that if you've had a 2-shot series of either Pfizer or Moderna, you are not well protected against Omicron. But if you boost, in this case with Moderna, at either the 50 microgram dose, which is the approved booster dose, or if you're a candidate for the higher 100 microgram third dose, essentially, you have a significant rise, as Kathy pointed out in her piece, in those neutralizing antibodies, which will protect you against infection. So this is great news. If you were a Moderna, recipient of that vaccine, you absolutely, if you haven't already been boosted, please get your booster. And again, you can mix it. You don't have to get the Moderna booster. You can get a Pfizer booster, get whatever booster you can get your hands on.
You mentioned Dr. Fauci. He now says Omicron could be a real problem for our hospital systems. Here's what he told Chuck Todd on Meet the Press.
Our hospitals, if things look like they're looking now in the next week or two, are going to be very stressed with people because, again, we have so many people in this country who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not yet been vaccinated, and that's going to be a real problem for stress on the hospital system.
Dr. Azar, we're a little tight on time here, but what are we seeing in hospitals right now?
Well, remember that there's a lag. So, for example, in New York City, we're seeing a significant bump in the number of cases, but our hospitals in New York City so far have not been stressed because of the Omicron variant. But remember, Joe, it is a patchwork across this country. There are areas that are reeling still from surges in Delta. So if we add the numbers of Omicron, even if it doesn't cause more severe disease, just by sheer absolute number of cases that will increase, we will see increased hospitalizations. We have staffing shortages. And also people who've neglected health conditions over the last 2 years who are showing up in the emergency departments across the country. Flu is back. We need to brace ourselves for a very tough couple of weeks ahead, unfortunately, Joe.
All right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, we appreciate your candor and your expertise. Thank you.
Yeah.
The dramatic rise in COVID cases and the spread of the Omicron variant come as a busy week of holiday travel kicks off. The latest surge is concerning public health officials and threatening to complicate holiday plans for families everywhere. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has the latest.
Hey, Joe, good morning from MIA. Experts are suggesting we may have 28 million more people traveling this holiday season compared to a year ago when we were still very much in the pandemic and we were still very much going without a vaccine. But with new variants rolling across the country, health experts say it is so critical that you take all the precautions you can as you travel.
At the start of potentially the busiest travel week of the year, health experts say if you're not vaccinated and you're traveling, you run a very high risk of severe infection, hospitalization, and even death.
Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
The Omicron variant spreading across the country, now detected in at least 45 states. The surge leading to long lines at testing sites and leaving some hospitals overwhelmed and understaffed.
We're seeing more and more individuals that are needing beds. And when we don't have nurses available to take care of those patients, then I'm worried that we'll have delays in care.
The COVID surge coming as airports nationwide are coping with perhaps the heaviest passenger surge of the year. AAA estimates 109 million people are traveling over the Christmas holiday, more than 100 million by car, more than 6 million by plane.
A lot of folks haven't traveled during COVID in quite a while, and this might be the first trip that they're returning to the skies.
In Los Angeles, United Airlines and the TSA have rolled out LAX Fast Lane, a pilot program offering United flyers the chance to make an appointment to go through airport security.
The Fast Lane service really helped us manage the queues and provide extra options for our passengers during the Thanksgiving holiday.
Travelers can book a 15-minute window up to 3 days prior to their departure for free. Ideal for passengers who don't have TSA pre-check or clear or maybe need some extra time.
It's nice that we're able to go through this and have it go a little bit faster for us.
This week, the busiest airports will be Atlanta, 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, LAX 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Denver 5 p.m. on Thursday, Dallas 10 a.m. Wednesday, and Orlando 7 a.m. on Thursday.
Yeah, the TSA is anticipating we will see passenger levels approaching 2019 numbers. The busiest travel days will be Thursday and then Monday after New Year's. And by the way, AAA is saying that most people are sticking with their travel plans despite the Omicron variant. Joe, back to you.
Tom Costello in Miami, thank you. To Washington now, where Democratic lawmakers and President Biden are scrambling to save their Build Back Better legislation. That's after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin effectively torpedoed the bill, saying he'd vote against it. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has more from Capitol Hill.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Joe Manchin's decision to oppose this bill that he spent months personally negotiating with the president has left the White House and congressional Democrats absolutely reeling. And now the bill, which Democrats hope would direct hundreds of billions of dollars to fight climate change, provide universal pre-K, and extend the child care tax credit, may well be impossible to pass.
West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin dealing a devastating blow to his party's nearly $2 trillion top priority, sinking the Build Back Better bill in a Sunday interview.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no.
Manchin joining every Senate Republican in opposition to the bill he'd spent months negotiating directly with President Biden, tanking the legislation in the evenly divided Senate, and stunning the White House, which released a statement saying Manchin's comments were, quote, at odds with his discussions this week with the president. Press Secretary Jen Psaki writing, just as Manchin reversed his position on Build Back Better this morning, we will continue to press him to see if he will reverse his position yet again to honor his prior commitments and be true to his word. Last month, President Biden expressing confidence he could overcome Manchin's concerns about the bill's price tag and its possible impact on inflation and earn his vote.
He will vote for this if we have in this proposal what he has anticipated.
The Build Back Better bill is passed.
The Build Back Better bill, which passed the House just before Thanksgiving without any Republican support, encompassed nearly every Democratic priority. Spending $500 billion on measures to fight climate change, creating a universal pre-K program, extending the child tax credit, and spending hundreds of billions more for home health care, paid family leave, and affordable housing. Republicans and Manchin argue the bill diverts too much money to goals that they say aim to rework the social safety net in America and advance liberal, progressive goals. But it's progressive Democrats who are now furious at Manchin.
All I want for Christmas is a senator that has compassion for the American people and not contempt.
And the Senate Majority Leader announcing just this morning that the Senate will still vote on this bill when they come back to Washington in January, vowing to put every member of the body on the record on the Senate floor and not just on television. Joe, it's going to be a very busy January here on Capitol Hill.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you so much. Today in Minnesota, a jury is expected to begin deliberations in the case of former police officer Kim Potter. She's on trial for manslaughter for shooting and killing 20-year-old Daunte Wright during a traffic stop last April. Potter says she fired her gun thinking it was her taser. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Minneapolis for us with the latest. Ron, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yes, we're expecting final arguments after 8 days of extremely emotional testimony, graphic, dramatic police video. Prosecutors say that Potter was reckless and failed to follow years of training and experience on that day, while the defense claims that she just made an innocent mistake.
I'm sorry it happened.
Kimberly Potter testifying in her own defense last week, telling the jury she and two fellow officers just wanted to place Daunte Wright in custody after pulling him over for an illegal air freshener and expired license plate tabs, and discovering he had an outstanding arrest warrant from a case involving a weapon.
Remember yelling, taser, 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 and then he told me I shot him.
Potter testified she feared that when Wright got back into his car, an officer partially inside on the passenger side could have been dragged and injured. The car took off, crashing into an oncoming vehicle a block away.
You guys shot him. Why? I don't know. I wasn't here. Why? Because he had a warrant? Are you serious? I was here. I watched.
The jury seeing police video showing Wright's mother arriving at the scene.
And I wanted to protect him because that's what mothers do. You protect your children.
Wright's girlfriend, the passenger in the car, testifying about his final moments.
Just put my hands over his chest and I just tried to hold it and I was just trying to scream his name.
Potter's trial happening in the same courtroom where a jury convicted former police officer Derek Chauvin of murdering George Floyd in April. Wright died just days before the Chauvin case ended, setting off days of protest. Now, prosecutors trying to convince another jury that Potter, despite 26 years of training and experience, failed in her duties and committed a crime, shooting and killing Wright.
You didn't plan to use deadly force that day, did you?
No.
you didn't want to use deadly force, did you?
The objection is overruled.
No. Because you knew that deadly force was unreasonable and unwarranted in those circumstances.
I didn't want to hurt anybody.
After Potter's testimony, Wright's family's lawyers released a statement saying that any sympathy for her instead of the Wright family would be misplaced. She faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted of the most serious charge, first-degree manslaughter. Joe?
Ron Allen in Minneapolis. Thank you, Ron. Time to get a check on your morning news now. Weather, many of us dreaming of a white Christmas. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the holiday forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Yeah, many of us dreaming of a white Christmas, but many of us will not get that. We're going to be very mild in many spots, but on the flip side, we're looking at pretty good travel for many of us. So starting with today, looking good. You see a lot of green on the maps in terms of the hub impacts. We do have some yellow. That's a moderate impact for Dallas and Houston, Orlando and Miami. And that's because we have a frontal boundary that's going to bring some rain today, also into Tuesday. And then the Pacific Northwest, we have a series of storms that will be moving through. So we're looking at major impacts possibly in Seattle. That will continue into Wednesday. You can sort of see that snow expanding into the Rockies. We have some moderate impacts for Salt Lake City, San Francisco, also Los Angeles. But the East Coast looking really good with lots of green on the map. So Friday, we're looking more snow into the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the Pacific Northwest, into the Rockies as well. So lots of yellow there, but looking good on the East Coast. Christmas Eve, great travel for many of us. That storm system will impact the western part of the nation with a few flurries into the upper Midwest. And then Christmas Day, I know so many of us want that snowfall, but we're not going to get it. For most of us, we're seeing lots of sunshine, actually really mild temperatures. We're looking at upper 60s in the central and southern plains, even into the 80s along the Gulf Coast, Florida into the 80s as well. That white Christmas is really going to be confined to the Pacific Northwest. So there is that snow depth forecast for Christmas Day. You can see lots of snow in the upper elevations of the Pacific Northwest, the Central Rockies, into parts of California, also Nevada, and looking at snow in New England. So, Joe, we'll be watching this closely, but we are so mild. And remember, winter starts tomorrow at 10:59 Eastern Standard Time, and many of us are going to be mild tomorrow.
You know, I'll take nice weather, too. It's fine. No complaints here.
We can't complain. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Coming up, new concerns about Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai over video that appears to show her reversing accusations against a government official. Details ahead on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai is appearing to pull back on allegations of sexual assault she made in November against a top Communist Party official. After making those accusations, she vanished from public view before reappearing almost 3 weeks later. Now, in a video interview with a newspaper in Singapore, which NBC News has not been able to verify, Peng denies ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Beijing with more on this. Janice, good morning.
Joe, good morning. 48 days after those first explosive claims, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai has now purportedly denied ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. But as has been the case with this story, as it's evolved over the past few weeks, there is a lot of skepticism and there is still very deep concern.
This morning, new comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who reemerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zheng Gaoli, a former Communist Party official, that included an encounter where she says she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcry, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world. That Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along," yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zheng, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
The Women's Tennis Association is suspending all of its tournaments in mainland China and Hong Kong, and that's a lucrative business for the WTA here. They're doing so to confront the Chinese authorities over Peng Shuai. Now, Chinese officials have yet to directly acknowledge her accusation or the tensions that have been swirling around it, making an investigation unlikely to. Joe?
All right, Janice, thank you so much. Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning. NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us again from Rome. Claudio, good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe. A 35-year-old former student leader has just become the youngest ever president of Chile. Now, Gabriel Boric beat by 10 points his far-right rival and now pledges to protect democracy and fight inequality and what he calls the privileges of a few. Now, let's move to Australia, where unfortunately a sixth child has died after he fell 32 feet to the ground from a bouncy castle that was lifted up in the air by a gust of wind. He was among 9 children who were playing in the inflatable structure at the end of the year event at a school there in Australia when the bouncy castle was just propelled into the air by strong winds. Another 3 children are still in critical conditions in the hospital. And let's move to Poland. Last but not least, hundreds of dinosaur footprints were found there. Now, it is a bit of a treasure trove, the geologists say, that kind of gives us an insight at the habits and behaviors of dinosaurs. Now, the dinosaurs appear to have left those marks while they were running, swimming, resting, and sitting. But it looks like the dinosaurs didn't have different habits than us at the end of the day. Joe?
Dinosaurs, they're just like us. All right, Claudio, thanks so much. All right, coming up, she started with a bobby pin and traded all the way up to a house.
One person finally replied and said, you know, I like what you're trying to do, and I will trade you a pair of earrings for that bobby pin.
Up next, hear how this TikToker was able to do it and what she's doing now with the home. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A college professor gave his students a surprise test of sorts to see if any of them fully read the class syllabus, and well, let's just say no one made the grade. In his syllabus, Professor Kenyon Wilson at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga wrote down the location and combination to a locker that had a $50 bill inside, as you can see there on his Facebook page. The semester ended nearly 2 weeks ago, and the money remained inside the locker. He wrote on his page, quote, "Today I retrieved the unclaimed treasure." Wilson also says he expects that the spring syllabus might be his most read one ever. $50 would have been nice in college. All right. Last week, we told you about the TikToker who traded her way up from a bobby pin to her dream home. Well, Savannah went down to Tennessee to meet with the woman. Here's her story.
Hey, it's me, Demi. I've got a trade update.
Demi Skipper is a trader, but not the stock market kind.
I'm trading a single bobby pin until I get a house.
With time on her hands during the pandemic and inspired by a TED Talk from 2006 where a man traded a red paperclip up to a house, Demi thought, I can do that.
How do you even start a process like that?
So honestly, just step by step. So I went to Facebook groups, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. One person finally replied and said, you know, I like what you're trying to do, and I will trade you a pair of earrings for that bobby pin. Then the pair of earrings went for a set of margarita glasses. Those glasses then went for a vacuum. The vacuum went for a snowboard, and then a snowboard for an Apple TV. So you can see they're slowly getting better and better as I go. Drop me a follow and watch me go all the way to a house.
28 trades, a year and a half, and 5 million TikTok followers later.
And I've done it. And look at it.
Demi has her house. We took her to Clarksville, Tennessee, so she could give today an exclusive look.
All right, so Demi, this is it.
This is it.
From a bobby pin.
It's perfect. It's everything I could hope for.
What was it like when you first got the keys?
Oh, I can't even describe the feeling of how it felt. I cried, my heart was racing.
What was the last trade that got you this?
So, it was an off-the-grid trailer. It's almost like a food truck. It has solar panels, a Tesla battery, a full fridge inside worth $40,000. It's all about finding the right person.
The right people for that specific item, and with a house to spare. Sierra and Bill Netherton, house flippers with a renovation backlog, who know just what they want to do with that trailer to help their community.
The hope was to take the trailer and actually give that away to someone in our community
to give a local entrepreneur a chance to start their business.
It sounds like you both just really love Clarksville and you really love your neighbors.
Very much. 100%.
That spirit of giving has been a theme throughout Demi's journey within the community she says has changed her.
Because of all your help, writing you a check for $1,000.
What?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of student loans and stuff, so it's hard to pay.
Last holiday season, Demi helped raise thousands of dollars for Shannon, a follower who stored trades in her driveway for free for months.
I just was so overwhelmed by the humanity and just that there still are such good people in this world.
And now Demi's planning her biggest act of kindness yet.
So now, the big question is, what are you going to do with this house?
So the house is going to get fully renovated, so I'll be working on the full renovation, and then I'm actually going to trade this house for a bobby pin.
Yep, Demi and her husband are moving across the country from San Francisco to Clarksville to fix up the house just to give it away.
All right, here it is. This is it, your house. What did you think the first time you stepped in here?
Honestly, I was just envisioning what this house was going to be.
So you're gutting the whole thing?
The entire thing. So someone will have a brand new free house just for them.
Once you get that next bobby pin, you're starting over?
Starting over.
Will you do this forever?
Forever. I'm going to be 85, trading, still getting houses.
Do you really think that?
Yep.
Yep, I love it.
Love it. And our thanks to Savannah for sharing that great story. All right, coming up, time might be running out to get those Christmas presents. So what are kids hoping for under the tree, and what might supply shortages, how might they hamper the holiday? We're going to check in with an expert next on Morning News Now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The team that has helped in the fight against COVID is also trying to do the same for cancer. Workers at BioNTech are working on a vaccine aimed at helping to prevent relapses. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Akshay Syal got an exclusive look inside their lab. Brings us this story.
mRNA vaccine.
The mRNA vaccines.
The mRNA vaccines.
It's the vaccine technology that revolutionized our response to the coronavirus pandemic. mRNA.
We imagined many years ago that this molecule could be used to instruct our immune system and prepare our immune system to fight pathogens.
Dr. Ugur Sahin is the CEO of BioNTech, the company that's teamed up with Pfizer to make a COVID mRNA vaccine.
We're all done.
Given to over 112 million Americans to date. It's not exactly how Sahin thought his innovative platform would be used.
And we founded our company 13 years ago, and our vision was to develop cancer immunotherapies.
Today, Dr. Sahin is more focused on that goal than ever, developing an mRNA vaccine for colorectal cancer.
Why colon cancer?
The standard treatment resides in a situation where about 30% of patients have a relapse after 2 years.
An even bigger problem today, as the U.S. incidence of colorectal cancer has risen in younger adults since the mid-1990s.
And now the question is, if we add a vaccine, can we prevent these relapses? And we believe the vaccine could be in a position to do that.
The vaccine, not only made from mRNA, but also individualized for each patient's cancer.
And this type of treatment really considers that every tumor is different.
The company gave NBC News an exclusive look at their mRNA cancer vaccine process. It starts out with sending a patient's tumor to BioNTech's lab in Germany. There, cancer cells are analyzed for mutations specific to that individual, then encoded in mRNA strands that go into the vaccine.
When we administer the vaccine to the patient's body is able to mount immune responses which are directed specifically against the patient's tumor.
Dr. Leanne Prusner oversees the manufacturing of BioNTech's colorectal cancer vaccine, a process the company boasts can be done in record time.
And now, how long does it take to go from a tumor to a shot in the arm?
Around 6 weeks.
Their state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Mainz is being used to scale this therapy, from one patient to thousands.
We are now on a scale with enabling us about 500 to 600 vaccines a year. And in 2 years from now, we will be able to scale up to 10,000 patients a year.
In October, BioNTech began enrolling patients in their phase 2 clinical trial. One step closer to making a 30-year dream a reality.
We believe scientifically this could be a game changer. Of course, we have to prove that. And in about 3 years from now, we will get the clinical data from this trial, and then we will see whether it's a game changer.
So when we think of mRNA, we just think of COVID right now. Do you think that'll change in the next 10 years?
Yes, it will change, definitively change. We are developing mRNA therapies against cancer, and we will see also mRNA therapies against autoimmune diseases, allergies, inflammatory diseases, or even in the space of regenerative medicine.
A revolutionary advance poised to change the medical space for decades to come.
Our thanks to Dr. Akshay Syal for that report. Time now for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you. Silvana Henao is with us again. Good morning.
Good morning. YouTube TV and Disney reach a deal to return Disney-owned channels such as ABC, ESPN, and FX to the streaming service just in time for Monday Night Football. Those channels were pulled on Friday over a price dispute. YouTube TV says customers will receive a $15 credit on their monthly bill to make up for the temporary loss of Disney content. Meanwhile, Adidas' first plunge into the NFT world appears to have been a success. A collaboration with groups like G-Money and Punks brought in more than $23 million in Ethereum between an early access and a general sale. The product dropped, minting nearly 30,000 NFTs despite a few technical glitches. Netting $23 million from a limited-run digital release is pretty significant, and more sales could add to the company's bottom line while also boosting hype for NFTs. And Spider-Man: No Way Home swings to Hollywood's rescue. Sony and Marvel's latest installment in the superhero franchise, opening to $253 million at the box office this weekend, according to ComScore. That's more than any movie has made in its entirety during the pandemic, and it's the third highest domestic debut ever, trailing only Avengers Endgame and Avengers Infinity War. The film adding another $334 million overseas for a global tally of $587 million, which is also the third highest opening of all time. With this movie, Marvel has swept the top 5 debuts during the pandemic. Back to you.
Pretty impressive. One of those movies folks want to see on the big screen. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, Christmas can be an incredibly stressful time for anyone looking to bring joy to a special child in their life. With so many options for toys and gifts, it's hard to know what will really bring a smile to a kid's face. And with supply chain slowdowns, it's hard to know if your gift will even make it under the tree in time. Let's bring in Toy Insider Editor-in-Chief Marissa Silva for more on what to give that special kid in your life. Marissa, good to have you with us. I think a lot of parents are eager to hear your advice right now. You have some of this year's top ticket items right there with you to show our viewers. What are the biggest gifts right now, and where can you actually find them?
Yeah, great to be here. So I brought you some of my favorites for the holiday season. The first is the Nintendo Switch OLED model. So this is the newest version of the Nintendo Switch. It's got a bit of a larger screen. It comes in OLED. It's got a big kickstand and up to 64 gigabytes of storage built inside. So a little bit of a upgraded version of the Switch that kids can play at home or on the go. So this one retails for about $349. It's definitely one of those hard to find items, but not impossible. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. And then the second product I brought for you is called Tonies. So this is a really cool audio player for kids. You get this kind of soft and squishy box, and when you put these little figures on top, you can hear little songs and stories that will play for kids. So really interactive, fun tech toy that's totally screen free too, so parents will love that feature.
Oh, I would have loved that as a kid, or probably even now I would still play with it. All right, so we're just days away from Christmas. There are still some of us who have yet to buy gifts. Okay, bought mine, they just haven't shipped them all yet. So what can last minute shoppers do to make sure they get that special toy in hand?
Yeah, my biggest tip for last minute shoppers is don't stress, right? Toys are still available at retail stores. Your best bet at this point is to safely shop in store. So toy store retailers like Target, Walmart, they are fully stocked with toys. But another great tip is to shop small. Go to your local mom and pop neighborhood toy store and see what they've got too. Odds are they're going to be really knowledgeable about toys as well and help you pick out great things for the kids in your lives.
Love those local, small, locally owned toy stores. All right, so we've been reporting, of course, on these supply chain slowdowns for quite some time. How much is it impacting this Christmas, especially with toys, and should people worry if they haven't received their gifts yet?
Yeah, for sure. So the supply chain crisis was really hitting the toy industry hard at the beginning of the shopping season. And at this point, the good news is the ships have come in, right? So toys are readily available, waiting for you on store shelves, which is a great thing. There are still some of those very hard to find items that sold out very early on that we're still waiting to see restock on. But it's okay to maybe think about what alternative items your kids want, because there are tons and tons of great toys out there ready to purchase. If you are still shopping online, the best thing that you can do is really take a look at those guaranteed ship by dates, because at this point you can't really rely on things like, Prime 2-day shipping. You have to make sure that it's actually going to get where you need it to go in time for the holidays.
All right, good advice, Marissa Silva. I think some folks are breathing a little easier right now. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, coming up, like father, like son. Tiger Woods back on the links and setting an impressive record with his 12-year-old son, Charlie. We'll have highlights when we return. You're watching Morning News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It's a sight no one thought would have been possible several months ago. Tiger Woods returning to the game he loves. But that's exactly what happened over the weekend when he hit the links with his son for the first time since the February crash that nearly took his life. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more on his remarkable return.
Welcome back, Big Cat!
Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
In Orlando, the trademark swing felt part milestone, part miracle. Tiger Woods playing in his first competition since the February accident that nearly cost him his life, teaming up with 12-year-old son Charlie in the PNC Championship, partnering pros with family members.
Charlie and Tiger trying to make a move here.
The father-son duo sporting matching red on Sunday, Tiger's signature look to close out the tournament's final round. The uncanny resemblance carrying right onto the golf course.
The way Charlie's playing, pretty darn impressive.
Charlie playing just like Dad, matching mannerisms from the smooth swing to the classic Woods confidence.
11 birdies in a row.
He might become the next Tiger Woods.
The pair ultimately took second place, topping their 7th place finish last year.
He's an unbelievable player and an unbelievable partner.
For Tiger, it was a comeback some thought might never happen. February's accident left him hospitalized for 3 weeks. His right leg and foot crushed. At times during this weekend's tournament, a noticeable limp from Tiger, who relied on a golf cart to get around.
I'm just happy and thankful that I'm able to do this. I still have my own leg, which was, it was questionable there for a while, and it's functioning, and I'm just really tired.
Across the weekend, Woods was celebrated.
Yo, Nelly, yes. You got it.
Even the best player in women's golf, Nelly Korda, grateful to get a picture. An incredible return for a golf legend, right alongside the next generation.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do this again, to have this opportunity to be able to play with my son and to have these memories, for us, both of us, for a lifetime. It's worth all the pain.
A comeback that could only come from a guy named Tiger.
Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. No word yet on when Tiger will return to the golf course again. One California-based Santa Claus is using his Christmas magic to bring happiness to the Golden State by helping families that are down on their luck this holiday season. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow got a look inside his special workshop.
Joe, this is a story about spreading holiday cheer and the Santa who's teaching others just how great it feels to give.
Oh, who likes to draw pictures?
While the elves are busy at the North Pole.
Well, follow me in.
This Santa, Courtney Lofton, is busy at his North Ridge workshop in Southern California.
I had to grow the beard. I just felt that was probably the first sign of the calling. Oh, lots of happy faces here.
A professional contractor on the side, he's been helping others during the holidays for more than a decade.
Isn't that fun?
Yes. But officially started the Red Sled Santa Foundation almost 2 years ago.
This is the table that I made.
The nonprofit aims to create a meaningful Christmas by providing gifts and financial assistance to families in need.
And if I can bring just a little sparkle of love and happiness and keep the magic of Christmas alive, I'm going to keep doing it.
This year, he opened his workshop to the community, a chance for others to help too.
Well, hello!
Inviting groups like the Young Adult Club from the Inland Valley Down Syndrome Association.
You're all in junior elf training today.
Showing volunteers how to make toys.
Very good. Now let's tie a knot.
Giving them a sense of purpose and pride.
Perfect. We're teaching a child to make something from their own hands, from their own heart, and that makes it even more special. This is the fun part. Are you ready?
Yeah. For elves like Brooke Beard, the opportunity to make and help give out these gifts is a joy.
I couldn't wait for this day to come.
Wow, you've got some good stuff in here, too.
A special day for their parents, too.
We're just excited to be here. I mean, excited for our kids to be excited to give back to others.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose.
So far, the Red Sled Santa Foundation has donated nearly 7,000 toys.
All kinds of fun stuff.
This group also offering a donation, helping Santa make smiles for many more.
This is a donation from our group for you, so you can go help some more children.
This is so wonderful.
Sharing the true meaning of Christmas.
Santa doesn't come down from the chimney. He comes from the heart.
All year long.
Now, you're official Santa's helpers. Yay, Merry Christmas.
Santa says he wants to keep growing the Red Sled Santa Foundation, expanding to meet needs all over the country. Joe.
Kate Snow, thanks so much for that report. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, COVID Christmas concerns. Coronavirus cases spiking nationwide ahead of the holidays. Testing lines wrapped around street corners, leaving people waiting for hours. Everything you need to know and the promising news out today about Moderna booster shots. Plus, Build Back Bus. Lawmakers plotting their next steps after Senator Joe Manchin rejects President Biden's economic and climate plan. What Democrats in Congress are now promising and where the president's agenda goes from here. And let's talk about this shipping news. The race is on to get those holiday gifts in time for Christmas. But how much could it cost you if you wait until the last minute? And really, what the new report says about how often packages are actually arriving on time. And like father, like son, check out this incredible comeback from golf star Tiger Woods. He and his 12-year-old son stealing the spotlight with matching shirts and even matching swings. What Tiger is saying about his remarkable return to the green. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the day off. We begin with the coronavirus pandemic and the rapid surge of the Omicron variant. Take a look at the numbers on your screen here. They're simply staggering. In just the last several weeks, we've seen a steady increase in confirmed cases. The 7-day moving average of cases now topping 133,000. And really what's more concerning is the development of breakthrough cases. On Capitol Hill alone, 3 breakthrough cases just over the weekend. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, and Colorado Representative Jason Crow all tested positive, but really only had mild symptoms, thankfully. Meanwhile, the race to get tested is getting more dire. Take a look at this video. This is from Manhattan here, just over the weekend. You can see testing lines stretching longer than a city block, with many people waiting for hours. We have an entire team right now that's covering everything you need to know about this new variant. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park and some positive news from Moderna about their booster shot. Kathy, we are in the mood and ready for some good news this Monday morning. Please do share.
Hey, Morgan. Good morning. Yeah, let's start off with that good news. A drug maker announcing today that its booster is effective at fighting the Omicron variant because it raises antibody levels. But here in New York, it seems like, you know what, we are going back in time with COVID cases rising and long testing lines, as you pointed out. And that's happening all across the city.
This morning, Moderna saying its booster increases protection against the Omicron variant. The company releasing data showing that the current booster shot raises the level of those antibodies needed to fight Omicron by 37-fold compared to the regular 2 shots of the vaccine. Candidates with a higher dose saw an 83-fold increase in protection. Meanwhile, the company also looking ahead, hoping to advance an Omicron-specific vaccine into clinical trials by early next year. All this as health officials send dire new warnings.
You're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two.
It is just, raging through the world, really.
And with Christmas just days away and millions traveling, officials telling vaccinated Americans to get boosters, wear masks, and avoid crowded public spaces.
I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection.
New York hitting new COVID records for 3 consecutive days, with a growing number of breakthrough cases. On Broadway, nearly a third of shows canceling performances due to outbreaks. The Rockettes' Christmas spectacular going dark for the rest of the season. SNL scrapping much of its last show of the year with no live audience and no musical guest.
Whoa! Where's everybody?
Officials now reconsidering plans for a packed Times Square on New Year's Eve. Many other large-scale events grinding to a halt. The NBA calling off 5 upcoming games involving 9 teams as a growing number of players and staff enter the league's COVID protocols. The NFL, NHL, and NCAA also announcing postponements. And a Royal Caribbean cruise returning to Miami after 48 guests and crew members tested positive. 98% were fully vaccinated, according to the cruise line. Health officials now worry a year-end spike could push some hospitals to the brink.
In the beginning, we didn't have the staffing shortages that we're experiencing now. We're all getting close to a crisis situation.
No. Kathy, listen, we know that, people out there have been waiting in these long lines. I myself saw people in Harlem waiting after already having weeks, of these even booster shot appointments. You're talking about people who are just trying to get tested. What are they saying about waiting in these long lines?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, if you talked to me around 6:30 this morning, there would have been a huge line, literally just wrapping around this block. But I was just told from City MD behind me that they have already maxed out for the day. Wow. They capped at 150 patients. There were several people waiting in line this morning. So moving forward, they're just texting folks, letting people know that your appointment is up. So they're doing that virtually now. But like I said, they're capping it today. And that's something that they're going to be doing moving forward because, the lines are huge throughout the city. And they said they're also dealing with staffing issues as well as we get closer to the holidays.
Well, and our thoughts are certainly with those first responders, those staff members who are there seeing all those patients. Kathy Parkfor is here outside of New York City. Kathy, thank you. And as Kathy mentioned, look, every pro sports league is being impacted by this recent COVID surge. So let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach now. He's outside of Capital One Arena there in Washington, D.C. Gary, let's first talk about the NBA. How is the NBA specifically dealing with this spike in COVID cases?
Yeah, well, officials from across the sports world are trying everything they can to make their seasons happen and to let this continue. It's getting harder and harder to do. 19 teams in the NBA have players that are in what they call health and safety protocols, a.k.a. they have players who have COVID on their teams. And so one thing the NBA is doing that other leagues aren't, they're actually allowing teams to sign replacement players, one for each team and one for each player that has COVID. So if you have 5 players who have COVID on your team, they can sign sign 5 replacement players just while they have COVID. Another thing some leagues are doing and some teams are doing in some stadiums are allowing fans to come in about half the stadium full instead of having packed stadiums. Morgan?
And Gary, can we switch gears to the NFL now? I mean, they postponed 3 games over the weekend. What's the league saying about the more than 100 players that entered COVID protocols in recent days?
Yeah, they had to postpone that because of the 100 players. The Washington football team here in D.C. hit particularly hard with 22 players in COVID protocols, including their star quarterback, Taylor Heineke. So that game was postponed. So the NFL is putting in a new set of protocols on top of what they already had, including mandatory mask wearing in all team facilities, making to-go food an option in cafeterias, and making all meetings virtual so you don't have a whole bunch of guys sitting around a locker room. Here's what the NFL's chief medical advisor had to say about this outbreak.
We don't want to put teams on the field together unless we feel good about the overall environment and the safety for everyone involved. So we'll just continue to look at the data as it comes out and make the best decisions we can, and we'll let health and safety drive those decisions.
Now, it's important to note the vaccination rates of the NFL. 95% of players in the NFL are fully vaccinated. So we're not dealing with a whole lot of players who are unvaccinated. These are simply breakthrough cases. Morgan?
Gary, finally, what about the NHL? I want to ask about all the sports here. What about hockey players? How are they handling this?
Yes, so more than 130 players and coaches from across the NHL have COVID, coronavirus right now. That is causing a lot of problems because this is a 2-country sport that we're dealing with here. There's a number of teams in the NHL in Canada, so they've actually suspended all travel for teams between Canada and the United States through the middle of January. So teams that are domestic will be able to continue playing, but not against teams in Canada. Morgan?
NBC's Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you for being out there. I know it's a little chilly. We appreciate your reporting. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, I have been waiting to speak to you because, look, some of the scenes this weekend, they're giving people flashbacks of what we saw in March of 2020 before we fully realized the scope of the pandemic and the fact that we were about to be entering, year 3. Cutting to the chase. Is there a need to panic now, this time around?
And Morgan, you are right. We are looking at what we saw back in March of 2020. Even more so, we're looking at what we saw last winter with rapid rising cases. The difference is we're not seeing quite as rapid rise in hospitalizations as we did then, but that can usually be a bit delayed. So the story's still out there. But as far as panicking, no, this is not a time to panic. This is a time to certainly be aware of what's happening out there and take the precautions you need to take to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones stay safe. And that means, number 1, getting vaccinated. Number 2, getting boosters. If you're eligible for boosters, wearing that mask when you're out and about, and then think about testing, whether you need to be tested or not. And again, not a time to panic, but certainly a time to be aware of what you need to do to stay safe.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I mean, because I think a voice of reason and calm is certainly something we all need to hear and want to hear, because I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing their family members this holiday season. What steps should you take if you find out, for example, that you don't have COVID, not that you know of, but you've been in close contact with someone who tested positive?
And Morgan, it's going to depend on a couple of factors. Number 1, are you vaccinated or are you unvaccinated? If you're unvaccinated, how close were you to them? Were you just on the same floor? Were you within close proximity for 15 minutes? By that we mean 6 feet or more, or 6 feet or less. In that case, what you want to do is you want to get tested right away. You want to isolate yourself for 7 days and then get tested again at that point to make sure you're negative. And then at that point you can say, rest assured, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. On the other hand, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't need to get that initial test. You do need to wear a mask when you're out and about, but then go ahead and get a test at the 5 to 7 day point to check yourself and make sure. Of course, if you start getting symptoms, completely different story. Go ahead and step back, isolate yourself, get tested, wait for that test to come back to make sure it's not COVID. But again, the main thing is just to keep safe. And if you're in an environment where you're out and about, especially if you're in crowds that aren't family members, wear that mask, please.
And Dr. John, I mean, what about you? I mean, you're a doctor, but you're also a civilian. What about me? I'm a reporter. I imagine we are both vaccinated, boosted up. If you do have holiday travel plans over the next couple of weeks, what should you be doing? How should you approach that trip if you've done all the right things kind of up until this point to protect yourself?
And Morgan, you're right. Vaccinated, fully boosted. And so I'm in that category where it's a bit safer for me to go out and about. And I just came back from New York City, traveled, felt very safe. I was masked the whole time I was outside my hotel room at all. And you want to take those precautions. If you're going for family vacations, then I think now's a great time to simply ask that question. Are you vaccinated? And if you are, let's go ahead and get together. If you're not, let's think about what we need to do to get together, or we can do that virtually just to make sure that everybody stays safe. Take those extra precautions. You know, this is different than last holidays where we said don't go anywhere. This is more a go somewhere, enjoy it, but do it very safely, Morgan.
If the holidays weren't already complicated, I can tell you families have been talking about, are you vaccinated, unvaccinated? Can you come? You're disinvited. My own family had to deal with some of those tough conversations.
Oh, yeah.
So I know my parents are not playing with COVID, so they are a vaccinated family. All right. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
We're also following breaking news in Minneapolis at this hour. Closing arguments are underway in the trial of Kim Potter. She's the police officer accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright. You're about to see some body camera footage of that incident, and I do want to warn you, some of you may find this disturbing. Police attempted, as you're looking at here, to arrest Wright for a warrant on a weapons violation just last spring of this year. Now, when he tried escaping, that former officer, Kim Potter, shot him. Now, she said she meant to use her taser, but instead drew her handgun by mistake. Let's go in and bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen and criminal defense attorney Molly Palmer. Ron, I would like to start with you. Take us inside that courtroom first. What's happening there right now?
The prosecution, the state, is wrapping up its opening statement. They've been on for about an hour or so, and they have gone through all the aspects of the case. The last thing the prosecutor was talking about, she urged the jurors to look at all the video of this case. There's a voluminous amount of video of what happened from police body cameras and dash cam video as well. And she said, use your common sense because you can see what happened. And she started off by saying the bottom line is that Daunte Wright is dead, that he's not going to be home for the holidays with his family, as Officer Kim Potter's sons are going to be with her, they said. It's a very straightforward and very emotional and passionate argument that the prosecution is making. Here's some of what she had to say. Take a listen.
What this case is really about is about an officer who mishandled her firearm. That's why we're here. And even if you take the defendant's word for it, she admits that's what she did. She told you in court she knew it was wrong. And she knew from the very beginning.
The key word there is reckless, because the charge is manslaughter in the first degree and second degree. And the state is basically saying that this veteran officer with all this training used her firearm in a reckless way and ignored her training, didn't follow her training, and escalated this traffic stop into a deadly encounter and shot and killed Daunte Wright. The state maintains this was all preventable. We're going to hear from the defense later after the prosecution finishes, and they're going to argue, they're going to try and tell the jury that, in fact, there was an officer at risk in this situation, that an officer on the passenger side of the car was at risk, and Potter had every right to not just try to arrest Wright because of this outstanding warrant, but also to try and protect the other officers. Their argument is that this was about safety and that she had the right not only to use a taser but also to use a gun, something, of course, the state is pushing back on. But this is essentially what the jury is going to have to decide when they get this case in probably a couple of hours. Was what she was doing and the other officers a legal traffic stop where they were doing their duties, trying to arrest someone, or did this go too far? Did they use excessive force, deadly force in her case, when she fired a weapon that she handled recklessly?
Ron, speaking of that jury, I would like to bring in Molly here, because Molly, we've heard a lot of back and forth, 8 days of testimony. How effectively do you think both sides presented their arguments? And really, based on what you heard as a professional, how long do you think this jury will take to deliberate?
Well, in terms of deliberations, we have to remember that this is a holiday week. And typically, trial lawyers like myself are very cognizant of that, because juries like to wrap up before the holidays. There are 2 counts in the criminal complaint against Kim Potter. So it's just these 2 charges, and whether or not the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt these elements. She could conceivably be convicted of both. But I think it's not so much the complexity of these charges that the jury is going to find to cause them to take more time here. It's going to be how divisive this case has been. I think that some people saw Kim Potter as an officer trying to do the best that she could in an incredibly stressful situation. And other people saw her as acting exactly as described by the state, recklessly, negligently, and that Daunte Wright shouldn't have died after what was just a straightforward traffic stop initiated by the fact that he had a air freshener hanging from his mirror. So I think it's the divisive nature of this case, and that's what the jury is going to have to contend with in terms of deliberations, not the complexity of the charges.
Ron Allen, Molly Palmer, thank you both for joining us. We really appreciate you following this case and, of course, bringing us the latest. Now to Capitol Hill, where Democrats are scrambling for a plan B after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin announced that he will not support President Biden's Build Back Better plan. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, as well as NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now. Sahil, I'd like to start with you if we can. You know, how are Democrats reacting to Manchin's decision? Because this came as a surprise for many when he went and announced that he would not do this on Fox News.
Morgan, it's a mix of shock. There's anger. There are feelings of betrayal. A lot of Democrats feel like they shaped this bill heavily around Senator Joe Manchin's demands. They cut it in half to meet those demands, and that he walked away at the last minute. Some House progressives in particular are upset about this, and they had argued that it should be linked to that infrastructure bill that Manchin was deeply invested in. It got delinked, and they say that's part of the reason. Let's have a listen to what some House progressives had to say about Manchin.
I mean, we all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. You know, the excuses that he just made, I think, are complete bull.
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the people of West Virginia, to tell them why he doesn't have the guts to take on the drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, why he is not prepared to expand home health care. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in this country.
As you can see, their tensions are pretty hot right now, and Democrats, I think, across the board are going to have to cool their jets as well as Joe Manchin is before anything further can happen on this bill.
Mark, I want to switch gears and talk to you for a minute here for some context. I mean, this was a major blow to the president's agenda. Can you talk to us about the impact this could have on the perception of his ability to get things done and really what we're seeing right now in his approval ratings?
Yeah, and Morgan, you know, when you look back at 2021, it was a very productive year for the Biden White House and congressional Democrats. They ended up passing the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, a $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. Both were big achievements. But the White House, along with progressives, ended up putting so much stock in the Build Back Better program over the last several months. And so when it actually ended up hitting some roadblocks, as it certainly did over the weekend, there's a lot of disappointment despite the previous victories. And as you mentioned, you end up having President Biden at very low approval ratings for a new president in his first year in office, just 41% according to a new NPR PBS Marist poll that's out today. And, you know, that is a tricky political situation for Democrats heading into the midterm elections next year.
Sahil, I mean, when we talk about this particular bill, though, and whether or not it is ultimately successful, what's next for this bill? Where does Congress and really even the country go from here?
Well, the bill doesn't have a pulse right now, but Democrats still believe, some of them at least, that it can be salvaged, that it can be resuscitated. And they're trying to find a way around this, specifically based on things that Joe Manchin has said, trying to make sure everything is funded for a 10-year period. He seems to be complaining that some of the provisions expire in order to mask the true cost of the bill. If they can get that down, make some painful sacrifices, they still think there's a way to get to the finish line on this piece of legislation, Morgan.
Sahil, thank you so much. I want to go ahead and turn back to Mark here to close us out. Mark, I know it's going to be a very busy 2022. Not only will we mark really the anniversary of Biden's first full year in office, but we also have these midterms that are looming. So what does Biden need to focus on as a president, as an administration, to really connect with the American people and to boost his approval ratings ahead of these midterms?
Yeah, Morgan, it's all about the political science and about those approval ratings. If the higher Joe Biden's approval ratings are, the better the Democrats are going to do right now. And the president with ratings in the low 40s, that is a recipe for disaster for the Democratic Party. So the president's actually got to get more popular. And maybe one of the things on his agenda is actually getting control of this coronavirus, where it did seem that the White House thought that they were going to be closer than declaring our country's independence from this coronavirus back on July 4th. Well, we've had yet now multiple variants hitting this country, people canceling their travel plans, people having a very difficult time getting testing, and going back and going on a war footing against the coronavirus might be the way to get those approval ratings back up.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you so much. And it is the biggest test for America's shipping companies so far. Coming up, a report card on how which companies and how well they're doing to handle the supply chain pain on top of increased online shopping due to the pandemic. We'll have that report card for you in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, because
Go ahead, this is it.
Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Christmas is just 5 days away, and if you haven't gotten your gifts in the mail yet, you still have a couple of days to get them under the tree. But how well are mail carriers doing this season when it comes to getting packages delivered on time? Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
Hey, Morgan. So there is some good news here. It does seem as though most of these shipping services are doing well this holiday season. But which ones are doing better than the others? If you do have a last-minute package to send, take a look.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we do. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can and shipped out.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them with making deliveries on time. by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time.
Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve, but it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree.
You heard it there, potentially over $100 to ship a pair of shoes across the country right now. So the bottom line is get on it if you haven't already. Back to you, Morgan.
Well, the COVID pandemic has millions of holiday travel plans up in the air. Still ahead, the warning from top medical experts with an estimated 109 million Americans expected to travel this week alone, just after the break.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last week.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, everyone missing after last week's deadly tornado outbreak in Kentucky has finally been accounted for. The state's governor says at least 75 people were killed after several tornadoes touched down in Kentucky last weekend. The governor also says that more than 10,000 insurance claims have been filed since that storm. Police are trying to figure out how 7 people died inside a Minnesota home just over the weekend. Investigators say family members went to check on the house and discovered the bodies. They found 4 adults and 3 children dead. Police say there were no signs of violence or forced entry. You can expect to see some cheaper gas prices when you fill up this week. The average price of gas in the U.S. dropped by 6 cents over the past 2 weeks to $3.41 per gallon. While nationwide, the highest average price for regular grade gas is in the San Francisco Bay Area, and that's $4.77, so $4.77 per gallon. Analysts say prices are going down because of lower crude oil costs. Now to the dramatic spread of the Omicron variant that's threatening to derail some of those holiday plans. The latest surge is concerning public health officials as it comes just as the busy Christmas travel week kicks off. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more from Miami International Airport.
Hey, Morgan, good morning from MIA. You know, most experts are predicting we will have nearly 28 million more people traveling this Christmas holiday compared to last Christmas holiday when we were still just beginning the vaccination process. However, with various COVID variants now spreading across the country, health experts say you have absolutely got to take precautions if you are traveling.
At the start of potentially the busiest travel week of the year, health experts say if you're not vaccinated and you're traveling, you run a very high risk of severe infection, hospitalization, and even death.
Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
The Omicron variant spreading across the country, now detected in at least 45 states. The surge leading to long lines at testing sites and leaving some hospitals overwhelmed and understaffed.
We're seeing more and more individuals that are needing beds. And when we don't have nurses available to take care of those patients, then I'm worried that we'll have delays in cares.
The COVID surge coming as airports nationwide are coping with perhaps the heaviest passenger surge of the year. AAA estimates 109 million people are traveling over the Christmas holiday, more than 100 million by car, more than 6 million by plane.
A lot of folks haven't traveled during COVID in quite a while, and this might be the first trip that they're returning to the skies.
In Los Angeles, United Airlines and the TSA have rolled out LAX Fast Lane, a pilot program offering United flyers the chance to make an appointment to go through airport security.
The Fast Lane service really helped us manage the queues and provide extra options for our passengers during the Thanksgiving holiday.
Travelers can book a 15-minute window up to 3 days prior to their departure for free. Ideal for passengers who don't have TSA pre-check or clear or maybe need some extra time.
It's nice that we're able to go through this and have it go a little bit faster for us.
This week, the busiest airports will be Atlanta, 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, LAX, 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Denver, 5 p.m. on Thursday, Dallas, 10 a.m. Wednesday, and Orlando, 7 a.m. on Thursday. Yeah, the TSA is suggesting that we will see passenger levels approaching 2019 numbers. Not quite there, but getting close. The busiest travel day will be this coming Thursday in the air, and then the Monday after New Year's as well. And by the way, AAA is saying most people who are booking holiday travel, Christmas holiday travel, they are sticking with their plans despite the Omicron variant. Morgan, back to you.
Across Europe, many countries are taking extreme measures to curb COVID this holiday season, including mass lockdowns. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, we know that, the Netherlands, they're heading into a lockdown ahead of the holidays. France also has new changes. So what are the new safety measures there, and really how are they affecting these holiday plans?
Hey, Morgan. Well, a lot of European countries are really reintroducing really serious restrictions in an attempt to curb the spread of Omicron, which the Prime Minister of France said is spreading at lightning speed. Now, the Netherlands, you mentioned, is the first European country to reintroduce a full lockdown, meaning that, as you may remember what a full lockdown looks like, you can only go out for essential reasons. All the shops and bars and restaurants and gyms, whatever, you name it, are closed. And also, if you are planning a Christmas holidays there in the Netherlands, then you can only invite 4 guests. Now, in other countries like France, for instance, they're already canceling plans for New Year's Eve. They canceled the famous and traditional New Year's Eve fireworks display and DJ set. And also a lot of French people are upset there, not because of the New Year celebration, of course, well, not only for that, but also because the government has already announced plans to introduce in January some sort of COVID pass or COVID certificate that French people will need to get into public places like bars and restaurants. Essentially, if you're vaccinated, you'll get in. If you're not, well, you stay out and eat and drink out in the cold. Well, we already have these measures here in Italy. It's been doing fine so far. No major protests about that. But certainly there's a lot of European countries that are trying to slow down at least the spread and the contagion of Omicron. Morgan.
Claudio, you just mentioned that there in Italy where you are, that, there haven't been any major protests. But I have to ask, because, not only there in Italy, but across Europe generally, has the question of vaccines and mandates been as politically charged there as it has been here in the United States?
It hasn't as much, simply because there is an Italian government that is uniting parties from all fronts, the right, the left, you name it. And essentially, they have named a prime minister who is not a politician. He's a technocrat. He's the former head of the European Central Bank, who was brought in especially to deal with the emergency. So in a way, of course, you have the far right parties who are calling for more freedom and liberties, but at the end of the day, they also vote for these measures. So in a way, we are better off in Italy in terms of these measures not being politically charged, Morgan.
Claudio Luvanga, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you working this holiday week and bringing us the latest news. Thank you, Claudio. Also, some breaking news this side. Closing arguments are now underway in the sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein abuse 4 women while they were teenagers. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges relating to the sex trafficking of minors. NBC's News' Dasha Burns joins us now. Dasha, what is the latest on what we know so far? And really, for those who are just sort of tuning in, what are the main arguments from both sides here? What are they ultimately trying to prove?
So closing arguments underway right now as we speak. Currently, the prosecution's turn to make their case to this jury. And what they're doing right now is really hammering home what they've been talking about through this entire trial. The prosecution had 10 days of testimony. The defense had 2, and the prosecution is really focusing on the idea of grooming, that Ghislaine Maxwell was an active participant in Jeffrey Epstein's illegal act of sexual abuse of minors, that she found these young women, that she coerced them and prepared them to sexually satisfy Mr. Epstein, and that she, in fact, even took part in some of those alleged acts. The defense, on the other hand, is doing all they can to distance Ms. Maxwell from Mr. Epstein, and they are trying to make the case that this whole trial is really just a proxy for the trial that Mr. Epstein was never able to have, that Ghislaine is almost a scapegoat for his crimes, and focusing on the fact that this was decades ago, that memory is not as strong anymore. They brought in a memory expert to try to dispute some of the claims from the alleged accusers. And so today will be the culmination of that, and we could potentially see the jury begin deliberations later today after closing arguments, Morgan.
So the jury could begin deliberating, as you mentioned, later today. But Dasha, what do we know about that jury, about who makes up that jury?
Well, we know there are 6 men and 6 women in this jury, Morgan, and this trial was supposed to last at least 6 weeks. We are only in 12 days of testimony here, a 3-week trial overall. And this jury could potentially bring us a verdict by Christmas, which incidentally is Miss Maxwell's 60th birthday. So we could see a conclusion here before the holiday, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, as always, thank you. We're also waiting for a verdict in the criminal fraud trial of Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes. The jury is set to deliberate on whether to convict Holmes of lying to investors and patients about the capabilities of her blood testing startup. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all 11 counts, including charges relating to wire fraud. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now. Aaron, can you describe also in this case the jury for us and how this jury throughout has really reacted as the trial has unfolded?
Yeah, hey, Morgan. The jury is made up of 8 men and 4 women and 2 alternates. One juror was dismissed for playing the game Sudoku during the course of the trial. But other than that, according to an NBC producer who's been inside the courtroom for much of the trial, they've seemed to be interested in the case. Last week, one of the jurors asked for a new pen because they had been taking extensive notes. Now, there's been a lot of testimony and evidence, 32 witnesses over the past 3 months. There are 11 charges total, a lot for the jury to consider because they have to come back back with a verdict on each charge. Now, given the jury was just given the case late Friday, it seems unlikely they'll return a verdict today. Morgan?
Aaron, can you lay out, though, the arguments on both sides? I mean, you talk about this jury kind of taking copious notes. What exactly is the jury weighing here?
Yeah, well, the prosecution is arguing Elizabeth Holmes defrauded patients and investors, intentionally and wrongfully convincing them that her blood testing startup could perform hundreds of diagnostic tests with just the prick of a finger. It's arguing she fooled some of the world's most powerful and wealthy to invest hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's centering its case on the testimony of nearly 30 witnesses, from a four-star general to patients who testified they received faulty Theranos results for HIV, cancer, and pregnancy. Now, as for the defense, during the trial, Holmes took the stand, a rare move for a defendant, arguing she acted in good faith and alleging during their decade-long romantic relationship she'd been abused by the company's COO, Ramesh Sunny Balwani. He denies those allegations. Holmes also acknowledged there were some things she'd wish she'd done differently, while arguing her discussions with investors focused on the future. You know, the defense arguing Holmes was a true believer who genuinely wanted her company to be a success.
Aaron, what kind of sentence, though, could Holmes be facing if, in fact, she is convicted?
Yeah, well, legal experts say this case comes down to intent. Did Elizabeth Holmes intend to defraud? That's what the jury is deciding as we speak. There are 11 charges total. Those charges carry up to 20 years of prison time and a fine of $250,000 plus restitution.
All right, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin for us there. Aaron, thank you so much. We've all heard the term gerrymandering. Bottom line, it can impact the makeup of Congress. But as NBC-LX political editor Noah Pransky explains, this practice also can deeply affect our communities.
Voter access and ballot security are serious topics, but when it comes to voter suppression, there is no more serious issue in America than gerrymandering, something that disenfranchises more Democrats and Republicans than any other problem we face. And I'm going to tell you how, using my political love language, candy. You probably know by now what gerrymandering is. It's manipulating legislative lines for political gain.
I think it is a corruption of our political processes and a corruption of what I believe most Americans feel is our ideal of a representative government.
They're a good government group that wants to stop both parties from manipulating the system and disenfranchising voters. See, nerds can now use supercomputing to draw this matrix of legislative lines. And as a result, fewer congressional districts are competitive now than any other time since any of us have been alive. Which means one party gets to silence the other party's interests across 87% of America. When 87% of Congress members don't have to worry about a general election, they can kind of just ignore the interests of the other party, which produces some really extreme candidates. They also don't have to worry much about what independents think, so there's little incentive to compromise across party lines. And virtually guaranteed re-election, members can pretty much ignore the voters of their own party as well. Gerrymandering makes Congress more polarized, less representative, and way less productive. Remember, in a country with 168 million registered voters, 146 million of you don't really get a say in who represents you in Congress. So if you want our elected leaders to throw a lifesaver to democracy, tell them how to address gerrymandering. It's not that hard to digest.
Fighting drones with drones. Coming up next, the new security concerns for a new technology the U.S. military is already rolling out. Stay with us.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now,
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so drones, even the small ones, have become a major threat facing the U.S. military. NBC News got an exclusive look at new technology that's fighting back against drone attacks, which may save manpower and even lives. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now with that story. Courtney, explain to us, how does this really work?
So, I mean, you said it yourself, Morgan. These are small drones, but all that the enemy has to do is pack them with explosives, shrapnel, even ball bearings, and literally just crash them into the U.S. military, to a vehicle, to an installation, into where troops are staying and living, and they can have very deadly consequences. So we had an opportunity to see how one company is looking to help the U.S. military with this growing threat. We got an exclusive look at what this company is doing.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems, at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. The reason? They're really hard to stop.
Good hit. NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequency. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish that this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone, it's launched, it's locked onto this suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is down.
That's right.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets the people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of the use of force.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved.
So, Courtney, how real is the threat to U.S. troops from drones specifically right now?
So it's not only real, but it's really growing and accelerating. So when I was in Baghdad in 2019, we were supposed to be flying out to Syria. We were grounded for 3 days because of what at the time the military was calling a kamikaze drone threat. There was literally a threat that drones were going to crash into the airport in Baghdad, so everything was grounded for a couple of days. So fast forward to just last week, there was an attack with 2 drones on a U.S. military base in southern Syria called Atanf. In this case, these drones were flying towards the garrison with the belief is that they were going to try to crash them in to kill Americans. Well, in this case, the British military fired an air-to-air missile from a fighter jet to take out one of the drones. The other one turned away. But for perspective here, those air-to-air missiles can cost like $200,000.
Wow.
They're tens of thousands of dollars. In the case of the system that we just showed you with Lattice, this company Anduril has created and is already being used in some cases in combat zones. One of these small drones literally costs a fraction of that and can have the same effect of stopping a potential threat of an incoming drone. So this is a real threat. It's something that the military and private industry are really working to figure out ways to combat it, Morgan.
Courtney Kube, thank you so much for your reporting from the Pentagon. We always appreciate it. Thank you, Courtney. President Biden is calling on the EPA to investigate the role of climate change in the devastating tornadoes that struck 5 states just last week. At least 93 people were killed and dozens more were injured. While the families continue to clean up from the destruction left behind, scientists warn it may not be the last time we see tornadoes as early as December. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains why.
From Kentucky to Illinois, Arkansas to Iowa, this morning communities are rebuilding after those rare December tornadoes.
The level of destruction we think now is in the billions across Kentucky, and it's going to take us some real time. But we are not broken. We don't break.
With the National Guard, we took in the widespread damage across Kentucky from the air.
It's just utter devastation. And the scope and the scale from this altitude is just, it's just terrible.
The National Weather Service has now classified the main tornado that decimated Mayfield as a powerful EF4, packing winds of up to 190 miles an hour. It was on the ground for more than 2 hours. Experts are now questioning whether these kinds of weather events might become more common.
We get tornadoes in December like we've seen in the last few days. The record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
Bob Henson is a meteorologist for Yale Climate Connections who says violent tornadoes might not be more frequent, but their timing may be different.
What is happening is the seasons are getting reshuffled and rearranged. So here we are with a tornado outbreak in December. The same changes might also bring us fewer tornadoes in the summertime. We might not have as strong a jet stream in the summer as the climate continues to warm. So more than really an increase in violence of tornadoes overall, we're seeing shifting both in where tornadoes happen and when they're happening.
This storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes.
In Kentucky, despite warnings from local meteorologists, the sheer power of this December twister seemed to take many people by surprise. Donna Maceda was driving home from out of state when her daughter Brianna called to tell her the storm was barreling toward their house.
All I could hear was her screaming for me, and Mom, I don't know what to do, and Mom, I'm so scared. And I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say?
What do you say when you witness this? This is our first up-close look at the candle factory that was obliterated. More than 100 people were working here. 8 of them were killed.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
21-year-old Michaela Emery was among the workers who survived after being trapped under a concrete slab for 6 hours. The death of one of her co-workers nearby haunts her.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
That is the impact of this tornado outbreak. The scientific reason behind it is less clear.
Something to be aware of as climate change unfolds, especially just keeping in the back of your mind, we can expect the unexpected when it comes to tornado season more and more.
That was NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reporting. One of the world's greatest golf stars is making a pretty remarkable return. Just after the break, what Tiger Woods is saying about his comeback, and that's exceeding even his own expectations. Don't go anywhere.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin.
Here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Golf superstar Tiger Woods was back on the green over the weekend, and it was his first tournament since suffering a major injury in a car crash earlier this year. He had a surprise partner there on the course with him, his own son. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky reports.
Welcome back, Big Cat!
Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
In Orlando, the trademark swing felt part milestone, part miracle. Tiger Woods playing in his first competition since the February accident that nearly cost him his life, teaming up with 12-year-old son Charlie in the PNC Championship, partnering pros with family members.
Charlie and Tiger trying to make a move here.
The father-son duo sporting matching red on Sunday, Tiger's signature look to close out the tournament's final round. The uncanny resemblance carrying right onto the golf course.
The way Charlie's playing, pretty darn impressive.
Charlie playing just like Dad, matching mannerisms from the smooth swing to the classic Woods confidence.
11 birdies in a row.
The pair ultimately took second place, topping their 7th place finish last year.
He's an unbelievable player and unbelievable partner.
For Tiger, it was a comeback some thought might never happen. February's accident left him hospitalized for 3 weeks. His right leg and foot crushed. At times during this weekend's tournament, a noticeable limp from Tiger, who relied on a golf cart to get around.
I'm just happy and thankful that I'm able to do this. I still have my own leg, which was, it was questionable there for a while, and it's functioning. And I'm just really tired.
Across the weekend, Woods was celebrated. Even the best player in women's golf, Nelly Korda, grateful to get a picture. An incredible return for a golf legend, right alongside the next generation.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do this again, to have this opportunity to be able to play with my son and to have these memories, for us, both of us, for a lifetime. It's worth all the pain.
A comeback that could only come from a guy named Tiger.
Right now on NBC News Now, COVID crisis again. Coronavirus cases on the rise nationwide. People waiting for hours just to get tested. We're going to tell you why health officials are now sounding the alarm ahead of the Christmas holiday. And Build Back breakdown. Democrats plotting out their next move after Senator Joe Manchin announces he will not support the president's bill when the Senate Majority Leader says a vote will happen on Capitol Hill. Plus, speaking out, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai making her first comments to international media following a month of questions about her safety. What she is saying now about the allegations she made against a Chinese politician. And box office boom. The new Spider-Man film smashing box office records after just one weekend in theaters. It's now the highest grossing film of the year. What this could mean for the future of films in the era of COVID. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford, and it is my pleasure to be with you this hour. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the day off today. Surging COVID cases lead our coverage this hour. The Omicron variant helping to cause an explosion coast to coast. Here's a look at the numbers, state by state, in the last 2 weeks. Now, if you look at this, you can see lots of red, orange, yellow on this map. That's not a good thing. Just this morning, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan saying that he tested positive on a rapid test. He confirms that he is, in fact, vaccinated. Meantime, Israel is expecting to ban travel from the U.S. as of Wednesday, and those who are returning home must quarantine. There is some good news, though, from Moderna. The company says that their COVID booster shot increases protection against specifically this Omicron variant. We have complete coverage of the surge and how you can better protect yourself, especially ahead of this busy holiday season. We start right now with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who's there for us live in New York. Lindsay, you know, the pictures of people waiting for tests in New York, they're surprising. I mean, what do the COVID numbers look like right now?
Morgan, here are your pictures right here. So we are outside a school, but we're also outside a COVID testing van, and people have been lined up all day. The line is shorter than what it was a few hours ago, but it's a very brisk New York day. People trying to get tested before they go away for the holidays. Some of them have been exposed, they're telling me. Case-wise, Morgan, New York just recorded 22,500 cases yesterday, breaking its own record for the third day in a row. A sliver of good hope here. Hospitalizations are down slightly day to day, and also they sit at around 3,800. Compare that to January, where we saw 9,000. We are breaking case records, but hospitalization-wise, we're not breaking those records. So again, a sliver of good news. Mayor Bill de Blasio held a COVID briefing today. He says this isn't March of 2020. We have vaccines, we have therapeutics. This is more of what he said.
It's going to be a very challenging few weeks, but the good news is, based on what our healthcare leadership understands at this moment, we are talking about a matter of weeks. We're going to see a really fast upsurge in cases. We're going to see a lot of New Yorkers affected by Omicron. So far, thank God, based on everything we've seen so far, the cases are more mild than what we've experienced previously. But again, a lot of research we're still waiting for.
And the mayor did say this morning in that briefing that he is adding another 23 testing sites to hopefully alleviate some of these issues. They should be online this week, Morgan.
And let's talk about kids and schools. The Biden administration rolled out its test to stay policy late last week. What are leaders where you are saying about what's happening and really what needs to happen in New York's classrooms?
Yeah, the mayor is saying that he learned from last time he doesn't want to close schools. When he was asked, he just said emphatically no, he's not going to close the public school system. But I spoke to the head of the teachers union in New York City, and he says their goal is also to keep kids in the classroom. But testing has to get better. It has to get quicker. Right now, there's way too much of a lag time. This is what he told me.
We've doubled positivity in our schools the last 3 days, over the last 3 school days. The schools are still the safest place in the community, but when we see numbers jump like that, it really causes more concern. I mean, we've just been in this pandemic too long, and people's nerves and anxieties are pretty much frayed everywhere. Last year, we were doing that in 24 hours. Now we're taking 3 or 4 days. That's not acceptable, because what we're seeing is 1 week to the other, there'll be a few cases in a school, but the notifications come so late, and then the virus does what the virus does.
And Morgan, right now, 4 schools in New York City are closed because of COVID cases and exposure. That also 600 classrooms closed and nearly 3,000 classrooms partially closed, Morgan.
Wow. All right. Lindsay Reiser there for us in New York City. Lindsay, as always, thank you. I would like to take a closer look at the spike in COVID testing demand, because it's not only leading to long lines at sites, but it's also showing that there's a shortage of at-home tests at stores. That all adds up to bad news ahead of this travel rush for the holidays. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us with really what we all need to know. Carrie, what's the scene like where you are in Miami?
Well, Morgan, the line is long and it's just growing all day. The good thing about the line here is that it's open 24 hours a day. So you can come at 2 o'clock in the morning and maybe hedge your bets. There might be fewer people, but it's steady, steady, steady. And the reason is people want to know whether they have been exposed, especially to the fast transmitting Omicron variant, because they're getting ready in 5 days to go visit family members for Christmas. And nobody wants to show up with an unwanted gift, that of coronavirus. Cars bumper to bumper and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've been seeing around the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45 minutes.
From Florida, where this location turned away hundreds looking to get tested.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before the holiday weekend and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant. Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stock so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. While a struggling and sluggish supply chain is partially to blame, experts also point to a slow rollout. While the FDA has approved 13 at-home COVID tests, other places like Europe have more than 36 kits available for use. And tests are getting expensive. While the White House has said Americans can soon seek reimbursement from insurance companies for the at-home tests, that doesn't go into effect until January and does not apply to tests ordered now. The Biden administration says a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none.
Carrie, you know, the reality of it is that some of these at-home tests, they are pretty expensive. So what can people do to really make sure that they can get tested, but also not break the bank?
Well, as you heard, the insurance money's not going to kick in until January, and it's important to note, don't think you can buy it now and then put it in for insurance next year. It's not going to work that way. So you either spend a little bit less on presents or something like that and pay the upfront cost, or you come to a place like this. Maybe it's a time value of money. I mean, the line right now is about a little bit less than an hour wait, because I just talked to some folks here. So depending on where you live in the country, you might wait 3 hours, but you get the test there at no charge, get the results back generally in about 24 to 36 hours. So that is your option. I mean, you can't, it's expensive and they're hard to find anyway if you're lucky enough to find a home test.
Yeah,
Morgan?
all right. NBC's Carrie Sanders with the news that we can all use right now from Miami. Carrie, thank you. And joining us now for a deep dive into the Omicron crisis is Dr. Natalie Azar, NBC News medical contributor. Dr. Azar, first off, we just kind of want to get your take on this Moderna news that we mentioned at the top of the show. This sounds like very positive news that this booster is working against the Omicron variant. What does this news mean for you as a medical professional, and is it really the game changer that we all hope that it is?
Well, for us as healthcare providers, it just reinforces that we are advising our patients to get boosted who've been vaccinated. You know, this news is very similar to the news a few weeks ago that Pfizer reported that their booster also provided, you know, a significant rise in neutralizing antibody titers, which were protective against Omicron. So again, you know, whether you're 6 months out from your mRNA series or you're 2 months out from your Johnson & Johnson, you know, please boost with one of the two mRNAs, a Pfizer or Moderna. Your antibody levels will rise and you will be protected against this new variant.
And I do want to just reiterate what you said and be really, really clear for our viewers. Even though this news about Moderna came out today, we did receive the news from Pfizer a few weeks ago. And while we know that people are not recommended to get the J&J vaccine, Pfizer and Moderna, are you confirming that they are equally as potent and powerful?
So I think there's a slight difference in terms of the actual quantity of antibodies from Moderna. It has a higher active, the 50 microgram dose booster and the original 100 is higher than the 30 microgram dose of Pfizer. So it is a little bit of a higher active ingredient that does lead to a slightly higher antibody level. But Morgan, we don't know whether that translates into a significant increase in protection. Either one is fine. Either one that you can get your hands on first, please go ahead and boost with.
And Dr. Azar, we also just saw those long testing lines we saw Carrie mention and talk about. I mean, what should people's testing plan be if they do not have symptoms?
If you don't have symptoms and you're planning on gathering, you still should try to test before being in a group where you have mixed households and people will be unmasked indoors. I was just sent a message to my husband. Are we sure that we are going to go to your family's house on Saturday where we'll be indoors and people will be unmasked? Everyone's vaccinated, but we don't know booster status, and people can be asymptomatic, obviously, and still transmit. I think that if you're gathering indoors with mixed households, everyone needs to be rapid tested for you to feel sure that you're very likely not going to infect somebody or become infected. Morgan, that's just kind of the reality now. And if you can't be sure that you can be tested or the folks in your indoor setting will be tested, it's risk tolerance. It's your own risk that you're taking, but you might want to think twice about it again. And I'm sorry, I know that's ruining a lot of Christmas plans this year.
No, I think it's just adding a layer that everyone can use to feel safe and even more jolly during the holiday season. All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much for your expertise and your time. Now I'd like to turn to Minneapolis, where the trial of Kim Potter, the former police officer accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright, is entering its final days. The defense is giving its closing argument before the jury is sequestered for deliberations. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's just outside of that courthouse, and criminal defense attorney Joseph Tolley, who's also joining us. First, I'd like to start with you, Shaq. Just take us inside that courtroom behind you. What's happening there?
Well, at this moment, we're hearing the defense attorneys give their closing arguments. It started with the prosecution. Now the defense is firing back. And in addition to the immediate responses and rebuttals they were making to the prosecution's argument, they're arguing that this entire situation was caused by Daunte Wright's actions. You're looking at Earl Gray right now give that closing argument to the jury. Earl Gray is saying that if Daunte Wright had not gotten back in the car, then Kim Potter would not have mistook her gun for a taser. But today started with the prosecution laying out their case as why they are charging Kim Potter with those 2 counts of manslaughter. I want to take you in the courtroom and listen to how the prosecution started their arguments.
We're here because the defendant, Kimberly Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, pulled the wrong weapon, and she shot and killed Daunte Wright. And at the heart of it, this case is very simple, members of the jury. It's a case about the defendant's reckless handling of her firearm, and it's about her culpable negligence. It's about what she did.
The prosecution is saying her mistake from a veteran officer, 26-year veteran on the force, that mistake that she made was reckless and it was negligence. And those are the elements that need to be proven in this trial. And it started with the judge reading those jury instructions, which teaches the jury what the law is and how they should apply it as they start their deliberations a little later today, Morgan.
Joseph, I'd like to turn to you. The defense is making its final pitch, as Shaq mentioned. So as a criminal defense attorney yourself, have they done enough to really convince this jury?
Well, the defense definitely came out swinging, and they are swinging for the fences. The beginning of the closing argument was very, very strong, and he addressed all of the insinuations that the prosecution said, don't go down the rabbit hole, don't do this, don't get distracted. And the defense did a good job of pointing out where the prosecution actually did that which they were accused of the defense of doing. But they are going for the fences and going for a complete not guilty in saying that, but for Mr. Wright's superseding actions, Officer Potter would not have acted in the way that she did. But I think they've got a very tough job ahead.
Shaq, Minnesota has been at the center of a number of high-profile trials this year, many of which have been racially charged. What is the community there saying? What is it feeling? And ultimately, Shaq, does this trial change anything for the people who are living there?
Yeah, not just here in this past year, but really the past 5 years, they've gone through a lot of high-profile trials, including several involving police officers. So this is something that is definitely being watched. It's something that people are talking about. I don't know if you hear some of the people in the park behind me on their bullhorn, just a handful of people. It doesn't compare to what we saw during the Chauvin trial in April, but it is something that is being closely watched, Morgan.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, as well as Joseph Tolle, thank you both for being with us this hour. We really appreciate your expertise and your reporting. Meanwhile, Democrats are wondering what's next after a huge blow to the Biden agenda over the weekend. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin declaring his opposition to the Build Back Better human infrastructure bill. Progressive Democrats, needless to say, well, they're livid.
And so what we really need to do is crack down on the Senate, which operates like an old boys club that has a couple of gals in it that have managed to break through. And we need to actually institute some we actually need to implement some institutional discipline.
I want to go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Julie Surkin in West Virginia and Ben Camisar from the NBC News political unit. Julie, I would like to start with you. You are in Manchin's home state. You are in my family's home state. Both of my parents are West Virginia. I grew up and my family's still there, going back to visit. And this is an interesting state, right? This is a very interesting state politically, especially when you think about unions and the way that they still have sort of elected these Democratic senators. What are you hearing from the people of West Virginia, and do they process this or perceive this vote, Manchin's withholding his vote, as something that will hurt them ultimately?
Morgan, I wish I knew about your family. I should have told him to come through here. But we spoke to people on both sides of the aisle here. We spoke to one guy, Wes Koger, who voted for President Trump in 2020, but he didn't really know much about what's in Build Back Better. I kind of had to tell him all these provisions that are in it. And still, he said that Joe, he called him Joe, is doing the right thing because he's concerned with inflation. He works multiple jobs, including ones that involve lumber and gas. So those two things are important for him to keep the cost down low on that. Now, I talked to other people who are saying, listen, we need this legislation now. Senator Manchin's position doesn't reflect his constituents. And I want you to take a listen to both of them here. Watch.
Calm down for a little bit. Let's work through what we got on our plate right now before we start throwing more on.
He is not only leaving us in bad shape or the same shape, he's leaving us in worse shape. We have given him our feelings, our thoughts, our needs, our desires, and he hasn't responded.
Listen, a couple of people I spoke to got really emotional when they were talking about all these needs that they have to be addressed. But Senator Joe Manchin said yesterday, he said this morning, that he's doing what he feels is best for his constituents. Remember, he's been in politics here, both in the governor's office and in Washington for decades. People here know him really well. And he says he's still doing what's best for his constituents. Morgan?
But I want to turn to you. I mean, is there anything that Biden could do to really give this bill a pulse? I mean, what does all of this mean for the Biden agenda more broadly going forward? Where does he go from here?
Look, anything's technically possible. There may be some, negotiation here behind closed doors. I bet you leadership in the White House are going to do everything that they can because this is, you mentioned, this is such an important piece of the Biden agenda. But at the end of the day, this is a math problem. Democrats, they've got one vote margin in the Senate. They've got a small margin in the House. How much can they suit this bill to fit what Joe Manchin wants without losing anybody on any other part of their broad tent party? Is there an overlap in this Venn diagram that includes the whole Democratic Party, or is that impossible? That's the question they need to answer now. And I think Manchin makes this even more urgent.
All right, Ben Camisar, Julie Surkin. Julie, if you need a hot plate, I have plenty of aunties who will hook you up with some collard greens and some sweet tea. Just head on down the road.
I would love it. I'm there.
Thank you both. We both appreciate you. Thank you. The new Spider-Man film smashing box office records in a single weekend. Coming up, what that could mean for the future of films and the pandemic. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're following breaking news on Wall Street this hour. Markets are tumbling today as investors grapple with the nation's spike in COVID cases. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now at the latest. Kate, look, the Dow is down more than 600 points. What can you tell us about this pretty sudden drop?
Yeah, Morgan, good to see you. This is all about Omicron and investors really pulling back because they're concerned that this spike is coming right as the holiday season really gets into full swing. As you mentioned, the Dow off by more than 600 points today. A lot of the reopening stocks that we talk about are also falling today. Royal Caribbean, the cruise line, United and American and Southwest down about 2 to 3%. Darden Restaurants, the parent owner of Olive Garden, also down about 4% because indoor dining once again could be something that people pull back on. One bright spot, though, has been Moderna after the company saying that booster shots do help to prevent, give you some significant protection, rather, from ongoing spread of the variant here. One other thing that investors are also weighing is the potential for now additional fiscal stimulus being off the table here with Build Back Better likely shelved.
And Kate, also, I want to switch gears to another big story here. We're learning more about a probe into the treatment of Black employees at Google. What are the investigators looking at?
Yeah, this is Reuters reporting, according to two sources, that California's civil rights regulator is looking into how Google treated its Black female employees after some alleged incidents here of discrimination. Reuters citing, as we said, two sources familiar with the matter and agency emails that the outlet says it's viewed. Questions have centered on alleged harassment at Google and discrimination in the workplace. Conversations reportedly have taken place as recently as last month, and Reuters said that the agency has spoken with workers who have and who have not filed complaints because they're looking here to seek examples of potential mistreatment.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you. Hollywood is celebrating a pretty big weekend. The latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records, leaving many to hope that better times are ahead for an industry that has really struggled amid the pandemic. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Hey Morgan, Hollywood is celebrating this morning after the latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records over the weekend. Many hope it's a sign of better times ahead as the film industry struggles and Omicron cases rise across the U.S. Despite growing COVID concerns, Spider fans turned out, not only setting an all-time record for the movie studio, but also for the entire industry.
After a rough 2 years for Hollywood and movie theaters, the superhero is swooping in for the holidays. Spider-Man No Way Home made an explosive debut in theaters this weekend, shattering box office records, bringing in a stunning $253 million here in the U.S.
This is a spectacle. This is a celebration of cinema.
To see this kind of reaction
when you make these films.
The movie industry has taken a major hit amid the pandemic. Many theaters have struggled to stay open while keeping patrons safe, some limiting capacity and offering reserved seating. Some innovative movies drew audiences on streaming services.
Washington Heights.
Some big movies earlier in the year, like Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights, struggled to draw people out of the house. Recent releases, like the star-studded Dune, have found success, both streaming and in theaters. Now the industry is hoping the web-slinging hero played by Tom Holland can rescue that American tradition, the weekend blockbuster.
This movie has to be seen on the big screen.
After just 3 days in theaters, it's already the highest-grossing film of the year and the third biggest opening weekend in movie history.
Pre or post-COVID, this is a massive number, but the fact that it happened still during COVID is extremely impressive and quite surprising.
A press tour from celebrity couple Tom Holland and Zendaya didn't hurt. And neither did fans flocking to theaters to avoid spoilers.
I don't think there was an empty seat. It was full.
As the country gears up for an uncertain 2022, many hope it's a spidey sense of good things to come. And in case you need any more proof of how big this opening was, no other COVID-era film has even crossed the $100 million mark. In a single weekend, the film has already brought in more than $500 million worldwide, so it seems like our friends overseas are just as eager to watch their favorite films on the big screen. Morgan.
Omicron is on the rise, not just here in the U.S., but also overseas. Still ahead, the country's now canceling events and reinforcing lockdowns. Stay with us.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, fans are mourning the death of rapper Draco the Ruler. The rapper, whose real name was Daryl C. Caldwell, was fatally stabbed Saturday night backstage at the Once Upon a Time in LA concert. The stabbing reportedly happened after some kind of altercation. No arrests have yet been made. Tornado victims in Kentucky now facing yet another threat: looters. Thieves have targeted devastated communities, taking valuable materials like copper wire, as well as personal items and car parts. There are also reports of people posing as FEMA or even Red Cross workers just to get access to those homes. Several people have been arrested for looting thus far. And the New York City New Year's Eve celebration could be canceled. Mayor Bill de Blasio says a decision will be made by Christmas. New York City has seen a massive surge in COVID cases in the past week, and the Times Square event is expected to be crowded. And even though revelers have to be vaccinated this year, planners are weighing the Omicron surge in their decision making. Speaking of which, the Omicron variant is now in 45 states across the U.S. And with Christmas travel kicking off this week, holiday plans may be in jeopardy for millions of people. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Good day from MIA, Miami International, where traffic has been exploding over the course of the last month or so, especially international travel. Important because we are now very much in the thick of the Christmas holiday rush. About 109 million people expected to travel nationwide over the next 10 days or so. Most of them will go by road, but a little more than 6.5 million or so are going to be flying. And listen, more than ever, the mask is important because Omicron, of course, is spreading so fast. Health experts say if you are not vaccinated, if you're not boosted, you are at an increased risk of infection, of hospitalization, and death. So all the more important, if you are traveling, wear the mask. Regardless of vaccination status, wear the mask. Good news today on the vaccine front, that is that Moderna is saying that its booster shot dramatically increases your protection against the Omicron variant. So Omicron is spreading across the country fast. The Delta variant, though, was the one that is making people so sick. And as you know, we're now looking at about 1,200 people dying every single day. Hospitals, especially in the Northeast, yet again overwhelmed and understaffed. So as we go into this heavy travel week, heavy travel 10-day period, health experts say, please take all the precautions you can, wear the mask, and if you are not vaccinated, if you're not boosted, and you are gathering with family and friends, please take that antigen test before you do gather to make sure that you yourself are not COVID positive. I'm Tom Costello at Miami International Airport. Back to you.
So the Omicron variant is also causing COVID cases to skyrocket across Europe. Just take a look at this chart here on your screen. You can see just how hard the UK has been hit in the last week, and that country is averaging at least 70,000 new cases every single day. That's where we find NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella, who joins us now. Kelly, we know that Omicron has been spreading really rapidly there, especially where you are in London. Can you talk to us, though, a little bit about what you're seeing and really how people there are dealing with this rise in cases?
Yeah, Morgan, people are clearly worried about this. They're rushing to get their booster shots. In fact, more than 1 million people, according to the health secretary, had their booster shot on Saturday alone. Half of the adult population, more than 50%, is now boosted. But they're also canceling reservations at restaurants, at theaters. Restaurant owners are reporting huge numbers of cancellations over the holiday period. Business that they were really counting on to get back on their feet after such a difficult year. And we're also hearing that Boris Johnson, the prime minister, met with his cabinet today, a long cabinet meeting to talk about whether more restrictions are needed to get this sort of under control. But we're only a couple of days away from Christmas. It's the last thing Boris Johnson wants to do. He's made that very clear. After that cabinet meeting, he said the country is in a difficult situation. He spoke just a few minutes ago. He said that the government is reviewing data hour by hour. That cases are surging and hospitalizations in London are rising sharply. Now, the government has already introduced new measures, familiar measures, telling people to work from home and wear masks. And, of course, they've launched this massive booster campaign. Morgan.
And Kelly, we also know that other European countries are really looking and watching and waiting to see what happens ultimately there in Britain. Germany in particular is taking a pretty aggressive action. What can you tell us about travel measures there in Germany and really elsewhere in Europe?
Yeah, so Germany has closed its borders effectively to tourists traveling from the UK, following in France's footsteps. They did that last week, really concerned about the variant arriving on European shores. However, we've heard today that it already is there. It's present in 28 countries in Europe now. The French Prime Minister saying that it is spreading with lightning speed in Europe. In France, they expect it to be Omicron to be the dominant variant by the new year. Same with the Netherlands. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Kelly Hobiea for us there. Kelly, thank you. Some breaking news now. Closing arguments are underway in the sex trafficking trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, an associate of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell is the British socialite accused of trafficking teenage girls for Epstein, and she's been accused by 4 women, has pleaded not guilty also to all charges. NBC News supervising investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick joins us now. Sarah, first off, what do we know so far? Can you just break down the main arguments facing both sides?
Absolutely. So this morning, prosecutors presented a 2-hour closing argument in which they emphasized that Maxwell was intimately involved in every aspect of arranging these massages, which were actually, the opportunity for Jeffrey Epstein, and in some cases, Ghislaine Maxwell, to participate in sexual abuse of young women. The defense, interestingly, chose not to have Maxwell go on the stand. They said that the government did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the conduct occurred. And they tried to call witnesses and present an argument that witnesses' memories were unreliable, that they were influenced by money. But ultimately, they had a lot of trouble getting witnesses to come forward. They called very few people. It seemed to kind of get into the weeds. And the case ended many weeks earlier than expected.
And we also know that Maxwell, is facing those 6 charges, as you mentioned, Sarah. But what sort of sentence could she actually face if she's convicted?
If she's convicted, there is no doubt she would face a lengthy sentence. The conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors carries a maximum 40-year sentence. Some of the other charges that are in the indictment can carry 5 to 10 years. And then there's separate charges, perjury charges, that will be part of a separate trial, which would also carry some lengthy jail time. So if she was convicted, she would be facing a very extensive prison sentence.
All right, NBC's Sarah Fitzpatrick for us there. Sarah, thank you. Similarly, we are tracking a breaking story in the tech world where a verdict could also come down any moment in the trial of Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of Theranos. Now, the jury is deliberating on whether or not to convict Holmes on 11 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and defrauding investors, as well as her patients. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all of those charges. That's where we find CNBC reporter Yasmin Khurram, who joins us now live from San Jose, California. Yasmin, you've been following this trial from the beginning. First, can you just explain the charges specifically that Holmes is facing and what exactly the jury's weighing right now?
Morgan, the jury has been deliberating a little bit over an hour now inside this courthouse behind me. They were handed the case late on Friday. And incredibly, this is the first time that this group of 8 men and 4 women are sitting down and talking about this case together. 4 months of testimony, and they've heard a lot. Elizabeth Holmes is facing 11 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and wire fraud. Specifically, this is how the charges break down. She's facing 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 9 counts of wire fraud. The wire fraud counts relate to specific investors and patients the government says Holmes defrauded. Of course, this all comes down to intent and whether the jury is going to buy the government's case that Elizabeth Holmes knowingly misled investors and patients, raised hundreds of millions of dollars in order to keep her company afloat. Morgan?
And also, what impact, though, more broadly, has this trial had on Silicon Valley and particularly the startup industry?
Elizabeth Holmes' trial has absolutely shined a harsh light on the startup world. She was the first female self-made billionaire. You and I both know there were a lot of people rooting for her, hoping that she makes it. Of course, the government said that she took a dark twist on the whole fake it till you make it mentality in Silicon Valley. And, if she is found guilty on some, if not all of these charges, it is absolutely going to send some sort of chill across the tech world and warn startup CEOs that, sometimes overpromising and under-delivering can be criminal.
All right, Yasmin Khurram there. Yasmin, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. We're also following breaking news here out of New York. Former President Donald Trump has just filed a federal lawsuit to stop the state's investigation into his business. The suit claims that the investigation violates his constitutional rights. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now to help us break this all down. Danny, we know that this lawsuit is directed specifically at New York Attorney General Letitia James, and her office has been conducting a civil probe of the Trump organization's financial activities. So what's your understanding of the Trump argument for stopping this investigation?
Get ready for this. This complaint filed in federal court invokes federal laws that are traditionally used for civil rights. In other words, I have sued using Section 1983 when, for example, it's a case of police brutality or a wrongful conviction or wrongful imprisonment. That's what those statutes, those federal statutes, are designed to target. Trump is taking those and using a theory of, hey, the government in the form of the attorney general is picking on me. And that picking on me rises to the level of a deprivation of civil rights and a Section 1983 claim, which is another civil rights statute that you use, for example, when police use excessive force. Now, does it technically apply here? Maybe, but this is not the kind of suit that you normally file. And normally you can't file suit against the attorney general to get them to just generally stop investigating you. If that were possible as a criminal defense attorney, I would be filing this lawsuit every day.
I mean, Danny, you know, we also just got reaction from Attorney General Letitia James, and she says the Trump organization has continually sought to delay their investigation into their business dealings. And now, quote, Donald Trump and his namesake company have filed a lawsuit in an attempted collateral attack on that investigation. She goes on to say that, you know, quote, our investigation will continue undeterred because no one is above the law, not even someone with the name Trump. Do you think this case, Danny, has merit, or is this just kind of a delayed tactic like the Attorney General is claiming it is?
Yeah, traditionally, defendants don't get to sue the prosecutor who is investigating or prosecuting them, saying, hey, I'm not really fond of this prosecution or this investigation. I think it's a little too much. As a criminal defense attorney, I think a lot of them are too much. But I generally don't have that option to sue for Section 1983 relief, especially before a case has been concluded. And I expect that in the high probability that this case will be dismissed, that will be one of the reasons that even if this is a criminal investigation, nothing is actually, there's been no adjudication that Trump is innocent, so to speak, or that he didn't cause or contribute to this investigation or any subsequent prosecution. So this is not a lawsuit I expect to last very long. I think it will probably be dismissed, but anything's possible, and it certainly is a creative theory of liability. Maybe a court's willing to listen.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos. Thank you so much, Danny. We appreciate it. Now, a Russian businessman with ties to meddling in the 2016 election has been charged with insider trading in Boston. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now. Ken, what does this all mean? I mean, why is this important? Who is this businessman, and what exactly is he being charged with?
His name is Vladislav Klushin, Morgan, and U.S. officials say he has close ties to the Kremlin. The charges unsealed today accuse him of making tens of millions of dollars in illegal profits through insider trading of American stocks. And he got that information, the charges say, through computer hacking. But the most interesting thing about the case to me may be the way the U.S. got him. He decided to take a ski vacation to Switzerland in March on his private jet, perhaps not knowing he was wanted by the FBI. He was arrested after stepping off the plane, and the U.S. got the Swiss government to extradite him to Boston, where the charges were filed. Prosecutors say he and his co-defendants hacked into firms that filed documents for publicly traded companies with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and used earnings and other information that was not yet public to trade stocks in various companies, including the automaker Tesla. Klushin made millions, but now he's in U.S. custody, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, do we know whether or not he's being charged in this insider trading scheme? I mean, what's his connection to the 2016 election? Will he ultimately face any charges for interfering in that election?
That's a really interesting part of this case. One of his co-defendants is a man named Ivan Ermakov, who prosecutors say worked for his company. Now, Ermakov is a former Russian intelligence officer who was charged by Robert Mueller with participating in that Russian operation to hack the Democrats in the 2016 election. And he was also charged with hacking into the International Anti-Doping Agency. So whether Klushin will be charged in those cases is unknown, but the U.S. obviously now has a lot of leverage over him to get him to talk about what, if anything, he knows. Some of the hacking and fraud charges he faces carry terms of up to 20 years in prison, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney there for us in Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you. A bizarre twist in the story of the tennis star who accused a Chinese official of sexual assault. Up next, what Peng Shuai is now saying to the U.S. media. Stay with us.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
A new twist in the story of the Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. Shuai went unseen for weeks after accusing a Chinese official of sexual assault. Well, now she's calling the whole thing a misunderstanding. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer.
Morgan, 48 days after the first explosive claims, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai has now purportedly denied ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. But as has been the case with this story over the past several weeks, there is a lot of skepticism and deeper concern.
6-3, This morning, new comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who reemerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zheng Gaoli, a former Communist Party official, that included an encounter where she says she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcry, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world. That Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along," yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zheng, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
The Women's Tennis Association is suspending all tournaments in mainland China and Hong Kong. That's a lucrative business for the WTA here. They're doing it to confront Chinese authorities over Peng Shuai. Now, Chinese officials have yet to directly acknowledge her accusation, the tensions that have been swirling around it, making an investigation unlikely to. Morgan?
Anti-coup demonstrations turned deadly in Sudan, and Chile wraps up a historic election. Aaron takes us around the world in 60 seconds.
The Philippines, where the death toll has risen to at least 375 people following last week's Typhoon Ray. The government sending military aid to the areas hardest hit as hundreds of thousands remain displaced. President Rodrigo Duterte promised $40 million to help in the recovery effort. Sudan, where hundreds of thousands marched on the presidential palace on Sunday. The demonstrators are protesting the military takeover of that country. One person was shot dead, more than 100 were wounded in clashes with security forces. And Chile, where a historic election gave the nation its youngest ever president.
I guarantee that I will be the president who takes care of democracy and doesn't put it at risk, who listens more than he speaks, and who attends to people's everyday needs.
35-year-old leftist Gabriel Boric beat conservative lawmaker Jose Antonio Cast by more than 10 points in Sunday's election. Boric made tackling economic inequality a pillar of his campaign. And that's the world now.
After nearly a decade, one of our very own NBC family members is finally getting her American dream. 30 Rock's cafe barista Virginia Lasso is becoming a U.S. citizen. That's right. Just after the break, we're going to take you inside Virginia's journey to this unforgettable moment. Don't go anywhere.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Is this an issue about guns, or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Was talking smack part of this? We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In October, we brought you the stories of some of our incredible Latino employees here at NBC News as part of our Hispanic Heritage Month series. One of our favorite moments was sharing with you the story of our cafe barista, Virginia Lasso. She is a remarkable young woman with an equally remarkable and inspiring American journey.
You know, once I got here, it wasn't easy. It took me about 4 years to finally say that I'm part of this country, because I didn't speak any English when I came here, and look at me now. Now I do, and I'm here working on NBC now, and it's a huge opportunity.
Look at her now. Well, after 9 years in this country, Virginia Lasso just became a U.S. citizen, a major milestone in her journey to the American dream. Thank you so much. Take a look at it.
3:30. When I was in high school, I didn't have many friends, because the language and culture and everything. So one of the things that I started doing was taking photos. It became kind of my passion, You can tell so many stories with just one photo. So I want to, at some point, show what the American dream is through photos. Being back in my country, I was 15 years old, and things started to get a little dangerous. So that's when my mom decided that it was time for me to come here, not just for safety, but also opportunities. The journey coming from Honduras here wasn't the safest. I came as an illegal. So it was, a lot of fear, a lot of things that I didn't wish to see, and I saw. And then when we got to the border and we crossed the river, that's when I was caught up by ICE, and I didn't know if the whole journey was going to be for nothing. I was sent to one of the police stations, and that was the first time that I was in a place like that. And being in a country where you don't know the language, you don't know what they're talking, you don't know what they're saying, it was very hard. And they sent me to a house where I was with more people like me, like young people, and I was able to feel a little better because I knew that I wasn't the only one. There were so many other kids with different stories, with different journeys, and I just felt like I had a lot of responsibility at that point. Coming to New York City was just the beginning of the whole journey. Since I came here, I haven't stopped studying, working, learning, and teaching other people, and trying to be part of the community, helping more immigrants. For me, being an American means just speak up, be there for the people that can do it for themselves. Just because maybe you don't have a citizen right now or a green card doesn't mean that you are less American. You start being an American the moment you come to this country and you start putting yourself out there. It's not a paper that makes you an American. Being American is just being here for you, showing up for yourself, showing up for other people, and don't ever stop fighting for the dreams that you have. When I finally got my citizenship, I was in a way, it feels like a lot of responsibility even more now to be a face for my community, you know, and I think more now than before, I want to help in any way that I can and be involved more in the community because I know how hard it is. It's just like more motivation for me to move forward and be like, hey, if I could do it, you can also do it. Right now, I still don't have a college degree, so I'm looking forward to be able to have my college degree and then with that, be able to support and help other people. Like that has always been my dream, help other people, you know, and be like, hey, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be days that you wanna give up, and it's not gonna be easy at all, but just keep going.
Congratulations, Virginia. We love you and appreciate you, and we celebrate you today. And thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. Your news right here continues now. Right now on NBC News Now, COVID Christmas concerns. Coronavirus cases spiking nationwide ahead of the holidays. Testing lines wrapped around street corners, leaving people waiting for hours. Everything you need to know and the promising news out today about Moderna booster shots. Plus, Build Back Bus. Lawmakers plotting their next steps after Senator Joe Manchin rejects President Biden's economic and climate plan. What Democrats in Congress are now promising and where the president's agenda goes from here. And let's talk about this shipping news. The race is on to get those holiday gifts in time for Christmas. But how much could it cost you if you wait until the last minute? And really, what the new report says about how often packages are actually arriving on time. And like father, like son, check out this incredible comeback from golf star Tiger Woods. He and his 12-year-old son stealing the spotlight with matching shirts and even matching swings. What Tiger is saying about his remarkable return to the green. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the day off. We begin with the coronavirus pandemic and the rapid surge of the Omicron variant. Take a look at the numbers on your screen here. They're simply staggering. In just the last several weeks, we've seen a steady increase in confirmed cases. The 7-day moving average of cases now topping 133,000. And really what's more concerning is the development of breakthrough cases. On Capitol Hill alone, 3 breakthrough cases just over the weekend. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, and Colorado Representative Jason Crow all tested positive, but really only had mild symptoms, thankfully. Meanwhile, the race to get tested is getting more dire. Take a look at this video. This is from Manhattan here, just over the weekend. You can see testing lines stretching longer than a city block, with many people waiting for hours. We have an entire team right now that's covering everything you need to know about this new variant. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Kathy Park and some positive news from Moderna about their booster shot. Kathy, we are in the mood and ready for some good news this Monday morning. Please do share.
Hey, Morgan. Good morning. Yeah, let's start off with that good news. A drug maker announcing today that its booster is effective at fighting the Omicron variant because it raises antibody levels. But here in New York, it seems like, you know what, we are going back in time with COVID cases rising and long testing lines, as you pointed out, and that's happening all across the city.
This morning, Moderna saying its booster increases protection against the Omicron variant. The company releasing data showing that the current booster shot raises the level of those antibodies needed to fight Omicron by 37-fold compared to the regular 2 shots of the vaccine. Candidates with a higher dose saw an 83-fold increase in protection. Meanwhile, the company also looking ahead, hoping to advance an Omicron-specific vaccine into clinical trials by early next year. All this as health officials send dire new warnings.
You're in for a world of trouble, I'm afraid, in the next month or two.
It is just, raging through the world, really.
And with Christmas just days away and millions traveling, officials telling vaccinated Americans to get boosters, wear masks, and avoid crowded public spaces.
I think people just need to be prudent. Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection.
New York hitting new COVID records for 3 consecutive days, with a growing number of breakthrough cases. On Broadway, nearly a third of shows canceling performances due to outbreaks. The Rockettes' Christmas spectacular going dark for the rest of the season. SNL scrapping much of its last show of the year with no live audience and no musical guest.
Whoa! Where's everybody?
Officials now reconsidering plans for a packed Times Square on New Year's Eve. Many other large-scale events grinding to a halt. The NBA calling off 5 upcoming games involving 9 teams as a growing number of players and staff enter the league's COVID protocols. The NFL, NHL, and NCAA also announcing postponements. And a Royal Caribbean cruise returning to Miami after 48 guests and crew members tested positive. 98% were fully vaccinated, according to the cruise line. Health officials now worry a year-end spike could push some hospitals to the brink.
In the beginning, we didn't have the staffing shortages that we're experiencing now. We're all getting close to a crisis situation.
No. Kathy, listen, we know that, people out there have been waiting in these long lines. I myself saw people in Harlem waiting after already having weeks, of these even booster shot appointments. You're talking about people who are just trying to get tested. What are they saying about waiting in these long lines?
Yeah, Morgan, I mean, if you talked to me around 6:30 this morning, there would have been a huge line, literally just wrapping around this block. But I was just told from City MD behind me that they have already maxed out for the day.
Wow.
They capped at 150 patients. There were several people waiting in line this morning. So moving forward, they're just texting folks, letting people know that your appointment is up. So they're doing that virtually now. But like I said, they're capping it today. And that's something that they're going to be doing moving forward because, the lines are huge throughout the city. And they said they're also dealing with staffing issues as well as we get closer to the holidays.
Well, and our thoughts are certainly with those first responders, those staff members who are there seeing all those patients. Kathy Parkfor is here outside of New York City. Kathy, thank you. And as Kathy mentioned, look, every pro sports league is being impacted by this recent COVID surge. So let's go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach now. He's outside of Capital One Arena there in Washington, D.C. Gary, let's first talk about the NBA. How is the NBA specifically dealing with this spike in COVID cases?
Yeah, well, officials from across the sports world are trying everything they can to make their seasons happen and to let this continue. It's getting harder and harder to do. 19 teams in the NBA have players that are in what they call health and safety protocols, a.k.a. they have players who have COVID on their teams. And so one thing the NBA is doing that other leagues aren't, they're actually allowing teams to sign replacement players, one for each team and one for each player that has COVID. So if you have 5 players who have COVID on your team, they can sign 5 replacement players just while they have COVID. Another thing some leagues are doing and some teams are doing in some stadiums are allowing fans to come in about half the stadium full instead of having packed stadiums. Morgan?
And Gary, can we switch gears to the NFL now? I mean, they postponed 3 games over the weekend. What's the league saying about the more than 100 players that entered COVID protocols in recent days?
Yeah, they had to postpone that because of the 100 players. The Washington football team here in D.C. hit particularly hard with 22 players in COVID protocols, including their star quarterback, Taylor Heineke. So that game was postponed. So the NFL is putting in a new set of protocols on top of what they already had, including mandatory mask wearing in all team facilities, making to-go food an option in cafeterias, and making all meetings virtual so you don't have a whole bunch of guys sitting around a locker room. Here's what the NFL's chief medical advisor had to say about this outbreak.
We don't want to put teams on the field together unless we feel good about the overall environment and the safety for everyone involved. So we'll just continue to look at the data as it comes out and make the best decisions we can, and we'll let health and safety drive those decisions.
Now, it's important to note the vaccination rates of the NFL. 95% of players in the NFL are fully vaccinated. So we're not dealing with a whole lot of players who are unvaccinated. These are simply breakthrough cases. Morgan?
Gary, finally, what about the NHL? I want to ask about all the sports here. What about hockey players? How are they handling this?
Yes, so more than 130 players and coaches from across the NHL have coronavirus right now. That is causing a lot of problems because this is a two-country sport that we're dealing with here. There's a number of teams in the NHL in Canada, so they've actually suspended all travel for teams between Canada and the United States through the middle of January. So teams that are domestic will be able to continue playing, but not against teams in Canada. Morgan?
NBC's Gary Grumbach for us there. Gary, thank you for being out there. I know it's a little chilly. We appreciate your reporting. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, I have been waiting to speak to you because, look, some of the scenes this weekend, they're giving people flashbacks of what we saw in March of 2020 before we fully realized the scope of the pandemic and the fact that we were about to be entering, year 3. Cutting to the chase. Is there a need to panic now, this time around?
And Morgan, you are right. We are looking at what we saw back in March of 2020. Even more so, we're looking at what we saw last winter with rapid rising cases. The difference is we're not seeing quite as rapid rise in hospitalizations as we did then, but that can usually be a bit delayed. So the story's still out there. But as far as panicking, no, this is not a time to panic. This is a time to certainly be aware of what's happening out there and take the precautions you need to take to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones stay safe. And that means, number 1, getting vaccinated. Number 2, getting boosters. If you're eligible for boosters, wearing that mask when you're out and about, and then think about testing, whether you need to be tested or not. And again, not a time to panic, but certainly a time to be aware of what you need to do to stay safe.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I mean, because I think a voice of reason and calm is certainly something we all need to hear and want to hear, because I know a lot of people are looking forward to seeing their family members this holiday season. What steps should you take if you find out, for example, that you don't have COVID, not that you know of, but you've been in close contact with someone who tested positive?
And Morgan, it's going to depend on a couple of factors. Number 1, are you vaccinated or are you unvaccinated? If you're unvaccinated, how close were you to them? Were you just on the same floor? Were you within close proximity for 15 minutes? By that we mean 6 feet or more, or 6 feet or less. In that case, what you want to do is you want to get tested right away. You want to isolate yourself for 7 days and then get tested again at that point to make sure you're negative. And then at that point you can say, rest assured, I feel like I'm doing pretty good. On the other hand, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't need to get that initial test. You do need to wear a mask when you're out and about, but then go ahead and get a test at the 5 to 7 day point to check yourself and make sure. Of course, if you start getting symptoms, completely different story. Go ahead and step back, isolate yourself, get tested, wait for that test to come back to make sure it's not COVID. But again, the main thing is just to keep safe. And if you're in an environment where you're out and about, especially if you're in crowds that aren't family members, wear that mask, please.
And Dr. John, I mean, what about you? I mean, you're a doctor, but you're also a civilian. What about me? I'm a reporter. I imagine we are both vaccinated, boosted up. If you do have holiday travel plans over the next couple of weeks, what should you be doing? How should you approach that trip if you've done all the right things kind of up until this point to protect yourself?
And Morgan, you're right, vaccinated, fully boosted. And so I'm in that category where it's a bit safer for me to go out and about. And I just came back from New York City, traveled, felt very safe. I was masked the whole time I was outside my hotel room at all. And you want to take those precautions. If you're going for family vacations, then I think now's a great time to simply ask that question. Are you vaccinated? And if you are, let's go ahead and get together. If you're not, let's think about what we need to do to get together, or we can do that virtually just to make sure that everybody stays safe. Take those extra precautions. This is different than last holidays where we said don't go anywhere. This is more a go somewhere, enjoy it, but do it very safely, Morgan.
If the holidays weren't already complicated, I can tell you families have been talking about, are you vaccinated, unvaccinated? Can you come? You're disinvited. My own family had to deal with some of those tough conversations. Oh, yeah. So I know my parents are not playing with COVID, so they are a vaccinated family. All right. Dr. John Torres, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
You bet.
We're also following breaking news in Minneapolis at this hour. Closing arguments are underway in the trial of Kim Potter. She's the police officer accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright. You're about to see some body camera footage of that incident, and I do want to warn you, some of you may find this disturbing. Police attempted, as you're looking at here, to arrest Wright for a warrant on a weapons violation just last spring of this year. Now, when he tried escaping, that former officer, Kim Potter, shot him. Now, she said she meant to use her taser, but instead drew her handgun by mistake. Let's go in and bring in NBC News correspondent Ron Allen and criminal defense attorney Molly Palmer. Ron, I would like to start with you. Take us inside that courtroom first. What's happening there right now?
The prosecution, the state, is wrapping up its opening statement. They've been on for about an hour or so, and they have gone through all the aspects of the case. The last thing the prosecutor was talking about, she urged the jurors to look at all the video of this case. There's a voluminous amount of video of what happened from police body cameras and dash cam video as well. And she said, use your common sense because you can see what happened. And she started off by saying the bottom line is that Daunte Wright is dead, that he's not going to be home for the holidays with his family, as Officer Kim Potter's sons are going to be with her, they said. It's a very straightforward and very emotional and passionate argument that the prosecution is making. Here's some of what she had to say. Take a listen.
What this case is really about is about an officer who mishandled her firearm. That's why we're here. And even if you take the defendant's word for it, she admits that's what she did. She told you in court she knew it was wrong. And she knew from the very beginning.
The key word there is reckless, because the charge is manslaughter in the first degree and second degree. And the state is basically saying that this veteran officer with all this training used her firearm in a reckless way and ignored her training, didn't follow her training, and escalated this traffic stop into a deadly encounter and shot and killed Daunte Wright. The state maintains this was all preventable. We're going to hear from the defense later after the prosecution finishes, and they're going to argue, they're going to try and tell the jury that, in fact, there was an officer at risk in the situation, that an officer on the passenger side of the car was at risk, and Potter had every right to not just try to arrest Wright because of this outstanding warrant, but also to try and protect the other officers. Their argument is that this was about safety and that she had the right not only to use a taser but also to use a gun, something, of course, the state is pushing back on. But this is essentially what the jury is going to have to decide when they get this case in probably a couple of hours. Was what she was doing and the other officers a legal traffic stop where they were doing their duties, trying to arrest someone, or did this go too far? Did they use excessive force, deadly force in her case, when she fired a weapon that she handled recklessly?
Ron, speaking of that jury, I would like to bring in Molly here, because Molly, we've heard a lot of back and forth, 8 days of testimony. How effectively do you think both sides presented their arguments? And really, based on what you heard as a professional, how long do you think this jury will take to deliberate?
Well, in terms of deliberations, we have to remember that this is a holiday week. And typically, trial lawyers like myself are very cognizant of that, because juries like to wrap up before the holidays. There are 2 counts in the criminal complaint against Kim Potter. So it's just these 2 charges, and whether or not the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt these elements. She could conceivably be convicted of both. But I think it's not so much the complexity of these charges that the jury is going to find to cause them to take more time here. It's going to be how divisive this case has been. I think that some people saw Kim Potter as an officer trying to do the best that she could in an incredibly stressful situation, and other people saw her as acting exactly as described by the state, recklessly, negligently, and that Daunte Wright shouldn't have died after what was just a straightforward traffic stop initiated by the fact that he had a air freshener hanging from his mirror. So I think it's the divisive nature of this case, and that's what the jury is going to have to contend with in terms of deliberations, not the complexity of the charges.
Ron Allen, Molly Palmer, thank you both for joining us. We really appreciate you following this case and, of course, bringing us the latest. Now to Capitol Hill, where Democrats are scrambling for a plan B after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin announced that he will not support President Biden's Build Back Better plan. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor, as well as NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray now. Sahil, I'd like to start with you if we can. You know, how are Democrats reacting to Manchin's decision? Because this came as a surprise for many when he went and announced that he would not do this on Fox News.
Morgan, it's a mix of shock. There's anger. There are feelings of betrayal. A lot of Democrats feel like they shaped this bill heavily around Senator Joe Manchin's demands. They cut it in half to meet those demands, and that he walked away at the last minute. Some House progressives in particular are upset about this, and they had argued that it should be linked to that infrastructure bill that Manchin was deeply invested in. It got delinked, and they say that's part of the reason. Let's have a listen to what some House progressives had to say about Manchin.
I mean, we all knew that Senator Manchin couldn't be trusted. You know, the excuses that he just made, I think, are complete bull.
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the people of West Virginia, to tell them why he doesn't have the guts to take on the drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, why he is not prepared to expand home health care. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in this country.
As you can see, their tensions are pretty hot right now, and Democrats, I think, across the board are going to have to cool their jets as well as Joe Manchin is before anything further can happen on this bill.
Mark, I want to switch gears and talk to you for a minute here for some context. I mean, this was a major blow to the president's agenda. Can you talk to us about the impact this could have on the perception of his ability to get things done and really what we're seeing right now in his approval ratings?
Yeah, and Morgan, you know, when you look back at 2021, it was a very productive year for the Biden White House and congressional Democrats. They ended up passing the $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, a $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill. Both were big achievements. But the White House, along with progressives, ended up putting so much stock in the Build Back Better program over the last several months. And so when it actually ended up hitting some roadblocks, as it certainly did over the weekend, there's a lot of disappointment despite the previous victories. And as you mentioned, you end up having President Biden at very low approval ratings for a new president in his first year in office, just 41% according to a new NPR PBS Marist poll that's out today. And, you know, that is a tricky political situation for Democrats heading into the midterm elections next year.
Sahil, I mean, when we talk about this particular bill, though, and whether or not it is ultimately successful, what's next for this bill? Where does Congress and really even the country go from here?
Well, the bill doesn't have a pulse right now, but Democrats still believe, some of them at least, that it can be salvaged, that it can be resuscitated. And they're trying to find a way around this, specifically based on things that Joe Manchin has said, trying to make sure everything is funded for a 10-year period. He seems to be complaining that some of the provisions expire in order to mask the true cost of the bill. If they can get that down, make some painful sacrifices, they still think there's a way to get to the finish line on this piece of legislation, Morgan.
Sahil, thank you so much. I want to go ahead and turn back to Mark here to close us out. Mark, I know it's going to be a very busy 2022. Not only will we mark really the anniversary of Biden's first full year in office, but we also have these midterms that are looming. So what does Biden need to focus on as a president, as an administration, to really connect with the American people and to boost his approval ratings ahead of these midterms?
Yeah, Morgan, it's all about the political science and about those approval ratings. If the higher Joe Biden's approval ratings are, the better the Democrats are going to do right now. And the president with ratings in the low 40s, that is a recipe for disaster for the Democratic Party. So the president's actually got to get more popular. And maybe one of the things on his agenda is actually getting control of this coronavirus, where it did seem that the White House thought that they were going to be closer than declaring our country's independence from this coronavirus back on July 4th. Well, we've had yet now multiple variants hitting this country, people canceling their travel plans, people having a very difficult time getting testing, and going back and going on a war footing against the coronavirus might be the way to get those approval ratings back up.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you so much. And it is the biggest test for America's shipping companies so far. Coming up, a report card on how which companies and how well they're doing to handle the supply chain pain on top of increased online shopping due to the pandemic. We'll have that report card for you in just a minute, so don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Christmas is just 5 days away, and if you haven't gotten your gifts in the mail yet, you still have a couple of days to get them under the tree. But how well are mail carriers doing this season when it comes to getting packages delivered on time? Here's NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers.
Hey, Morgan. So there is some good news here. It does seem as though most of these shipping services are doing well this holiday season. But which ones are doing better than the others? If you do have a last-minute package to send, take a look.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we do. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can and shipped out.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them with making deliveries on time by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time. Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve, but it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree.
You heard it there, potentially over $100 to ship a pair of shoes across the country right now. So the bottom line is get on it if you haven't already. Back to you, Morgan.
Well, the COVID pandemic has millions of holiday travel plans up in the air. Still ahead, the warning from top medical experts with an estimated 109 million Americans expected to travel this week alone, just after the break.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just want to be where the love is. I just want to be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, everyone missing after last week's deadly tornado outbreak in Kentucky has finally been accounted for. The state's governor says at least 75 people were killed after several tornadoes touched down in Kentucky last weekend. The governor also says that more than 10,000 insurance claims have been filed since that storm. Police are trying to figure out how 7 people died inside a Minnesota home just over the weekend. Investigators say family members went to check on the house and discovered the bodies. They found 4 adults and 3 children dead. Police say there were no signs of violence or forced entry. You can expect to see some cheaper gas prices when you fill up this week. The average price of gas in the U.S. dropped by 6 cents over the past 2 weeks to $3.41 per gallon. While nationwide, the highest average price for regular grade gas is in the San Francisco Bay Area, and that's $4.77, so $4.77 per gallon. Analysts say prices are going down because of lower crude oil costs. Now to the dramatic spread of the Omicron variant that's threatening to derail some of those holiday plans. The latest surge is concerning public health officials as it comes just as the busy Christmas travel week kicks off. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more from Miami International Airport.
Hey, Morgan, good morning from MIA. You know, most experts are predicting we will have nearly 28 million more people traveling this Christmas holiday compared to last Christmas holiday when we were still just beginning the vaccination process. However, with various COVID variants now spreading across the country, health experts say you have absolutely got to take precautions if you are traveling.
At the start of potentially the busiest travel week of the year, health experts say if you're not vaccinated and you're traveling, you run a very high risk of severe infection, hospitalization, and even death.
Clearly, when you travel, there is always a risk of increased infection. The difference between a vaccinated and boosted person who has an infection and someone who has an infection who's never been vaccinated, a major difference with regard to the risk of severity.
The Omicron variant spreading across the country, now detected in at least 45 states. The surge leading to long lines at testing sites and leaving some hospitals overwhelmed and understaffed.
We're seeing more and more individuals that are needing beds. And when we don't have nurses available to take care of those patients, then I'm worried that we'll have delays in care.
The COVID surge coming as airports nationwide are coping with perhaps the heaviest passenger surge of the year. AAA estimates 109 million people are traveling over the Christmas holiday, more than 100 million by car, more than 6 million by plane.
A lot of folks haven't traveled during COVID in quite a while, and this might be the first trip that they're returning to the skies.
In Los Angeles, United Airlines and the TSA have rolled out LAX Fast Lane, a pilot program offering United flyers the chance to make an appointment to go through airport security.
The Fast Lane service really helped us manage the queues and provide extra options for our passengers during the Thanksgiving holiday.
Travelers can book a 15-minute window up to 3 days prior to their departure for free. Ideal for passengers who don't have TSA pre-check or clear or maybe need some extra time.
It's nice that we're able to go through this and have it go a little bit faster for us.
This week, the busiest airports will be Atlanta, 8:30 a.m. on Thursday, LAX 8 a.m. on Wednesday, Denver 5 p.m. on Thursday, Dallas 10 a.m. Wednesday, and Orlando 7 a.m. on Thursday.
Yeah, the TSA is suggesting that we will see passenger levels approaching 2019 numbers. Not quite there, but getting close. The busiest travel day will be this coming Thursday in the air, and then the Monday after New Year's as well. And by the way, AAA is saying most people who are booking holiday travel, Christmas holiday travel, they are sticking with their plans despite the Omicron variant. Morgan, back to you.
Across Europe, many countries are taking extreme measures to curb COVID this holiday season, including mass lockdowns. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, we know that, the Netherlands, they're heading into a lockdown ahead of the holidays. France also has new changes. So what are the new safety measures there, and really how are they affecting these holiday plans?
Hey, Morgan. Well, a lot of European countries are really reintroducing really serious restrictions in an attempt to curb the spread of Omicron, which the Prime Minister of France said is spreading at lightning speed. Now, the Netherlands, you mentioned, is the first European country to reintroduce a full lockdown, meaning that, as you may remember what a full lockdown looks like, you can only go out for essential reasons. All the shops and bars and restaurants and gyms, whatever, you name it, are closed. And also, if you are planning a Christmas holidays there in the Netherlands, then you can only invite 4 guests. Now, in other countries like Italy, France, for instance, they're already canceling plans for New Year's Eve. They canceled the famous and traditional New Year's Eve fireworks display and DJ set. And also a lot of French people are upset there, not because of the New Year celebration, of course, well, not only for that, but also because the government has already announced plans to introduce in January some sort of COVID pass or COVID certificate that French people will need to get into public places like bars and restaurants. Essentially, if you are vaccinated, you'll get in. If you're not, well, you stay out and eat and drink out in the cold. Well, we already have these measures here in Italy. It's been doing fine so far. No major protests about that. But certainly there's a lot of European countries that are trying to slow down at least the spread and the contagion of Omicron. Morgan.
Claudio, you just mentioned that there in Italy where you are, that, there haven't been any major protests. But I have to ask, because, not only there in Italy, but across Europe generally, has the question of vaccines and mandates been as politically charged there as it has been here in the United States?
It hasn't as much, simply because there is an Italian government that is uniting parties from all fronts. The right, the left, you name it. And essentially, they have named a prime minister who is not a politician. He's a technocrat. He's the former head of the European Central Bank, who was brought in especially to deal with the emergency. So in a way, of course, you have the far right parties who are calling for more freedom and liberties. But at the end of the day, they also vote for these measures. So in a way, we are better off in Italy in terms of these measures not being politically charged, Morgan.
Claudio Lavanga, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate you working this holiday week and bringing us the latest news. Thank you, Claudio. Also, some breaking news this side. Closing arguments are now underway in the sex trafficking trial of Jeffrey Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein abuse 4 women while they were teenagers. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges relating to the sex trafficking of minors. NBC's News' Dasha Burns joins us now. Dasha, what is the latest on what we know so far? And really, for those who are just sort of tuning in, what are the main arguments from both sides here? What are they ultimately trying to prove?
So closing arguments underway right now as we speak. Currently, the prosecution's turn to make their case to this jury. And what they're doing right now is really hammering home what they've been talking about through this entire trial. The prosecution had 10 days of testimony. The defense had 2, and the prosecution is really focusing on the idea of grooming, that Ghislaine Maxwell was an active participant in Jeffrey Epstein's illegal act of sexual abuse of minors, that she found these young women, that she coerced them and prepared them to sexually satisfy Mr. Epstein, and that she, in fact, even took part in some of those alleged act. The defense, on the other hand, is doing all they can to distance Ms. Maxwell from Mr. Epstein, and they are trying to make the case that this whole trial is really just a proxy for the trial that Mr. Epstein was never able to have, that Ghislaine is almost a scapegoat for his crimes, and focusing on the fact that this was decades ago, that memory is not as strong anymore. They brought in a memory expert to try to dispute some of the claims from the alleged accusers. And so today will be the culmination of that, and we could potentially see the jury begin deliberations later today after closing arguments, Morgan.
So the jury could begin deliberating, as you mentioned, later today. But Dasha, what do we know about that jury, about who makes up that jury?
Well, we know there are 6 men and 6 women in this jury, Morgan, and this trial was supposed to last at least 6 weeks. We are only in 12 days of testimony here, a 3-week trial overall. And this jury could potentially bring us a verdict by Christmas, which incidentally is Miss Maxwell's 60th birthday. So we could see a conclusion here before the holiday, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Dasha Burns for us there. Dasha, as always, thank you. We're also waiting for a verdict in the criminal fraud trial of Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes. The jury is set to deliberate on whether to convict Holmes of lying to investors and patients about the capabilities of her blood testing startup. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all 11 counts, including charges relating to wire fraud. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now. Aaron, can you describe also in this case the jury for us and how this jury throughout has really reacted as the trial has unfolded?
Yeah, hey, Morgan. The jury is made up of 8 men and 4 women and 2 alternates. One juror was dismissed for playing the game Sudoku during the course of the trial. But other than that, according to an NBC producer who's been inside the courtroom for much of the trial, they've seemed to be interested in the case. Last week, one of the jurors asked for a new pen because they had been taking extensive notes. Now, there's been a lot of testimony and evidence, 32 witnesses over the past 3 months. There are 11 charges total, a lot for the jury to consider because they have to come back with a verdict on each charge. Now, given the jury was just given the case late Friday, it seems unlikely they'll return a verdict today. Morgan?
Aaron, can you lay out, though, the arguments on both sides? I mean, you talk about this jury kind of taking copious notes. What exactly is the jury weighing here?
Yeah, well, the prosecution is arguing Elizabeth Holmes defrauded patients and investors intentionally and wrongfully, convincing them that her blood testing startup could perform hundreds of diagnostic tests with just the prick of a finger. It's arguing she fooled some of the world's most powerful and wealthy to invest hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's centering its case on the testimony of nearly 30 witnesses, from a 4-star general to patients who testified they received faulty Theranos results for HIV, cancer, and pregnancy. Now, as for the defense, during the trial, Holmes took the stand, a rare move for a defendant, arguing she acted in good faith and alleging during their decade-long romantic relationship she'd been abused by the company's COO, Ramesh Sunny Balwani. He denies those allegations. Holmes also acknowledged there were some things she'd wish she'd done differently, while arguing her discussions with investors focused on the future. You know, the defense arguing Holmes was a true believer who genuinely wanted her company to be a success.
Aaron, what kind of sentence, though, could Holmes be facing if, in fact, she is convicted?
Yeah, well, legal experts say this case comes down to intent. Did Elizabeth Holmes intend to defraud? That's what the jury is deciding as we speak. There are 11 charges total. Those charges carry up to 20 years of prison time and a fine of $250,000 plus restitution.
All right, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin for us there. Aaron, thank you so much. We've all heard the term gerrymandering. Bottom line, it can impact the makeup of Congress. But as NBCLX political editor Noah Pransky explains, this practice also can deeply affect our communities.
Voter access and ballot security are serious topics, but when it comes to voter suppression, there is no more serious issue in America than gerrymandering, something that disenfranchises more Democrats and Republicans than any other problem we face. And I'm going to tell you how, using my political love language, candy. You probably know by now what gerrymandering is. It's manipulating legislative lines for political gain.
I think it is a corruption of our political processes. and a corruption of what I believe most Americans feel is our ideal of a representative government.
They're a good government group that wants to stop both parties from manipulating the system and disenfranchising voters. See, nerds can now use supercomputing to draw this matrix of legislative lines, and as a result, fewer congressional districts are competitive now than any other time since any of us have been alive, which means one party gets to silence the other party's interests across 87% of America. When 87% of Congress members don't have to worry about a general election, they can kind of just ignore the interests of the other party, which produces some really extreme candidates. They also don't have to worry much about what independents think, so there's little incentive to compromise across party lines. And virtually guaranteed re-election, members can pretty much ignore the voters of their own party as well. Gerrymandering makes Congress more polarized, less representative, and way less productive. Remember, in a country with 168 million registered voters, 146 million of you don't really get a say in who represents you in Congress. So if you want our elected leaders to throw a lifesaver to democracy, tell them how to address gerrymandering. It's not that hard to digest.
Fighting drones with drones. Coming up next, the new security concerns for a new technology the U.S. military is already rolling out. Stay with us.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, so drones, even the small ones, have become a major threat facing the U.S. military. NBC News got an exclusive look at new technology that's fighting back against drone attacks, which may save manpower and even lives. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now with that story. Courtney, explain to us, how does this really work?
So, I mean, you said it yourself, Morgan. These are small drones, but all that the enemy has to do is pack them with explosives, shrapnel, even ball bearings, and literally just crash them into the U.S. military, to a vehicle, to an installation, into where troops are staying and living, and they can have very deadly consequences. So we had an opportunity to see how one company is looking to help the U.S. military with this growing threat. We got an exclusive look at what this company is doing.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems, at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. The reason? They're really hard to stop.
Good hit.
NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequency. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish that this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone, it's launched, it's locked onto this suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is down.
That's right.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets the people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of the use of force.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved.
So, Courtney, how real is the threat to U.S. troops from drones specifically right now?
So it's not only real, but it's really growing and accelerating. So when I was in Baghdad in 2019, we were supposed to be flying out to Syria. We were grounded for 3 days because of what at the time the military was calling a kamikaze drone threat. There was literally a threat that drones were going to crash into the airport in Baghdad, so everything was grounded for a couple of days. So fast forward to just last week, there was an attack with 2 drones on a U.S. military base in southern Syria called Atanf. In this case, these drones were flying towards the garrison with the belief is that they were going to try to crash them in to kill Americans. Well, in this case, the British military fired an air-to-air missile from a fighter jet to take out one of the drones. The other one turned away. But for perspective here, those air-to-air missiles can cost like $200,000.
Wow.
Tens of thousands of dollars. In the case of the system that we just showed you with Lattice, this company Anduril has created and is already being used in some cases in combat zones. One of these small drones literally costs a fraction of that and can have the same effect of stopping a potential threat of an incoming drone. So this is a real threat. It's something that the military and private industry are really working to figure out ways to combat it, Morgan.
Courtney Kube, thank you so much for your reporting from the Pentagon. We always appreciate it. Thank you, Courtney. President Biden is calling on the EPA to investigate the role of climate change in the devastating tornadoes that struck 5 states just last week. At least 93 people were killed and dozens more were injured. While the families continue to clean up from the destruction left behind, scientists warn it may not be the last time we see tornadoes as early as December. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez explains why.
From Kentucky to Illinois, Arkansas to Iowa, this morning communities are rebuilding after those rare December tornadoes.
The level of destruction we think now is in the billions across Kentucky. And it's going to take us some real time. But we are not broken. We don't break.
With the National Guard, we took in the widespread damage across Kentucky from the air.
It's just utter devastation. And the scope and the scale from this altitude is just, it's just terrible.
The National Weather Service has now classified the main tornado that decimated Mayfield as a powerful EF4, packing winds of up to 190 miles an hour. It was on the ground for more than 2 hours. Experts are now questioning whether these kinds of weather events might become more common.
We get tornadoes in December like we've seen in the last few days. The record warm air mass we've had is a huge factor.
Bob Henson is a meteorologist for Yale Climate Connections who says violent tornadoes might not be more frequent, but their timing may be different.
What is happening is the seasons are getting reshuffled and rearranged. So here we are with a tornado outbreak in December. The same changes might also bring us fewer tornadoes in the summertime. We might not have as strong a jet stream in the summer as the climate continues to warm. So more than really an increase in violence of tornadoes overall, we're seeing shifting both in where tornadoes happen and when they're happening.
This storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes.
In Kentucky, despite warnings from local meteorologists, the sheer power of this December twister seemed to take many people by surprise. Donna Maceda was driving home from out of state when her daughter Brianna called to tell her the storm was barreling toward their house.
All I could hear was her screaming for me, and Mom, I don't know what to do, and Mom, I'm so scared. And I didn't know what to say. Like, what do you say?
What do you say when you witness this? This is our first up-close look at the candle factory that was obliterated. More than 100 people were working here. 8 of them were killed.
The only thing I remember after that is I heard all kinds of noises, and the next thing I know, I open my eyes and I'm stuck. I can't move my legs.
So all this concrete had just fallen on top of you?
Literally a wall, like a concrete wall was on top of me.
21-year-old Michaela Emery was among the workers who survived after being trapped under a concrete slab for 6 hours. The death of one of her co-workers nearby haunts her.
It hurts so bad, and there's nothing that I can do, but that was my friend, and that still is my friend.
That is the impact of this tornado outbreak. The scientific reason behind it is less clear.
Something to be aware of as climate change unfolds, especially just keeping in the back of your mind, we can expect the unexpected when it comes to tornado season more and more.
That was NBC's Gabe Gutierrez reporting. One of the world's greatest golf stars is making a pretty remarkable return. Just after the break, what Tiger Woods is saying about his comeback, and that's exceeding even his own expectations. Don't go anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Golf superstar Tiger Woods was back on the green over the weekend, and it was his first tournament since suffering a major injury in a car crash earlier this year. He had a surprise partner there on the course with him, his own son. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky reports.
Welcome back, Big Cat!
Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
In Orlando, the trademark swing felt part milestone, part miracle. Tiger Woods playing in his first competition since the February accident that nearly cost him his life, teaming up with 12-year-old son Charlie in the PNC Championship, partnering pros with family members.
Charlie and Tiger trying to make a move here.
The father-son duo sporting matching red on Sunday, Tiger's signature look to close out the tournament's final round. The uncanny resemblance carrying right onto the golf course.
The way Charlie's playing, pretty darn impressive.
Charlie playing just like Dad, matching mannerisms from the smooth swing to the classic Woods confidence.
11 birdies in a row.
The pair ultimately took second place, topping their 7th place finish last year.
He's an unbelievable player and an unbelievable partner.
For Tiger, it was a comeback some thought might never happen. February's accident left him hospitalized for 3 weeks. His right leg and foot crushed. At times during this weekend's tournament, a noticeable limp from Tiger, who relied on a golf cart to get around.
I'm just happy and thankful that I'm able to do this. I still have my own leg, which was, it was questionable for a while, and it's functioning. And I'm just really tired.
Across the weekend, Woods was celebrated. Even the best player in women's golf, Nelly Korda, grateful to get a picture. An incredible return for a golf legend, right alongside the next generation.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do this again, to have this opportunity to be able to play with my son and to have these memories, for us, both of us, for a lifetime. It's worth all the pain.
A comeback that could only come from a guy named Tiger.
Right now on NBC News Now, COVID crisis again. Coronavirus cases on the rise nationwide. People waiting for hours just to get tested. We're going to tell you why health officials are now sounding the alarm ahead of the Christmas holiday. And Build Back breakdown. Democrats plotting out their next move after Senator Joe Manchin announces he will not support the president's bill when the Senate Majority Leader says a vote will happen on Capitol Hill. Plus, speaking out, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai making her first comments to international media following a month of questions about her safety. What she is saying now about the allegations she made against a Chinese politician. And box office boom, the new Spider-Man film smashing box office records after just one weekend in theaters. It's now the highest grossing film of the year. What this could mean for the future of films in the era of COVID. Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford, and it is my pleasure to be with you this hour. My co-anchor Aaron Gilchrist has the day off today. Surging COVID cases lead our coverage this hour. The Omicron variant helping to cause an explosion coast to coast. Here's a look at the numbers, state by state, in the last 2 weeks. Now, if you look at this, you can see lots of red, orange, yellow on this map. That's not a good thing. Just this morning, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan saying that he tested positive on a rapid test. He confirms that he is, in fact, vaccinated. Meantime, Israel is expecting to ban travel from the U.S. as of Wednesday, and those who are returning home must quarantine. There is some good news, though, from Moderna. The company says that their COVID booster shot increases protection against specifically this Omicron variant. We have complete coverage of the surge and how you can better protect yourself, especially ahead of this busy holiday season. We start right now with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who's there for us live in New York. Lindsay, the pictures of people waiting for tests in New York, they're surprising. I mean, what do the COVID numbers look like right now?
Morgan, here are your pictures right here. So we are outside a school, but we're also outside a COVID testing van, and people have been lined up all day. The line is shorter than what it was a few hours ago, but it's a very brisk New York day. People trying to get tested before they go away for the holidays. Some of them have been exposed, they're telling me. Case-wise, Morgan, New York just recorded 22,500 cases yesterday, breaking its own record for the third day in a row. A sliver of good hope here. Hospitalizations are down slightly day to day, and also they sit at around 3,800. Compare that to January, where we saw 9,000. We are breaking case records, but hospitalization-wise, we're not breaking those records. So again, a sliver of good news. Mayor Bill de Blasio held a COVID briefing today. He says this isn't March of 2020. We have vaccines, we have therapeutics. This is more of what he said.
It's going to be a very challenging few weeks. But the good news is, based on what our healthcare leadership understands at this moment, we are talking about a matter of weeks. We're going to see a really fast upsurge in cases. We're going to see a lot of New Yorkers affected by Omicron. So far, thank God, based on everything we've seen so far, the cases are more mild than what we've experienced previously. But again, a lot of research we're still waiting for.
And the mayor did say this morning in that briefing that he is adding another 23 testing sites to hopefully alleviate some of these issues. They should be online this week, Morgan.
And let's talk about kids and schools. The Biden administration rolled out its test to stay policy late last week. What are leaders where you are saying about what's happening and really what needs to happen in New York's classrooms?
Yeah, the mayor is saying that he learned from last time he doesn't want to close schools. When he was asked, he just said emphatically no, he's not going to close the public school system. But I spoke to the head of the teachers union in New York City, and he says their goal is also to keep kids in the classroom. But testing has to get better. It has to get quicker. Right now, there's way too much of a lag time. This is what he told me.
We've doubled positivity in our schools the last 3 days, over the last 3 school days. The schools are still the safest place in the community, but when we see numbers jump like that, it really causes more concern. I mean, we've just been in this pandemic too long, and people's nerves and anxieties are pretty much frayed everywhere. Last year, we were doing that in 24 hours. Now we're taking 3 or 4 days. That's not acceptable, because what we're seeing is 1 week to the other, there'll be a few cases in a school, but the notifications come so late, and then the virus does what the virus does.
And Morgan, right now, 4 schools in New York City are closed because of COVID cases and exposure. That also 600 classrooms closed and nearly 3,000 classrooms partially closed, Morgan.
Wow. All right, Lindsay Reiser there for us in New York City. Lindsay, as always, thank you. I would like to take a closer look at the spike in COVID testing demand, because it's not only leading to long lines at sites, but it's also showing that there's a shortage of at-home tests at stores. That all adds up to bad news ahead of this travel rush for the holidays. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us with really what we all need to know. Carrie, what's the scene like where you are in Miami?
Well, Morgan, the line is long and it's just growing all day. The good thing about the line here is that it's open 24 hours a day. So you can come at 2 o'clock in the morning and maybe hedge your bets. There might be fewer people, but it's steady, steady, steady. And the reason is people want to know whether they have been exposed, especially to the fast transmitting Omicron variant, because they're getting ready in 5 days to go visit family members for Christmas. And nobody wants to show up with an unwanted gift, that of coronavirus. Cars bumper to bumper and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've been seeing around the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45 minutes.
From Florida, where this location turned away hundreds looking to get tested.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before the holiday weekend and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant. Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stock so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. While a struggling and sluggish supply chain is partially to blame, experts also point to a slow rollout. While the FDA has approved 13 at-home COVID tests, other places like Europe have more than 36 kits available for use, and tests are getting expensive. While the White House has said Americans can soon seek reimbursement from insurance companies for the at-home tests, that doesn't go into effect until January and does not apply to tests ordered now. The Biden administration says a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none.
Carrie, you know, the reality of it is that some of these at-home tests, they are pretty expensive. So what can people do to really make sure that they can get tested, but also not break the bank?
Well, as you heard, the insurance money is not going to kick in until January, and it's important to note, don't think you can buy it now and then put it in for insurance next year. It's not going to work that way. So you either spend a little bit less on presents or something like that and pay the upfront cost, or you come to a place like this. Maybe it's a time value of money. I mean, the line right now is about a little bit less than an hour wait, because I just talked to some folks here. So depending on where you live in the country, you might wait 3 hours, but you get the test there at no charge, get the results back generally in about 24 to 36 hours. So that is your option. I mean, you can't, it's expensive, and they're hard to find anyway if you're lucky enough to find a home test.
Yeah, Morgan? All right. NBC's Carrie Sanders with the news that we can all use right now from Miami. Carrie, thank you. And joining us now for a deep dive into the Omicron crisis is Dr. Natalie Azar, NBC News medical contributor. Dr. Azar, first off, we just kind of want to get your take on this Moderna news that we mentioned at the top of the show. This sounds like very positive news that this booster is working against the Omicron variant. What does this news mean for you as a medical professional, and is it really the game changer that we all hope that it is?
Well, for us as healthcare providers, it just reinforces that we are advising our patients to get boosted who've been vaccinated. You know, this news is very similar to the news a few weeks ago that Pfizer reported that their booster also provided, you know, a significant rise in neutralizing antibody titers, which were protective against Omicron. So again, you know, whether you're 6 months out from your mRNA series or you're 2 months out from your Johnson & Johnson, you know, please boost with one of the two mRNAs, a Pfizer or Moderna. Your antibody levels will rise and you will be protected against this new variant.
And I do want to just reiterate what you said and be really, really clear for our viewers. Even though this news about Moderna came out today, we did receive the news from Pfizer a few weeks ago. And while we know that people are not recommended to get the J&J vaccine, Pfizer and Moderna, are you confirming that they are equally as potent and powerful?
So I think there's a slight difference in terms of the actual quantity of antibodies from Moderna. It has a higher active, the 50 microgram dose booster and the original 100 is higher than the 30 microgram dose of Pfizer. So it is a little bit of a higher active ingredient that does lead to a slightly higher antibody level. But Morgan, we don't know whether that translates into a significant increase in protection. Either one is fine. Either one that you can get your hands on first, please go ahead and boost with.
And Dr. Azar, we also just saw those long testing lines we saw Carrie mention and talk about. I mean, what should people's testing plan be if they do not have symptoms?
If you don't have symptoms and you're planning on gathering, you know, you still should try to test before being in a group where you have mixed households and people will be unmasked indoors. You know, I was just sent a message to my husband, are we sure that we are going to go to your family's house on Saturday where we'll be indoors and people will be unmasked? Everyone's vaccinated, but, you know, we don't know booster status and people can be asymptomatic, obviously, and still transmit. I think that if you're gathering indoors with mixed households, everyone needs to be rapid tested for you to feel sure that you're very likely not going to, you know, infect somebody or become infected. Morgan, that's just kind of the reality now. And if you can't be sure that you can be tested or the folks in your indoor setting will be tested, it's risk tolerance. It's your own risk that you're taking, but you might want to think twice about it again. And I'm sorry, I know that's ruining a lot of Christmas plans this year.
No, I think it's just adding a layer that everyone can use to feel safe and even more jolly during the holiday season. All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thank you so much for your expertise and your time. Now I'd like to turn to Minneapolis, where the trial of Kim Potter, the former police officer accused of shooting and killing Daunte Wright, is entering its final days. The defense is giving its closing argument before the jury is sequestered for deliberations. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's just outside of that courthouse, and criminal defense attorney Joseph Tolley, who's also joining us. First, I'd like to start with you, Shaq. Just take us inside that courtroom behind you. What's happening there?
Well, at this moment, we're hearing the defense attorneys give their closing arguments. It started with the prosecution. Now the defense is firing back. And in addition to the immediate responses and rebuttals they were making to the prosecution's argument, they're arguing that this entire situation was caused by Daunte Wright's actions. You're looking at Earl Gray right now give that closing argument to the jury. Earl Gray is saying that if Daunte Wright had not gotten back in the car, then Kim Potter would not have mistook her gun for a taser. But today started with the prosecution laying out their case as of why they are charging Kim Potter with those 2 counts of manslaughter. I want to take you in the courtroom and listen to how the prosecution started their arguments.
We're here because the defendant, Kimberly Potter, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department, pulled the wrong weapon, and she shot and killed Daunte Wright. And at the heart of it, this case is very simple, members of the jury. It's a case about the defendant's reckless handling of her firearm, and it's about her culpable negligence. It's about what she did.
The prosecution is saying her mistake from a veteran officer, 26-year veteran on the force, that mistake that she made was reckless and it was negligence. And those are the elements that need to be proven in this trial. And it started with the judge reading those jury instructions, which teaches the jury what the law is and how they should apply it as they start their deliberations a little later today, Morgan.
Joseph, I'd like to turn to you. The defense is making its final pitch, as Shaq mentioned. So as a criminal defense attorney yourself, have they done enough to really convince this jury?
Well, the defense definitely came out swinging, and they are swinging for the fences. The beginning of the closing argument was very, very strong, and he addressed all of the insinuations that the prosecution said, don't go down the rabbit hole, don't do this, don't get distracted. And the defense did a good job of pointing out where the prosecution actually did that which they were accused of the defense of doing. But they are going for the fences and going for a complete not guilty and saying that, but for Mr. Wright's superseding actions, Officer Potter would not have acted in the way that she did. But I think they've got a very tough job ahead.
Shaq, Minnesota has been at the center of a number of high-profile trials this year, many of which have been racially charged. What is the community there saying? What is it feeling? And ultimately, Shaq, does this trial change anything for the people who are living there?
Yeah, not just here in this past year, but really the past 5 years, they've gone through a lot of high-profile trials, including several involving police officers. So this is something that is definitely being watched. It's something that people are talking about. I don't know if you hear some of the people in the park behind me on their bullhorn, just a handful of people. It doesn't compare to what we saw during the Chauvin trial in April, but it is something that is being closely watched, Morgan.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, as well as Joseph Tolley, thank you both for being with us this hour. We really appreciate your expertise and your reporting. Meanwhile, Democrats are wondering what's next after a huge blow to the Biden agenda over the weekend. West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin declaring his opposition to the Build Back Better human infrastructure bill. Progressive Democrats, needless to say, well, they're livid.
And so what we really need to do is crack down on the Senate, which operates like an old boys club that has a couple of gals in it that have managed to break through. And we need to actually we actually need to implement some institutional discipline.
want to go ahead and bring in NBC News reporter Julie Surkin in West Virginia and Ben Camisar from the NBC News political unit. Julie, I would like to start with you. You are in Manchin's home state. You are in my family's home state. Both of my parents are West Virginia. I grew up and my family's still there, you know, going back to visit. And this is an interesting state, right? This is a very interesting state politically, especially when you think about unions and the way that they still have sort of elected these Democratic senators. What are you hearing from the people of West Virginia, and do they process this or perceive this vote, Manchin's withholding his vote, as something that will hurt them ultimately?
Morgan, I wish I knew about your family. I should have told him to come through here. But we spoke to people on both sides of the aisle here. You know, we spoke to one guy, Wes Coger, who voted for President Trump in 2020, but he didn't really know much about what's in Build Back Better. I kind of had to tell him all these provisions that are in it. And still, he said that Joe, he called him Joe, is doing the right thing because he's concerned with inflation. He works multiple jobs, including ones that involve lumber and gas. So those two things are important for him to keep the cost down low on that. Now, I talked to other people who are saying, listen, we need this legislation now. Senator Manchin's position doesn't reflect his constituents. And I want you to take a listen to both of them here. Watch.
Calm down for a little bit. Like, let's work through what we got on our plate right now before we start throwing more on.
He is not only leaving us in bad shape or the same shape, he's leaving us in worse shape. We have given him our feelings, our thoughts, our needs, our desires, and he hasn't responded.
Listen, a couple of people I spoke to got really emotional when they were talking about all these needs that they have to be addressed. But Senator Joe Manchin said yesterday, he said this morning, that he's doing what he feels is best for his constituents. Remember, he's been in politics here, both in the governor's office and in Washington for decades. People here know him really well. And he says he's still doing what's best for his constituents. Morgan?
But I want to turn to you. I mean, is there anything that Biden could do to really give this bill a pulse? I mean, what does all of this mean for the Biden agenda more broadly going forward? Where does he go from here?
Look, anything's technically possible. There may be some, negotiation here behind closed doors. I bet you leadership in the White House are going to do everything that they can because this is, you mentioned, this is such an important piece of the Biden agenda. But at the end of the day, this is a math problem. Democrats, they've got one vote margin in the Senate. They've got a small margin in the House. How much can they suit this bill to fit what Joe Manchin wants without losing anybody on any other part of their broad tent party? Is there an overlap in this Venn diagram that includes the whole Democratic Party, or is that impossible? That's the question they need to answer now. And I think Manchin makes this even more urgent.
All right, Ben Camisar, Julie Surkin. Julie, if you need a hot plate, I have plenty of aunties who will hook you up with some collard greens and some sweet tea. Just head on down the road.
I would love it. I'm there.
Thank you both. We both appreciate you. Thank you. The new Spider-Man film smashing box office records in a single weekend. Coming up, what that could mean for the future of films and the pandemic. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're following breaking news on Wall Street this hour. Markets are tumbling today as investors grapple with the nation's spike in COVID cases. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us now at the latest. Kate, look, the Dow is down more than 600 points. What can you tell us about this pretty sudden drop?
Yeah, Morgan, good to see you. This is all about Omicron and investors really pulling back because they're concerned that this spike is coming right as the holiday season really gets into full swing. As you mentioned, the Dow off by more than 600 points today. A lot of the reopening stocks that we talk about are also falling today. Royal Caribbean, the cruise line, United and American and Southwest down about 2 to 3%. Darden Restaurants, the parent owner of Olive Garden, also down about 4% because indoor dining once again could be something that people pull back on. One bright spot, though, has been Moderna after the company saying that booster shots do help to prevent, give you some significant protection, rather, from ongoing spread of the variant here. One other thing that investors are also weighing is the potential for now additional fiscal stimulus being off the table here with Build Back Better likely shelved.
And Kate, also, I want to switch gears to another big story here. We're learning more about a probe into the treatment of Black employees at Google. What are the investigators looking at?
Yeah, this is Reuters reporting, according to two sources, that California's civil rights regulator is looking into how Google treated its Black female employees after some alleged incidents here of discrimination. Reuters citing, as we said, two sources familiar with the matter and agency emails that the outlet says it's viewed. Questions have centered on alleged harassment at Google and discrimination in the workplace. Conversations reportedly have taken place as recently as last month, and Reuters said that the agency has spoken with workers who have and who have not filed complaints because they're looking here to seek examples of potential mistreatment.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us there. Kate, thank you. Hollywood is celebrating a pretty big weekend. The latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records, leaving many to hope that better times are ahead for an industry that has really struggled amid the pandemic. Here's NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
Hey, Morgan, Hollywood is celebrating this morning after the latest Spider-Man movie smashed box office records over the weekend. Many hope it's a sign of better times ahead as the film industry struggles and Omicron cases rise across the U.S. Despite growing COVID concerns, Spider fans turned out, not only setting an all-time record for the movie studio, but also for the entire industry.
After a rough 2 years for Hollywood and movie theaters, the superhero is swooping in for the holidays. Spider-Man No Way Home made an explosive debut in theaters this weekend, shattering box office records, bringing in a stunning $253 million here in the U.S.
This is a spectacle. This is a celebration of cinema.
To see this kind of reaction
why we make these films.
The movie industry has taken a major hit amid the pandemic. Many theaters have struggled to stay open while keeping patrons safe, some limiting capacity and offering reserved seating. Some innovative movies drew audiences on streaming services.
Washington Heights.
Some big movies earlier in the year, like Lin-Manuel Miranda's In the Heights, struggled to draw people out of the house. Recent releases, like the star-studded Dune, have found success, both streaming and in theaters. Now the industry is hoping the web-slinging hero played by Tom Holland can rescue that American tradition, the weekend blockbuster.
This movie has to be seen on the big screen.
After just 3 days in theaters, it's already the highest-grossing film of the year and the third biggest opening weekend in movie history.
Pre or post-COVID, this is a massive number, but the fact that it happened still during COVID is extremely impressive and quite surprising.
A press tour from celebrity couple Tom Holland and Zendaya didn't hurt. And neither did fans flocking to theaters to avoid spoilers.
I don't think there was an empty seat. It was full.
As the country gears up for an uncertain 2022, many hope it's a spidey sense of good things to come.
And in case you need any more proof of how big this opening was, no other COVID-era film has even crossed the $100 million mark. In a single weekend, the film has already brought in more than $500 million worldwide, so it seems like our friends overseas are just as eager to watch their favorite films on the big screen. Morgan?
Omicron is on the rise, not just here in the U.S., but also overseas. Still ahead, the country's now canceling events and reinforcing lockdowns. Stay with us.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, fans are mourning the death of rapper Drakeo the Ruler. The rapper, whose real name was Daryl C. Caldwell, was fatally stabbed Saturday night backstage at the Once Upon a Time in L.A. concert. The stabbing reportedly happened after some kind of altercation. No arrests have yet been made. Tornado victims in Kentucky now facing yet another threat: looters. Thieves have targeted devastated communities, taking valuable materials like copper wire, as well as personal items and car parts. There are also reports of people posing as FEMA or even Red Cross workers just to get access to those homes. Several people have been arrested for looting thus far. And the New York City New Year's Eve celebration could be canceled. Mayor Bill de Blasio says a decision will be made by Christmas. New York City has seen a massive surge in COVID cases in the past week, and the Times Square event is expected to be crowded. And even though revelers have to be vaccinated this year, planners are weighing the Omicron surge in their decision making. Speaking of which, the Omicron variant is now in 45 states across the U.S. And with Christmas travel kicking off this week, holiday plans may be in jeopardy for millions of people. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Good day from MIA, Miami International, where traffic has been exploding over the course of the last month or so, especially international travel. Important because we are now very much in the thick of the Christmas holiday rush. About 109 million people expected to travel nationwide over the next 10 days or so. Most of them will go by road, but a little more than 6.5 million or so are going to be flying. And listen, more than ever, the mask is important because Omicron, of course, is spreading so fast. Health experts say if you are not vaccinated, if you're not boosted, you are at an increased risk of infection, of hospitalization, and death. So all the more important, if you are traveling, wear the mask. Regardless of vaccination status, wear the mask. Good news today on the vaccine front, that is that Moderna is saying that its booster shot dramatically increases your protection against the Omicron variant. So Omicron is spreading across the country fast. The Delta variant, though, was the one that is making people so sick. And as you know, we're now looking at about 1,200 people dying every single day. Hospitals, especially in the Northeast, yet again overwhelmed and understaffed. So as we go into this heavy travel week, heavy travel 10-day period, health experts say, please take all the precautions you can, wear the mask, and if you are not vaccinated, if you're not boosted, and you are gathering with family and friends, please take that antigen test before you do gather to make sure that you yourself are not COVID positive. I'm Tom Costello at Miami International Airport. Back to you.
So the Omicron variant is also causing COVID cases to skyrocket across Europe. Just take a look at this chart here on your screen. You can see just how hard the UK has been hit in the last week, and that country is averaging at least 70,000 new cases every single day. That's where we find NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella, who joins us now. Kelly, we know that Omicron has been spreading really rapidly there, especially where you are in London. Can you talk to us, though, a little bit about what you're seeing and really how people there are dealing with this rise in cases?
Yeah, Morgan, people are clearly worried about this. They're rushing to get their booster shots. In fact, more than 1 million people, according to the health secretary, had their booster shot on Saturday alone. Half of the adult population, more than 50%, is now boosted. But they're also canceling reservations at restaurants, at theaters. Restaurant owners are reporting huge numbers of cancellations over the holiday period. Business that they were really counting on to get back on their feet after such a difficult year. And we're also hearing that Boris Johnson, the prime minister, met with his cabinet today, a long cabinet meeting to talk about whether more restrictions are needed to get this sort of under control. But we're only a couple of days away from Christmas. It's the last thing Boris Johnson wants to do. He's made that very clear. After that cabinet meeting, he said the country is in a difficult situation. He spoke just a few minutes ago. He said that the government is reviewing data hour by hour, that cases are surging and hospitalizations in London are rising sharply. Now, the government has already introduced new measures, familiar measures, telling people to work from home and wear masks. And, of course, they've launched this massive booster campaign. Morgan.
And Kelly, we also know that other European countries are really looking and watching and waiting to see what happens ultimately there in Britain. Germany in particular is taking a pretty aggressive action. What can you tell us about travel measures there in Germany and really elsewhere in Europe?
Yeah, so Germany has closed its borders effectively to tourists traveling from the UK, following in France's footsteps. They did that last week, really concerned about the variant arriving on European shores. However, we've heard today that it already is there, is present in 28 countries in Europe now. The French prime minister saying that it is spreading with lightning speed in Europe. In France, they expect it to be Omicron to be the dominant variant by the new year. Same with the Netherlands. Morgan.
All right. NBC's Kelly Kobiella for us there. Kelly, thank you. Some breaking news now. Closing arguments are underway in the sex trafficking trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, an associate of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell is the British socialite accused of trafficking teenage girls for Epstein, and she's been accused by 4 women, has pleaded not guilty also to all charges. NBC News supervising investigative producer Sarah Fitzpatrick joins us now. Sarah, first off, what do we know so far? Can you just break down the main arguments facing both sides?
Absolutely. So this morning, prosecutors presented a 2-hour closing argument in which they emphasized that Maxwell was intimately involved in every aspect of arranging these massages, which were actually, the opportunity for Jeffrey Epstein, and in some cases, Ghislaine Maxwell, to participate in sexual abuse of young women. The defense, interestingly, chose not to have Maxwell go on the stand. They said that the government did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the conduct occurred. And they tried to call witnesses and present an argument that witnesses' memories were unreliable, that they were influenced by money. But ultimately, they had a lot of trouble getting witnesses to come forward. They called very few people. It seemed to kind of get into the weeds. And the case ended many weeks earlier than expected.
And we also know that Maxwell, is facing those 6 charges, as you mentioned, Sarah. But what sort of sentence could she actually face if she's convicted?
If she's convicted, there is no doubt she would face a lengthy sentence. The conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors carries a maximum 40-year sentence. Some of the other charges that are in the indictment can carry 5 to 10 years. And then there's separate charges, perjury charges, that will be part of a separate trial, which would also carry some lengthy jail time. So if she was convicted, she would be facing a very extensive prison sentence.
All right, NBC's Sarah Fitzpatrick for us there. Sarah, thank you. Similarly, we are tracking a breaking story in the tech world where a verdict could also come down any moment in the trial of Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of Theranos. Now, the jury is deliberating on whether or not to convict Holmes on 11 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and defrauding investors, as well as her patients. Holmes has pleaded not guilty to all of those charges. That's where we find CNBC reporter Yasmin Khurram, who joins us now live from San Jose, California. Yasmin, you've been following this trial from the beginning. First, can you just explain the charges specifically that Holmes is facing and what exactly the jury's weighing right now?
Morgan, the jury has been deliberating a little bit over an hour now inside this courthouse behind me. They were handed the case late on Friday. And incredibly, this is the first time that this group of 8 men and 4 women are sitting down and talking about this case together. 4 months of testimony, and they've heard a lot. Elizabeth Holmes is facing 11 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and wire fraud. Specifically, this is how the charges break down. She's facing 2 counts of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 9 counts of wire fraud. The wire fraud counts relate to specific investors and patients the government says Holmes defrauded. Of course, this all comes down to intent and whether the jury is going to buy the government's case that Elizabeth Holmes knowingly misled investors and patients, raised hundreds of millions of dollars in order to keep her company afloat. Morgan?
And also, what impact, though, more broadly, has this trial had on Silicon Valley and particularly the startup industry?
Elizabeth Holmes' trial has absolutely shined a harsh light on the startup world. She was the first female self-made billionaire. You and I both know there were a lot of people rooting for her, hoping that she makes it. Of course, the government said that she took a dark twist on the whole fake it till you make it mentality in Silicon Valley. And, if she is found guilty on some, if not all of these charges, it is absolutely going to send some sort of chill across the tech world and warn startup CEOs that, sometimes overpromising and under-delivering can be criminal.
All right, Yasmin Khurram there. Yasmin, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. We're also following breaking news here out of New York. Former President Donald Trump has just filed a federal lawsuit to stop the state's investigation into his business. The suit claims that the investigation violates his constitutional rights. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos joins us now to help us break this all down. Danny, we know that this lawsuit is directed specifically at New York Attorney General Letitia James, and her office has been conducting a civil probe of the Trump organization's financial activities. So what's your understanding of the Trump argument for stopping this investigation?
Get ready for this. This complaint filed in federal court invokes federal laws that are traditionally used for civil rights. In other words, I have sued using Section 1983 when, for example, it's a case of police brutality or a wrongful conviction or wrongful imprisonment. That's what those statutes, those federal statutes, are designed to target. Trump is taking those and using a theory of, hey, the government in the form of the attorney general is picking on me. And that picking on me rises to the level of a deprivation of civil rights and a Section 1983 claim, which is another civil rights statute that you use, for example, when police use excessive force. Now, does it technically apply here? Maybe, but this is not the kind of suit that you normally file. And normally you can't file suit against the attorney general to get them to just generally stop investigating you. If that were possible as a criminal defense attorney, I would be filing this lawsuit every day.
I mean, Danny, you know, we also just got reaction from Attorney General Letitia James, and she says the Trump organization has continually sought to delay their investigation into their business dealings. And now, quote, Donald Trump and his namesake company have filed a lawsuit in an attempted collateral attack on that investigation. She goes on to say that, you know, quote, our investigation will continue undeterred because no one is above the law, not even someone with the name Trump. Do you think this case, Danny, has merit, or is this just kind of a delay tactic like the attorney general is claiming it is?
Yeah, traditionally, defendants don't get to sue the prosecutor who is investigating or prosecuting them, saying, hey, I'm not really fond of this prosecution or this investigation. I think it's a little too much. As a criminal defense attorney, I think a lot of them are too much. But I generally don't have that option to sue for Section 1983 relief, especially before a case has been concluded. And I expect that in the high probability that this case will be dismissed, that will be one of the reasons that even if this is a criminal investigation, nothing has actually, there's been no adjudication that Trump is innocent, so to speak, or that he didn't cause or contribute to this investigation or any subsequent prosecution. So this is not a lawsuit I expect to last very long. I think it will probably be dismissed, but anything's possible, and it certainly is a creative theory of liability. Maybe a court's willing to listen.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Thank you so much, Danny. We appreciate it. Now, a Russian businessman with ties to meddling in the 2016 election has been charged with insider trading in Boston. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Dilanian joins us now. Ken, what does this all mean? I mean, why is this important? Who is this businessman, and what exactly is he being charged with?
His name is Vladislav Klushin, Morgan, and U.S. officials say he has close ties to the Kremlin. The charges unsealed today accuse him of making tens of millions of dollars in illegal profits through insider trading of American stocks. And he got that information, the charges say, through computer hacking. But the most interesting thing about the case to me may be the way the U.S. got him. He decided to take a ski vacation to Switzerland in March on his private jet, perhaps not knowing he was wanted by the FBI. He was arrested after stepping off the plane, and the U.S. got the Swiss government to extradite him to Boston, where the charges were filed. Prosecutors say he and his co-defendants hacked into firms that filed documents for publicly traded companies with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission and used earnings and other information that was not yet public to trade stocks in various companies, including the automaker Tesla. Klushin made millions, but now he's in U.S. custody, Morgan.
And Ken, I mean, do we know whether or not he's being charged in this insider trading scheme? I mean, what's his connection to the 2016 election? And will he ultimately face any charges for interfering in that election?
That's a really interesting part of this case. One of his co-defendants is a man named Ivan Ermakov, who prosecutors say worked for his company. Now, Ermakov is a former Russian intelligence officer who was charged by Robert Mueller with participating in that Russian operation to hack the Democrats in the 2016 election. And he was also charged with hacking into the International Anti-Doping Agency. So whether Klushin will be charged in those cases is unknown, but the U.S. obviously now has a lot of leverage over him to get him to talk about what, if anything, he knows. Some of the hacking and fraud charges he faces carry terms of up to 20 years in prison, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Ken Delaney there for us in Washington, D.C. Ken, thank you. A bizarre twist in the story of the tennis star who accused a Chinese official of sexual assault. Up next, what Peng Shuai is now saying to the U.S. media. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
A new twist in the story of the Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. Shuai went unseen for weeks after accusing a Chinese official of sexual assault. Well, now she's calling the whole thing a misunderstanding. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer.
Morgan, 48 days after the first explosive claims, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai has now purportedly denied ever accusing anyone of sexual assault. But as has been the case with this story over the past several weeks, there is a lot of skepticism and deeper concern.
This morning, new comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who reemerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zheng Gaoli, a former Communist Party official, that included an encounter where she says she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcry, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world. That Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along." Yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zhang, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
The Women's Tennis Association is suspending all tournaments in mainland China and Hong Kong. That's a lucrative business for the WTA here. They're doing it to confront Chinese authorities over Peng Shuai. Now, Chinese officials have yet to directly acknowledge her accusation, the tensions that have been swirling around it, making an investigation unlikely to. Morgan?
Anti-coup demonstrations turned deadly in Sudan, and Chile wraps up a historic election. Aaron takes us around the world in 60 seconds.
The Philippines, where the death toll has risen to at least 375 people following last week's Typhoon Ray. The government sending military aid to the areas hardest hit as hundreds of thousands remain displaced. President Rodrigo Duterte promised $40 million to help in the recovery effort. Sudan, where hundreds of thousands marched on the presidential palace on Sunday. The demonstrators are protesting the military takeover of that country. One person was shot dead, more than 100 were wounded in clashes with security forces. And Chile, where a historic election gave the nation its youngest ever president.
I guarantee that I will be the president who takes care of democracy and doesn't put it at risk, who listens more than he speaks, and who attends to people's everyday needs.
35-year-old leftist Gabriel Boric beat conservative lawmaker Jose Antonio Cast by more than 10 points in Sunday's election. Boric made tackling economic inequality a pillar of his campaign. And that's the world now.
After nearly a decade, one of our very own NBC family members is finally getting her American dream. 30 Rock's cafe barista Virginia Lasso is becoming a U.S. citizen. That's right. Just after the break, we're going to take you inside Virginia's journey to this unforgettable moment. Don't go anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In October, we brought you the stories of some of our incredible Latino employees here at NBC News as part of our Hispanic Heritage Month series. One of our favorite moments was sharing with you the story of our cafe barista, Virginia Lasso. She is a remarkable young woman with an equally remarkable and inspiring American journey.
You know, once I got here, it wasn't easy.
It took me about 4 years to finally say that I'm part of this country, because I didn't speak any English when I came here, and look at me now. Now I do, and I'm here working on NBC now, and it's a huge opportunity.
Look at her now. Well, after 9 years in this country, Virginia Lasso just became a U.S. citizen, a major milestone in her journey to the American dream. Thank you so much. Take a look at it.
3:30. When I was in high school, I didn't have many friends, because the language and culture and everything. So one of the things that I started doing was taking photos. It became kind of my passion, You can tell so many stories with just one photo. So I want to, at some point, show what the American dream is through photos. Being back in my country, I was 15 years old, and things started to get a little dangerous. So that's when my mom decided that it was time for me to come here, not just for safety, but also opportunities. The journey coming from Honduras here wasn't the safest. I came as an illegal. So it was, a lot of fear, a lot of things that I didn't wish to see, and I saw. And then when we got to the border and we crossed the river, that's when I was caught up by ICE, and I didn't know if the whole journey was gonna be for nothing. I was sent to one of the police stations, and that was the first time that I was in a place like that. And being in a country where you don't know the language, you don't know what they're talking, you don't know what they're saying, it was very hard. And they sent me to a house where I was with more people like me, like young people, and I was able to feel a little better because I knew that I wasn't the only one. There were so many other kids with different stories, with different journeys, and I just felt like I had a lot of responsibility at that point. Coming to New York City was just the beginning of the whole journey. Since I came here, I haven't stopped studying, working, learning, and teaching other people, and trying to be part of the community, helping more immigrants. For me, being an American means just speak up. Be there for the people that can do it for themselves. Just because maybe you don't have a citizen right now or a green card doesn't mean that you are less American. You start being an American the moment you come to this country and you start putting yourself out there. It's not a paper that makes you an American. Being American is just being here for you, showing up for yourself, showing up for other people, and don't ever stop fighting for the dreams that you have. When I finally got my citizenship, I was like, in a way, it feels like a lot of responsibility, even more now, to be a face for my community, and I think more now than before, I want to help in any way that I can and be involved more in the community, because I know how hard it is. It's just more motivation for me to move forward and be like, hey, if I could do it, you can also do it. Right now, I still don't have a college degree, so I'm looking forward to be able to have my college degree, and then with that, be able to support and help other people. That has always been my dream, help other people, and be like, hey, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be days that you wanna give up, and it's not gonna be easy at all, but just keep going.
Congratulations, Virginia. We love you and appreciate you, and we celebrate you today. And thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. Your news right here continues now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. COVID canceling major sporting and entertainment events across the country. How the surge in cases could affect your holiday plans. Betrayed. House progressives are slamming Senator Joe Manchin for bailing on Build Back Better. So what happens to the president's agenda now? Plus, how a TikTok user traded a bobby pin for a house. We'll show you how she pulled it off. We start today with the latest COVID cancellations, and man, they are stacking up. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in New York City. Kathy, New York's Governor Kathy Hochul tweeting, New York has 22,478 confirmed positive cases, nearly 4,000 hospitalizations. So that's the current situation. What's the city, what's the state doing about it?
Hey there, Allison. Yeah, similar to what we are seeing statewide here in New York City. The city's being gripped by rising COVID cases, and Omicron is fueling a lot of these new cases here in the city. And it's fueling a lot of the worries and a lot of the people to head to these testing facilities like the one behind me. And they're leading to a lot of long lines. Some people we spoke with saying that they are waiting in line for hours just to get a test. And Mayor Bill de Blasio earlier today acknowledged these choke points. And he said this week they are trying to alleviate some of these challenges by opening more testing locations, distributing more at-home tests, and also doing more quality control moving forward so they don't run into these issues. But yeah, it is pretty astounding that people who are trying to gather with loved ones this holiday season have to wait that long just to get a test, Allison.
Yeah, Kathy, I know you've been talking with some of those people who have been waiting to get tested at that City MD today. What have they been saying to you about just what we're all dealing with the week before Christmas?
Yeah, so anyone who's coming out here today or the past couple of days, they just want to make sure that they are COVID-free before they gather with loved ones the next couple of days. They just want that peace of mind. But they are running into a lot of roadblocks. They're saying, look, they come to this location, they can't get in because some of the appointments are already gone. And if they do, they have to wait an extended period of time just to get a test. Here's what we heard today. Take a listen.
They told us that they're not accepting anyone until 11 o'clock tonight. They're booked. They have over 150 people in line already. And it's not even 10 a.m. So far today, this is the only one. I'm going to try some of the mobile vans to see, but it's been frustrating to say the least. I'm fully vaccinated and boosted. You can never be too sure. I've been using this testing site so many times, and this is the first time that I can't get in. It's crazy that they can't take anyone at 10 in the morning and they close at 11 p.m.
And Allison, we were out here pretty early this morning, but there were some folks waiting in line at least 2 hours even before the doors opened because they wanted to get a hold of that test. And at this City MD, we are told it's first come, first serve. So they only had 150 slots available today. So if you weren't here and you didn't wait in line and get one of those slots, you're kind of out of luck. So you got to start all over again tomorrow. And it's something that they are kind of tackling day by day, depending on how many COVID tests they do have available. And also they're kind of weighing the staffing situation as well, Allison.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy, it sounds like COVID testing is the hottest ticket in town. And to that end, let's talk about all the things that are being canceled. Broadway shows, the Rockettes Christmas Spectacular, all canceling performances because of COVID. Is the city saying anything yet about New Year's Eve in Times Square next week? Are there concerns there or considerations that it might not happen?
Yeah, so all eyes are on that iconic event here in New York City at Times Square. And that was a question that was posed to the mayor yesterday. Listen, we know that COVID cases are rising. He said that the event is still under review. We should have a final decision sometime before Christmas. As of now, it's still a go, but obviously things can change very quickly. It is supposed to be a fully vaccinated event. The mayor also stressing that it will be held outdoors. Allison?
All right, Kathy Park in New York City, thanks so much for your reporting. Stay healthy, stay safe out there. As Kathy just said, COVID test demand is soaring ahead of the holidays. People are lining up not just at testing sites across the country, but they're also trying to get their hands on those over-the-counter at-home test kits, which are in pretty short supply these days. NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders has more on the testing surge in Miami.
Allison, waiting to get a coronavirus test this time of year is going to be a matter of patience. Take a look at the drone video that we have right here. You can see long lines in this location here in Miami-Dade in Florida. is 24/7. So if you come at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's just as long of a wait as there is right now. It's important to note that medical experts say that if you get your test, even a rapid test, and it comes back negative, at that moment you are not contagious and you can continue with your holiday plans. We're only 5 days away from seeing family for Christmas. There's a new kind of holiday traffic. Cars bumper to bumper and long lines at COVID testing centers across the country.
This is probably one of the shorter lines we've been seeing around the city, and I think we're going to be here for at least 45 minutes.
From Florida, where this location turned away hundreds looking to get tested.
We were so busy that we kind of cut off the line at like 1 or 2.
To this clinic in Maryland, now swabbing 1,000 people a day. The surge comes just days before the holiday weekend and amid increasing spread of the more infectious Omicron variant. Demand for at-home tests is skyrocketing too, leading to shortages in stores and online.
With Omicron and the holidays and the flu season, it's likely there are not enough tests now.
Stock so low, Walgreens has put purchase limits on the popular kits. While a struggling and sluggish supply chain is partially to blame, experts also point to a slow rollout. While the FDA has approved 13 at-home COVID tests, other places like Europe have more than 36 kits available for use. And tests are getting expensive. While the White House has said Americans can soon seek reimbursement from insurance companies for the at-home tests, that doesn't go into effect until January and does not apply to tests ordered now. The Biden administration says a boosted testing effort is in the works. But for those looking for peace of mind before gathering for Christmas, the best place to start is online. Search for appointments through your local health department, which are often free, and pharmacies in your area. But act fast. Health experts say everyone should test 3 days before gathering and be open to options, whether it's PCR or a rapid kit. Any test is better than none. Now, if you have one of those home testing kits, Allison, it's important to note that the FDA says that there are 3 testing kits that do not pick up the Omicron variant. So you probably don't want to use these. I'm going to read you the names of these. I'm going to do it twice in case you're scrambling around the house right now looking for your kit to take a look and make sure this is not one of the ones you have. Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. Again, the FDA says they were unable to detect the Omicron variant. I'll read it one more time. Applied DNA Sciences, Meridian Bioscience, and Tide Laboratories. If you have those, put them to the side and make an alternate plan to get tested.
Israel is closing its borders to the U.S. and 9 other countries, with Omicron threatening holiday celebrations in at least 89 countries this year. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga is in Italy.
Hey, Allison. Well, it looks like the nightmare before Christmas all over again for the 2nd year in a row. And we all know who the Grinch is this year. The Omicron variant. Now, today, the WHO said that a new variant was detected in 89 countries across the world, including in most, if not all, countries here in Europe, where it's spreading at lightning speed, as the French Prime Minister said yesterday. Now, as a consequence, the Netherlands has become the first European country to reintroduce a full lockdown. In Italy here, the government on Thursday is expected to reintroduce measures like mandatory masks outdoors. In France, Paris, the traditional New Year firework display and DJ sets were cancelled. And in the UK, scientists have called for more restrictions as the government appears to be playing for time, despite an average of 80,000 people testing positive almost on a daily basis. Now, elsewhere in the world, countries are also starting to close down their borders to the outside world. Israel has just added the US and 9 other countries, including Italy, with high COVID-19 infection rates to the no-fly list in an attempt to stop the spread of Omicron.
I'm going to bring in Dr. Lippy Roy, internal medicine physician and medical director of COVID isolation and quarantine sites for Housing Works in New York City. Dr. Roy, it is wonderful to see you. Unfortunately, we're not dealing with the best of circumstances. Our nation's top experts are warning that Omicron's taking over as the dominant strain here in the U.S. Here's Surgeon General Vivek Murthy on CBS this morning.
We are going to see a spike in cases, and that's because Omicron is incredibly transmissible, and we have to be prepared for that.
So, Dr. Roy, more than 100,000 people are testing positive every single day. What are your biggest COVID concerns right now? And I imagine that list might be long.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you again, Allison. And I do wish it was under more cheerful circumstances. But yes, you're absolutely right in that this Omicron variant, what we're learning so far is that it's replicating faster than any previous known variant, and it's more infectious than any previous known variant. That said, there is some things to be positive about, which is the fact that we have far more tools today than we did a year ago, a year and a half ago, certainly. So we have vaccines and we have boosters, which we know, at least so far, are effective against the Omicron variant. We need far more testing capacity, but we do have tests available far more again today than we did a year and a half ago. And we also know that unfortunately masks are going to have to come back. So we need to wear those masks in order to really break that transmissibility from person to person. But no, the Omicron is definitely spreading fast, and the CDC predicts that the Omicron variant will surpass that of Delta within a week or so. So we need to be prudent, but we don't need to panic right now, Allison.
Dr. Roy, you mentioned the tools that we have. We did get some good news from Moderna today. New data showing their current booster raises immunity against Omicron nearly 40-fold, and then its higher dose booster had even better results. What do you make of that data? And could we start to see higher dose boosters to fight new variants like Omicron?
Yeah, I got to tell you, in the setting of over 133,000 new COVID infections per day, and with Dr. Francis Collins saying that that we're in a world of trouble the next month or so, I will say that the Moderna announcement is welcome news. So as you pointed out, the 50 microgram booster shot has been shown to have a 37-fold higher protection versus producing more neutralizing antibodies, I should say, compared to pre-booster levels. And in fact, a double of that dose, 100 microgram booster dose, is showing 83-fold protection. I will point out that this data has not been peer-reviewed yet, and it was looking at human blood samples against a pseudovirus resembling Omicron. So we need a little bit more data and more review from other scientists. But the preliminary data is promising, Allison.
Dr. Roy, Moderna also says it's working on an Omicron-specific booster. How would that be different from the regular boosters we've all been getting, or even a higher dose booster?
Yeah, very good question. So you're absolutely right. The Moderna officials stated that they are looking at a booster or a vaccine that would be specific against this particular variant or this particular mutation. This variant has multiple mutations, if you recall, and specifically in the spike protein, which is what the part of the virus that targets or helps it go into the cells, human cell. So, I mean, that is good news. Unfortunately, this data, they're going to have to test it doing clinical trials, and so it probably won't come out until sometime in 2022. I will say that it doesn't really change how we all interact. We still need to practice existing mitigation measures, which include, again, masking. It includes vaccinations, as well as masking indoors and testing. Those are really the key public health 101 measures, Allison.
Dr. Roy, the Christmas countdown is on. And look, it's not just people celebrating Christmas, right? Folks of all religions, all different beliefs are getting some time off this time of year, taking some vacation or visiting family. So let's tackle the travel piece here first. Is it safe to travel right now? What's your medical advice here?
Yeah, so, again, I don't want people to panic here. We have a lot more tools at our disposal. We just need people to utilize those tools properly and effectively. So, again, if you don't need to travel, my suggestion is to stay home. But if you do need to travel, if you do want to see your family and loved ones, I get it. I've traveled from New York City to Toronto, but look at the measures that I took. I got PCR tested before traveling, boarding the airplane. Once on the plane, I was wearing my mask, including an N95. And if you don't have that, that's okay. I would recommend double masking. Make sure you wash your hands. And then once you arrive, if you're going to be indoors in close settings, especially with people that are vulnerable or who are unvaccinated, such as ineligible children, young children under 5, get tested that day if you have access to at-home testing. Those are the things that I would utilize. Those are the tools that I would utilize. And of course, get vaccinated and get your booster as well, Allison.
All right, so let's talk about the other holiday piece here. Some people may not be traveling, but they are getting together, whether with family or friends. What are the best ways to keep those get-togethers as safe as possible? And are we at the stage where people should consider skipping them?
I go back to saying, like, if you really don't have to spend time with, if you can just stay home, again, go back to the Zoom and phone call and other Skype celebrations, I would do that. But if for those folks who are traveling, again, it's better to be outdoors than indoors. But if you are going to be indoors, try to practice distancing, wear the mask, especially if you're around people who need to be protected. Remember, there's many immunocompromised individuals who cannot produce a robust immune response to the virus. So if you're going to be indoors, practice distancing, wear a mask, get tested that same day, but definitely get vaccinated and boosted before you show up. But remember, even if you get vaccinated and boosted, you have to wait 2 weeks to be considered fully vaccinated. In other words, your immune system needs time to produce those antibodies. So wear the mask. I keep pointing out to this simple little tool, but it's very, very effective.
We need it
at breaking that tradition.
Yeah, we still need them, unfortunately, but they're a great form of protection. Dr. Roy, thank you so much. I hope you and your family stay healthy and safe over the holidays.
You as well, Allison. Be well.
Senator Joe Manchin defending his no vote on Build Back Better. So is the president's plan dead in the water? That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So let it snow. Oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be where the love is. I just wanna be where the love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will vote on Build Back Better next month, even though Joe Manchin is a no. The White House and fellow Democrats pretty fired up about Manchin's announcement on Fox News over the weekend. We've got team coverage with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin. She's in Charleston, West Virginia, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley on the North Lawn. Mike, we'll start with you at the White House. Press Secretary Jen Psaki just had a briefing a short time ago. What's she saying about Manchin today?
Yeah, she's still at the podium right now. And Allison, one of the biggest questions that we had going into this was, would her rhetoric from the podium today match the very charged language we saw in the statement she issued after that bombshell from Senator Manchin yesterday? In that statement yesterday, she said that Senator Manchin really breached his commitments to the president. She talked about the fact that Senator Manchin was in the Oval Office with the president, laying out an outline of what he was willing to support, reminded us that Senator Manchin had been even to the president's home. So there was clearly a lot of steam to blow off yesterday. It was interesting to hear from Jen Psaki today. For one, she didn't really step back from that statement at all, but she did indicate that the White House is ready to move on. Let's listen to what the press secretary said just in the last few minutes.
From the president's viewpoint, and I saw him this morning, he's worked with Senator Manchin over the course of decades. They share fundamental values. They're longtime friends. That has not changed. And what's most on the president's mind is the risk of inaction.
Psaki also said this was not an opportunity to relitigate the statement from yesterday, really indicated that the focus of the White House at this point is moving forward. You heard her talk about the risk of inaction. But, Allison, this is a White House that also has a lot more on its plate. The president, of course, giving a big speech tomorrow about COVID. One of the big things that surprised the White House most was, why did Senator Manchin really come out at this particular moment? The Senate had adjourned for the year. It wasn't likely they were going to vote anytime soon in January. And so there's just a big effort underway at the White House now to try to understand what happened and where they go from here.
Yeah, a lot of people scratching their heads over that one. So, Julie, let me ask you, Senator Manchin doubling down on his opposition to Build Back Better, doing a new radio interview. What's he saying there?
Yeah, look, Allison, he's been saying pretty much the same things for the last couple of months. And to answer your and Mike's question, something I'm hearing from sources is that, look, Manchin waited until the Senate left so that he could just say what he had to say and didn't have to face any blowback, at least for a couple of weeks, because as we've been reporting, he gets cornered by his colleagues on the Senate floor, in the chamber, during lunches, whenever they can find him to tell him to vote for this bill. So today, he went on his local West Virginia radio show. He repeated what he said yesterday. He said he's not going to get bullied into supporting this legislation, no matter how many protesters they send to him, no matter how many Democrats say nasty, quite frankly, things about him. He said he's not going to be pressured into voting for it. And today he responded to White House criticism of him. Take a listen to what he said.
I just got to the wit's end, and they know the real reason what happened. They won't tell you, and I'm not going to because.
Wait. You said they know the real reason. They're not going to tell us. You're not going to tell us. What do you mean? What's the real?
Well, the bottom line is there's basically, and it's staff. It's staff driven. I understand staff. It's not the president. It's the staff. And they drove some things and they put some things out that were absolutely inexcusable. They know what it is, and that's it.
Allison, it's important to underscore how this came about. I reported yesterday that just 25 to 30 minutes before Senator Joe Manchin went on Fox News and said that he was a no on Build Back Better, that he had his staff actually call the White House, call Democratic leaders, and say, hey, by the way, this is happening in, I don't know, about half an hour or so. And then we have sources saying that he refused to answer their call when they tried calling him and getting him on the phone afterwards. Allison?
Julie, this is just the kind of politicking that makes Americans roll their eyes at Washington, and it's happening within one party. I know you've been speaking with voters there in West Virginia. What do they think about Manchin's no on Build Back Better, or what's the local take here?
Yeah, look, people are energized here, and all politics is local. And here in Charleston, West Virginia, of course, it's the capital of a state that has less than 2 million people living in it, but has become the center of this debate. I spoke to people on both sides of the issue. I spoke to some people who want this legislation, who want the provisions in this bill, moms who need the child tax credit, who need older people who need the prescription drug pricing elements of this, and so on. And then I also spoke to people who think that what we have now, inflation, the problems of rising costs, is something that should be addressed, and there's no need to pump additional money in. Let's take a listen to what some of them said to me earlier today.
We've been yelling at Senator Manchin that we need this. And we've been calling and we've been writing letters. We've been putting letters in the paper. And for him to just boldly say, I am not going to vote for what my constituents want, I don't understand how he can do that.
I know people are angry at him right now, but you got to stand up for your principles. And for one time in our country, we've got an individual out there that's lightening up and telling people, I'm not going to put up with all the stuff.
So while Manchin lied and he negotiated in bad faith and he made promises he never intended on keeping, and he did a lot of things dirty to these people in this state, He's not the only one, and he's not the only one that should shoulder the blame.
You hear the emotion and the passion in their voices. Two women actually started crying when I was talking to them as they're calling for this legislation. A lot of them have actually been to Washington on paddle boats, going to Senator Manchin's boat, asking for him to do this. But one interesting thing as we look forward here and we see if this bill could be resurrected, perhaps in a smaller form if possible. That man in the middle, David there, who's a Republican who supports Manchin, he actually supports key pieces of this. He said prescription drug pricing is a conversation we should be having, but he thinks it should happen on a bipartisan basis. Allison?
So, Mike, where does President Biden go from here? I mean, it sounds like Jen Psaki there left the door open for the president and Joe Manchin to negotiate further. But do we have any sense of where the president stands here? Does he want to move on and consider other ways forward? Does this feel like, kind of a blocked path?
Well, one of the other very charged lines in that statement yesterday from the White House was that they hope Senator Manchin changes his mind again. That was the surprise, was that he had sort of been giving all indications that he would get there in the end. We'd heard President Biden say Joe is going to be there in the end. That was his confidence based on the conversations they were having. Remember last week, the White House was issuing very short statements about the conversations we knew were happening with Senator Manchin, basically calling them constructive, but not really elaborating beyond that. Well, Psaki today wouldn't indicate if there had been any follow-up conversations today or yesterday beyond what we know about when Senator Manchin wasn't taking the White House's phone calls. But really, the other thing that's really a stark choice for the White House up ahead is even if there is a way to bring Senator Manchin on board, progressives are now feeling particularly burned. And if you were to negotiate an even smaller or revamped version of whatever Manchin will support, remember this has to go back to the House. And that was a very careful balancing act that the House leadership, that the White House had to work in order to get progressives and moderates on board with the language that is now in the Senate waiting for a vote. And so even if they are able to get Manchin back on board, Humpty Dumpty, can you put him back together again? There's a lot of burned bridges now all over, and this is going to be a tough task for the White House moving forward.
All right, let's see what they can make of this one. If they could figure this one out and find a path forward, it looks like it's going to be tough. Mike, Julie, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right, now to a Russian businessman with ties to the 2016 election who's been extradited to the U.S. from Switzerland. That happened today. He's charged with computer hacking and insider trading in a multi-million-dollar international scheme. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney is in Washington with all the juicy details. So, Ken, tell us about this guy and these insider trading charges.
Hey, Allison. Well, federal prosecutors unsealed charges today against Vladislav Klushin, a Kremlin insider who's accused of making tens of millions of dollars in illegal profits through insider trading of American stocks. He got the information, the charges say, through hacking. But the most interesting thing about this case to me may be the way the U.S. got him. He decided to take a ski vacation with his family in the Swiss Alps in March on his private jet, perhaps not knowing he was wanted by the FBI, and he was arrested after stepping off the plane. And the U.S. got the Swiss government to extradite him to Boston, where the charges were filed. Now, prosecutors say he and his co-defendants hacked into firms that filed documents for publicly traded companies with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, and then used earnings and other non-public information to trade stocks in various companies, including the automaker Tesla. So Klushin made millions, but now he's in U.S. custody, Allison.
All right, so note to insider or folks doing inside trading, you don't go on that ski trip to Switzerland if the feds are looking into you. He's also accused, though, of playing a role in hacking and influencing the 2016 elections. What can you tell us there, Ken?
So that's the really interesting part of this case. It may be about far more than insider trading. One of his co-defendants is a man named Ivan Ermakov, who prosecutors say worked for his company. Now, Ermakov is a former Russian intelligence officer who was charged by Robert Mueller with participating in that Russian operation to hack the Democrats in the 2016 election, and also with hacking on behalf of Russia into the International Doping Agency. Now, whether Klushin was connected to those cases is unknown, but sources tell me it's unusual for the Swiss government to grant extradition on a routine insider trading case, so there may be something more at play here. Whatever the case, the U.S. will want Klushin to cooperate, and they have a lot of leverage over him, Allison. Some of the hacking and fraud charges he faces carry terms of up to 20 years in prison.
Wow. All right, so this is serious stuff. We know he was charged in Boston. Do we know what happens to him now?
Well, he's being held in federal custody in Boston. He'll go through the normal federal procedure. We have not figured out whether he's hired a lawyer. His case wasn't even in the federal computer system last I checked, so he's at the beginning stages. We'll watch it closely to see whether he's cutting a deal and whether he's cooperating, Allison.
It is a fascinating case. Ken, thanks so much for your reporting on it. Appreciate it.
You bet.
They are difficult to spot and hard to stop. The military deploying small drones powered by artificial intelligence. This new technology is designed to protect troops by detecting and taking out threats. But can it be trusted during a conflict? NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube heads to California for an exclusive look.
They're the newest threat on the battlefield. Small drones, often armed, capable of evading air defense systems, at times with deadly consequences.
Small drones like these have become one of the U.S. military's biggest threats. The reason? They're really hard to stop.
Hit, good hit. NBC News got an exclusive look at one system the U.S. military is already using to protect troops in war zones, and it can operate with very little human involvement. This is Lattice. Powered by artificial intelligence, it detects possible incoming threats from miles away, immediately gathering and processing information from a network of radars, cameras, and radio frequency. And, unlike older systems, identifying exactly what the threat is in real time.
This might be hard for the human eye to distinguish that this is a drone. It's actually relatively straightforward to a computer.
Lattice can determine whether something is a possible threat and launch a modified racing drone to get a closer look, all on its own. In this demonstration, the white drone is the enemy and the black drone is the interceptor.
The interceptor drone, it's launched, it's locked onto this suspicious vehicle, and now it's saying to the user, this is suspicious, do you want me to take out this incoming threat?
That's right. And with just one button, the user can now give the interceptor the command clear to attack. Now the interceptor is going to accelerate into the target from beneath and destroy it.
The incoming threat is down.
That's right.
The system can actually attack an incoming drone on its own without a human being giving the command.
99% of what it's doing is done in Lattice, which is our AI-driven operating system. Lets the robots do what robots are good at, lets the people do what people are good at.
And unlike other counter-drone systems, Lattice doesn't need power or Wi-Fi. It's all powered by solar energy. But there are concerns about the growth of artificial intelligence and computers making critical decisions in a conflict.
But it does raise important questions about where is this going, but ultimately keep humans still in charge of the use of force.
The future of warfighting with fewer warfighters involved.
And Courtney joins me live now. Courtney, the story is so cool. You say at the end of your report, these drones could play a key role in future conflicts. Let's talk more about that. How and where does the military plan to use these?
So we've even seen this just in the last few days, Allison, ways that this system could be used by the U.S. military. Now, they're already using it in some places, both domestically and overseas, in combat zones. But just last week, there was a case where 2 drones breached the area around the Atanf garrison. That's a U.S. military outpost in southern Syria. In this case, one of the drones got so close to the U.S. military that a British fighter jet shot it down with an air-to-air missile. For the record, air-to-air missiles can cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about $200,000 a pop. They used one of these missiles to shoot this small drone down because it posed a potential threat to the U.S. military and the Syrian forces who were there on the base. The other drone turned away. Well, in this case, if there was a system like this Lattice there, these sentry towers that we showed in it, they would detect the drone when it was coming in, and even without any military, any operator involvement, it could launch a drone that would go up, take a look at these drones, see what they had on them, see if they were a potential threat, and literally take them out without any individual involvement in it. So that's a real practical way that these could be used right now in a combat zone.
So let's talk about outside combat zones. The company behind the AI that powers these drones says it can use this technology in a lot of other areas. Like what?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily just be for combat. It can be these things. This system can detect both anything coming in from the air or on land for miles away. So it can really be used as almost like a security system for domestic bases here, not for a potential, enemy threat, but just to see what's going on. So these drones and these cameras, the way that the information all comes in several different pipelines, and then the computer decides what exactly it is that they're seeing on the ground, in the air, whatever. The way that information comes in, it gives the warfighter or whomever it is that's using the equipment, it gives them an idea of exactly what it is that's coming in. So it could say, hey, you got a group of balloons coming towards your stadium or towards your base or whatever it is that it's supposed to be protecting or it's supposed to be monitoring. So it doesn't necessarily just have to be used for military bases, and certainly not just in conflict areas. And again, but it's important to point out, it is already being used in some cases by the U.S. military.
Courtney, it is absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much for your story.
Thanks, Allison.
Coming up, closing arguments in ex-police officer Kim Potter's trial, why her defense says Daunte Wright caused his own death. That's next.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
So let it snow, snow, oh, say you won't go, 'cause I just wanna be what I love is. I just wanna be what I love is. I'm so happy to spend this time with you.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The prosecution delivering its closing arguments today in former police officer Kim Potter's trial. Potter's charged with shooting and killing Daunte Wright in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, last April.
What this case is really about is about an officer who mishandled her firearm. That's why we're here. And even if you take the defendant's word for it, she admits that's what she did. She told you in court she knew it was wrong. And she knew from the very beginning.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Minneapolis. Shaq, prosecutor Aaron Eldridge going through some of the evidence for the jury, videos, the gun, the taser involved. What did she say in her closing arguments?
That's right, and this is a case that has a lot of evidence, multiple body camera videos. You have dash cam video available. There's video of the scene afterwards, video from down the street after the car went off. So there's a lot of evidence that she was able to use as she made her case that Kim Potter acted criminally. They're saying that this is a 26-year veteran of the police force who should have fundamentally known the difference between a gun and a taser. They say that she shouldn't have even used the taser in that situation and that her action was either reckless or negligent. So that is what the prosecution has been saying, and that's how they've been framing this argument. And they went on for their closing arguments for a little over, or right around 2 hours, and that was kind of the point that they were trying to hit, that they wanted the jury to find Kim Potter guilty of either first or second degree manslaughter. Excuse me.
Shaq, the defense is insisting that Daunte Wright caused his own death. How are they explaining that one?
Yeah, they're saying that Daunte Wright created conditions for this accident to happen. They're saying when Kim Potter reached for her firearm, pointed it at Daunte Wright and yelled, "Taser, taser, taser," but then fired a shot, it was a chaotic situation, and Daunte Wright set up that chaotic situation because he tried to get back in the vehicle after he was under arrest. But then they also got personal and said, this is more than just about the actions of Daunte Wright, but the conditions that he put himself in. Listen to a little bit of those closing arguments from the defense attorney.
There's marijuana, no license, no insurance, a warrant, a bench warrant for a weapon, and a TRO, or restraining order, where some lady accused him of harassing him. That's what we had. That's what these police had when they walked out of that car.
The defense that you heard in the closing arguments boiled down to the idea that Daunte Wright caused his own death. It went to the idea of even if Kim Potter intended to use a firearm, they are arguing that was justified and legal based on the testimony they presented. And then it goes to the idea that Kim Potter was not conscious, or she did not make the decision to use a firearm. She thought she was using a taser, and they're arguing that the jury should acquit her of these two manslaughter charges because of those reasons.
Shaq, as you've been saying, Potter charged with first and second degree manslaughter. She's pleaded not guilty to all of the charges. What's she looking at if she's convicted here?
She's looking at up to 15 years in prison if she's convicted of that first degree charge. If she's only convicted of that second degree charge, that carries about 10-year maximum sentence. But I should also warn that legal experts, because of the sentencing guidelines here in Minnesota, it would be less than half that time for each count if she is convicted because of the nature of the crime and because this is her first time offense. But then there's also some other factors in there. The prosecution is trying to have the judge increase that sentence if she is convicted because she was a police officer and because the car then damaged another vehicle in the end. So it's not clear the maximum or the potential sentence time, but the maximum would be up to 15 years.
All right, Shaq Brewster in a chilly Minneapolis, thank you so much.
You got it.
Coming up, Peng Shuai breaks her silence. The Chinese tennis star denying that she made sexual assault allegations against a former communist leader. But not everyone's buying it. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin. Here in Nashville, from Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A new video appears to show Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai denying that she made any sexual assault allegations against a former Communist Party official. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice McIntyre looks at the latest concerns about Peng Shuai's well-being. Take a look.
Allison, 48 days after the first explosive claims, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai has now purportedly denied that she ever accused anyone of sexual assault. But as has been the case with this story and the mystery around it over the past several weeks, there is a lot of skepticism and deeper concern.
New comments raising more questions around Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, who reemerged this weekend at a ski event in Shanghai with basketball star Yao Ming and other athletes. In a video posted by a Singaporean newspaper, Peng purportedly reverses her accusation, telling a reporter there during an impromptu interview where it's unclear how freely she can speak, "I have never said or written about anyone sexually assaulting me," adding there may have been a lot of misunderstandings about an affair with Zheng Gaoli, a former Communist Party official, that included an encounter where she says she, quote, never consented and was, quote, crying all the time. The purported video interview that cannot be verified by NBC News is the first time Peng has spoken about the explosive scandal that triggered international outcry, including calls to boycott Beijing's Olympics and an outpouring of concern from across the tennis world. That Peng appears to reverse her assertion, only stoking skepticism that the former world #1 doubles champion is facing pressure here to make the scandal go away.
This is a story with the Olympics around the corner that kind of ticks a lot of boxes in terms of global headlines and sensitivities.
Peng apparently told the newspaper, "I've been very free all along," yet she wasn't asked about her relationship with Zheng, the assault allegation, or disappearing for weeks from public view. The Women's Tennis Association holding firm to its demand for a full, fair, and transparent investigation without censorship into her allegation of sexual assault, stirring fresh criticism of China and persisting concern for Peng Shuai.
The Women's Tennis Association is suspending all tournaments in mainland China and Hong Kong. That's a lucrative business for the WTA here to confront Chinese authorities over Peng Shuai. Now, Chinese officials have yet to directly acknowledge her accusation or the tensions that have been swirling around it, making an investigation unlikely to.
More than 300 people are dead and dozens still missing. Typhoon Rai, now one of the deadliest tropical cyclones in the Philippines' history. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Cobier has the latest on the relief and the recovery there.
Allison, the Red Cross says it is complete carnage in parts of the Philippines today. Now 4 days into massive search and rescue missions, the military involved in those missions. Hundreds of thousands of people are without communication, without power, many people going without food and water for a fourth day now. And the numbers are just extraordinary. More than 300 dead, more than 500 injured, and dozens still missing. those numbers could yet climb because huge parts of this destruction zone are inaccessible. They're cut off either by debris or landslides, or the communication lines are simply down. A mayor from one region said that her area of fishing villages were just completely wiped out, nothing left standing. Typhoon Rai hit on Thursday. It was the strongest storm to hit the Philippines this year. It was called a super typhoon. It pelted 9 islands across more than 200 miles with very strong winds, 121-mile-an-hour winds sustained, gusting up to 168 miles an hour. The Red Cross and Red Crescent now putting out pleas for international aid.
Coming up, a TikTok trader turning a bobby pin into a house. How she did it next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As part of our Hispanic Heritage Month series earlier this year, we brought you stories of some of the incredible Latino employees here at NBC, including our cafe barista, Virginia Lazo. After 9 years in the U.S., she's now a citizen. Here's a look at her American dream.
When I was in high school, I didn't have many friends, because the language and culture and everything. So one of the things that I started doing was taking photos. It became kind of my passion, You can tell so many stories with just one photo. So I want to, at some point, show what the American dream is through photos. Being back in my country, I was 15 years old, and things started to get a little dangerous. So that's when my mom decided that it was time for me to come here, not just for safety, but also opportunities. The journey coming from Honduras here wasn't the safest. I came as an illegal. So it was, a lot of fear, a lot of things that I didn't wish to see, and I saw. And then when we got to the border and we crossed the river, that's when I was caught up by ICE, and I didn't know if the whole journey was going to be for nothing. I was sent to one of the police stations, and that was the first time that I was in a place like that. And being in a country where you don't know the language, you don't know what they're talking, you don't know what they're saying, it was very hard. And they sent me to a house where I was with more people like me, like young people, and I was able to feel a little better because I knew that I wasn't the only one. There were so many other kids with different stories, with different journeys, and I just felt like I had a lot of responsibility at that point. Coming to New York City was just the beginning of the whole journey. Since I came here, I haven't stopped, like, you know, studying, working, learning, and teaching other people, and trying to be part of the community, helping like more immigrants. For me, being an American means just speak up, be there for the people that can do it for themselves. Just because maybe you don't have a citizen right now or a green card doesn't mean that you are less American. You start being an American the moment you come to this country and you start putting yourself out there. It's not a paper that makes you an American. Being American is just being here for you, showing up for yourself, showing up for other people, and don't ever stop fighting for the dreams that you have. When I finally got my citizenship, I was like, in a way, it feels like a lot of responsibility, even more now, to be a face for my community, you know, and I think more now than before, I want to help in any way that I can and be involved more in the community because I know how hard it is. It's just like more motivation for me to move forward and be like, hey, if I could do it, you can also do it. Right now, I still don't have a college degree, so I'm looking forward to be able to have my college degree, and then with that, be able to support and help other people. Like, that has always been my dream, help other people, you know, and be like, hey, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be days that you wanna give up, and it's not gonna be easy at all, but just keep going.
She was inspired by a paperclip. That's right, a paperclip. TikTok trader Demi Skipper took a bobby pin, her 5 million followers in a year and a half, and she got herself a house. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has an exclusive look at Skipper's incredible trading adventure.
Hey, Allison. So Demi set out to do this seemingly impossible task with 2 rules for herself. No money could be involved in any of her trades, and she couldn't trade with anyone she knows. And now even Demi can't believe just how far she's come.
Hey, it's me, Demi. I've got a trade update.
Demi Skipper is a trader, but not the stock market kind.
I'm trading a single bobby pin until I get a house.
With time on her hands during the pandemic and inspired by a TED Talk from 2006 where a man traded a red paperclip up to a house, Demi thought, I can do that.
How do you even start a process like that?
So honestly, just step by step. So I went to Facebook groups, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. One person finally replied and said, you know, I like what you're trying to do, and I will trade you a pair of earrings for that bobby pin. Then the pair of earrings went for a set of margarita glasses. Those glasses then went for a vacuum. The vacuum went for a snowboard, and then a snowboard for an Apple TV. So you can see they're slowly getting better and better as I go. Drop me a follow and watch me go all the way to a house.
28 trades, a year and a half, and 5 million TikTok followers later.
And I've done it. And look at it.
Demi has her house. We took her to Clarksville, Tennessee, so she could give today an exclusive look.
All right, so Demi, this is it.
This is it. From a bobby pin. It's perfect. It's everything I could hope for.
What was it like when you first got the keys?
Oh, I can't even describe the feeling of how it felt. I cried, my heart was racing.
What was the last trade that got you this?
So it was an off-the-grid trailer. It's almost like a food truck. It has solar panels, a Tesla battery, a full fridge inside worth $40,000. It's all about finding the right person.
The right people for that specific item, and with a house to spare. Sierra and Bill Netherton, house flippers with a renovation backlog, who know just what they want to do with that trailer to help their community.
The hope was to take the trailer and actually give that away to someone in our community, to give a local entrepreneur a chance to start their business.
It sounds like you both just really love Clarksville and you really love your neighbors.
Very much. 100%.
That spirit of giving has been a theme throughout Demi's journey. Within the community, she says, has changed her.
Because of all your help, writing you a check for $1,000.
What?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a lot of student loans and stuff, so it's hard to pay.
Last holiday season, Demi helped raise thousands of dollars for Shannon, a follower who stored trades in her driveway for free for months.
I just was so overwhelmed by the humanity and just that there still are such good people in this world.
And now Demi's planning her biggest act of kindness yet.
So now the big question is, what are you going to do with this house?
So the house is going to get fully renovated. So I'll be working on the full renovation, and then I'm actually going to trade this house for a bobby pin.
Yep, Demi and her husband are moving across the country from San Francisco to Clarksville to fix up the house just to give it away.
All right, here it is. This is it, your house. What did you think the first time you stepped in here?
Honestly, I was just envisioning what this house was going to be.
So you're gutting the whole thing?
The entire thing. So someone will have a brand new free house just for them.
Once you get that next bobby pin, you're starting over?
Starting over.
Will you do this forever?
Forever. I'm going to be 85, trading, still getting houses.
Do you really think that?
Yep.
Yep, I love it.
Demi's hoping to give the house to maybe a single mom or a family who really needs it. And now, while she's only the second person that we know of to do this, she's inspired a lot of other people to give it a try. There are a ton of people on TikTok showing their trading adventures. And Demi, of course, is trying to be the first person to do it again and again and again.
You know that sound? It's the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. And ooh, what a day it was. Down about 430 points. We're going to talk about today's big business stories and what tanked the market and how all of that affects you coming up in our next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris and you are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. COVID cases spiking in New York City, how the nation's largest school district is responding. The Build Back Better Act collapsing, what that could mean for climate change. And with Christmas this Saturday, are your gifts getting there on time? How the holiday shipping is going so far. All right, we're going to start this hour talking about Omicron and how it's spreading across the country. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach's covering the outbreaks in Major League Sports. MSNBC weekend anchor Lindsay Reiser's covering the record number of COVID cases in New York State. We're going to go to her first. She's live outside a school in Upper Manhattan. So, Lindsay, we'll talk about the schools in a second. But first, the headline COVID numbers in New York are concerning, to say the least. New York State breaking its daily COVID record 3 days in a row. What's New York City Mayor de Blasio saying about that?
Well, Allison, we're outside of school, but we're also outside a COVID testing van, and the line was really long this morning. We've been here since before this van pulled up, and people were out here waiting, and you can see the line growing yet again right here. And you mentioned the cases right now across the state, 22,500 announced yesterday, a record for the third day in a row for the state. The sliver of good news, Allison, is that hospitalizations seem to be pretty stable around 3,800. Back in January, that number was 9,000, so looking a little bit better there. But the mayor says this isn't March of 2020, which is a good thing. We have vaccines, we have therapeutics, but by no means should people not take this seriously. Go ahead and listen.
We're going to see a really fast upsurge in cases. We're going to see a lot of New Yorkers affected by Omicron. So far, thank God, based on everything we've seen so far, the cases are more mild than what we've experienced previously. But again, a lot of research we're still waiting for, a lot of evidence we're still waiting for. What we do know is Omicron moves very fast. It's very transmissible. It moves fast. We have to move faster. That's why we're focusing even more on vaccination. And we do know that vaccination helps address Omicron.
Allison, the problem, though, is lines like this that we're still seeing. And I've been talking to people all weekend and last week who are standing in these long lines, and they're frustrated. They say at this point in the pandemic, it shouldn't be like this. We do know that the president is expected to address that in his briefing tomorrow night, Allison.
All right, so let's talk more about schools and the big debate right now. Should classrooms go remote again? The mayor's saying there aren't any plans to make school online full time. But Lindsay, how does the teachers union feel about that? How do parents there feel about that? What are you hearing?
Yeah, nobody wants the schools to close down, Allison, but at the same time, everybody wants to be safe. The teachers want to feel safe going to school. Parents want to feel safe sending their kids. Mayor Bill de Blasio says he has no intentions, does not want to close schools down. I talked to the head of the teachers union. He supports that, but he also says testing needs to get quicker. Right now, they're giving tests to teachers and students Monday. They're not getting the results back sometimes until Friday. That's way too much of a lag time. You've got a week of possible exposure there. And I also talked to some parents who are frankly frustrated just at the general situation. They don't want to see their kids going remote either. Let's listen.
The fact that he can't get vaccinated isn't a big deal for him, but the fact that he could possibly be carrying it and like his grandmother's supposed to come for Christmas and we're trying to figure out what to do about that is a little bit stressful.
So her brother had a positive COVID case in his classroom in preschool, so the preschool shut down for the rest of the week, and we're getting her tested out of precaution.
So, Allison, that's pretty much breaking down why people are in line. They're going to travel, they need tests, they've been exposed, they need tests. But I can tell you that classrooms are already affected in New York City. You see on your screen there, 4 schools are closed because of COVID. That includes nearly 600 classrooms that are closed and nearly 3,000 partially closed. Allison?
Wow, Lindsay Reiser, thanks so much for reporting. There are a whole lot of COVID cases in New York these days. Thank you. Well, in less than an hour, the Cleveland Browns and the Las Vegas Raiders will kick off the first postponed game of NFL Week 15. It's one of the many ripple effects of COVID, which is hitting the major leagues pretty hard. But even with 100-plus players testing positive last week, the NFL is doing away with weekly COVID tests for vaccinated players. NBC News reporter Gary Gromix outside Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. It's home of the Capitals hockey team and the Wizards basketball. So, Gary, let's start with the NFL. The Browns and Raiders postponed till tonight. Then tomorrow night, it's the Seahawks against the Rams, and then the Eagles versus the Washington football team. Now, for sports fans, it's exciting to have football all the way into Tuesday, but this isn't exactly great news. It's the first time the league's postponed games this season. NBC News spoke with the NFL's chief medical officer. What's he saying about the rest of the season?
Hey there, Allison. Yeah, you know, professional officials across the professional sports leagues are really doing everything in their power to make sure the season can continue. But it's getting harder and harder for them to do that. As you mentioned, the NFL had 100 players, more than 100 players, test positive for coronavirus just in the past few days. And so because of that, there were those postponed games. The Washington football team was hit particularly hard. 22 players have tested positive and will miss this week's game. And that includes the star quarterback, Taylor Heineke. So there's a number of protocols that the NFL has put into place, including mandatory mask wearing in all team facilities, including the ability to take out food from the team cafeterias so you don't have a whole bunch of guys sitting and eating together in the cafeteria, and making all meetings virtual. So we did speak to the chief medical advisor of the NFL. Here's what he had to say about the outbreak.
I think one of the things we've learned about this pandemic throughout is that it's extremely unpredictable. And so we always state that we're going to let health and safety guide our decisions. We don't want to put teams on the field together unless we feel good about the overall environment and the safety for everyone involved. So we'll just continue to look at the data as it comes out and make the best decisions we can.
Now, it's important to look at this with the vaccination rates in mind. The NFL has a 95% vaccination rate among players, 100% among personnel. So this is not necessarily people not being vaccinated. It's simply breakthrough cases. Allison?
Gary, let's talk about the NHL. 7 teams are shut down because of COVID, and there are reports the players probably won't be going to the Winter Olympics. What are the short-term plans for the NHL?
Yeah, the Hockey League is in a really unique situation because it's a 2-country sport. Remember, there's a whole lot of teams in Canada and here in the United States. So they've actually shut down all travel in between the 2 countries for these teams, so they cannot play each other. So domestically, of course, the games can continue, but it's going to be a while, Allison, before you see the Maple Leafs, for example, play the Islanders.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor, critical care anesthesiologist at the University of Virginia, and medical director and co-founder of Goodstock Consulting, Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton. Dr. Hilton, I want to play a soundbite from Andy Slavitt, the former senior advisor to the Biden administration's COVID response team. He was on MSNBC this morning talking about the skyrocketing COVID cases we're seeing in our country. Take a listen.
It's going to be a surge like we haven't seen before, numbers that are completely out of control. And I think people don't want to get this.
Dr. Hilton, that's pretty scary to hear. How much worse can this get before it gets any better? What are you expecting from Omicron this winter?
Yeah, unfortunately, it can get a lot worse. You know, oftentimes you hear this rhetoric of, oh, well, people aren't dying as much in these other countries. But what we know is that the United States of America, we have other issues that we have to tend with. One being the fact that our healthcare system is already stretched. Right now, I'm looking at our schedule in the operating room, and we know that we are stretched really thin. If our healthcare workers get infected, that means that we cannot go to work too, which means that those surgeries cannot happen. It's not just COVID-19 that we have to consider. It literally is every single disease process that happens within the hospital that can be compromised.
It's really starting to feel like March of 2020 in some parts of the country. I mean, here in New York, we're seeing long testing lines. Restaurants and shows are shutting down. But there is a big difference this time around, right? We have vaccines. We have boosters. Can you walk us through what level of risk people have depending on how vaccinated they are?
Right. But we know is that if you're vaxxed and boosted in October, you're 10 times less likely to be infected, 10 times. Now, what we also know, though, is that at this point, only 30% of Americans have received their booster shot. And if we're looking at countries like Israel, Israel is now qualifying. If you're fully vaccinated, that means for them, you've had both your doses of your mRNA vaccine and your booster dose, 3 doses. If we kind of equate that to America, that means that only 30% of Americans are fully vaccinated in their eyes. And what does that mean when we have Omicron that is more transmissible? What does that mean when we're seeing that the cases in the UK, at least, we're having increased hospitalizations? What does that mean in an already stretched healthcare system? We cannot afford that, which means we need to go back to the basics, which is wearing our masks, which is social distancing, which is avoiding those large crowds, and testing before we gather, especially with this family and the Christmas break that we're about to have.
I want to talk about schools. Harvard's joining several other colleges and universities. They're saying students will be remote at least for the first few weeks of 2022 while we see where this goes. What do you think of that move? Should more schools consider going remote?
Most certainly. I think it was it Cornell that had 900 persons that tested positive just a couple of days ago. I mean, this is a real threat. And particularly for the young, kids, the students, they think that they are immune. They think they're immortal. We know this. We've all been in that age before. But even if they have a less likely chance of dying, what we do know is that there's more consequences to COVID than just death. What we do know is that there are studies that show between 30 to 50% of all persons who get infected with COVID-19 develop long COVID. What does that mean? What we do know is that previous viruses have literally caused different types of cancers. That's HPV, that's EBV, that's HCV. We know there's a number of different viruses that can cause cancers. Will COVID join the ranks of those viruses? We don't know. So why risk yourself getting infected with a virus that we don't know the consequences as of yet? So taking those measures to say, let's go virtual to protect those students that may be a little bit more robust in their boundaries, I think that's the best move to do.
All right, let's talk about the holidays. They're fast approaching. Christmas is Saturday. What's your advice ahead of this holiday weekend? What should people be doing to protect themselves and their families? Is the harsh reality that we may just need to cancel some plans?
Right. I think if you have a member of your family that is high risk, consider doing this by Zoom so you can see them in 2022 is a fantastic idea. But if you're going to meet, things that I would say, for one, test before you meet. And I don't mean just test one time. I would start to test at least 1 day or 2 days before you go to actually meet your family. I would then make sure I wear my mask, my N95 mask. If I am not eating, I don't have to take my mask off, even if I'm indoors. But if I am indoors and I am taking my mask off, ventilation is key. Opening up those windows, understanding it is cold. And the other things we want to do is, again, practice those social distancing, space out as much as possible. And then after you leave that family gathering, you also want to test. Why? Because when you go back to work or when you go to meet your friends, if you are infected, you don't want to spread that around. And that's going to be the key. It's really being hypervigilant along the way.
All right, Dr. Hilton, thanks for all the great advice. We thought we wouldn't be here again, but we are. Thanks for helping us stay safe for this holiday.
Merry Christmas.
You too.
I think what Senator Manchin did yesterday represents such an egregious breach of the trust of the president. Of course, we have every right to be furious with Joe Manchin, but it's really up to leadership in the Democratic Party who, made the decision to get us to this juncture and how we're going to move forward.
Democrats on Capitol Hill pretty furious with Senator Joe Manchin for saying he's a no on President Biden's Build Back Better Act. Now they're plotting their next steps. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor writing they're insisting they won't give up and say they see hope of salvaging the bill with revisions to win his vote. Manchin's remarks give some clues how. Sahil joins me now. So, all right, Sahil, what are those clues and what do they tell us about where the Democrats can go from here?
Hey, Allison, the single biggest thing is that Manchin has recently emphasized in public remarks that he wants every program in the bill funded over a 10-year period. This is a very difficult thing to resolve because the number of provisions in the bill, at the request of lawmakers like Joe Manchin as well as Kyrsten Sinema, were set to expire over 1 year or 2 years or 3 years as a way to reduce the overall cost of the bill. That's because they don't have financing mechanism to make something like the child tax credit last for a full 10 years. That would be $1.5 trillion, and it would leave almost no room for anything else. So basically, Democrats have to shrink this bill to include only the programs that they can fund over a 10-year period. It will require painful sacrifices, but if there exists any hope that they can resuscitate this bill and ultimately get it to President Biden's desk, it seems like that's the only option they've got.
Sahil, Senator Manchin explained why he was not going to be pressured by Democrats in a radio interview in West Virginia this morning. Here he is.
I'm not blaming anybody. I knew where they were, and I knew what they could and could not do. They just never realized it because they figured, surely to God we can move one person. Surely we can badger and beat one person up. Surely we can get enough protesters to make that person uncomfortable enough. They'll just say, okay, I'll vote for anything, just quit. Well, guess what? I'm from West Virginia. I'm not from where they're from, and they can just beat the living crap out of people and think they'll be submissive, period.
Sahil, you've been talking with sources close to Manchin. What are they telling you about his thinking?
Allison, there are a range of opinions, even in Joe Manchin's orbit, about what happens next. One source I talked to said Build Back Better is dead for now, and this person was pessimistic about the prospect of reviving it, in large part because of the tenor of the statements that, from the White House as well as Democrats attacking Senator Manchin, questioning his character, questioning his motives and his commitment to his word. That stuff doesn't sit well with him. But I talked to another source, a confidant of Joe Manchin today, who was more optimistic about the prospect of reviving it. This person noted that the current tensions now will fade, and that Joe Manchin, in all the years that they've known him, does not hold grudges. This person even joked that they've tried to get Manchin to hold grudges with people who've wronged him in the past, and it has not worked. He simply doesn't operate that way. He uses phrases like water under the bridge when he's told of something that a person did to him in the past. So there is room here, if once tensions cool, for the White House and Democratic leadership to get back in touch and reopen negotiations with Senator Manchin. What they've got to figure out is how to prevent a communications breakdown like last time, when the White House clearly calculated that Manchin was expressing preferences of his, but he wouldn't draw a red line around those preferences and ultimately kill the bill over. It turns out he will, and they got to take him more seriously about those things next time.
Sahil, let's talk another big issue, voting rights. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying Democrats will take up voting rights when they're back in town next month. How's he planning to work around Republicans so they can't just block that legislation again?
There is only one way to do that, Allison, and that is to pierce the filibuster. And there's only one way to do that, which is to get all 50 Democrats in the Senate on board with making a substantial change to the Senate rules. And to that end, Chuck Schumer wrote a letter to Democratic colleagues. Let's put that up on the screen. And he talked about how tomorrow evening there's going to be a virtual caucus for Democratic senators. The Omicron variant is spreading, and several Democrats have come down with it, have contracted it. So they're going to do it virtually, but they're going to talk about rules changes. You see this on the screen. He accuses Senate Republicans of continuing to abuse the filibuster and preventing the body from considering this bill being voting rights legislation. He talks about how states led by Republicans around the country are enacting voter suppression and election nullification laws, and says the Senate cannot accept failure on that issue. Of course, the landscape on voting rights is, as it's been for months now, Democrats have 50 votes for a major piece of legislation called the Freedom to Vote Act. It would be a far-reaching new set of voting rights applying in all 50 states, but they don't have 50 votes to make changes to the filibuster. They have a path to 48 at this point, but Manchin as well as Sinema are not on board with rules changes, and it's far from clear that a caucus or any number of meetings at this point is going to change their minds.
All right, Sahil, let's move on to the midterms. Another Democrat not running for office again. Florida Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy saying she will not seek re-election. How come, and what does it mean for the Dems in the midterms?
Well, Stephanie Murphy, the Congresswoman, said that she is retiring because she's a mom of 2 young kids and wants to spend more time with her family, that the job is tough on moms of young kids. No doubt that's true. There's also other considerations that kind of speak to the broader context of this. Democrats are looking at a very rough midterm election cycle. Stephanie Murphy currently sits in an evenly divided district, kind of the pinnacle of swing districts, and she is likely, or actually at least she could be, a victim of redistricting in the cycle in Florida, where Republicans control it and could try to, carve her out of a seat. It's not clear what seat she would be running in, but between the landscape and between the fact that, her seat could be eliminated entirely, if not carved up to become much redder, and the reasons she stated, it seems like a number of factors went into this decision of hers, as they are with a lot of other Democrats who are deciding to hang it up ahead of the 2022 midterms. Allison.
All right, Sahil Kapoor on the Hill, thank you so much. If Build Back Better falls apart, it could have a devastating impact on the fight against climate change. Without it, there is no clear path for the U.S. to meet its climate goals, according to NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. He joins me now. Josh, Build Back Better includes $555 billion to fight climate change. So what can the White House do if that funding falls through?
Well, it's really going to leave the White House scrambling to figure out how they are going to meet President Biden's committed goal of lowering U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by at least 50% by the end of this decade, because really the biggest portion of that was expected to come from the elements of this Build Back Better legislation in terms of incentivizing people to move quickly towards electric vehicles by actually giving them a tax credit of $12,500 if they buy an EV transportation. The biggest source of our greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S., as well as other tax and energy incentives that were intended to help really encourage investments in renewable energy sources like wind farms and solar panels. Now, without that legislation, if it's really dead after all, the administration would have to really crank up the executive actions and the regulations. For example, one that we just saw actually today, the EPA moving forward with stricter regulations for tailpipe emissions for cars and trucks that do use gasoline, putting out more strict requirements that will be in effect for model years from now through 2026. But there's really only so many of those levers that the administration has to push. And what we've seen in the past is that oftentimes those are really susceptible to court challenges. So one of our other biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions is obviously electricity. And the Obama administration, they didn't think they were going to be able to get anything through Congress on climate, so they went ahead with the regulatory approach, tried to put in rules that were going to require these power plants and the states in which they are housed to lower their emissions. It turned out that got held up in court, never took effect because it was blocked after Republicans challenged it. And that's the issue that the Biden administration faces if they are left to their own devices to try to do this, as opposed to what Congress can do, which is obviously so much more powerful.
So, Josh, it seems like there are a whole lot of challenges ahead. What are you hearing from environmental groups?
Well, they're really caught in a difficult place because on the one hand, they are really dismayed by this and really frustrated. And they have been paying close attention to an analysis that a group called Rhodium Group, it's an independent research firm, put out several months ago that actually was seized by the White House to make the argument that even if a previous iteration of the Build Back Better that was weakened because of Joe Manchin, that would have actually mandated utilities switching to clean energy. When that got dropped out of the bill because Manchin opposed it, the White House said, don't worry, there's this Rhodium analysis that says we can still meet our climate goals because of all of this investment in the bill. So now without that, the White House doesn't even have that to hang their hat on. And that has left these environmental groups scrambling to both express their deep frustration and really panic over the fact that this seems dead for now, with some type of sense of hope that they can move forward in a productive way and keep this alive. And that's why you're seeing really steadfast messages from groups like the League of Conservation Voters putting out a statement saying this is not the end of the road. We are more determined than ever, and we will keep fighting like hell, Allison.
All right, it sounds like they may have to fight like hell to move this one forward. Josh, I know you stay on top of it. Thank you. Millions of people could lose their Medicaid in less than a month. The public health emergency declared for the coronavirus expires January 15th. NBC News digital reporter Phil McCausland here now. So, Phil, this benefit has been around since March of 2020. Besides losing Medicaid, what else will this do to our healthcare system here in the U.S.?
Yeah, so, I mean, the public health emergency, ends on January 15th, like you said. And, I mean, extending that is maybe a no-brainer at this point, especially without Build Back Better. But I mean, we're talking about things like what we've seen during this public health emergency, right? More access to telehealth, real flexibility on opioid treatment, other provider flexibilities, larger payments to healthcare providers for COVID cases, and everything connected to a lot of things that are connected to Families First Coronavirus Act, the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan. A lot of that stuff is connected back to the public health emergency. So when that expires, a lot of those services also disappear. A lot of that kind of buoy for our hospitals, our healthcare providers also disappears. So it's kind of a scary prospect. And it's something that the Biden administration and our leaders are going to have to deal with at some point. There is an opportunity and a likelihood that the public health emergency is extended. But they can only extend it for so long before things again go back to normal. But with Omicron right now, we'll see when that happens.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't extend it if things continue on the path they're going. But again, with COVID, you just have no idea what's coming next. Phil, you say, though, if the Build Back Better Act passes, which I know doesn't look good right now, but if it does, it could provide both a guardrail and a wrinkle to protect Medicaid. Can you explain this? How could it help?
Yeah, so I mean, we're talking about 15 million people who could potentially, there's an estimate that potentially that number could lose Medicaid coverage. And right, I mean, this is a healthcare program that really protects the most vulnerable and the poorest folks. And so during the public health emergency, a lot more people have been able to get on Medicaid. When that expires, though, states can start disenrolling people, taking people off those rolls. And so a lot of, advocates are really worried about, how quickly do states do that? How well are they communicating to people that this is something that could occur? How are they going to make sure that all the paperwork is there and taken care of and that people aren't disenrolled who maybe should be eligible? So the Build Back Better bill has a lot of guardrails up that, first of all, a lot of this is connected to federal funding. It would keep that funding up for states so that they could continue to take advantage of that while taking a longer amount of time to start taking people off those rolls, being more thorough. It would limit the number of enrollees a state could drop per month. It would only allow them to drop people who had been enrolled for 12 months. And there's other things that, forcing them to make contact in multiple ways with people who would need to be removed from the rolls, and a lot more oversight and reporting to the federal government that would ultimately protect these folks in a greater way.
All right, a lot at stake here. We have until January 15th. We'll see what happens. Phil, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Coming up, down to the wire, which one of Santa's sleighs is most likely to deliver your last-minute packages in time for Christmas, and which reindeer is bringing up the rear?
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It is time for the bottom line. Our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The market's a mess this Monday. Worried about how quickly Omicron is spreading. Check out the Dow. It dropped 433 points today. Not a great way to start the week. CNBC correspondent Frank Holland is here. So, I mean, Frank, the markets are reflecting what a lot of us are feeling right now, right? That a pandemic we hoped would be getting better is now getting worse. What in particular is rattling stocks right now?
Hey, good afternoon to you. Well, it really comes down to concerns about lockdowns and lower consumer spending. The apparent demise of the president's Build Back Better plan, that's another factor in all this. As you mentioned, the Dow's down. It fell almost 700 points earlier today, of course, off those lows now. All the major indexes down just about 1%. Some of that on ongoing fears about Omicron, some of that on some new data. The World Health Organization saying that Omicron variant cases are now just about doubling every 1.5 to 3 days in areas with community transmission. So a lot for investors to think about, whether you're talking about big banks or people just like me and you.
So Omicron could wipe out our hopes for a Santa Claus rally on Wall Street this week. We'll have to wait and see. But what else are you watching for?
Well, I think the big thing to watch for is the president's speech on the variant that's scheduled for tomorrow. That's going to be closely watched by investors. Now, remember, the president said no lockdowns, but he's also urged Americans to trust the science and their public health officials. His words, his tone, even what he does not say, that's going to be closely watched by the markets. You also want to keep an eye on those stay at home, work out at home, study at home, whatever you want to call them stocks. Stocks like Peloton, Lululemon, and Netflix, they've actually been down, underperforming since that Omicron news broke, somewhat surprisingly.
Yeah, we'll see if that changes. All right, let's talk about Starbucks, Frank. They're saying today that they will negotiate with a group of workers in Buffalo, New York. That group of workers became the first in company history to unionize. What's the latest there?
Well, not only did they say they're going to negotiate, they said they're going to negotiate in good faith. Some strong words there from Starbucks as workers in locations in New York, Arizona, even in Massachusetts, they're making a push to unionize. The company's saying, again, it's going to negotiate in good faith. The workers are seeking a kind of complex menu of things, but we can really boil it down to 3 different categories. Better pay, I can't get it out. Better benefits and better working conditions. Back in late October, Starbucks announced its plans to increase all U.S. wages to at least $15 an hour, up from the current $12 an hour rate by the summer of 2022. Clearly, some workers feeling there's a lot more that the coffee chain can do.
Before you go, we got to talk about the box office. Spider-Man No Way Home opening this weekend, pulling in more than $250 million. That's the best debut of the year. Are movie theaters back? What are experts saying about that struggling industry?
Well, have you seen it? No spoiler alerts. Don't ruin it. I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't either, so you won't get any from me.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. All right, ticket sales, as you mentioned, they topped 260 million. End of a phenomenal weekend for this movie and a real big show of confidence from people like you and I, moviegoers, that their movie theaters are safe. Just to put this in perspective, this is happening in the middle of a holiday shopping season, also an Omicron outbreak. Spider-Man No Way Home had a bigger box office than Avengers Infinity War back in 2018. And remember how big that was. Industry experts expect people to go to the theaters and watch this one multiple times. That would be great for the theaters and great for the studios. A real sigh of relief for those studios that people are still craving a blockbuster in the era where you can binge and stream shows and movies at home.
God, and I miss that movie theater popcorn. It has been such a long time. Frank, thank you so much.
Wait, one quick spoiler alert. Spider-Man wins. No, I'm just joking. Have a great day.
Well, oh, you too. Thanks, Frank. The jury in Elizabeth Holmes' fraud trial is now deliberating. That panel of 8 men and 4 women are weighing whether the former Theranos CEO deliberately lied to investors and patients about the company's so-called revolutionary blood testing technology. Holmes pleading not guilty to 11 counts of fraud and conspiracy. CNBC special correspondent Scott Cohn's outside the federal courthouse in San Jose, California. So, Scott, the court's setting aside today, Tuesday, and Thursday for further deliberations. When could we potentially have a verdict here? Do you have any sense? And what kind of time is Holmes looking at if she is convicted?
Yeah, Allison, we obviously can't know what's going on in that jury room. I can tell you that they just passed the 5-hour mark. There has been nothing from them, no questions, no notes. We can make some educated guesses, though. The testimony in this trial went on for 13 weeks. There were 32 witnesses, including Elizabeth Holmes herself. There are literally hundreds of pieces of evidence that they can go through. And here's the other thing. These 12 jurors, yes, they've sat next to each other for the better part of 4 months. But this is their first chance to really discuss the case, to get together and exchange their impressions of the case. So that alone is going to take some time. So it may be days as opposed to hours. If she is convicted, Elizabeth Holmes faces a maximum of 20 years on the most serious counts, which are wire fraud. Those sentencing guidelines at the federal level, though, do take into account things like her prior record, the amount of the losses and things like that. So it's unlikely she will do that much time if she is convicted. But she does face some potentially substantial prison time.
All right, let's talk about the closing arguments. In his close last week, Holmes' attorney said Holmes didn't commit fraud, and she believed that she built a technology that could change the world. What else did he tell the jury? And let's then get into, after that, how the prosecution fired back.
Yeah, this all gets to the whole idea and really the heart of Holmes' defense, that she really believed, in fact, still believes in this blood testing technology. And so what she was telling investors and telling patients was not with the intent to commit fraud. It was because she really believed in it. And Kevin Downey, the defense attorney, also talked about the fact that Holmes never sold a single share of stock until the bitter end, that she was really out for the broader mission of Theranos. But the prosecutors countered that, yes, she didn't sell any stock, but she certainly benefited handsomely. She became a celebrity. She talked in text messages that were revealed in this trial about creating a monopoly and really changing the world. So there was a lot that she was benefiting from. And there also was a key instruction to the jury by Judge Edward Davila, who told the jurors that she does not have to have profited in order to be guilty of fraud. So that may very well have shot that defense argument down.
Scott, a lot of people consider this trial a referendum on Silicon Valley, fake it till you make it culture, if you will. Why is that? And how could this verdict affect the greater tech industry here?
Yeah, so much about the way Silicon Valley works is coming up with a great idea and then going out and raising the money to fund it. And we've seen over the years all kinds of tech entrepreneurs maybe stretching things a little bit, maybe pumping things up, but then coming through with a big idea. Think about all of the big tech companies that you rely on every day. And so the idea is that maybe this is something that cracks down on that. Elizabeth Holmes' company, Theranos, was involved in more than just things like social networking. It was involved in people's health, and that prosecutors say may have been the difference. But we'll see what happens, and we'll see if there is a conviction here, what that does to this culture that has powered Silicon Valley for so many years.
Scott, one last question for you before you go. We know Holmes was first indicted more than 3 years ago. The trial delayed by the pandemic, the birth of her first child. Is there any sense that those delays could sway the jury one way or another here?
It's hard to know. Those kinds of things certainly didn't enter into the case at all, but there were some plays for sympathy on her part. Part of her defense was the allegation that she was abused by Sunny Balwani, who was her ex-boyfriend and the chief operating officer of Theranos. And he actually goes on trial separately next year. He's denied that he abused her. The prosecution, though, said that there was no connection between the alleged abuse and anything that she did as CEO of Theranos, and in fact, she was in charge of the company. And so the prosecutors told jurors more than once in their closing arguments that they should put that out of their minds.
All right, Scott Cohn there in San Jose, thank you so much.
Sure.
Christmas now just days away, with shipping companies racing to deliver those last-minute packages on time for the big day. So how are they doing? NBC News Now host Savannah Sellers takes a look.
The final sprint to Christmas, putting carriers to the test.
This is what we do. So this is our playoffs for the season.
A new study finds that so far this holiday season, both UPS and the U.S. Postal Service are delivering your packages on time 95% of that time. That's up 7.5% from this time last year for USPS. But for FedEx, they're lagging behind at 85%, down 9% from last year.
They have had a little harder time with hiring temporary workers in certain markets around the country.
But overall, experts say shipping companies are doing well because of more hired workers, increased hours, and expanded facilities.
They're doing even better than in previous years?
Yes, they added capacity after seeing what happened last year.
Today is actually my deadline for ordering to try to get things out by Christmas, so I've just been working hard to get things processed as quickly as I can and shipped out.
It's also thanks to more planning by shoppers.
The consumers have helped them with making deliveries on time by going and buying more items in the store, which reduces the demand.
I've got a lot to do, but I haven't done any of it yet.
Even for last-minute shoppers, you won't have to rely on a Christmas miracle to get packages like these to your loved ones on time.
Shipping deadlines are quickly approaching. For the most express services on major carriers, you have until Thursday or even Friday, Christmas Eve, but it'll cost you. To send a pair of shoes overnight across the country, act now. Some carriers are charging over $100. The race now on to get last-minute gifts under the tree.
Coming up, scapegoat or sophisticated predator? Closing arguments in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking trial next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
Closing arguments today in Ghislaine Maxwell's sex trafficking trial. The prosecution branding the ex-Jeffrey Epstein associate as a sophisticated predator who knew exactly what she was doing, while the defense called Maxwell an innocent woman wrongfully accused of crimes she did not commit. NBC News Now correspondent Dasha Burns covering the trial for us. Dasha, prosecutor Allison Moe says Maxwell used the, quote, same playbook again and again and again, and that it is time to hold her accountable. How did they cap off their case today?
Yeah, Allison, right now the jury is getting instructions and Maxwell's fate will be in their hands. And we expect a verdict potentially pretty soon here. But the prosecution really hammered home today what they've been making the case for over the last couple of weeks, which is that Maxwell was not a bystander, that she was an active participant in Epstein's illegal sex act with underage girls. The prosecution called her his partner in crime, saying that she recruited and groomed these young women and even participated in some of these acts herself. And at the end of the day, once again, leaning on their stories, focusing on those four women and their allegations. And that's what it's going to come down to. Does this jury believe these women? Do they believe that the government has proven this case against Maxwell beyond a reasonable doubt, Alice?
Dasha Maxwell, as we know, declined to take the stand. Instead, the defense is arguing that she was made a scapegoat after Epstein killed himself. How is her lawyer poking holes in the prosecution's case, or at least trying to?
Yeah, the three words the defense has really focused on is memory manipulation and money, saying that the stories of these women, that they have changed over time, that this was a long time ago and that memory can be faulty. They brought in a memory expert as one of their witnesses. They're also saying that this is essentially a proxy trial for the trial that Epstein never got. Her lawyer today saying that she's being tried here for being with Jeffrey Epstein, saying maybe that was the biggest mistake of her life, but it was not a crime. So really focusing on the fact that Maxwell and Epstein are not the same person, and she should not be held accountable for what he did, Allison.
Dasha, as you just said, the jury's getting instructions right now or this afternoon. Give us a look ahead. What can we expect once they have this case?
Well, look, this trial already has been sort of truncated. It was supposed to last 6 weeks. It's lasted about 3. And now these 6 men and 6 women, they're going to be deliberating, and they could come back with a verdict before Christmas, Allison, which incidentally is also Ghislaine Maxwell's 60th birthday.
All right, Dasha Burns, always great to see you, my friend. Thank you for your reporting.
Good to see you.
Over in Colorado, an activist is trying to raise awareness about missing people in the LGBTQ community and ensure that their identities are respected. Angeline McCall from our NBC affiliate KUSA has the story.
Another case, Mia Santiago, she's been missing since 2005. She was a transgender teen.
These are not just cases or faces to Lazarus Rise.
We all share that same connection of that feeling of society is against us. And so we have to bond together and push through. We have to make our own communities and make our own forces.
A queer trans man, Lazarus felt missing people who identified as LGBTQ+ often went unnoticed.
No one really cares, and it's such an injustice. So, if I could do whatever I can and just put my articles out there and get people to read and talk about it, then I'm doing my job.
He took on that responsibility by building a Facebook page dedicated to these types of cases called Missing and Unidentified LGBT Individuals.
People are really passionate and they really care about it, and it makes me really happy when I see people that are just as passionate about this as I am.
He wants the cases to not only be highlighted, but also those who are missing to be identified the way they requested before their disappearance.
And trans people, they fight hard for their identities and their names. So it's the least I can do is to hope to give that back to them, in hopes that they could be respected in death.
Some cases are decades old.
She was a 28-year-old trans woman at the time of her missing. But yeah, her case has pretty much gone cold.
Other cases are more recent, of people who have fought for equal treatment.
So many of them are so active and they're so vibrant, being ripped from us so brutally and so suddenly, because someone else decided you can't do that.
The fight for equality spanning not just during life, but after death, and for those we are still searching for.
I hope someone can do that for me if something were to happen.
Coming up, Tiger Woods and his Cub taking on the PGA Championship. We'll take you to Orlando for a look at Tiger's incredible comeback next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this?
Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in?
Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Tiger Woods back in the swing of things. The record-breaking golf champ back in the course for the PNC Championship this weekend, playing alongside his 12-year-old son, Charlie, who some are calling Tiger's mini-me. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the highlights. Check it out.
Welcome back, Big Cat!
Hard to believe that Tiger is back.
In Orlando, the trademark swing felt part milestone, part miracle. Tiger Woods playing in his first competition since the February accident that nearly cost him his life, teaming up with 12-year-old son Charlie in the PNC Championship, partnering pros with family members.
Charlie and Tiger trying to make a move here.
The father-son duo sporting matching red on Sunday, Tiger's signature look to close out the tournament's final round. The uncanny resemblance carrying right onto the golf course.
The way Charlie's playing, pretty darn impressive.
Charlie playing just like Dad, matching mannerisms from the smooth swing to the classic Woods confidence.
11 birdies in a row.
The pair ultimately took second place, topping their 7th place finish last year.
He's an unbelievable player and unbelievable partner.
For Tiger, it was a comeback some thought might never happen. February's accident left him hospitalized for 3 weeks. His right leg and foot crushed. At times during this weekend's tournament, a noticeable limp from Tiger, who relied on a golf cart to get around.
I'm just happy and thankful that I'm able to do this. I still have my own leg, which was, it was questionable there for a while, and it's functioning. And I'm just really tired.
Across the weekend, Woods was celebrated. Even the best player in women's golf, Nelly Korda, grateful to get a picture. An incredible return for a golf legend, right alongside the next generation.
I'm just so thankful to be able to do this again, to have this opportunity to be able to play with my son and to have these memories, for us, both of us, for a lifetime. It's worth all the pain.
A comeback that could only come from a guy named Tiger.
From Orlando to New York, where the fight between Donald Trump and New York Attorney General Letitia James is heating up. The former president filing a lawsuit against the AG today to try and stop her civil investigation into his family's real estate business. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is here now. Pete, why is the Trump team saying the AG's investigation should be stopped? What's the argument here?
Well, they say that she has abused the powers of her office by relentlessly hounding Mr. Trump, members of his family and his businesses for what they say is purely political reasons. It says she has reduced her office to, quote, nothing more than the right arm of the Democratic Party. It says she made the goal of taking on Trump the focus of her campaign when she ran for attorney general. And then when she won, it says she declared her intention to examine his real estate holdings. And the suit says she is weaponizing her office to target the Trumps. So it attacks her for opening her current fraud investigation after former Trump enforcer Michael Cohen told Congress that Mr. Trump often misstated the value of his real estate holdings, either to get more favorable loans or to avoid taxes. The lawsuit says don't count on him. He's an undependable witness. He's a convicted liar. And it says that her actions as Attorney General have violated his constitutional rights of due process and his free speech rights by attacking him for his political views. So it asks a federal judge to shut down or limit the current fraud investigation while this lawsuit is under consideration, and to prevent her from being involved in her office's civil investigation or the separate criminal investigation of the Trump businesses. That's the one being led by the Manhattan DA.
I want to ask you about that case in a moment. But first, Pete, this investigation, A.G. James's investigation, that is nothing new. Why is the Trump team making this particular move right now?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I think one reason would be the fact that she has subpoenaed him for a deposition on January 7th. His lawyers have said that they will separately try to block that subpoena. This may be an umbrella effort to attack that effort, that subpoena plan. But, you know, in terms of the strength of the lawsuit, they're arguing a due process violation here. But the only process that's currently pending against the former president is that request for a deposition. He hasn't filed a lawsuit or any of the other depositions or civil requests that have been made during this investigation so far.
So, Pete, let's talk about the Manhattan DA making some headway in the criminal investigation into Trump. What's the latest there?
Well, the latest is we're waiting to see whether the change in DAs is going to make any difference. The Manhattan DA, Cy Vance, who has led this investigation so far, will step down here at the end of the year. His replacement says he intends to continue the investigation. They, seem to be focused right now on this question of whether he gave misleading information to banks to get his real estate loans. But whether any charges are actually going to come out of it, we still don't know.
All right, Pete Williams, closing out the hour for us. Thank you so much.
You bet.
And that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
As we're coming on the air, feels like everybody's bracing for a not-so-merry COVID-ish Christmas because that Omicron variant's messing with plans just a few days out from most people's holiday break. Mask rules are back in, markets are down, and vaccine mandates, they're all over the place right now. Coming up live, one of the country's top epidemiologists to break down what we should be thinking about before we see our families this weekend. Here in Washington, the president's agenda hanging on by a thread after Senator Joe Manchin says he just can't support the Build Back Better bill, and things are getting kind of snippy. We'll talk about the path forward, if there is one, and how long it could take. Plus, Kim Potter's future now in the hands of a jury, deliberating about the ex-cop who shot and killed Daunte Wright. Our reporter inside court will tell us how the jury reacted when a member of her defense team slammed a table during the closing. And we're going to get the backstory behind a powerful documentary that shows us how women of color deal with the mental and physical pain of infertility. Our Chanel Jones on why their stories are so personal to her. And with costs in Silicon Valley going up, families getting priced out of their homes. In today's original, we'll show you how people who have experienced homelessness are working with others to try and wipe out this problem altogether. Hey, I'm Hallie, and welcome to your winter surge. Even though it's beginning to feel a lot like last March, it's not, right? We have vaccines now. We have treatments for COVID. But the lines for testing, they're nuts. If you can't find a rapid test, you're not alone. And for people who are not vaccinated, the White House is warning just in the last couple hours, you are going to feel this the most. Here's what it's looking like across the country. The Omicron variant's been identified in almost every state, 45 states, with 31 states plus D.C. here seeing a spike in cases. And when it comes to testing, we mentioned those lines. Here they are all across the country. You got to think these are folks getting checked out before they head out for the holidays to see friends and families. Some cities are going back to new restrictions. Where I am in Washington, the mayor is reinstating an indoor mask mandate. Boston is requiring proof of your vax status at restaurants, gyms, and other spots. The NBA is postponing at least 5 games. The NFL and the NHL all doing the same thing as more players and staff test positive. And because of all of this, because of all of today's news and the uncertainty around Omicron, markets took a nosedive, with the Dow closing down some 400-plus points. I want to get to Gabe Gutierrez, who is at a testing site in New York. Gabe, New York has been seeing this record number of cases for 3 days straight, right? We just heard from Governor Hochul. Talk me through the big headlines.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, actually, it's now 4 straight days, 4 consecutive days that New York State has seen a record number of COVID cases. And behind me, you can see this is just one testing site. These lines, as they have been for several days, have been stretching around the block, Hallie. So Governor Hochul, she is trying to make the case that it is essential for people to get vaccinated and boosted. And something she said today, Hallie, that was key, that a lot of parents have been wondering is, will schools close during this Omicron surge? She vowed that that would not happen. New York State will be buying 2 million tests. And the key is, she says, to get many of these students tested and let them stay in the classroom. Now, as you know, Hallie, over in D.C. where you are, you mentioned that reinstituting of a mask mandate. D.C. schools actually will also close for 2 days next month so that parents can pick up some of these at-home testing kits. But that is a big question right now. Yes, the cases are going higher, but will schools need to close? The governor here in New York says no.
I'm looking at that line behind you, Gabe. That's the end of the line, right? It goes down the block and around the block where you are. I mean, that looks...
So,
oh, go ahead.
My cameraman, Miguel Terrano. Yes, so my cameraman, Miguel Terrano, will kind of show you. The line goes all the way up there. So, yes, what we were showing you earlier was the end of the line. Now you're seeing the start of the line. And, Hallie, this is something we've been seeing all across Manhattan.
That's right.
Really all across many of the boroughs here in New York. Some of these clinics actually stopped taking people earlier in the day. They said that they just didn't have enough tests. So they only had about 150 or so. Once they ran out of those, they sent people home. This one is still open, though.
You see it. I'm just so struck by how much that does look like what we saw in the early days of the pandemic. And we can't say it enough. This is not the same as those early days, but it doesn't feel great, right? You have in New York they're asking for the White House to step in and try to help with the production of more at-home tests, right? It's through something called the Defense Production Act.
Yeah,
but we heard the White House, Gabe, as you know, pretty non-committal on that
right.
today, kind of saying, hey, we've already put billions in that.
Yeah, and Mayor Bill de Blasio has been saying that, urging the White House to get more involved and to make testing more available. And in fact, many of the folks our team has spoke with in line say they're wondering why there isn't more testing. However, the White House says that President Biden is supposed to speak tomorrow, is scheduled to speak tomorrow, and outline some more COVID policies regarding testing and vaccination. We're told that he will stay away, though, from lockdowns or anything like that, Hal.
Yeah, they're saying no, this is not going to be a lockdown speech. Gabe Gutierrez, in what I think is your 21st month straight covering the COVID pandemic, out there on the front lines as you always are. Gabe, thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate it. You had Dr. Fauci warning today, too, that we haven't even seen the full scope of Omicron yet. I want to bring in, speaking of O's, Dr. Michael Osterholm, one of the nation's top epidemiologists, who is joining us now. Doctor, good evening, and thanks for being on the news show for the first time.
Thank you.
You've called what's happening right now a potential perfect storm. Why?
Well, what we have right now in many hospitals in the Northeast is actually still the Delta virus is causing the majority of hospitalizations, severe illnesses, and deaths. But that is rapidly changing with Omicron coming into around the country, into our communities, and actually very rapidly taking over. What I worry about very much right now is that while we'll see a lot more transmission, and I think we have to be careful about how we use those numbers and number of cases, because they could grow substantially and give people the sense that this is like it was last fall, except that many more cases, because I think we're going to see many more milder cases. Okay. But the problem is that even with the greatest efforts we can put forward right now, with that increased transmission, we're going to see potentially as many people seriously ill as we currently have with Delta, with Omicron. Now, the reason I say that there's a perfect storm here is at the same time we expect to see 20 or 30% of healthcare workers getting sick. at least being infected with this virus, just like the rest of us. And that is going to put a major roadblock into providing what has already been a very challenged care system from doing what they need to do.
I have to ask you, Dr. Osterholm, and listen, maybe this is my own sort of peer group and social media bubble here, but I've heard and seen just so much, anecdotally, of course, that is the attitude of this. Well, this is so transmissible. We're all probably going to get it anyway, even if we're vaccinated. You know, it'll be mild. We're all going to get it. For people who live with people who are immunocompromised or who cannot get vaccinated, right, because they're too young or medically unable to, that feels kind of unacceptable, right? What is your assessment here? Is it nearly inevitable? Should folks be thinking, sure, I'm going to get this eventually, or can this really, be stopped?
Well, there is a good likelihood that many people will get the infection, but let's take a step back. Right now, only 1/3 of all the people who have received 2 doses of the mRNA vaccines have had that 3rd dose. I don't like to call it a booster because I think it is really a full vaccination schedule today. Should include 3 doses. So first of all, avoid serious illness with Delta right now, which is happening with a number of breakthroughs. We've had 800 deaths here in Minnesota among those who have had 2 doses of vaccine, not 3. And many of them are older and immune compromised, as you just pointed out, but nonetheless it's there. So get boosted immediately. If you do the same thing for Omicron, what you accomplish is you may not prevent yourself from getting infected, but you'll greatly reduce the likelihood of severe illness, hospitalizations, or deaths. So either way, you want to get vaccinated right now. And the other thing to note, Hallie, we're going into the holidays right now. It takes 14 days largely to have a good immune response after that booster dose. So don't think you're going to go in and get vaccinated the morning before the big holiday event and you're going to be protected. That's not the case at all.
To that point, Dr. Ashish Jha, who is a friend of this show, who I know you know, predicted on NPR that January is going to be a month where we'll see maybe more infections than we've seen in any month in this whole pandemic. Do you think that's assessment is something that you would agree with?
Well, I've been talking about the viral blizzard for the last 2 weeks, and I think it's going to be just that, a viral blizzard. And I think we're going to see many, many more cases. The question that we still have is how many of those will be severely ill, requiring hospitalization. We don't know that yet. But I think we have the likelihood of seeing a substantial number of those still end up in hospitals.
Last one for you here. When you look at the data, and I know there's very little data as it relates to Omicron right now, at least on a large scale, what do you do if you are somebody who is vaccinated and boosted, you get COVID, but somebody in your household is unvaccinated or immunocompromised? What are the chances you pass that variant on to them?
I think it's a very high likelihood. This is a highly infectious virus.
Yeah.
We've had numerous experiences in restaurants and college campuses, any number of places where we've seen such dynamic transmission to hundreds of people. And so I think that there is a very high likelihood in that setting that could happen. So please, that's why you need to get vaccinated now.
Dr. Osterholm, it is great to have you. Your words on a viral blizzard are certainly well heard. I know that's the alarm you've been sounding. Appreciate you being with us tonight.
Thank you.
To the world of politics now, where a key piece of the president's agenda looks basically dead, but maybe not buried altogether, with the White House now insisting they will get the Build Back Better Act passed. But you know that's not going to be this year. That's after Senator Joe Manchin came out and dropped a verbal grenade over on Fox News, saying he would not support the bill. Then the White House came out with its own grenade via statement, if you will, blasting the senator's position. So then Manchin hit the radio in West Virginia today, blaming White House staff for the breakdown in negotiations inside his own party. Watch.
There's basically, and it's staff. It's staff-driven. I understand staff. This is not the president. It's the staff. And they drove some things, and they put some things out that were absolutely inexcusable. They know what it is, and that's it.
Rather cryptic from the senator there. He says the reason for his opposition here is the stuff he's been sounding the alarm on the whole time, right? Inflation risk, the debt increase. But NBC News is reporting he's also partly worried that parents might use the child tax credit payment to buy drugs or take paid leave time to go hunting instead, according to multiple sources familiar with those comments. A spokesperson for the senator saying that Senator Manchin has made clear he supports the child tax credit and believes the money should be targeted to those who need it most. He's also expressed support for a paid leave program that has a dedicated, sustainable funding mechanism. Now, that child tax credit that, remember, was part of that bigger bill is something that West Virginia mom Stormy Johnson needs. She needs it to literally put food on her table, literally. I talked with her today.
This child tax credit was helping me to be able to put food on the table for my kids. And without that, the reality of it is I'll go without eating so my kids don't have to.
Joining me now from the White House is our White House correspondent, Monica Alba. So, Mon, I wanted to have our viewers hear from Stormy Johnson there, right? Because this isn't Beltway policy insider talk. We're talking about things that will directly affect people. People like Ms. Johnson there, single mom of 3 kids, who's relying on that child tax credit, isn't going to get it in January now, may not get it ever, to help her be able to put food on her table, right? How do you unravel these next steps for the White House and Senator Manchin, who's got a lot of power here, and right now they're at loggerheads?
Very real concerns, Hallie, as you just saw there. And a little bit of breaking news, I can tell you right now, the Hill team and our own team has just been able to confirm that Senator Manchin and President Biden did speak at some point last evening. We don't have all the details of that conversation, but that is a piece of the puzzle that was missing today. And I add that to the conversation because that is where the White House sees this going next. They don't think the door is completely closed on this, and they think talks are going to continue. But of course, Senator Manchin made his position completely clear yesterday. The White House blasted him in that super long 700-word statement. But again, today there was a little bit of a shift in tone from the White House saying the two men have been longtime friends for years. They respect one another, and they want to see if more can be done on this in the new year. So they are kind of punting a couple of weeks from now, Hallie, but as you know so well, that doesn't resolve how they would actually get this legislation passed or to any point of reality, just that it seems this thing isn't completely dead, maybe mostly dead.
What's so interesting, Mon, is listening to the press secretary, Jen Psaki, talk about this today. They didn't back away from that long statement that you mentioned, right? That pretty intense statement. They stood by it. But also, she was careful to talk about, dodged questions on whether the president felt betrayed, emphasized the longstanding relationship between President Biden and Senator Manchin. And now this breaking news from our teams, who I know have been working on this all day. We didn't know if the two had spoken since then or if this was like a silent detente between the two. So super interesting, this news that you're reporting right here, breaking on the show, that they did have a conversation. I know we don't know much more about the details, but the fact that they spoke is in and of itself newsworthy.
I completely agree. And all day long we were asking, and we even asked the press secretary in the briefing to weigh in, and she was very cagey about it and said, I'm not going to read out any conversations. But clearly these are two lawmakers from the president's own experience for decades, a veteran of Capitol Hill, who had been speaking. Remember, it was Senator Manchin who was personally trying to negotiate a lot of these details. But what we don't know, and some of the questions now go to, it seems like Senator Manchin brought forth his own version or counter proposal last week to the White House, something the White House clearly did not accept. But even just days ago, the president was saying things like, we're going to bridge our differences. We think Senator Manchin can get there. And then the entire thing imploded. And just to bring people a little bit behind the scenes yesterday, Senator Manchin gave the White House a really short heads up about this Fox News interview. And when the White House tried to get in touch with him, to speak with him directly, to try to really convince him maybe not to do this, he didn't take the call, Hallie. So that spoke to how things were going then. But it does seem at least things have been a little bit, at least course corrected, so that the conversation is ongoing. The tenor of those talks will report out further.
Yeah, it's a move to hit decline, right, when the call is coming from inside the White House. Monica Alba at the North Lawn. Mon, thank you. The case in the Kim Potter trial tonight in the hands of the jury as we speak, after a day of closing arguments from both the prosecution and defense. Remember, Kim Potter, she's the former Brooklyn Center police officer who shot and killed 20-year-old Dante Wright at a traffic stop last April after she says she mistook her gun for her taser. The prosecution trying to make the case today, again, their last words to the jury, that even though Potter had years of training, she recklessly used her gun, which created a risk to everyone around her. Watch.
We're here because this was entirely preventable, totally avoidable. If she had followed her training and paid attention to what she was doing and considered the risk.
But the defense has been countering this, right? They're sticking to their claim that Potter didn't know she'd pulled her gun, so she couldn't have recklessly used one, and that Potter herself is not responsible for Wright's death.
Dante Wright realizes there's a warrant for his arrest, and he knows what it is. So within seconds, he all of a sudden breaks away. That's the cause, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's what caused this whole incident.
I want to bring in from Minneapolis, NBC's Ron Allen now, who's been covering basically every minute of this trial. Ron, it's good to see you. So the jury has the case. In the last couple hours since they've had it, any questions to the judge? Have we heard from them at all yet? They still behind closed doors?
They did ask one question of the judge about the timing of an interview that Potter did with one of the defense expert witnesses who was a psychologist trying to explain how people do what he called action errors. Like when you write the date of a check from in the following year from the previous year, or when you're used to doing one thing but you do something else. It's unclear exactly why the jury asked about this. It seems that they're trying to find inconsistencies in what Potter might have said during different interviews along the way. But that's all we've heard. The bottom line is they're deliberating. The judge has said she's going to give them a few more hours tonight, and they're sequestered. And so we'll see if they have any more questions or a quick verdict.
You had the defense. We saw a little bit. We saw a little bit of that flavor from the defense attorneys in the piece that we played, that little clip there. But it's been pretty aggressive, I think is fair to say, right? The defense attorney, Earl Gray, at one point, slamming his fist on the table during the closing. The tone has definitely been pretty assertive. How's that playing in the room?
Well, they have been very aggressive from the beginning. The defense attorneys said that they were going to reclaim Potter's reputation and her good name in their opening statements, and that's what they have been trying to do throughout this trial. And they clearly are trying to convince the jury that Daunte Wright caused his own death, and that had he not resisted arrest, had he not gotten back in the car, that none of this would have happened. The prosecution, for its part, says, yes, that happened. Yes, he should have been arrested, but you can't shoot people and kill them when you're trying to arrest them. You have to be reasonable. And they insist that Potter used unreasonable force. The jury, for its part, has seen hours, I should dare say, of video. The amount of video, police body cam video and dash cam video, has been enormous. A lot of it's seen by the public for the first time. There's been a lot of emotion, testimony from Daunte Wright's mother, his father, from his girlfriend, the passenger in the car. It's all been very intense. And Potter's testimony, of course, was also very emotional. So the jury has been hit with a lot. I mean, this was not just this was a really intense case. Yeah. And it's really unclear how they've been affected by it. This is a situation where there are pool reporters. Because of COVID, there are limited people in the courtroom. The jury is to be anonymous, so we can't discuss and don't know a lot about them. And so it's hard to sort of guess what they're thinking. It's always hard to guess what they're thinking, and even harder under these circumstances.
Ron Allen, it's such important context and perspective. Ron, thank you so much. Thanks for staying on top of this one. I'm sure we'll see you in the next couple days. Different trial now. Federal prosecutor looking to send Ghislaine Maxwell to prison is calling her, quote, a sophisticated predator. That's the phrase, sophisticated predator, that the prosecution wants to stick in the minds of the jury as they just started deliberations right as we were coming on the air, right? Closing arguments are done. You're looking at Maxwell this morning walking. Those are her siblings. That's her brothers and sister walking arm in arm into court right as closing arguments wrapped up. It's one of the few times we've actually seen her during this sex trafficking trial. She's facing 6 federal counts related to her years-long association with convicted rapist Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell's also charged with enticing a minor to travel for illegal sex acts, actually transporting a minor for those illegal sex acts, and sex trafficking. Each of those charges also has a conspiracy count attached to it. She has pleaded not guilty to all of it. The government's lawyer laid out 8 reasons why they believe jurors should convict her, including explosive testimony from the house manager who called her the lady of Epstein's house. The 3 alleged victims who testified also spoke, as well as they're pointing to the money that she got from the convicted pedophile. As for the defense team, they say Maxwell is sticking with the story that she was wrongfully accused and that Epstein is the master manipulator behind all this. Our team in the courtroom says Maxwell was often looking over at the jury for their reactions during the closing arguments. You got the trial up against a bit of a schedule here, kind of tight because court closes for Christmas there on Thursday. We're also on verdict watch in the Elizabeth Holmes trial, where a jury of 8 men and 4 women are deciding whether she conned investors out of nearly $1 billion. This trial's been going on for 3 months. We've told you a little bit about it when it's been newsworthy enough here on this show. Prosecutors painted Holmes as a liar. They say she conned her investors as her blood test startup, Theranos, was running out of money. You remember, Holmes herself took the stand in her own defense. For 7 days, she spoke, ultimately admitting she made some mistakes, but says she believed in her company. She faces 11 counts of fraud and could face up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Coming up here on the show, the Pentagon making moves today to try to stop the spread of extremism in the military. The new rules for the first time getting really specific about social media. Courtney Kube explains. Coming up.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you. Hi.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Just within the last few hours, we had the Pentagon making moves today to try to stop what it says is more and more extremism in the military. This has been an issue that the Pentagon has been working to address, and now they are, right? These new rules involve keeping service members from engaging in extremist activities and lays out what troops can and cannot share on social media. I want to go to Courtney Kube at the Pentagon. And Courtney, we're so glad to have you here because viewers of our show, NBC fans will know you have been all over this topic for, frankly, years here, right? Extremism in the military, what that means, what the military is doing to try to stop it. Talk about why this is such a focus right now for Secretary Austin. And I'm thinking, I have to think, Courtney, about what's happening in 2 weeks, which is the anniversary of the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
And January 6th of 2020, or 2021, that is really what brought this issue into a higher level of awareness for Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. So soon after he came in as Secretary of Defense here at the Pentagon, he initiated a review of extremism in the ranks. And part of the reason was there hasn't been a new policy about what extremist behavior is since 2012. So think about what's changed since then, Hallie. There's been an explosion of social media since then that's really made it more and more difficult for military leaders to figure out or to see or to control any kind of potential extremist behavior leader in the social media space. Secretary Austin came in. He said, we just had January 6th. We need to get a handle and see exactly what this problem is, if it's a problem for the U.S. military, and how we're going to deal with it.
So talk about, is it the social media rules that is the crux of this, right? Is that at the center of how to combat this? What's the reaction from troops? Because, you know, some of them, I would imagine, would say, I want to post what I want to post on social media, et cetera. How's this playing?
So, I mean, that is true. There are a lot of members of the military who say, well, we want to have our freedom of speech. But the reality is, when they signed up, when they took that oath, they actually gave up some of those freedoms, their ability to talk about some of these issues. So the social media really policy is really the crux of this new extremist policy. And it's really important to point out that this does not actually define any groups that are considered extremist groups that members of the military can or cannot be a part of. In fact, what it really does is identify extremist activity or behaviors and then hand it over to the commanders so they have the ability to figure out whether someone has actually violated these policies. So when you're talking about social media, think about it. When a member of the military clicks like on a social media post, is that an endorsement of that post? Is that then an extremist behavior? Well, that's the kind of decision that the commanders will have to make, and it's gonna be a real wait and see, and it's going to be something that the commanders are going to have to really decide for themselves on a case-by-case basis here. But for the first time again in nearly a decade, now there is some new guidance about what may or may not constitute extremist activity among the ranks.
Courtney Kube live for us with that great reporting. Courtney, thank you. Appreciate it. Another day, another legal battle for former President Trump. He's suing New York's Attorney General to try and stop an investigation into his company. We're talking about that in the 5 things. Plus, the debate over vaccine mandates, you know that is getting feisty. Now the fight might be headed to the Supreme Court. Pete Williams is up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. Glad Larry, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Grab your apron for a new podcast, Cooking Up a Storm with Al Roker.
My forecast, yummy.
Some of the best chefs share family secrets to get you ready for a holiday feast.
This is fun. Bringing the heat for the holidays.
Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We've been talking about how the Omicron variant seems to be everywhere in a lot of places in the U.S. It's also all around the world, but different countries are taking different tactics depending on where it is. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, those incredible new details coming out today of this daring overnight escape to freedom by those 12 kidnapped missionaries in Haiti. The Christian Aid Ministries says they got away last week by walking for miles in the dark over some really rough terrain, even with a group that included little kids. Luckily, by dawn, they had found somebody to help them make a phone call. The Christian Aid Ministries says the missionaries were not hurt, at least not physically, by the people who captured them. Number 2, former President Trump is suing New York Attorney General Letitia James in an effort to stop her investigation into his businesses. Mr. Trump is basically legally formalizing his long-held witch hunt complaint by alleging this investigation is politically motivated. James says he's just trying to keep delaying the investigation into his company. Number 3, Pope Francis is calling domestic violence against women, quote, nearly satanic. The Pope made these comments on TV to an abused woman who had to leave her home with her 4 kids. The Pope also assured her she had not lost her dignity, even with what happened. He's repeatedly called on society to protect vulnerable women at risk. Number 4, more than 300 people have been killed after last week's typhoon in the Philippines. There's huge damage, huge flooding. You're looking at some of these pictures now. It is so scary. More people are expected to be found dead as search and rescue operations continue. And number 5, global warming is melting glaciers in the Himalayas at a faster rate than anywhere else in the world. Researchers at the University of Leeds say they've lost about 40% of their area over the last couple hundred years. Why does this matter? Well, look at those valleys, right? The glaciers are a really important source of water for people living in those valleys and in the mountains just above them. So, as we talked about, Omicron is raging around the world. Those are the words of Dr. Fauci, not me. You've got countries that are scrambling to stop the spread. Israel is shutting out U.S. travelers tonight because of the variant. This is, I think this is a shot of the airport in Tel Aviv today. We're about to see it. It's pretty empty. A lot of Europe is also going on that list of no-flies. The Netherlands is closing all non-essential businesses until January 14th. They're also trying to rein in some of these holiday celebrations. And then check out the Omicron numbers in the UK. More than 8,000 cases in the past 24 hours, bringing the country's total to 45,000. For context, that is a 22% jump in just one day. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson, he's not committing just yet to beefing up restrictions, but he says the UK will not hesitate to do so if he thinks it's necessary. A lot of people across Europe don't want more restrictions. You're looking at anti-lockdown protests over the weekend in Turin, Frankfurt, Paris, Brussels. And then back here at home, you've got the vaccine mandate for businesses playing out again in the courts, with states and companies opposing the OSHA rules. They want the Supreme Court to put those rules back on hold after an appeals court let them take effect late Friday night. Justice Brett Kavanaugh says the Biden administration needs to respond to these challenges by December 30th. That's next week. I want to get right to Pete Williams, who is joining us from our Washington newsroom. All right, Pete, break this down for us, right? There's been so much back and forth. They're in place, they're on hold, they're in place, they're on hold. And now you got next week, this deadline before the end of the calendar year from the Supreme Court. What's the deal? Explain this in like human, plain English terms.
And that's only just one of them. Remember, the Biden administration has tried to impose 3 different vaccine and mask requirements. All were immediately challenged in court. So here's where they stand now. You're right. The requirements for large businesses, over 100, are now fully in effect. This is after a federal appeals court late last week lifted a court order that had put them on hold. This is as issued by OSHA, requiring businesses, larger ones, to ensure that the workforce is fully vaccinated, and workers who aren't vaccinated have to wear a mask and show a negative COVID test result at least once a week. Several businesses, organizations, and states that were opposed to that, they're the ones asking the Supreme Court to put the stay back in place, which would again put the OSHA rules on hold. And the Supreme Court, as you noted, says the Biden administration must respond to that request by December 30th. So that's one. There's a separate federal rule requiring healthcare workers to be vaccinated. That's now in effect, but only in half the country.
Right.
2 federal appeals courts have blocked that enforcement in a total of 24 states, but it's in effect in the other 26. And the Biden administration is asking the Supreme Court to lift those 2 stays and allow enforcement of that nationwide. That's the rule that applies to healthcare workers in any facility that treats Medicare and Medicaid patients. And then the third one is the requirement for federal contractors. That one is on hold nationwide, and it's not going anywhere for a while. It was blocked by a federal judge in Georgia. The Justice Department has appealed, but any ruling on that motion probably won't come for several more weeks.
So you've got the Supreme Court looking, or at least involved with, 2 of those 3 cases that you laid out, Pete. You are a man of magic and mystery, but I know you don't have a crystal ball. Could you at least read some of the tea leaves? Looking at the past rulings from the Supreme Court, do you have any sense, as somebody who observes these justices, as to where some of those cases might go?
Well, remember that the cases that we have seen so far sort of are in 3 categories. Very early on, the attempts to say the states were going too far by restricting religious services. And the court, once Ruth Bader Ginsburg left and Amy Coney Barrett arrived, was pretty consistently agreeing with the challengers there and trimming back state authority to do that. Then we got the second group, which is more recent cases where states or universities have imposed vaccine requirements with various kinds of religious exceptions, and the Supreme Court hasn't really taken the challenges. Now we get into a third category that looks at the federal government's authority to do this. And it's going to be case by case, because in one case you're looking at whether the government has the authority under OSHA rules, in the second under health care, and the third under federal procurement rules. So it's not going to be necessarily a consistent answer to that question. It'll be very fact-bound, not a constitutional question, but a question of whether the statutes allow them to do this.
So from a legal perspective, what should these companies be doing in the meantime?
Well, the companies are saying that, right now OSHA is saying, we're going to enforce these rules again. We'll give you a little slack. Because of this has been so confusing, we're not going to start citing companies for non-compliance here until we get into January. We'll give you a break. But companies have to know that, at least as it stands now, they've got to obey the OSHA requirement.
Pete Williams, live for us there in our Washington newsroom. Pete, thank you so much for breaking that down. Appreciate it. It's a personal and very real struggle that a lot of women may not feel comfortable talking about, and that's the struggle with infertility. Our own Chanel Jones is following 5 women of color on their reproductive journeys in a brand new documentary. She's joining me for the backstory tonight. I can't wait for this right after the break.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America,
From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
is your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Our week-long journey across America,
From Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
is your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Homelessness is a problem all across the country, but one county in California says it has a plan to end it altogether by 2025. That's a tall order, so Jake Ward tells us more in the original about how they plan to execute on that. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southeast Bureau, a restaurant in North Carolina is getting a helping hand from a new quote-unquote employee during these tough times, a robot named Servy. The restaurant's owner, Alex Ramos, says Servy's been a hit with customers. Not meant to replace staff, Ramos is very clear on that, but just relieve some of the stress they're feeling because of staff shortages. Also from our Southeast Bureau, doing double duty in The Local, Christmas coming early for kids at this hospital in Clearwater, Florida. Look at this, Santa making a guest appearance as some of these first responders came by to deliver toys to kids ahead of the holidays. He's waving to kids in the windows from outside. That's really sweet. You want another sweet one? I do. It's a holiday week, gang. We're doing it all. We're doing a lot of Santa hats. Look at these adorable kids. This one's out of our Northeast Bureau. Hospital workers in New London got a very special surprise. Fourth graders from a nearby school stopping by to deliver cards, thanking them for being on the front lines of the pandemic. The hospital's chief medical officer said it was the highlight of everyone's day. We're going to bring you sweet holiday stories all week. I promise you that. Time now to get to our backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Here in this country, you've got more than 6 million women who experience difficulty getting pregnant or staying pregnant. Our own Chanel Jones at NBC wanted to get into this to show how women are dealing with this, right? Something that a lot of women experience but aren't always comfortable talking about. So in her very first documentary called Stories We Tell, The Fertility Secret, Chanel introduces us to 5 women of color who also happen to be some of her closest friends for a really honest and really vulnerable conversation about the pain of infertility, the physical pain, the emotional pain. They talk about going through things like IVF, surrogacy, miscarriages. Chanel wanted to focus on black women in particular because of their really unique struggle with this issue. Studies confirming black women are more likely than white women to have fertility problems, but way less likely to get infertility treatment. We want to play a little bit from the documentary. Watch.
Thinking about my journey through womanhood, there were times when I had no one to talk to, and you learn so much you didn't know about other people the moment you start to open up. Sometimes you just have to take the first step. You shouldn't be alone in this, and I think you feel less shame because you feel less alone. But there is such a community in sharing.
A community in sharing. That's gorgeous. Chanel is joining us now to talk more about this. Hi, friend. I love you so much, and I'm so glad that you're on the show to talk about this.
I'm loving the show, The Local. Like you,
girl, thank you.
You have a permanent viewer in me, my friend.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that, lady. No, listen, we wanted to have you on to talk about this, and you know, so the backstory, since this is your first time, is really about the reporter, your journey telling this story, right? And I have to ask, like, this is so personal for you, I know. This probably feels, I have to imagine, really vulnerable for you, right? What got you over that line to actually share this publicly?
You're so right. This is probably the biggest weight I've ever felt in my career.
Wow.
I'm 43 years old, and I have been dealing with this privately with my friends for years. And the reality is, I suffered a miscarriage before my first child, but then after that, I didn't have any trouble. I had one, he's now 12, and then I had twins. And it's interesting because I would go home and I'm talking to some of my girlfriends in the background, my kids are screaming in the background, and they were having problems. And Hallie, I have to tell you, I started to feel helpless. I didn't know what to say. And the years are going by and it's getting harder and harder to find words to say. And I thought, you know what? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a researcher, but I'm a storyteller. So for me, this was my way of trying to help. I mean, I'm 43 years old. And I remember early in my career, my early 20s, one of my best friends, she was constantly having fibroid surgery. And at the time, we just thought it was normal. So she would go, she would have them removed. She would come back to work. A couple of days later, we're back out reporting again. And now in our 40s, she's having problems having a child. And we never knew that all those surgeries decades before would lead to trouble. And she's not the only one in my life who is having these same problems. So I thought, okay, enough is enough. I have to talk about this.
And I'm so glad you are. I think about my own experiences with friends, some of whom are telling me, real early on in their pregnancy that they're pregnant, right? Before that, 12-week marker, which I think in the minds of some people, that helps lift the stigma a little bit, that if there is a miscarriage, it's okay to talk about it, right? If it's something you want to do. But what is so powerful about this documentary is that you had your friends talking about it. Listen, my friends know I'm in news, and half the time they're like, do not put me on TV. How 100%. Did you convince your friends to get on?
It was a challenge in that, look, they're all working, they're married. And so by me talking with my girlfriends, that means I'm friends with their husbands too. And my husband is friends with their husbands. So, I mean, it's a whole ripple effect. The woman you see here, that's my sister-in-law. I'm about to be with her tomorrow for the holidays and my husband's entire family. And so to say that I felt a weight to honor their stories and to handle their stories with care is the biggest understatement of the century. But I think they know where my heart is. They know where my intention is. And I think a lot of them have felt isolated. They felt alone. They haven't felt seen. There have been times where, you know, we're going to rerun this. So if you haven't had a chance to see it, they've gone to doctor's appointments and they haven't felt seen and affirmed. And I think for the sake of our daughters and girls who are coming up after us, I think they felt like this is bigger than all of us.
It starts to choke me up a little bit to hear you talk about this and to hear you talk about the response you've gotten. So this has aired, right? But it's re-airing on December 26th. We're going to promote it right after we finish talking here. But you've gotten tons of messages from viewers, from people in your life, right? From people who are so grateful to you for connecting them in this community.
It has been overwhelming. I mean, I figured this would be a topic because we haven't really talked about it. Look, we've talked slowly but surely. We're starting to talk about infertility, egg freezing, surrogacy. But I felt like when I was flipping through magazine pages and, you know, seeing some of the coverage, I didn't feel like I saw anybody who looked like me. And so I think there are several layers to it. For one, there are little girls like me who are watching who feel affirmed because they see me talking about it and they see, frankly, 6 women of color in prime time talking about fertility, which is something you never see. But I also believe that it transcends race. You know, all of our friends are going through this. I remember, you know, I use this analogy that I watch Sex and the City and I still see myself as Charlotte. Like, you know, I'm not right, you know, but it is what it is. And so I think it's a human story. It's a female story. And I think together, look, as cheesy as it sounds, when women come together and we say enough is enough, we're tired of the veils, we literally can shift. We can create a groundswell. I mean, look at history. Look at Me Too. You know, when women have said enough is enough, we change things. And so I think when it comes to fertility and all of these veils around not being able to say that you're on your period or not being able to say that you're cramping. I mean, one of the girls, my sister-in-law, she passed out at 11 in middle school, and they gave her Tylenol and gave her some 7-Up, and she went back to class. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, so that means it's been decades in the making. And so my hope is that if there are moms around the country watching with their daughters, that maybe they'll have conversations with them if they had any challenges. The next time you go to an OBGYN or a pediatrician, you say, hey, we're having some trouble. Or the next time you're recommended maybe for surgery, you can ask questions. Like, I'm just really hoping we can start to have these conversations. Why are we carrying these secrets as if nothing is wrong? You have a miscarriage and then a couple of days later you're back at work as if you didn't suffer this loss.
Right. It's such an important topic. I mean, I think about my own daughter, right? The younger, the better. Lift that shame now, right? Lift that stigma around things like periods, around things like, you talk about puberty, et cetera. Do it now, right? Do it with this next generation.
Absolutely. Even my husband was like, oh my gosh, I feel like, you know, he's more aware, even for our own daughter. And I have to tell you, Allie, he didn't even know his own sister was going through all of this because she was kind of keeping it a secret. It was hard for him to watch this documentary, since this is the behind the scenes story. I will tell you, every night for the last 6 months, I've had my laptop open. You know, I had 13 hours of footage and I had 44 minutes to tell the story with commercials. And so I was constantly listening to his sister's story, and he would roll over and be like, can you please put in your earbuds? Like, he was like, I can't.
Wow, Chanel.
He really struggled with it and he didn't want to hear it. And I made him come to the screening and I said, your sister is coming. Our families are coming. You have to, this is your sister. Like, you got to do this. And so he sat in that theater like the rest of us, and he was moved and had no idea what
That's amazing. We literally could probably talk for another 45 minutes about this. I'm so glad for you for coming on. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for people who have not already seen it to see it again. Chanel, love you. Thank you. Thank you. Stories We Tell, The Fertility Secret, is going to re-air Christmas Day at 11 o'clock Eastern and on December 26th at 10 o'clock Eastern in the evening on MSNBC. We want to turn now to today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching, of course, homelessness, a growing problem, all around the country, right? And in fact, the number of people experiencing homelessness has grown for 4 straight years, with the pandemic probably making it worse. It's an issue across the country everywhere, right? But in California's Santa Clara County, home to 3 of the nation's 5 biggest tech companies, Apple, Google, and Facebook, there is a real stark contrast between the haves and the have-nots. But the county has a plan in action to try to bring people out of homelessness. Jake Ward tells us what it is.
The face of homelessness has changed. As you can see, so a lot of people that I've talked to right here at this encampment, what they've shared with me is that they lost their housing because of a loss of a job, loss of income.
And now they're here living in the flight path right by the airport.
Claudine Sapili was once without shelter. Now, as part of a program called City Team, she helps her neighbors here in San Jose, California.
So how long have you been in this spot?
Teresa Said says she used to get by on gig work and state assistance for raising her disabled son. But in 2019, she lost custody.
And then COVID hit 2 weeks later, and then so I couldn't keep my rental, and then the car was gone. And I've been fighting ever since.
At the beginning of the pandemic, this was just an open field, but today it is filled with people who have fallen out of jobs and homes. There are RVs, cars, even boats all around me. In this one county, more than 10,000 people are living in circumstances like these.
This encampment is within a few miles of Apple, Intel, Cisco, Google, with a collective market capitalization in the trillions of dollars. But their presence has helped to make this place unaffordable.
Outside of climate change, inequity is the most important issue that we're going to wrestle with as a society. When COVID hit, we raised close to $40 million in partnership with these companies to be able to pay people's rent. So we live in a community that's willing to help each other, but this inequity is beyond charity.
The situation requires big changes and big money. Back in 2016, county residents approved nearly $1 billion in bonds and have housed more than 14,000 people. The county has built tiny homes of hope, Casitas de Esperanza, to transition families with children out of homelessness. 40 families live here now. The residents have given the homes names like Pride and Family.
We tried to make it cozy, even though it's, shelters.
The Castañeda family got theirs after sharing one bedroom and surviving on convenience store food.
There is a heater which keeps us warm, and there's AC too when it was hot, so it's a good thing. Our own bed, warm, so it was pretty good.
Even though it's small, but it's way better than where we were before.
Alexandria Uria and her baby had been sleeping in her car.
She was maybe like 3 months old. Yeah, it sucked. We're hoping to get housed. Like our next step, we've just been applying for apartments.
These 10-foot by 10-foot homes cost $10,000 apiece. Santa Clara County aims to house 1,200 families in the next year and then 600 every year thereafter as part of their Heading Home program. But California's governor pledged to build 3.5 million units of permanent housing by 2025. At even $200,000 per home, and that's conservative, that's $700 billion. Standing here, one can sense both the incredible need for that kind of money and the presence of enormous wealth just a few miles away.
Right now, we're within 10 miles of some of the biggest companies in the world.
Yes.
Can you feel any of that living unhoused here, do you think?
If you don't feel it, then something is wrong with you.
Jake Ward is joining us to talk more about the reporting. Jake, I'm so struck by that last scene that you just showed, right? It's money, right? It's people who are struggling without it, and then people who have so much of it. Talk about just how wide this wealth gap is.
It is extraordinary, Hallie, to be in a place like this where, if you find a 2-bedroom home that costs less than $1 million, then you have found, an incredible deal. I mean, the incredible amount of money that it costs to get into a home here in the Bay Area as compared to the incredible wealth that we have here, and then to stand there among 10,000 people in the county struggling to find even shelter over their heads. I mean, at this point, we're definitely looking at a state where a $15 minimum wage cannot get you the $2,400 a month you need to rent a home here. So what we've definitely seen in this reporting and throughout the pandemic, the housing crisis, all of it, is that this is not a problem that the market is going to fix. Something huge and structural and probably state-sponsored has to come in here and save the day, Hallie.
Jake Ward, it's incredible reporting. We're so grateful to you for bringing us tonight's original. Thank